Welcome back to Blast Open Rotterdam, where we are kicking off our 4th day of action here on the desk. I'm Darth Mike, joined, as usual, by Vu, and as unusual, by Pimp with an iron sweater for once. How you doing, Jacob?
Thank you so much for ironing my sweater, Mike. I owe you one. I'm so grateful for you. I think you're the greatest American in the building right now. Anything else?
That's not what you were saying in the green.
I'm happy with it. Greatest North American. Vu, what do you think about that? I'm greater than you.
I mean, I would not iron Pimp's sweater even if it was incredibly creased. So that is actually a very noble thing for you to do.
What can I say?
That's why you two fools don't get it, right? It's not about you, Mike. It's not about you. You're better than the entirety of the team standing behind you right now. That was the dick, that was the joke, Mike, and you didn't get it.
No, I got it. I just chose to leave it alone. But we'll dive into it in just a moment. We're going to leave Liquid alone for now. Believe me, I'll give you plenty of time to bully your old organization. Woo! Let's take a look back at yesterday's results. We started with a little magic coming through from Bait and NRG, specifically from the NRG side of that. FaZe, Tyloo, Falcons, Na'Vi, Aurora, Furia to wrap up our day. So let's talk. And you know what? Usually I toss it to you guys. I'm going to talk about this one. NRG with the 2-0 over Bait. Do you hear that? Do you feel that magic? Because I'm feeling a little NA magic coming in. Can you hear that?
Over to you.
This is like the classic NA upset against a failing team, and everyone gets so hyped like they've just beat Vitality or they beat Prime Astralis. This is a good win for NRG. It's a great win, but it's not that big a deal.
We're so back. We're so back, baby. One win against a struggling Bait, and we are so back. That's the future of North American Counter-Strike right there, and it comes in orange.
Yeah, that was a good win for NRG, and as Vu kind of said it, you know, you're beating Bait, which by all means is a decent result coming out for NRG, considering you just added Grim. I'm trying to keep it cool here, Mike, and say, yes, that was nice, you know. I like what I saw from NRG. Unfortunately for them, we're at a tournament where the best teams in the world are participating, and their next matchup is going to be you crying in a corner for 2 maps.
I will say, on one more nation identity note, how great would it be if the team in orange made it to the Dutch event?
Well, I think... because they have orange shirts, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Orange is like a big thing and all of that.
Yeah, that'll be amazing, Mike. That'll be astonishing.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. That'll be for the future. Other games that happened, FaZe Tyloo. What a surprise. Perhaps not a surprise, rather, but more a state of where FaZe is at. They battled to the end, but we had a bit of a heartbreaking interview on the end of that with Kerrigan. It's a really tough spot for me.
Honestly, it's not often that I get emotional, you know, on behalf of teams, but I could almost feel the disappointment in Kerrigan and feel the frustration coming out of him and feel the, I guess, all the emotions that him and the team is going through right now, because it's never been worse than it is right now for FaZe Clan. We kind of set the scene yesterday. We talked about it. FaZe right now is in serious jeopardy of not making the major. We're talking Kerrigan, Twist, Frozen, not going to be part of IM Cologne 2026. That will be a disaster, and so it is for FaZe at the moment.
Do I hear that correctly? You're having sympathy for a team?
A little bit. I think it's now they're so far down that I don't even want to, you know, speak badly about them anymore, because it's, what's the point? Like, they're out of relevance at the moment.
I mean, as much as before the game we said they need to be put out of their misery, they need the loss, they need to miss the major, so they understand they need to make changes. It's still hard to see when Kerrigan comes up after. He's clearly devastated. He clearly understands how bad things are going for them, and he still gives a great interview. He gives lots of insight, and it's tough to watch, but at the same time, it's kind of necessary. They need to eventually miss a major and make some big changes if they want to be a top team again.
I'll tell you what, Mike. I'll tell you exactly what was the most interesting thing about that interview from Kerrigan yesterday. It was his one thing where he actually didn't speak up. You know, there's a lot of things Kerrigan wanted to speak about. There's a lot of things he could say, but now is not the time. That is the most you can ever say without saying anything. I think there's a lot of stuff going on within FaZe Clan, whether that has anything to do with the organization, you know, splitting ties with the content creator department or whatnot. If there's financial issues, if there's something else going on, even the communication around him, you know, yeah, the organization told us that Neo is not going to be here. So what essentially was a major qualifier for FaZe Clan, they show up without a coach. I don't know what the hell is going on within FaZe Clan, but I can't wait for Kerrigan to speak up about it.
We'll find out. We'll keep our ears tuned for that one. There is still one chance for them, but it involves Draculan and a whole lot of chaos to make it to the major. Speaking of chaos, our third match of the day saw your favorite player, Pimp, come back into the server in Kyosuke, but that wasn't enough to put Falcons over the top.
Is he my favorite player? He did a good job on the first map, to be fair, but Navi's continuing to ride on from what we saw at Pro League. I'm very, very happy on behalf of Navi. Falcons is a story for itself. I'm not really too disappointed. Don't really care too much. I think they're at a point right now where they're trying to figure out a lot of stuff, whereas for Navi, they're slowly but surely entering the conversation of a team that we have to take serious on a highly matter. I love what I'm seeing from them right now. A solid performance yesterday.
I think I'm happy to take them very seriously. I think MongolZ is really showing himself to be the best of the new up-and-comers. Jacob, are we saying he's better than Kyosuke yet?
He's more in form, maybe? Based on what we've seen the last week and a half, people need to calm the hell down. Like, there's a reason why Kyosuke was called a generational talent. I never heard anyone say a generational talent around MongolZ. Now, that doesn't change that he's playing absolutely fantastic. And the biggest issue Navi is having, and have had, is lack of firepower. Guess who's stepping up to the occasion? Guess who's bringing that firepower right now? That's MongolZ. So if anything, he's a golden star and I guess, generational talent, at least within the Navi camp.
Speaking about firepower, right, our last match of the day featured that in spades, and in particular, it started in one of the pistol rounds coming on in. But maybe that was the good flash for Furia, because overall, this one was strong for Aurora, winning the overtime in the first, sealing the deal on Inferno. You gotta be really happy if you're a fan of that Turkish squad.
Yeah, that was a solid performance from Aurora. Again, just like with Navi, they're riding on the momentum from Pro League, despite Kesserato doing that. Holy shit. That was a sick play. I don't know about you, MOUZ. I'm worried on behalf of Furia, and I've actually been saying it from the get-go. I said it even after the major. I don't think that's going to be the same team heading into 2026. Then obviously the entirety of Brazil started to hate me, and here we are. Furia is, funnily enough, not the same team as they were in 2025. At what point do we get worried?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats, almost every player on Furia has dropped off quite significantly. You can point to individual players. Yuri's not playing as well as he was before. Yakindor's had some off maps, but at the same time, it's a team that you looked at them previously. They play like a team, they win as a team, and they do so many things right together. And they're just not kind of putting the pieces together consistently this year for several events in a row now.
But how about that pistol play from Kesserato? If you haven't watched it a million times, go back and watch it a million more, because holy cow, that is about the best USP play that you'll ever see. I don't think it's enough to get us to buy in, though, and now it is time to do some buying in, because it's time for our novashots.io, courtesy of Nova Wallet. This is the game that you can join at home, novashots.io. Go to it. You get points. You get to invest those points into your team, depending on how your team does. You increase your portfolio. You decrease your portfolio. There's prizes at the end. It's a wonderful game that requires no actual purchase. So hop in. Our portfolio is doing pretty well. We've got 1,630 in value overall. We've also got 593 points still to spend. That means we've been doing a good job so far, fellas. This is high pressure. Can we keep it going? What are we buying into?
Not NRG.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah, that's liquid.
Liquid?
Yeah, that's liquid.
I have a feel. Okay, let's see what are they at right now. Is it good value for tokens, so to speak?
Hold on, let me go down. They're actually very high, 1.7. They are the second highest value after MOUZ.
What about NIP then?
NIP, based on it, shockingly strong as well. I think it's really just that there's a certain bump to the next game as people make their estimation on how it's going to go. There's an investment into it. So NIP a little bit cheaper than Liquid, but not substantially. 1.5 versus 1.7.
You didn't feel frisky yesterday. Do you feel frisky today?
NIP could be almost free. They're going to lose, so I don't know why I would invest in them.
All right, in that case, we're investing in Liquid.
I push the button.
Yeah.
How many blast bucks?
250.
250. I keep typing 20 instead of 50. That's my problem, but that's what we're going to stick to. I'm totally in favor of it. Love me some Liquid. Love me some MOUZ being in that jersey as well. I think this one's going to be pretty exciting, and I think there's a lot of reason for optimism. That'll be our first game, but there are more games to come as well, so let's check out what we've got coming up. A full slate, a tasting menu, you might say, Vu, of Counter-Strike coming through. Liquid
one you don't want to leave.
NIP, 9Z v MOUZ, PARIVISION take on Spirit, and to wrap the day, MongolZ versus Vitality, a game that we saw so often in 2025, and that you'll remember, MongolZ finally triumphed for the first time on a Blast Studio stage, so history repeating itself?
I'm not sure about that, but the MongolZ so far have looked great. I think they're exceeding all expectations. I think they came into 26 with a lot of question marks attached to them, so if there ever was a time to take down a Vitality, maybe at a group stage, that would be the time for the MongolZ. I'm excited about it.
I mean, we're reaching the point where you can't predict Vitality to lose even a series. You just have to accept if MongolZ make it close, if they manage to even push Vitality to the brink, that's a win. Vitality is just so dominant for so long now. We can't say anything that MongolZ is going to win this one.
Well, we'll leave that conversation to the late shift. For now, it's time for us to get ready for our first matchup of the day as Liquid take on NIP. Here's some of the players to hear from.
And for you personally, we've seen a really big uptick in form over the last half a year or so. It's been looking very nice. You've been one of the strongest performers in Liquid. What do you credit that to?
I'm not really entirely sure, even though I don't think my uptick in form is really that drastic, I would say. I mean, I'm still trying to find my form and find a way to have good games and all that. But you know, it's maybe slowly getting there. I guess with time we'll see more.
Your opponent today, NIP. You've played them a bit before. What do you think about them?
NIP, yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I think they're a good team, but I think they're also kind of dealing with the same issues that we are. I mean, I even read the Snappy interview where he said they're one team in practice and they're one team in officials, and I was like, damn, that sounds just like us. You know, so, but overall, I think they have good players. You know, Kaspersky's been popping off. You know, Wrinkle always has potential to have good games. So, overall, I think it's a good matchup to kind of see where we're at so far, and we're just have to get in the server and see how it goes.
A little bit of a mirror match with where your teams are at then?
Yeah, you know, it could just be a big hate watch for the fans.
I mean, it's fun. It's the third time we play Liquid this season, and they have different lineup for all of them. So obviously, Liquid, I think they're having their own issues, right? But of course, they have very skilled individuals. I hope we can take this one. It would be very sweet.
Naf said something about feeling like you teams are in similar places in terms of translating what you see in practice into the server. Do you think that's a fair description?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't know how they are performing in practice, right? But I would say that it makes sense what he's saying. In practice we are playing no pressure, you know, everyone is pretty much comfortable, but I think that goes for almost every team out there, right? I mean, you always perform better in practice. I think it's always been like that, but yeah, it's something we need to work on, obviously, to be more comfortable in the officials, and yeah, hopefully we'll get there soon.
Two teams with some similar problems, two teams on some similar trajectories, perhaps, but one thing's remained constant in all their recent duels. It has been Liquid that's come out on top.
Yeah, I think that's one way to look at it. I also do think, despite Liquid obviously have been in a turmoil period, they have been doing slightly better than NIP. At least they're getting to the tournaments and still stay within relevance of the VIS, especially now considering the move over to Americas, trying to stay in that position. So I think it's fair to say that out of all the games that we've had so far, I feel like this is the most 50-50 we can come up with. I'm excited for it.
I think you want to look at this one as kind of a 50-50, but at the same time, it's one where Liquid just firepower-wise should not be capable of losing to an NIP. NIP has Kaspersky, they have Wrinkle, but Liquid has 4 potential star players on their roster. They should just be able to shoot NIP off the server. Ultimate, want a good day? Want a good day? Okay, maybe just 3. All right, well, there's 3.
What?
I'm trying to decide how to dig into that one. We'll leave the ultimate talk for a little bit later. We'll see what he's showing in terms of this one. But the new guy the new potential star, MongolZ, trying to refine the form that he had at the start of the G2 stint. Lost a little bit of that shine over the course of the last year. What do we think of him so far?
Well, it's a very small sample size, so I'm curious to see how quickly he's going to slot into Liquid. Obviously, I think next to Elise, it's going to free up MongolZ a little bit more. He will take care, Elise that is, of the secondary calling. He'll be a big voice within the team. So for MongolZ, I think the foundation is laid out for him to play well and being well integrated into Liquid.
It's something that we keep hearing from this Liquid team is the importance of Elige, both as a player and as a voice, as a mid-round caller. But as a player, first and foremost, what do we expect from Elige?
I mean, Elige has been kind of on a bit of a downturn this year. Last year, I would say he was at times the best T-side player in the world, eclipsing Donk for short stints when he was on FaZe. Then he comes to Liquid. He does well on Liquid, but he's had a bit of a fall off. He's got a 1.05 this year. I think that's on T-side specifically. He just hasn't been himself. And I think when you bring MongolZ into the roster, MongolZ doesn't have to go first in all the time. He can be first or second in. He's going to create space, or at least deliver on the space that Elige creates himself. And that's going to really change things up for him. I think it's going to mean him going back to his previous form.
I'll tell you what, you know, and please don't hate me for saying it, but I know John pretty well from even playing with him many, many years ago. He's the type of player that needs reassurance around him in order to perform. He only performs at his absolute best when he's on a team where he's able to know exactly what the people around him is doing. He's one of the smartest players, one of the smartest guys that I've ever met, but a guy like that sometimes is too smart for his own good. You compare him to a guy like MongolZ that is playing on intuition, that is just going for the duels. He will have a good time thriving in chaos, whereas for Elise, he needs sustainability around him. He needs to be able to count on the teammate next to him holding a certain position so he can then calculate what is my next move, etc., etc. So I think the more they get integrated, the more they figure out how to play, the more they build up a system within Team Liquid, the better Elise will perform. It's his biggest downfall that he may not be able to thrive in too much chaos.
I just want to take a quick note for something I saw in that huddle. They're quite loud with their cheer, and Elise literally covers his ears to protect those eardrums. That's optimizing right there. That is pure optimization coming through from Johnny Jablinowski. Talking about that system that needs to be around him, talking about that comfort that needs to be around him, we're looking at one guy. We're looking at the IGL, we're looking at Shuhei. What do we expect from Shuhei here?
Honestly, what has he done so far in Team Liquid? There's two ways of attacking this. I think Shuhei proved himself in MOUZ. So far in Team Liquid, it's been disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. How much is that on Shuhei? How much is that on the players around him? How much is that on the insecurity within the lineup? It's hard for me to say that he hasn't done a good enough job, but so far he's found little to no success in Team Liquid.
I think you have to look at, they have Ultimate. People want to blame Ultimate. He's not the most consistent player. They have Nerds. They don't have enough aggressive players on the roster. They want to blame Nerds. But then you look at Shuhei, and Liquid has the worst 5v4 percentage in the top scene. They've got some terrible utility usage, no utility damage, and Shuhei's not the most sacrificial player either. He's not the highest on entries. He doesn't even throw the most flashes on the team, and he's not performing that well as an individual. I'm not saying that Shuhei needs to be cut, that he's the problem, but I'm saying if MOUZ comes in and they continue to struggle, I think you have to put eyes on Shuhei, because there's nothing he's doing right now or that Liquid as a team is doing that makes me think this is a team with a great IGL. At best, they do things inoffensively. They just don't make huge mistakes on a tactical level, but they don't do anything impressive.
And this is where we've seen the opposite in trajectory, right, between these teams. Liquid, for a variety of reasons, again, it's tough to nail it down to just one, have been on a slide through the rankings in Shuhei's time within the roster. And meanwhile, Snappy, right, he's been building this NIP team. He's been forging it more and more, adding new pieces, trying to sharpen them into a squad that can really compete at this level of play.
Yeah, it's two different stories and two different ways of going around it. One would argue, as you also said, Mike, a couple of days ago, that Liquid have turned the easy way out, you know, now going for the America spot and fighting within that region, which arguably is way easier than Europe. Whereas for NIP, they have to stick in European Counter-Strike as well. So in terms of climbing VS, in terms of grinding it out right here, there's a lot at stake for both teams, even more so for NIP in that European region. They need the win. They need the points. And if anyone is paying close attention to this game as well, it'd probably be FaZe Clan, because it's between NIP and FaZe, among other candidates, to nail some of those spots within the European Counter-Strike. So if you're FaZe right now, you're probably hoping for Liquid to win this game.
And if you're FaZe, maybe you're doing a scouting report on this guy, Kaspersky.
You
there
should.
We go.
I hope they are, but the problem is I'm not sure if Kaspersky even wants to leave. If NIP can make a statement in this one, if they can take down Liquid and make a run at the major, I'd love to see him continue under Snappy's leadership. As much as he gets a little bit of flack for the way he calls, I think he sets players up really effectively, and this is one of the players he sets up perfectly. The problem is we have it. The last game they played, he dropped what? On second map, he dropped 31 kills and they couldn't win. That's the NIP that I'm worried about seeing here. That's why I said Liquid fragging-wise should just be able to frag NIP off the server, because even when Kaspersky plays well, sometimes just the fragging doesn't come out of the rest of the roster.
It has been a problem for them for sure, right? Putting the consistent pieces, and then in that final map of play, we saw what happens when you don't have that carry performance, right? Yeah. He went just a little missing, which is completely reasonable across the 3-map series, and the rest of the team couldn't pick it up.
I think that's the biggest issue NIP is facing right now, and I think that's the biggest issue Snappy is facing as well. He's figured out a way to use Kaspersky, but he still hasn't figured out a way to get the most out of Wrinkle or Kane coming into the lineup as well. He said it here when we spoke to him. It's been a turmoil period. Last year as well, Exist was out of the lineup, you know, for a short brief of time. Then he himself, Snappy, had to take a bit of a break. Kids, family, you name it, there's good reasons for it, but it's been a period where he didn't feel he was able to build consistency. That's kind of what they need. A bit more time is what he's saying. I'll say it like this, unless you unleash another player, not necessarily at the same level as xKaspersky, but you need at least 2 guys who can step it up. Because as you're saying, if you can't even rely on xKaspersky dropping 33 kills to be enough to win your map, then against top European opposition or top American opposition that Liquid is now, you got to do better.
Love a little top American opposition. Let's see where we might be fighting this one. There have been a lot of bouts between NIP and Liquid. Do we think the veto's going to be the same? It's time to find out. What are you looking to see here, Voot?
I question if they're going to go back to Nuke. I mean, last 2 times these teams played, NIP picked Nuke, and they lost both times. But you have MOUZ coming in. G2 was actually banning Nuke for the end of his tenure. Once Hunter became the IGL, they started banning Nuke. So despite bad performances on it, I expect them to still go that direction. And then you question where Liquid's going to go, because they've also been inconsistent. I think they dropped their Mirage the second last time they played. They might not go back to that. No, they will.
Yeah, that's a wild one for me, because I've been watching a lot of Liquid games, and Mirage has been a staple for them to pick, but they've been so inconsistent on the map. Even during the Major in Budapest, I was like, you keep picking Mirage and you keep losing. I was like, well, why are you doing this? Then obviously, there's been a break. There's been some time since then, but you know, when I think of Team Liquid the past 3 or 4 months, then Mirage has not really been a staple for them, yet it's still the map they're trying to force into every single series.
On the bright side, you can at least say Na'Vi do the exact same thing, and they are a real top-tier team.
And Flashy came from that team, so maybe a little DNA there. I will say, in my estimation, Mirage might be one of those maps where the swap to MOUZ could be one of the biggest reinforcements. He's had a lot of success there before. We know he can bring a lot of fierce aim in terms of going for some of those more aggressive CT plays. Might be a solution for them.
Might be. I will say, though, that MOUZ CT side in G2 on, specifically Mirage, was struggling a lot. His connector position, you know, is not necessarily one that you think he'd struggle by, but he didn't really do too much there.
It's a good thing I don't think he's playing connector on this team.
Anymore. Yeah.
Not anymore. Changing it up, mixing things up. Well, what do we think, fellas? We've seen the veto. We know this veto well with the NIP Liquid matchup. Do we think it's going to go differently today?
It's not often that I agree with this guy, but I think I'm leaning towards Team Liquid as well, to be completely honest. NIP, to me, is a competitive team. They're decent, they're great, but they're not really up there just yet. I think xKaspersky is the most interesting thing coming out of this lineup. Outside of that, it's hard for me to get excited about it. As for Liquid, I think even them struggling, even them integrating MOUZ, as you said, they should have enough firepower. NAF playing well. It's going to be a Liquid victory, but it's not going to be pretty.
NIP are going to come in with a good game plan. They're going to put in a lot of effort. They're going to show all their heart, but it's not going to matter. You've got Elise, you've got MOUZ, you've got NAF. It's just not... what NIP have is simply not enough to take them off the server.
Well, it's time to find if the Ninjas can sneak out a win, or if the Cavalry of Liquid will trot all over them to lead the battle chant here. We've got Anders and Henry G.
Oh yes, indeed, you certainly do, Mike. More hearts to be broken here at Blast Open, Anders. It's a lower bracket. We have Liquid, we have NIP. I tend to agree. I feel like Liquid, when they're down and out, when you think they've got nothing left, and it feels like the team is almost dead, that's when they seem to fight and play their best CS. What do you think about that?
I think it's a strong case. I also feel like they typically, right at the beginning of those roster changes, Liquid could be pretty dangerous. There is always like a good mood on the team. Everyone's excited. So I think this is actually where Liquid are the most dangerous, but I don't want to discount NIP quite so soon. I feel like they can make this work. I trust in the process.
You're a big Kaspersky fan, I think.
I am, and I there are things that I'm seeing out of Ken that I really enjoy. I still think it comes down to whether or not Wrinkle can fire up that AWP. I really, really want to see him have a day where he just shocks and awes us here.
All right, well, I think he might be onto something there. Speaking of AWPs, Ultimate will have to step up. I think he's looked pretty good this tournament, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Sure, they didn't get the win against Team Spirit, but he had them on the ropes at one point. He was looking very good, and he was going toe-to-toe. Without further ado, though, ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Liquid taking on NIP. Loser goes home. It will be the CT start right here, right now for Liquid. An advantage of sorts. They brought out 3 sets of Julies, 8 guns, Anders. Seems unfair.
Well, the math is certainly working in their favor. More must be better somehow. They don't have a lot of utility, obviously. They do not have the defuse kit either, which I guess on nuke is not a big deal. Let's see what NIP have in store. 1 set of utility here. So, shush, is that going to be the smoke for... I don't even know where that lands. Is that going to be for Hell over on the other side?
I think it might land in front of window.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what I
actually
meant,
not
like,
sure. So bounces off and either goes to heaven or window.
Oh, it's all the way up to heaven. That's
it's
but it's
blocked.
blocked.
Really
It's
nice play.
Such a next level.
Good read.
It could have been for the windows like Ken just shot at there, but instead we start with Nafly getting the headshot on Snappy. Oh, it's very awkward. They are trying to rush the ramp here, but they should already know Liquid. They don't have to defend the ramp. They could just say, that's fine. Naf is down below, I believe. So he needs some backup, though.
Naf just needs at least one. Maintain the advantage. Oh, and it's a really nice shot. They're directly above him. Awkward angles now as Naf flies, lighting them up with the dual elites. Gets himself a triple kill. Round over as Shush has got nothing to do about this one. He's just going to be wandering around, hoping for a couple of kills if possible. But the round has been secured by Nafly.
There's a rat angle for Elige, and he will get the last headshot. 4 kills for Naf. The Nafas they're feasting right now.
Oh, they really are.
Could you consider yourself a Nafa, Henry?
Sometimes.
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 I feel like
the last year, maybe not so much, but I'm always wanting to see him do well.
That's fair. Like, the last year has been pretty rough, I would say. Maybe for the first time in his career. I feel like for the rest of his career, he's been Mr. Consistent in some sense. But, yeah, this is great news. What a way to get started. You just wanted the 1 kill out of him down to the B-bomb site. He delivered 4 in total.
Oh, you just love to see it. What a flying start. Means there's going to be rifles available and a force buy in the hands of NIP. Now, these are the rounds. If you're going to keep the morale high, the comms good, you need to convert this to your team. Like, we know they're a team with a weak mental, unfortunately. We'll see whether they can fend off the upgraded pistols. Smokes down towards outside. It'll be courtesy of Snappy, as you might expect. He smokes off towards main entrance. Dropping down. And it's going to be Ken to open things up. They've actually got some space here towards upper.
Yeah, they do indeed. That's really scary. MOUZ got to be a little bit careful. I can't believe he goes down that quick. He didn't really do anything. Wrinkle with the P250 as well. Naf goes down to Shush and the Tech9. 3 kills on the Danish player to pick that one up.
Okay, well, all of that hype from the first round, all of the kills from Naf almost nullified here because that's actually much worse than losing the pistol. Because if you lose a pistol, you get $1,900 extra on the CT side. Lose a follow-up, you only get $1,400 now. So sure, you got a round under your belt, but now you're operating with almost nothing. Excellent work from NIP. Nice pouncing towards upper.
Bit disappointed that they lose the fight in mini because you can see the shadow when you're dropping down.
Yeah.
Right? You should have the advantage on the CT side.
Should,
indeed.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a ramp stack here. 3 players hoping to fend off Shush. Here we're looking to silence them.
Ooh. Maybe they could actually get a rifle here. Might be possible. Just dangerous work for Shush, but he's not going to get punished for it. At the same time, Karen is working his way across the map down towards lower, but this is why they had so many smokes in the beginning. I think this is the game plan for Liquid in this round, is to slow it down, hope that you have 1 smoke left towards the sub 30-second mark, something like that. Elige, he was forced to drop his over on the other side, so they have a couple left now, but not much to deal with. There's the last one. So they used them pretty early. I think Ken successfully pushed Elige into using his down below. Gonna be looking to see if they can put some pressure on this A-bomb site now. They certainly can. Kaspersky with an MP7 managed to take down MOUZ. Ultimate back here with the deagle in hand. A couple of headshots would be great, but I don't think it'll change the round, really. It's the first kill coming through. Team kill onto Wrinkle. Doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter at all. It's all going swimmingly so far for NIP. Here comes Johnny Jabs, though. Desert Eagle doesn't fancy going for it. Got to go towards the T roof and see if there's any stragglers to be found on the map here. But it's going to be 2-1 NIP. Elige just looking to upgrade or hold on to the Deagle and Kevlar. Naf will join in with the 5-7. But that's about it. Naf's actually tucked away all the way back in CT spawn.
I'll tell you another reason why I think this NIP team could be, better than maybe people expect. I mean, I think for one thing, Snappy got done pretty dirty in Falcons. I think he came out looking like he didn't really contribute, but I think he's better than that. And I think Shush is still an underrated,
for sure,
all-around place. He can do anything.
It's a shame that Train's been removed from the map pool because we were calling him the conductor.
Yes.
He was so good at that inside position.
Did you come up with that?
No, I think it was Harry and Hugo.
All right, makes sense.
And he was just so good there. He always seemed to find 3 or 4 kills, but it's neither here nor there. But yeah, I totally agree. I think Shush is underrated in the current landscape of CS. NIP on the up and up. It's been an interesting year or so for them, battling through the doldrums of the VRS system, and now in the big tournaments regularly. It's great to see.
I agree. It's very nice, because they are one of these organizations that got you know, perma-invited to everything in CSGO.
Yep.
I think it's really admirable that they've taken that fight and come out stronger for it.
They didn't like purchase a core for $2 million and
Nope.
think, all right, we can just get back into this. They started with young guns, built from the very bottom, and here they are now. Yeah, absolutely.
Round number 4 here. Ultimate very nearly getting his little toes singed.
You don't want that.
Sausages are fine for now.
I don't even know where you're going with that. Let's see where this full eco will be a bit of an issue for NIP. Who are looking very comfortable after losing the pistol, ladies and gents. 3-1 on the T side. It's looking quite nice indeed.
Yeah, it's a very nice start. I mean, you remind us all the time that winning the second round could be even more advantageous, and I think NIP are proving that point right now.
Ruins the finances for the CT side, because they're only, like, we're going to go into round number 5 here. They're only going to get $2,400 on top of what they have now, Anders.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have an AWP. You're barely going to have the utility. Helmets, kits, so many sacrifices. So yeah, winning that pistol, losing the follow-up, so detrimental in MR12. It really does hamstring you going forward.
I guess in theory, if you got a bunch of kills in the round just for the $50 bonus, you could start to sort of get like a little bit more utility in some of these next rounds. But
Gotta say they went off the AWP. Ultimate had $4,800 on the nose, so he gets to purchase the AWP, but nothing else. It's okay on a map like New.
okay,
You can hold towards the garage, you can hold towards back of ramp, you can hold heaven. Like, you're unlikely to be grenaded in those positions. The problem is, if any bullets touch you at all, crosshair goes all over the place, aim punch becomes an issue. So you just have to be very smart with his positioning. I think he's looked pretty good this tournament. He gets a lot of flack. I think he's a good AWPer. He's just a bit inconsistent.
yeah, it's good to be said about many AWPers in the space right now, so I kind of agree with you. Might be a danger if he rotates heaven, but not going to be a lot of time to talk about that because we're already on the A-bomb side. There's fire and smoke everywhere.
Damn.
Shush takes a kill on the Sue.
Go on,
Liege, he is the man for it. He's got the mechanics, the bomb down in front. He's raised down 3. That is exceptional work from the American rifler. Snappy now finds himself alone.
Get yourself some refract, boys. That's the way that's how it's done.
Oh, yeah. He was locked in. He always is. That's so sick. This MP7, maybe you can find another kill. Again, this is where the lack of armor could be fun, but theoretically should just be an easy end to the round here. Ultimate takes a second. Great work for Liege.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was looking like a devastating upper attack. We know over the years that Snappy loves those upper rushes, those upper executions. He likes to keep the pace real quick toward that A-bomb side, but Jody jabs, perfectly positioned, and pixel-perfect precision. Great movement, playing around those smokes, punishing them for challenging him. And there we go, 3-2. Liquid back on the board here. Very successful round with 3 players surviving. Ultimate will now get some Kevlar. Now we're off to the races here. Full gun rounds. And round number 6. Trying to luck towards outside, but Liege, he's having none of it. He wants to continue his domination here on Nuke. It will be Ultimate to go down first. Ken will find the AWP.
Look at how aggressive he's being, Ken, as well. I think he's looking to beat Elige's timing. Might be onto something here. I don't think Elige realized he'd already pushed through. That is a very forward position. He took the risk by walking it the whole way there, but definitely beat the internal clock of Elige. Now 3 versus 4. Naf is just barely going to miss the timing against Kaspersky. He might be on for the timing against Wrinkle. Certainly is. It's a good headshot, but Sue's going to get Can as well. And suddenly, in spite of the fact that they had a man advantage, they were deep on the map NIP. They've been picked apart one by one. Not much Kaspersky could do about this.
They got that opening kill as well. They took that Ultimate early, found Elige, but it's Shuey, MOUZ, Naf picking up the pieces here. Kaspersky, we know he is a world-class rifler at this point, but too much on his plate to handle here. 40 seconds to work with. It would take something miraculous to even stand a chance. Timing, somewhat working in his favor. Does he get past MOUZ? Did he spot him? I'm not sure. I don't think it has much effect either way. Bomb plant's not nice. It's going to be pretty good, actually. We'll see whether he can find a couple of kills here.
Ooh. I mean, in events like that, might have been one of the best positions to get like a random headshot, but that's not going to be working out. Still, bomb plant's not bad in a 1 versus 3 like that. Okay, another round. This is the beginning, the foundations of what could be a good match. You get, a little bit of momentum, but now Liquid are starting to make a bit of a comeback early on.
Strong comebacks as well. They recover AK-47s on their CT side. That's really unfortunate for Ultimate. He did have Kevlar that round as well. Gets spammed cleanly through the smoke. Beautiful shot from Naf.
It's another potential advantage for Liquid on this map. Sue is sort of 7th in the world holding that A bomb site. That particular position, the A side anchor. Really, really good at it right now.
Let's see if he can keep it up. He's actually had a pretty strong showing there so far. Round number 7.
Mezzi number 1. Who's surprised? Shush. Big opening. Oh my god! Just as you were praising Sue, he gets blown up. Shush with a double ultimate outside. Can still recover the round here. Gotta be careful, he might get shot down by Kaspersky, who's very nearby in the garage. I don't think ultimate is realized, but he does change his crosshair, and it doesn't even matter at all. If he'd had that kill, it would have been on.
I would say the round still is on.
Okay.
Naf is showing us some revitalization in the last month or so. He's feeling himself, Anders.
You're right.
He was known for these sort of clutches in his heyday. Good effort, though. It is going to be Wrinkle to take him down, but it's all down to Shush there, isn't it? Getting out towards Squeaky Door, getting the double kill, ruffling the feathers. Sure, some rebuttal from Team Liquid, but ultimately it is going to be NIP picking this one up. Let's have a look at the replay here. Nice spray control. So many players in front of him. Elite finally takes him down, but the damage was done. Kaspersky watching the extremities towards outside. Ultimate did what he could, and we will go 4-3.
I remember in the past, you and I were laughing about how much Snappy loves those A-pops.
He really does. They are his favorite. The thing is, you can condition the opposition now, though. If you just keep dropping that Molotov, those smoke, the lurk smoke,
Yeah.
they're going to be on high alert at all times. And speaking of which, we got Ultimate fully sending it towards outside to his detriment. It's down to Elijah, that UMP, fighting tooth and nail. They get away with a trade. 4-4, not a disaster, but taking heavy damage en route. Chewy down to 30 HP, and Elijah more than willing to stay in the thick of it. Makes his way back towards the garage, and MOUZ ensuring that no one snuck through that smoke.
It looked like a really good fight for Ultimate, with the HE landing on top here at a distance. The FAMAS not going to be favored on that fight. Shush, pretty quick to react. And he's holding that lobby position on his own right now. The rest of the team, they're working their way outside. The bomb is there as well. Snappy is making sure no one's lurking up behind them, but they still got a minute on the clock here, so it is looking good for an eventual sneak down towards the B bomb site. Could always go up the vent if they get the right cue, if they get the right information, because they've got Shush holding that position up there. But we'll see what Snappy cooks up in this one. 40 seconds now. There's nobody down here at all, for the Liquid side, that is. Plenty of T's, unfortunately, but obviously you can hear the door open, but it doesn't really matter. We've got no one on the other side who could do anything about it. Is it a save?
Might have to be at this stage. No one's down towards lower. You got no kits, you got 0 util, you got a UMP on the retake, Shuey's 30 HP. Need I say more, Anders?
I mean, you made a convincing case. I'm on your side now, Henry.
Naf saving that orb. That is paramount
Or
going
is he?
forward. Oh, no, he's not.
Would have been. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
I think they might all go down here. UMP not known for its range.
Did he run out of bullets? Did he not reload it? I feel like he stopped shooting, or maybe I'm confused. You're right, they did all go down. Shush will find 4 in that round. Basically, solo holding the lobby position.
So he is called the conductor on train. What could we call him on nuke?
Ooh. I was going to say...
The engineer?
There's nuclear engineer. They have a lot of safety features on nuclear plants as well. So there's like a safety officer. There's like an they got like almost military language on those.
Yeah, it's true.
On those places.
The conductor was just so good, wasn't it?
The conductor is really hard to beat.
If you have any ideas, tweet at us.
Yeah.
We're looking for names to do with nuclear facilities. What can you come up with?
Careful what you Google.
Yeah.
You could be on a list. You could be on a list eventually.
But he is playing very well indeed. It's Shush up to 12-4. Ken opening things up. The aggressive maneuver from Ultimate. I respect it. Give it a go.
My brain's so broken. The first thing I wanted to say immediately when you said was the radiologist, but those don't work at nuclear facilities at all. It's got nothing to do with that.
Definitely not.
But the Liquid comeback's been cut short.
It's starting to shrink, unfortunately. It was a really exciting start. As you mentioned, you said, oh, we've got a good game in our hands here. Things are looking up. We've got a chance of Liquid stepping up on the CT side. It's not over yet, don't get me wrong, but with the full eco on the cards as we take a tactical timeout, They're averaging $2,000. I have the inside info. I have the radar. I have the buys in front of me. And they won't be bringing much to the table at all. It's going to be USPs. You can't actually invest a single dollar going forward. You're averaging 2,000. You're going to get 2,400 into the next round.
Oh,
you can't even buy a P250, Anders. And MOUZ always says you can always buy a P250. I think that's wrong. You cannot buy a P250 right now. You'd be a fool to buy a P250.
personally, I'm tempted to believe almost anything Moses says.
It's fair enough.
But
he's a very convincing man.
He is. Yeah. He's got that aura around him, you know.
That dad strength as well.
Yeah, trustworthy guy, but...
I did have a motto at EPL. I'm trying to be more like Moses in general.
Yes.
He's a very calm, stoic man.
I could have said it better myself. Kind of a role model for me personally. Silige out on long would be my role model if I had any aspirations of trying to play that well, but he's going to get shut down on this one. Wrinkle, couple of good kills as well. Like you said, hardly an investment. I think they did buy a Deagle, and that was about it. That's what they could afford. The rest are on USPs. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. Naf, he actually hits another headshot. What a sicko.
We'll take it. Couple of kills, keeps them modest, but we're getting to the closing stages here. I don't think the finances will be a massive issue for NIP going forward. Even after those reinvestments, we've got a couple of players hovering around $8,000. Liquid, though, they need to find a couple more. I would say the bare minimum at this sort of stage of the game, you need 5. They're currently 6-3 down. You can live trade this game on polymarket.com, the official prediction market of Blast Premier.
Yeah, right, you are. Precarious position to try and make any kind of predictions at the moment here. 6 rounds is pretty good on the T side, but the half is not over yet. Liquid is a tentative buy. They don't have a lot to work with here. Sue, see if he can put that to work on the M4, but it's not going to be possible. Kaspersky in the opening, the flashes are so deadly. It's a good kill for Shush, but I mean, MOUZ couldn't see a thing.
Dude, we talk about these upper rushes, but if they work that effectively, why not just keep running them every single time?
Yeah.
They can't hold them off. There's nothing they can do. This is something that I'd love to hear them break down in the analyst stats. How are they rushing up like that and taking 0 damage on routes?
Also,
These are the sort of rounds we need to look at. Like, why can't Liquid hold off an upper rush right now?
Also, it is funny because it's so well known for Snappy that Liquid obviously know. There's no question that they have the conversation, but we know Snappy loves these.
I guess I can answer my own question. As we talked about the money before, they only had like $4,400 going into this round. Snappy is very aware he's got them on the ropes financially. They're not going to have all the incendiaries they need to actually fend this sort of play off. I think that's what it really comes down to. But the fact you're doing 0 damage on an upper rush and you've lost all 5 players, definitely cause for concern.
Yeah.
And a great round to break down, I would say, as to why that's so effective and how they could have prevented it, maybe.
Really disappointing indeed. You could also see here the position.
Did they miss the incendiary? I saw an incendiary on the floor. Did they just miss the incendiary towards Squeaky Door?
It could have been.
I think that's what happened. Maybe that's the key detail.
Sue was there for all of a second. Yeah, maybe that is it. Because him and MOUZ couldn't even help each other out. They were so far apart on the bomb side as well. That is a real shame if that's what happened. Maybe we could do another investigation. We did one yesterday with the Molotov.
Yeah, that's a really good round to break down. I hope we can do that.
Oh my god, that is Shush opening again. MOUZ, he just gets deleted. He was up on the top of the smoke there. Maybe he could have found a kill with a pistol, but yeah, they're not allowed anything. It's another A attack shooting your teammates now again. That's how fired up he is. He's too excited.
All right, I've seen enough. NIP are winning the major.
He's called it.
It's an early call.
He's made a big prediction.
It's a really early call here. But yeah, this is just a snappy masterclass.
I got FUT winning the major, so...
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's... Okay, I don't hate that. They are very good. That's a sleeper team for sure.
I'm excited. I've been a Dukes fanboy for like more than a year now.
Wow, more than a whole year.
Yeah. 16 when I first saw him play. I wasn't.
Yeah, you definitely were. He probably wasn't born when you were 16.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But I think he's quite good. Anyway, he's not in this server. The NIP certainly are. Round number 12, Henry's the last of the half.
It was looking so good, but now it's just a bit of a damn squib.
We need more. Ultimate's got 3 kills. MOUZ, maybe more critically, he's got 2 kills. Where are they? They need more. Elysia's gone down, but Ultimate did land a shot. Shush snuck his way in towards the bomb site through the vent. Ultimate goes down, so the AWP no longer a factor in the round. Oh,
see ya.
God, Kaspersky. They are everywhere. They're everywhere on the map. I don't actually think Liquid can make any rational calls about the defense. There's a T player in every corner.
I think that's all she wrote. Nath might be one of my goats, but I don't think he's winning this. They're low HP, and he just has 0 information to work with. Where's the bomb, at least? Okay, the bomb is lobby, right? Or is it downstairs? We go to the bomb?
Lobby.
There it is. Okay.
Yes.
There is a chance he finds that. They need to be very careful.
Yeah, especially with Wrinkle on 19 health. You're absolutely right. Oh, but the timing again is so good. Snappy survives on 1 health with a headshot. It's a 9-3 half in favor of NIP.
Total domination.
All right, gamers, listen up.
Listen up.
No, I say.
I say
Bro, just say the next bit. There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
a lot.
People are telling you that you need to learn lineups.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
You're too close. Dude, hold this.
Like this, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why we've used science.
Science, bitch.
If you're not gonna take this seriously,
I am taking it seriously.
then stop.
Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win.
Power formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers.
For gamers. I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro. You gotta turn it. You gotta, no, rotation. You can drink it whenever you like. Just show them, show them. Power! Yeah.
Good.
All right, listen up.
Power formula!
Think less, win more. Ready? Yeah. Think less, win more.
We just read in the Twitch chat that Dupree is no longer their GOAT. I tend to agree, but a great performance from the advert. I want some gamer fuel.
Yeah, I was going to say that you've got what, like the power formula, the 5-time major champion is telling you, like, obviously, I'm in.
And Scrawny.
And Scrawny.
Let's get into it. It's been...
Never forget.
Oh, it's been a bit of a humiliation ritual here for Liquid. They couldn't get going. The upper executions, the upper rushes were way too much for them. We will see Snappy try to close things out early here on the CT side. I dare say they will. But this is the map pick of NIP, bear in mind.
Yes.
We will give Liquid some space to work with. It's the first event with MOUZ in the roster, and for now, they've got some decent map control.
NAF is very deep right now. This could be one of those moments where you get one good kill on Heaven, and then the rest of the defense just completely crumbles. Snappy's the one in charge here with the USP, but again, they're right there. Okay, they're sneaking under instead. I thought maybe Ultimate would try and set up a bit of an attack towards this. Kaspersky's well aware that something could be happening. He's going to get the first kill on Neff. Snappy! That's great observation as well. We're right on the kill with Ultimate. He goes down. Sue fighting for his life. Kaspersky, he gets one more shot with the dualies. And suddenly, the bomb is lost. It's MOUZ and Elige. Two great players to have left in a 1 versus 4 now, but not going to be happening. Kaspersky's deleted all of them.
Oh, you get no plan. You get no real kills. You're going to have to force buys. You're 10-3 down. It goes from bad to worse. I'd be thinking about the second map I'm on the coach right now.
Why did I have to say we had the foundations of a great game?
I don't know why you would say
it went off the tracks immediately.
As soon as you said that, they didn't pick up a single round. It's been nothing but one-way traffic.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I mean, let's be real. With the new roster and the way Liquid have been playing recently, they were never winning this tournament. Turning up and having a good game.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for. This map hasn't gone well. Let's hope they can bounce back on Mirage.
I just love the dream scenario of MOUZ coming in, like, in my mind, creating the space for Elige to do even better. Like this, it can happen. Cat is here.
I mean, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Like,
it just isn't.
Doesn't mean it will.
That's true.
Okay, a couple of kills are available. It's not the worst eco. Actually, a little bit dangerous. Well, threat neutralized. Wrinkle should be picking these ones up. 11-3. You've kept them somewhat humble with a couple of kills, but they are 1 round away from map points. Looking too comfy.
Glad you reminded us, though. It is NIP's map pick, so we don't want to get too carried away sometimes, especially with the new roster. You're just not going to be that ready.
Well, the key for NIP is right now, close this out as quickly as possible. We've seen it so many times. You get to round number 12, you let them get 5 or 6 rounds, they shake off the frustration, they get warmed up themselves, and then they move on to their map pick, and they look like a different team. You want to close this out early. Keep your foot on the throat.
Mirage as the second map.
So don't let them get warmed up on the server. Like, no one's really fragging at all.
That's a good point.
Don't let them get going.
11-0 in opening duels since the pistol.
Holy shit. That's so rough. That really does say it all. Okay.
Yeah. Shout out the B-Trams for helping us out with these stats in the background.
They've been really good.
Yeah, we love it.
Great tidbits every time.
Snappy will take down MOUZ to begin with Wrinkle, and they just keep on going, even pushing the lobby. That's how much extra resources they have.
Time to roll back the years. The look on his face doesn't suggest he's feeling too confident about this one. We'll give it a good go.
Yeah, Snap. That's how he always looks, no matter what is happening. Does get the first one.
He's a one-tap here.
Oh, and he's been stabbed in the back, unfortunately. Oh, it's a nice move for Cairn. Doesn't give him the space to work with, but Manaf is looking good.
I agree. He's 12-11. And I guess we'll take a tactical timeout. It's going to take 9 rounds in a row. Flashy, what have you got for us?
It's going to have to be something truly special to make a recovery of this kind. Saw some pretty sick comebacks yesterday between Furia and Aurora.
It's always NIP at the new handshakes. You see that one? They're going for one of these.
Isn't that what Tyloo have been doing a little bit?
Oh, maybe I missed it.
Touching fingers.
New meta.
It's one of the least studied areas, like the correlation between handshakes.
Well, I remember back in Heroic when it was Tessus and Shush. They used to do the gentleman's handshake, if you remember.
That was funny.
That was a good era.
It made everyone laugh.
It did, and I think that was a problem. When they started losing games, it wasn't so funny anymore, doing that handshake, and it actually became quite annoying for them.
They did stop doing it.
Yeah.
No, but it was great, though. I appreciate it. More research should go into that. Shush top fragging on the server with 17 kills, but the rest of the team is really not that far behind. This whole NIP unit at the moment looking unstoppable.
The hardest round in the world to pick up, Anders, is number 13. I know it. You know it. The audience knows it.
I've yet to do it.
Does NIP know it? We'll see whether they can close it out cleanly. They've got everything they need. You're not going to get a better opportunity than this to close out a game. You're up against 3 pistols, 2 Galils. You've got AKs, AWPs,
yes,
all the util, all the runway. But it never feels that easy. You never see a 13-3.
Oh, here we go. Shush. The fire is not spreading to him. It's actually not touching him, but the Galil most certainly will. Kaspersky, insane spray down, mirroring that Elige triple from earlier. And now it's Sue and Elige I don't know if they could hold on much longer. They're on the site. Kaspersky, he almost had the ace. That's just disgusting work from him. Elysian, a 1 versus 3. If anyone could. But the problem is, he's got to pick up the bomb. It's on the site itself, so he couldn't just escape and try to navigate his way down to the B bomb side. He has to come back here, and they know it as well. Strong headshot to begin with, but Cairn will settle this on Nuke. 13-3, the scoreline in favor of NIP.
Oh, I'm loving this from NIP. Excellent work. And Shush, a nuclear engineer, stepping up with 17 kills. Kaspersky with 15. Everyone's on double digits for NIP. It's full speed ahead as we move on to Mirage.
Full speed ahead for NIP, certainly, but a little bit of a false start there for Liquid. My goodness, that one was a one-sided affair. All Snappy, all NIP, all day.
Yeah, there's nothing I can really say that people who watched the game didn't already notice. Very one-sided, pretty much from start to finish. Liquid couldn't get started whatsoever. Winning the pistol, being up 1-0, you think to yourself, all right, good start, Liquid on Nuke, a new map, integrating MOUZ. You lose the second round, game over. I mean, it's a little bit disheartening to see. We knew that NIP were the favorites heading into Nuke. We knew that MOUZ, as you said, Wu, haven't really played a lot of Nuke within the G2 camp, but for it to be this lackluster from Liquid, that is disappointing. When you consider that there's still, I guess, the match favorites coming into it.
Can I temper the criticism for a second?
Temper it.
Can I temper
How
it?
the hell?
Temper it.
Yeah, go. Okay.
You win round 1, you lose round 2 to an upper rush, you almost lose round 5, round 7, round 10, round probably 11, 12, 13, probably also upper rushes. MongolZ hasn't played this map in nearly a year in an official.
Yeah.
It's been nearly a year. He is the upper player that needed to defend those hits.
Let's focus on the positives for NIP, because I think you're right to highlight it. Those upper rushes were super deadly. Henry wanted us to talk about them on the cast, so let's talk about them. We've got round 10 here, Vu. What's going so well for NIP?
This is just a super clean upper exec where you notice, if you're watching, he has to turn from this flash. It gets the player out of Squeaky because he turns from the flash. The same thing, MOUZ, not ready for the timing, full blind just as he swings out. And I think that's also a little bit of inexperience. You, as an upper player, you have to know when and how to dodge those flashes, and that's why I'm giving a bit of a break to an upper exec coming in on MongolZ who hasn't played the map in that long. You have to know the timing of the flashes that are in the meta right now. I don't think MongolZ really felt that. He didn't have a good feel for it.
I love the double layer as well. You could see the Molotov from MOUZ that is hitting him the first time. That's, you know, the goal of that is to push him into an open position. Then a second layer of Molotov comes in that pushes him even further out, which means that no matter what he does, he will be exposed to the flash. So there's a lot of layers to this execute. I also do agree with you. MOUZ playing inside for the first time in a long, long time. It's a clear game plan coming in for NIP that they want to target that. And I love it because there's a lot of teams out there and a lot of players and a lot of coaches who never in their wildest imagination could ever say something like, yeah, we're targeting this guy, or we know that this guy is poor, we know that Karrigan is playing over here, so we're going to go a lot towards his bomb side. They don't want to say it because they're like too nice and they feel like it's not a nice thing to say, but just watch how they play.
Yeah.
They're basically saying it on the server, which to me is even more disrespectful to some regard. So I love it from NIP. It's a good game plan and it worked out.
If I can swap back to being a little more critical, I think the round that we showed there was a great round. It's a great exec from NIP, but the round where Liquid really lost the game was a couple of rounds earlier. They had just broken the economy. They had put NIP on a barely buy. They just had Galils and AKs. They dry rushed out Squeaky and double entry'd. And that's the type of one where I can expect MongolZ to defend that type of hit. If he can't defend a layered execute with multiple mollies, good flashes, all of that, I'm fine with that. If you can't defend a dry, squeaky rush, that's a problem.
Something to keep an eye on, certainly. It also feels like just a stylistic dream for NIP that they're like, we love an upper bust. We love this. This is like Snappy's go-to bread and butter. And a Liquid team that's not prepared to defend it, that's never going to be a good day in the office. You know who did have a good day in the office was Shush. A little bit more absent in their first series, but damn, was he hitting here on Nuke.
Yeah, him and ex-Kaspersky, again, you know, combined for a lot of the kills and a lot of the impact that came out from NIP, especially in round 2. There's the execute, yeah, coming out, double entering, doing a good job. Shush, at times a little bit underrated, maybe forgotten about, given that he's playing in NIP. He's still very solid, still a great player. Obviously, I've had better times in Heroic, but still doing a good job. Part of what you're seeing here as well is that every single round NIP also found the entry. I know the casters were being fed with information and highlighted it a couple of times that all the entry kills went the way of NIP. We're talking 13-2 in the favor of NIP despite starting T-side on Nuke. Like, what are you supposed to do if you're Team Liquid when you're always playing 4v5 or even more so 3v5?
Yeah, when you're looking at an outer play, I think you can question the entries. When you're looking at the upper rushes, as an upper player, you have to get an entry. You have to prevent the squeaky rush. You can't let someone run out and entry you. Nuke is one of the most CT-sided maps in terms of the engagements in upper bomb site. You're looking up in the sky, you're looking around, players can be everywhere. You have to get the entry for Liquid. As much as I want to credit Shush, he hit some really sick shots and they had really great execs. You just have to be better if you're Liquid.
Well, I can give some good news to Liquid fans, which is that was NIP's map pick. It should be better on the other side of this break.
Naf, in your time in Liquid, you've seen a few teammates come and go over the years. When somebody joins the roster, how quickly do you get a sense for if they're a good fit, if they're a good mesh?
I mean, it's always really difficult. I'd say, like, usually everybody that has joined over the years, everybody's good people, you know. I think it takes a little while to kind of understand how people are as just people, and then also how they are in the game. You know, some players might join the first time and, might want to do everything that they can possibly do for the team, but then, they once realize that, I need to start doing stuff for myself, and then that's when all other things start to come in. But, I mean, everybody that comes here is always good people. Mario's a good guy. I love Mario.
Let's talk more about Mario. Good guy. How is it to play with him so far?
It's been really easy, really smooth. He has good communication, good personality. Seems to fit the team. So I mean, overall, everything is good so far, and I enjoy having him here.
In terms of player fit in general, I want to talk a little bit about Nartz on his way out. Obviously, didn't quite mesh the way you guys were hoping. Didn't seem like he was terribly comfortable in towards it. What do you think went wrong?
He's an amazing player, Nerds is. The only thing that was not really a good fit with him is that he had too much of a voice, I would say, because we already have 2 big voices in Shui and Elige, and I feel like there was just 3 big voices, and we could just not go in one direction.
So you're saying MOUZ is just going to shut up and shoot?
Kinda.
Speaking about your opponent today, NIP, what do you make of them?
I mean, we faced them 2 times this year already. We managed to win both of them, but we don't take this lightly because they're a good team.
Maybe a bit more time needed for MOUZ to be a good nuke player, but a good guy nonetheless. And he's going to shut up and shoot, and maybe they can do some more of that here on the second map of play.
That's what I care about, Mike. I want my CS players that I want to win the game. I want them to be good people. I want them to be really good guys.
You could join Liquid and he'd call you a good people, which says a lot, I'd say.
I want them to shoot the other team in the head and win the game, Mike. That's what I want.
I think in isolation to this game, we can't use that for anything. However, for the future of Team Liquid, I think it is the direction that they wanted to head. If you have too many cooks in the kitchen, it's not going to work out. However, as Wu also said, and I kind of alluded to before, if this doesn't work out, like if Shuhei and Elige for that matter, can't make this lineup work out where you actually get a player that's just going to come in, shut up, and be the aim star that you want him to be without interfering too much with the calling, then we got to start to have a conversation around the in-game leading, the coaching maybe even coming from Flashy, because I feel like the funny part of the question you asked Nefly right here about all the players that has been coming into Team Liquid for the last 2-3 years, sure, they may be good people, but when was the last time Liquid signed a player where you're like, great signing? You know, great signing, that worked out.
Well, I actually am going to disagree with you on this because I think every time I look at a Liquid signing on paper, I think, oh, that makes a lot of sense, great signing. Sure. And then I see it after a few months of play and I think, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, that's the problem. When was the last time you actually like took in a player, you signed a player, and you're like, after 2-3 months, you're like, we hit it, we nailed it. It's not happening right now. Now, as for the reasoning, Mike, is it internally? Is it the culture within the team? Is there something not working out within Team Liquid? Very tough from the outside to say, but it has been a turmoil period for Liquid for a long time, where the switching in-game leader between Twist and going back and forth, having Yakinda leave, couldn't really find a fit for him as well, to now this new iteration of Team Liquid, to a lot of different coaches have been behind them as well. I lack some sort of consistency where at least, the vast majority of the team or the core of the team is moving in the same direction. But right now, I feel like that's even up in there.
I think this is one of those things as well where we're going to have really close eyes on Nerds to see if he gets the bounce back now and towards G2, where again, we say maybe this is a Liquid problem, but let's see if they can find Liquid solutions because we are talking Mirage. What are we expecting to see here, Vu?
Liquid have made some pretty good moves. I think we need to see MOUZ actually showing up here. I give him a break because Nuke, he hasn't played it in a while in an official. It's a tough map to slot in. Mirage, and if we get to map 3, I believe it's Ancient. These are maps where MOUZ should be comfortable. He's played these maps a million times, and this is a map where the individual skill should come to light. When we saw the last time they played on Mirage, it was individual skill, aggression, carrying them, and Nip simply couldn't respond. Now they've got Shuj activated, they've got Kaspersky there. It's going to be a little tougher for Liquid, but I still expect a map 3.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. I think NIP is not necessarily a Mirage specialist team. Looking at where they're going to start CT side here on the map as well, highest performer for them is not Kaspersky. It's just by quite some margin, actually, in terms of putting out the output. So a massive win condition would be for Shush to carry over the momentum he had from Nuke into Mirage, which, historically speaking, for him in NIP has been his best performing map.
Well, we'll see if NIP can shush the crowd and take a victory here, or if Liquid might surge back and give us a series. To bring us through that, it's Anderson Henry G.
What is he drinking?
Oh yes, thank you very much, Michael and the lads. Great breakdown as we get ready for Mirage. It was Shush showing off his doctorates in nuclear fusion on the first map. But can he keep it up? Can they find the 2-0? I tend to agree. MOUZ should be more comfortable on Mirage. Yes. Fragger's Paradise, he went 4 and 15. We need to see a lot more output from him. The only beacon of hope there was Naf on 13 kills. I think this one will be a lot more competitive. And they get to Ancient, then we've really got a game on our hands.
I really want to see everyone tested here. It's elimination on the line, so, no mess-ups. Liquid, now this lineup has to activate. There's so much on the line. Here, map number 2 is coming up, and I'm definitely excited. I think this NIP team, when they look this good, you can see the future for them. You can see that they could build something bigger than what they've been able to achieve for like a decade, maybe. It's been a really long time since we've seen such a powerful NIP lineup.
It's exciting. Let's hope the second map delivers. The first one certainly did not. Absolute blowout, says Team Liquid. Looking down the barrel of elimination, going out last place in the tournament. They need to step up here, show us there's still some life in them yet. Now we're starting on the T side, ladies and gents. We've got a smoke, flash, and a Molotov, and we're sending 4 players over towards the B apartments. Shui and T-Spawn, I assume he's got the util, and indeed he does.
Yes.
So we'll slow things down. Shui will be waiting for any sort of CT side aggression by the looks of things before he joins the boys and enters into towards that B bomb site. Got to get past the raid boss though. Kaspersky had a fantastic tournament. It looked so strong individually.
They just wanted to see if somebody was there. Maybe they've been studying up and figuring out what exactly NIP like to play.
So it won't be the B finish with mid util going down, mid smoke towards the window. Got himself another as well. Smoke lands. You'll love to see that. Good start. Oh, don't love to see that for Elige.
Straight delivery.
Actual max damage grenade there.
Couldn't have been more perfect. Connector for the other smoke that you mentioned that he picked up in spawn. So that means they can now make a bit of a split towards the bomb site. Kaspersky hanging around in the ladder room, but it's going to be Wrinkled. That's for the smoke. We need to see a replay. How is he getting the kills? I don't even know. Elige hunting, but he can't get it. Shush jumps into the corner and comes back out with a headshot. Snappy to go down with a kill, or gets the kill on the NAF, and he will pick up the last one as well. I don't believe it. How is he getting the first kills? Did he just shoot them through the smoke and connector? There's no way.
I don't know, Anders, but it's another nightmare scenario. Liquid get nowhere near a bomb plant. It looks like they've got a clean read. They knew exactly what they're up to. The timing of that grenade suggests you've watched their demos, you know their tendencies, and you've timed it very specifically. And Elige, yeah, he should have got at least one there towards Kitchen. I don't think it makes much of a difference, but either way, it doesn't feel good. Again, has to be the full eco. Glocks across the board. And 2-0 for NIP, looking to knock Liquid out of the tournament.
A bit disappointing. You come off the loss on Nuke. It's a pretty devastating loss in some sense, or at least a comprehensive loss. Would be nice to win the pistol here in your own.
I mean, at least get a bomb down, at least make it competitive. They didn't even get a look in there. It's got absolutely dismantled. Here we go then. Grouping up. Forming the snake in towards the underpass.
You're just hoping for a kill, steal a rifle. That would be crazy work, but okay. Some dinks coming out. Wrinkled definitely feeling the pressure here. They're jumping to try and catch him. Now backup is being called for, though. Looking pretty good at the moment. Ultimate will go down, and not a single casualty on the NIP side of things.
Certainly not, Anders. It's Ultimate. We need to see more output from as well. Sure, it was MOUZ with 4 and 14, but Ultimate also 4 and 14. Shui 5 and 15. Like, they didn't really turn up at all. It was only Naf and Elige finding any sort of impact on that first map. I agree with the desk, though. It's the first time in a while that Mario or MOUZ has played Nuke, so we'll give them that.
Yeah.
It's going to take some time, which is always the motto of Team Liquid. We need more time. And we're going for an A execution to kick things off here.
Simultaneously the most annoying response, but also the most true.
It's just every tournament they say they need more time. It's just, they're boring now.
Well, here we go. A full-on A execute. Everybody knows what this is like. Even Ken, he's ready to catch Elige as they try to make their way up. That's a big loss at the beginning of the round, trying to get onto the A bomb site. So he's sneaking past. That's an insane shot. I can't believe he won that fight, but the bomb is on the ground now, and Kaspersky, so many bullets in the M4A4. He even does the damage on the Nafly.
Come on,
they're
man.
in trouble.
They can do something with this. Ultimate, what have you got?
What?
There it is. Okay. A lifeline. A look into the round now. It's not a foregone conclusion. They give this one up. They've made things uncomfortable. A fumbled spray.
Oh, yes.
Has opened up the door of opportunity.
You really slipped up on that one.
That's an absolute gimme of a kill.
It is. You could even see he was crouching forward. I don't know what happened. Bumped his mouse or something. They're going to get Nafly, though. Good work for Can. They salvaged the situation, but that could have been devastating to the team morale there.
Yeah. Again, though, and there's no bomb plant.
The Apex. Let's do the one where we go underground.
It's a great kill for Sui. I thought that might actually give them the platform there, but it's a big difference if Sui can get into the smoke and plant the bomb, obviously the clock now turns against NIP. The pressure is on in a different way. They have to play that 2v3 very differently, but no bomb plant allowed. They do have Tech 9s and a couple of Deagles. NIP, though, they've stolen 3 AKs. Oh, dear.
That is not good news. If you're not aware... Oh, God, if you miss it... I'm not going to say missed. I didn't catch it as a body block. Maybe it was.
Intentionally missed.
I'm trying to be more charitable these days.
I've noticed, Henry.
We're going to say it's a body block.
You really are learning from MOUZ, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah.
Be like Moses. It's my new motto.
We should all.
Might need to work on the acronym, but yeah. Be like Moses.
Oh dear. That's not a window smoke.
Let's see whether they can do anything with this.
What would Moses say in this?
What would Moses say? He wouldn't be happy with this at all.
No, I don't think so.
Former coach of Team Liquid, he would be stewing.
Kaspersky gets one ultimate. It's a good headshot, but man, Kaspersky's fired up. That has me worried. He was good on Nuke. He's looking deadly right now. 8-1, and even low on health, he's ready to go. He wants more fights. Nafly, any kills, it all helps. It can all accumulate down the stretch of a game. So
you're clutching at straws now. Holy shit!
I really am trying to
all
win
of these kills.
The next bottle.
They're mollying themselves, dude.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They have to keep themselves warm because the Counter-Strike certainly isn't.
Okay, early days. We're having some fun. Hasn't been a great game so far. Not much to talk about, I'm afraid. Nothing really to analyze. It is getting absolutely wrecked. Every encounter, every fight, they've got the advantage. Whatever they had in mind, shut down early. They wanted to send 2 players towards the underpass, but Kaspersky, as you might expect, perfect position, really making a name for himself as being one of the new dangerous riflers in the CS2 scene.
Probably one of the hottest stocks at the moment, it feels
I think
like.
so, yeah.
Just because I am on that copium anyway, maybe worth pointing out, they're on the T side of Mirage.
Yeah.
Probably going to increase, I think, a little bit once they get to the CT side.
If they have enough runway to work with.
That's what I'm saying, just to get a couple of rounds at least, get up to like 3 or 4, and then there's something to build on here.
All right, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's early days, you lost a pistol. First gun round wasn't great.
He's a real demon in that A connector. That's his best position, Henry.
Best position in the map pool?
In all the maps, yeah, currently.
Cool. Interesting.
Round number 5. We've got AKs back in the hands of Liquid. They need rounds. Oh, it's a big opportunity. Wrinkle, that's super dangerous. He actually could have got himself killed there. Shush has been navigating the underpass position there. MOUZ and ultimate. Those are the openings that you are looking for. They get one each, and now they can slow it down. They got so much time in the clock. I like this. Take a little moment to breathe here. You don't have to do anything drastic. Bombs to the top mid. Looks like it could be an A split, especially because Naf's position in the palace. I don't think anyone even knows that he's there.
If you don't convert this 5-3, call it a day, lads. Got to make sure this one goes in your favor. You've got all the time in the world. Map control is yours.
They even smoked the window this time.
They even made a window smoke. In towards connector we go. Molotov is short to allow them access in toward that connector. So far, so good. Everyone's stacked towards B. They've won this round. It's over. We can take a sigh of relief there.
I guess from NIP's point of view, it's a rational choice to just either defend B or save.
We want to hold on to these AKs, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, no.
We won't be saving one of them.
Don't hold on to the AKs is apparently the way to go. But the AWP on Wrinkle there. A weird start to the round for him. It felt like the smoke was a bit late. I think it could have been faster. So he had an opportunity to just crouch and shoot, but instead he was jumping through the window and almost died. So not ideal. But he is the highest rated player for NIP on this map. Yeah, I think on both sides. Good map to be opening if you know what you're doing. Difficult if you don't enjoy being smoked out. You need some tricks to blow open the smokes. Maybe some teammates to set you up for it. Wrinkle, he's got some kills, so it's not the worst start for him. But finally, Liquid are on the board. They get the opening kills, they get the round. It's a 4-1. So, slow start, but very recoverable. MOUZ. That's what I expect. That's what I want out of my MOUZ, out of my doctor.
The doctor is in session. Finally showing us some of that brutal aim. Nice shot towards short, denying one of the AKs. But they do have plenty of money for the follow-up purchase here. Team Liquid needs to start posting a few rounds in a row. Kaspersky, relentless aggression as you might expect. Feel like Shui should have him here, but it's going to be Ken with the swing. The bait and switch. Ali's trying to make up for it, but takes a nade to the face, down to 38 points of health. Bit of a reset required here. They've lost the in-game leader. He'll be calling from the grave. Smoke down towards connect up.
It's good work. Really trying to blind that CT side as to what's happening in the middle. So far, so good, but eesh, is that a friendly grenade? I swear that was a tracer from the T side.
Comes down to this. If Snappy gets more than one, you can't win this round.
Spray's not good, but he does get the first one. A lot of fire in the back end. It's a double kill for Snappy. Unfortunately, MOUZ is back. Oh my god, it's another headshot. He's taken down Wrinkle.
The problem is you might think the bomb site's clear now. Yep, you're running out with the bomb in your hands, and Ali's left into the clutch. Up against Ken. HP advantage for the CTs here. It comes down to a one-tap headshot required from Alige. Will have to use his brain, not his brawn at this point. And there it is. Positions well. It's a very, very important round here. Shuts down the finances for multiple players. It still is a buy. Kaspersky has 7K, Shush has 6K. So they can drop weapons here, but it's a very important victory. Keeps their head in the game as Team Liquid do win out in the 1-versus-1.
Educational moment there where they've already cleared out the 2 bomb site anchors on B.
Yeah.
Very hard to deal with. It's a good catch. Second round as well for Liquid. I did not think they were going to win that round. It looked like it was impossible, but MOUZ, he was so quick to clean up.
He's starting to get warmed up now.
That's what he's here for. Many have asked if he has the medicine to cure this team.
Might be the... Eventually, sure. I don't think
what they need.
I don't think we're going to see it in this tournament.
Could be the season where he gets back on Vicodin instead, you know. For the pain.
To be fair, we said Snappy needed 1. The fact he kind of fumbled the first frame, got 2 was pretty impressive. MOUZ, though, what a shot that was on the triple.
Yeah.
Alige, had to get a nice flick as well. Looking locked in, low HP.
Yeah. We said it yesterday. We never doubt Elige's mechanics.
Oh, no.
That's always there.
It is mental we need to keep track of.
Yeah.
A execution Anders, all 5 players here. Can play in front of the util, which I think is what they're going for. Making their way out of the choke points. Wrinkle to strike first blood.
Yeah, that's an important kill. Those A executes, you lose a player early on, it could get really wrong. Ken, he's good for the 1. And peeking up on top, Kaspersky, they've got rid of him. MOUZ, back in the driving seat again. 3 versus 3, but he is very low on health here. And Sui, unfortunately, checking the wrong side behind the flashbang. The bomb is planted, yes, but look at the health that's left here on Liquid. This should be an impossible round, made even more impossible by that deep touchdown on the MOUZ. That's how you get rid of them.
Very convincing finish there. NIP will find their 5th round, save their finances. Remember, it came down to a 1v1 before as well. We'll check out the cash for Alige and Co. going forward. I think they should be fine with the bomb game planted, but...
Look at how different this NIP team looks when Wrinkle is actually hitting some of these shots. I know he messed up the spray earlier, but in general, he's been hitting some good kills in this game.
He has the potential to be one of the great AWPers.
Yeah.
We just need to see more consistency from him. He's very aggressive, can do some very flashy, impressive things, but sometimes that's not what you're looking for. Sometimes having a more Shiro-style AWPer that just hits the shots that count, plays at percentages, that's what wins you trophies.
Yeah. It should be a big warning to anyone playing that window when there's no T smoke in the window and they do have the upper smoke, because very often they'll blow it open like they just did.
Exactly.
You got to be thinking about that, and it could have cost them an early death there for sure.
Yeah, a lot of teams opting to do that initial smoke on the corner, get towards the mid boxes, then smoke the window, then smoke connector, so you actually get the 20 seconds out of it rather than trying to scramble up. Once
you get even more time. That's exactly the point. I like that. Well, round number 8 here. It's not at all too late for Liquid. They could do this. Elige, he gives them an opening. Ken's been hitting some difficult fights at the start here, not coming out on top, but this one's a free kill for Snappy. Unfortunately, he's not quite ready. Naf will take him down, and MOUZ, haven't seen him miss many kill opportunities at the moment. He is their weapon to get back into this game, and this round is won. Sjuush and Kaspersky, real far away. Elige is actually holding this connector, so there's a chance even that he could stop the rifles from rotating out, but God, it's good to see MOUZ do this much work early on Mirage. Big chance, I think, if he keeps playing like this, I feel like a third map's looking very promising.
Oh, absolutely. He's doubled his frag total that we saw on Nuke within 8 rounds. He was 4 and 15 in the previous map. He's now 8 and 6.
Let's go.
There's a kill here as well. Looked like there was. At least should still find him.
Sui might find him, but not in the way that he was expecting. See if Elige can. Hunting it down with the AK. Okay, good work.
This should be the first tactical timeout, I would say. Let's have a look whether it's going to be called. I think the money's in a pretty uncomfortable spot for NIP. They've saved an AK-47.
They've been good at smoking off connector and window and putting pressure on Snappy. I feel like that's been working out for them.
Yeah. It's a good point. They don't hit the timeout. They will save the AK, get a few upgraded pistols. No real Kevlar there. Kaspersky will get a deagle and some protection. Should be, though, a bit of a walk in the park here. Naf seems to think so. Tapping away nicely. Good damage towards the second. And that's going to be an open invite in towards that A side. They know Ken's been tagged, and Shui, lovely shot there. This is more like it from Liquid. Their map pick. They're in the flow state right now. Comms are looking good. Coordination's there. Night and day compared to what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, Liquid fans in the audience going to be enjoying this break from what looked like a very ugly trend at the start of the game, but definitely have turned it around. 4 rounds already on Mirage, T side. I'm super happy with that. I expect that they're going to be stronger coming onto the CT side. Elige, good mechanics. We got MOUZ leading the charge between just the two of them. That's a lot to deal with. Wrinkle. Just timing alone. Curious if it'd see anything different here. Kaspersky's playing that short position again, very far forward, but hasn't found a chance to see anyone yet. They got 3 people in the middle. Elige just absolutely handles him. That's very nice. They had connector, short, and window, and those 3 players on the CT side couldn't really help each other out. Oh, he knows he wants to press the advantage. Hungry to find that shot, but it will be Sui instead. Again, Ken, he's gone down a number of rounds here without having a chance to fight anyone.
Should be no chance if it's Snappy. 1 will do. No chance in the second. Okay, Anders, that shouldn't be happening. That should not be happening at all. The Molotov will flush him out. Finally taken out by Ultimate. The round's back on, though. 2 versus 2. It's Elige needs to backstab here. It all comes down to this. Elige gets this. Oh, my goodness. These kills that are looking like they're lock-ins.
They should be. Now it's Ultimate. He makes the jump down. He's not trying to hide himself. They already knew he was coming from this direction. Spray is good. He actually takes down Wrinkle on that. But Sjuush is already out. He's revealed himself. 35 seconds. Crouched in the corner for the headshot, but Sjuush will somehow live. He should have died on both those fights.
Excellent work there from Sjuush. Top fragger on Nuke. Put on a bit of a clinic in the first map. Huge clutch. Keeps NIP in the lead here, a 2-round game. It all started with a 5-on-4 advantage as well, but like I said, you should not be getting... It's just the spacing there, dude. Like,
right.
You're giving him a chance to reset the angle, close range. Like, no one's even considering that angle. You give it a little face check, but the spacing's so off, there's no way he should be getting 2 kills that cleanly in that sort of position. Just mistaking the fundamentals there, I'm afraid. Getting a bit too carried away. And you've let NIP back in. That was a great chance to tie things up.
Even winning that round, they have no money on the NIP side.
Yeah.
If it had been Liquid winning it, then that probably, they could even walk away with a bit of a lead going into the second half.
But they have been finding these openers each and every time, and that
yeah.
trend continues. 5 on 3. Last round coming up next. You pretty much guarantee yourself 8 rounds on the board here.
It's to the point where you got to wonder if NIP still want to fight for middle. I know that if they don't, they give over a lot of tactical control of the map to Liquid, but at least if you're going to fight middle, maybe try and push top mid then, if you really are doubling down on that. Nice shot from MOUZ, my god. Shush never stood a chance, and NIP are already going to be saving here. So that was just a bump in the road in that last round.
I said 8. I obviously meant 6, because you win this one and then the money will be broken for the last one. You'll tie things up.
I try not to do math on broadcast at all.
I tried, it didn't work out.
I feel like it's an invitation to look stupid.
Yeah, and I fell into that trap. Doesn't happen too often. We didn't see the landing this time, but Ultimate certainly has. Clean round. My point was, win this round, money's broken, should be an absolute open goal to get the final round of this first half.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think math is important anyway. Have you seen Twitch chat? I don't think they...
No, they're nice guys.
All right. You're not trying to antagonize them. Sometimes you got to poke them a little bit, I feel like, you know, get them riled up. Otherwise, they just do the same copy pastas all day.
So there's no loss bonus at all. We're talking $1,400 or so per player into this final round of the first half. Liquid right back into it. 6-6 looking very likely. After how things went on Nuke, we'll definitely take this on the T side of Mirage. They've saved 1 AK-47, but it's going to be pistols, SMGs, and surely a chance for Liquid to tie things up and give us that 6-6 scoreline. It'll be a tactical timeout called by Nip.
I feel like it's a bit late, but I just would have loved to have seen a different mid approach from Nip on this side. Like, either maybe don't fight so much near the connector and catwalk, or again, just double down and push top mid then. If you really, really don't want Liquid to have that space. But I feel the way that they've been doing it, it's been a lot of individual fights. It's been one guy dying in connector, and then another guy dying on catwalk, and then in the window, and it's like, it's all happening one at a time, and I'm not seeing many opportunities for NIP to actually refrag any of those kills. Round number 12. Last of the half, we're seeing all the utility we know and love towards that mid position here. All right, Ken, he does want to push. It's a 5-7. But I still think this is more interesting. We'll see if it works. They have to back on out. Bombs in the hallways. Snappy with an AK. He's done a lot with less, but this time he runs into MOUZ first, and that's a problem.
GH, lads. Don't see how you bring this one back to life. You've lost your AK, pistols on the retake, and it's going to be a 5-on-4, which should come to its logical conclusion momentarily.
Yeah, right you are. Elige hanging around in the connector. Don't think they realize they've passed each other. So it's a funny little moment here. Doesn't have any impact on the round, really. Except for Elige getting another one.
Wrap it up, Anders.
Yeah, we're good to go. We've got this half in the bag already. Kaspersky's going down last, and they tie the game 6-6.
I wouldn't say it's a meme team. I think they're trying their best.
I don't think they're contender or even close to being that with that team.
They're already out of the major contention. I think that's weird.
On paper, BC Game has a decent team. I think the Portuguese core and like they were good when they were playing for SO, and also now they have more experienced players in Simple and Electronic, but from what I've seen, they don't look the best as a team, I would say. So I'm not sure if they need to do some changes or just change the way they play a little bit.
The level is super strong right now, even in the tier 2 scene, and it's hard to claw your way up the VRS points and to be in the elite tournaments. But yeah, they can make it happen if they are a quality team. Actually, maybe they need some more time.
I think Simple can definitely stay there and be their main star player because everyone knows who Simple is and how good he was, and I think right now he's not on the level he was before in my opinion, but he can still be pretty good in my opinion and in tier 1 team or tier 1 tournaments.
Do I think Simple have what it takes? I think he has, but I don't think he reached the same level as we're seeing of Dong and Cyber today. It has to be a unique scenario where he can come back to being a top 3 player in the world, but can he be a top 20 player in the world? For sure. And that's where I think BC Game has to look to put better pieces around him. Somebody who looks up to Simple and accept how he can be sometimes, because he's a straight shooter. Let's just put it like that.
Rise and shine, gamers. Day 4 here at Blast Open, and Liquid have finally woken up. They are looking decent here on Mirage, especially the likes of Elige. We're seeing great shots from MOUZ MD as well, Anders, and we go 6-6 on their map pick. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling the third map could be possible, but they need to win this pistol, revitalize the squad, get their head in the game, and show us that they can go the distance.
5 opening kills towards the end of that last half. Very, very impressive. I feel hopeful as well. I think Liquid have got this, but let's see. There's no one defending the B-bomb, so it's not a good sign to begin with. A retake is what's needed, but they have the smoke kit combination, so anything is possible here. They're going to get smoked off themselves. Yeah, it's going to be a full-on bomb plant, 5-on-5 retake, but I'm never counting him out with that smoke kit.
Smoke kit is key. Kill here for Shui. I was about to say looks likely, but it's going to be Snappy tucking himself in. They have to respect the smokes. They're trying to boost. They are running out of time, but it all comes down to the kit. Wrinkle to open things up.
That's a big kill to start with. It narrows that retake coming in just from Catwalk now. More or less, Shush gets one more, and the smoke kit can't even get close. They couldn't even throw it.
Might as well save it now.
Yeah. Wow. A full-on mid-take for Liquid. One that they even turned it into a push. I actually think it's a sick pistol idea for Liquid, but it was the most hard counter imaginable.
We've had pretty crazy counters from NIP today.
Yeah.
Remember that grenade down towards the underpass that landed on the Legion, the pistol? I feel like they just got a good read on exactly what they want to do in the pistol rounds, and they just walked into an open B-bomb site, suggested you knew that would be the case.
They've been studying.
I think so. They've been in the lab all week.
Who knew that was going to pay off? I wish someone would have told me.
Timeout in round number 2?
Okay.
You don't see this too often. I don't know what you would even say. I guess if you're taking a full eco, not really much you can do with it. You saved a kit and a smoke, so are you force buying? The body language suggests he's not happy. And I don't see any purchases on my screen, so I guess this is more of preparation for the follow-up round.
Very curious.
Maybe trying to use this kit smoke in some sort of Gigabrain sort of setup and try and get a ninja defuse going. But yeah, maybe the comms with it. Maybe everyone was just, maybe there was some bickering going on after the pistol. Maybe just wanted to calm everyone down. I don't know.
Oh, you've teased me with a ninja defuse.
That's all I can really speculate, because there's not much you can really talk about in this sort of round. So I guess either the comms are falling apart, or they're preparing for the next round, or somehow they're going to go for a crazy defuse here. I don't think that's really going to be the outcome, but let's see.
Who wouldn't love that? So rare. Got everyone at the B-bomb site, so just a bit of a stack. Obviously, this is not how you wanted to set up for an inner defuse. If you're going to do that,
no,
hiding someone on the bomb site somewhere. But this could still work.
It's ultimate with the kid in the smoke, to note.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be a talking point, but Flashy maybe Maybe he's been on the demos. Maybe he said their tendencies are always towards B on these sort of rounds.
Yeah.
Let's get that stack going. If we can cause some chaos and drop the smoke on the bomb quickly, maybe we can get a 5-second defuse on all the carnage that's going down. They are heading towards B.
Okay.
Where's
So far,
Ultimate?
so good.
So he's going to be tucked away.
Yeah, he's somewhere in the back there. There is a boost up on the box inside of the site, but they are cleaning this up. They're going to check everything. Once you find this many players on the bomb site, you'll check for every corner.
All right. He did go B. He was right.
Yeah. So at least he could feel good about that. But
like I said, I assume the timeout was for this follow-up.
yeah, you're probably right.
And tomorrow you're doing Nico for Roland.
Very interested to see how this one plays out, because I think MOUZ is playing a different role as to the one that Nerds was playing on this map. I think MOUZ is going to be playing that front of A site. I think Nerds is playing more towards the connector at the B bomb side of the catwalk. So, oh, that is a strong start. Elige gets blown up. Wrinkle's going to get the kill on the 2A. They're just not ready in the middle. Ultimate, a follow-up kill there would have brought the round right back for them, but now it's a little bit tricky.
I was going to say, the round's not necessarily done. MOUZ alive and kicking. 3 versus 2. It's not over yet. Naf vacates the B bomb site. They pump the brakes for now on the NIP side. 2 players in CT spawn. Hungry for information. If he can just find one straggler, they're onto something. This weekend, really nice defensive position towards the connector. Even a one and done here would be absolutely fine. Or secure the round. There it is.
Almost looked like he was going to mess that up.
Problem is now they know exactly where Naf is. Recover the bomb, going towards B. Snappy's already locked down the kitchen.
Yes, that's a good point. Naf was really good on Nuke, but he's had more of a struggle on this one. It's fair to say. If he could clutch this one, then all will be forgiven. Through the smoke, he's just ready to charge on in. He almost could have caught the guy planting the bomb, but there was no way for him to know that, and he can't complete the mission, unfortunately. So 3 in a row for NIP to start the second half with. That is pretty good for them, but for Liquid, it's a nightmare right now.
Yeah. You can see what they're up to. Going for the aggressive opening gun rounds here. We had Roland from Poland getting flashed in from the connector. 2 players jumping out the window, but Kaspersky with a great spawn beats him to it. They get a couple of opening kills, only 1 in return, and no one saving a weapon. So looking very likely to be 10-6 here.
Also a lack of mid-smokes in that last round, which again, on the CT side, like you might not think, but it's a warning.
Because they know there's no AWP available, right?
Yeah.
They've got the AK-47s. If anything, they want to take those jewels.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Sneak out from Roland towards the palace. So he might find... No, he's just going to find him. I was hoping.
Yeah. Not really much for me to analyze in this round, I'm afraid. 5 on 3 early, trying to get those deagle kills. A little bit of damage inflicted towards Kaspersky. Shui's already low. 10 rounds pretty much locked in. See if MOUZ can make a difference. He has got a devastating deagle. There it is. Didn't look like a headshot, but we'll take it.
3rd bullet headshot. Ooh, it's close. Saw some frustration in the first half from Ken, and he did go down a lot in the connector. I feel like it was getting to him eventually. He's still got 8 kills, so it's not like he's not having an impact on the game. But maybe the second half he could shine a bit more. Another bomb plant, another round. The atmosphere's really changed for Liquid. 6-6 was great, but the economic struggles at the start of the second half is making it very, very hard to build a comeback. Can they find a way? Not in this round, but in the next. Okay, that's a great picture-in-picture. We've got an AK. Very tempting. He got close. We're not close enough. Well guarded. It's a 4-round lead. Don't want to say it's the last chance for Liquid. We're getting close now to the point where it is.
Well, this will be indicative of whether it's going to be a competitive game at least. They've got the AWP now. They'll have all the rifles. Gone through the motions of the opening stages of the half. You've lost a pistol. You lost a follow-up conversion. You lost the first gun round.
Yeah.
Another eco. Now, has to be very promising from here on out. Elige making his way towards short. Ultimate in towards that window room as Shui maybe take first contact here. Kaspersky Leaping up in towards the window. Ultimate should be aware of this. Thing is, if you miss one shot, Anders, you're done for. You're cooked.
The combo showing as well. He's not even going to get a chance to pull the trigger.
He had no idea.
He really had no idea. Sui will. Important return. Shuts down Kaspersky. Sure, she's going to be dropped by MOUZ. Again, like I said, playing that front of A position. And even looks like it's moved Elise around a bit. Ken will take down Sui. Round is not over. 3 versus 2 now. Wrinkle. Very late at top mid. You could see Elise was not ready for that fight. He thought he was going to be battling someone in middle instead.
Come on, Naf.
Yeah, they are calling
Show us
number.
some magic.
We need that. He's already tagged up, though. They know exactly where he is. And they know where MOUZ is as well, because he got the kill earlier. Or at least they know he's in that area of the map. 40 seconds. Naf back investigating, hugging the wall.
Problem is, if they go towards shore, they've got a nice flash here. They can alley-oop it. Smoke down towards connector. Are they going to face check or flash it first? Oh, the spacing's awful, lads.
It absolutely is. MOUZ showing up on the other side, and he gets both of them. A huge 2 versus 3 for Liquid.
Okay, we'll take that all day long. 3 versus 2, low HP. Kind of fumbled and rushed it a little bit there. NIP, give one over. Money should be absolutely fine, but a lifeline gifted. Like we said, opening frag. Luckily for Shui there, brought it back to an even keel. And nice work there. Just...
Well played. Nice recovery, guys.
Yeah, very nice recovery, agreed. Let's have a look then. Round number 18. A execution, an old classic. A fan favorite. All 5 players here.
They're going to put MOUZ at the test.
The doctor will have to be surgical with this one.
Yeah, he's going to be swinging a scalpel any minute now. Oh, that is some good surgeries. Cut open the cranium of Ken.
First incision has been made. Man advantage. Molotov will dislodge him. This is where things start to heat up for him. Needs a couple more. Can't get it. The spray is messy, but they maintain the advantage. Naf fly from way downtown. Makes it work with the AK-47, and Liquid are on their feet. 3-on-1.
And the money's not that good for NIP right now.
This is their golden ticket back into this series.
I don't want to say we're past that point yet, but I was starting to feel like this is going to be one of those Liquid games where they just choke up and disappear, and the whole thing comes crumbling down. One opening for MOUZ is such a difference maker. Naf stepping up. Very slow Mirage from him. We can't escape that. Nice shot from Wrinkle. Even as a positive Nafaholic myself.
You're a Nafaholic?
I'd say so. I've got to say he's been playing a little bit poorly on this map. Started to get there, though.
Oh, dude, those 2 kills there from the ticket booth were beautiful. Can live trade this game on polymarket.com. Official prediction market here at Blast Premiere.
Yes, indeed. Running live at all times, I do believe.
It's kind of taking over the world right now.
That is true.
If you want to find out what's happening across the world in any subject, go to Polymarket.
There's always something going on. Well, we are seeing slow resurgence here, Liquid. Money could be better, but you're right. Double spray down for Napa on the ticket booth. And now 2 rounds separating the teams. They saved the AWP on Wrinkle. That's great news. He's got 15 kills, along with Snappy and Kaspersky. All of them at the same scoreline, kind of. Opportunity. Ultimate drops very low behind that fight. They're not coming back for him either. They're leaving Shush in the palace. Underrated sometimes, walking out of palace with no warning.
Oh, absolutely.
Like no grenades, just walk.
Well, your favorite team, Foot and Jukes especially,
yeah,
that's his signature move.
Yeah, it's like, on paper, it seems like the dumbest idea ever. But in reality...
But that's why it works so well. Yeah. No one expects it.
Because once you hear the flashes going over the A side, you're fully alert. Like, okay, now my brain is firing. But sometimes you fall asleep a little bit in there. Round number 19. I'll take any excuse to talk about Jukes.
Oh, me too.
Smoke there at the top of connector. Molotov in behind. Ooh, it lands in the smoke, so Not exactly ideal. Counter smoke's coming out now.
8
50
splits.
seconds. Yeah, you're right.
Should be fine here. Ultimate's in a nice spot. Needs to be careful of the flashes, but I feel like he gets the opener no problem. MOUZ hasn't missed many shots so far. 16 and 12, looking much better. Shui to open up the fragging. Nice grenade. Should do some considerable damage there. And we are looking comfy.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Liege gets one as well. Snappy and Wrinkle. He's got that AWP back there, Wrinkle. And again, it's only 20 seconds. I think moving forward here is never going to net you anything at all. Snappy can't really escape, but Wrinkle, maybe stay back and just get some good damage in, save the AWP. That's got to be the plan here. Snappy now even thinking about walking away.
Good discipline here from Liquid. Got to commend them on that. There was the temptation to swing and try and take him down towards Sandwich, but you've got the AWP covering it. Do not risk any kills at this point. Time runs low. Snappy will hold on to his M4. That's absolutely fine. Naf going for that kill was worth it, but didn't work out for him, and it goes to a one-round game. They'll save the M4A1S and the AWP. So sure, the money is broken, but the round is still going to be dangerous going forward here. Liquid need to lock in, cannot afford to let this one slip. Huge advantage, not going to invest too much around it. Snappy will bring Tech9 and Kevlar. Oh, actually, no, he was the one who saved, right? So he gives the M4 over to Kaspersky, I suppose.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't want Kaspersky with the rifle?
Oh, no, he's an absolute demon.
Weirdly, actually, a choice that a lot of teams don't make. It's one of the things that gets criticized a lot. You know, the guy that saves the rifle gets to keep it, but if you can give it to Kaspersky, why would you have Snappy use it?
100% agree.
But it seems to be like a gentleman's agreement in the teams that you don't want to do that. But Snappy, he's a real leader.
The best in-game leaders, you'll see them do that. They have to be sacrificial in that sense.
Could appreciate that. Sue is the one playing this connector position now. Bit of a switch up, I think, for Liquid that he's here. Nicely done. Wrinkle is down. Some MOUZ setting up the flashbang going over, but you got to be careful. That orb is on the other side. It's Ken who's picked it up, and he makes great work of it. Ultimate decides to reposition. Elige now coming in towards that window and towards the jungle as well. Can launch another kill, but they're down to 40 seconds here. And MOUZ is still on the bomb side. Ultimate is back there. This is a really interesting crossfire they've got going on out in the open. MOUZ just good for the one, but that will do it. Shush nearly dies to it. A flicked up connecting. Incendiary going over, trying to do some more damage. The spray really, really fantastic there. Elige will take down Kaspersky, and Shush, he might be good, he might be reliable, but this is asking too much. Double for Elige. Liquid are back on track and hunting for that third map.
Oh, you'd be right, Elige. Definitely a light buy around the saved weapons. We will see a tactical timeout.
Somebody does maths.
We'll see whether NIP can go back to their winning ways. Feels like Liquid are in cruise control right now. This CT side has been very promising. MOUZ, after only posting 4 kills on Nuke, is up to 18 and 14. Ultimate's finding the picks that really matter. Elige is having a good performance. Shui actually finding some nice opening picks as well. Got that one towards connector. Good teamwork. The alley-oop flash yielded that 5-on-4 advantage.
Okay, I'm starting.
There it is. Nice movement. And then a pretty clean finish in the end. It was Elige that denied the diffuser, planter as well. The bomb went down, but he got him through the box.
Obviously, not necessarily a highlight round for MOUZ, but just the value of getting one instead of no kills. Like it's underestimated sometimes. Like if you can make yourself always find that one kill, easier said than done. But
Snappy is playing very well. 17 and 8. 24 of his 30 kills have been headshots. That's wild. Like he's not known for his mechanical ability. He's one of the old boys.
Yeah, they don't focus on that. Try and win using their brains instead. But every once in a while, I mean, look at Karrigan yesterday. He was trying to carry them through the game.
Trying his best wasn't enough, and that's always what I say with those phase games. If Karrigan stopped fragging, something's actually gone horribly wrong for them. It's great for Karrigan, you love to see that, but it never normally equates to a victory.
Sui in front, wants to play. He knew the smoke was coming up, but Kaspersky gets the double. Wrinkle will find Elige. This is not good news.
Well, you know Naf's the B anchor, and he's got the AWP. Secondary AWP has been established. The turret has been set up. MOUZ is burrowed away in CT spawn, so they've got some open runway here in toward the A site. Whether they'll get in there quickly and plan is yet to be seen, but it looks to be absolutely fine here.
I actually would love to see MOUZ try and go for like just a late round here. Maybe sometimes people exit this bomb site way too quick. I'd love to see him hide and just... You mentioned the ninja. Maybe that's on my mind now, but it's been done before.
No one needs to hunt in CT spawn, boys. Play together, hold crossfires. Don't need to take these guns away.
Yeah, but if they start hunting too early and he gets one good kill on someone exiting... Okay, they're not far enough away. It's a nice attempt.
That's just going to save and spawn.
They have money on 2 players there on the Liquid side with the saved AWP. I mean, it's still, you can still make it a dangerous round in the next one for sure. But NIP get to 11. Just as Liquid were right in the middle of that comeback. They prove on the NIP side they are not that easy to put away. I said Nuke was going to be a close game. It wasn't. But this one, this is a different matter. Would still love to see Ancient to the side as a third map. If and only if we can get there.
Unlucky round there for Liquid. I don't think they do anything particularly wrong. Kaspersky, beautiful spray. Unfortunate the second kill was through the smoke. Sometimes you can't really do anything about it.
It felt like Sui made the choice to already be on the fighting side of the smoke.
Yeah.
And then Ultimate probably wanted to join him.
Yeah.
And then it just got interrupted in the middle of that rotation.
Yeah, I don't think that's any massive mistake or anything like that. It's just really great play and a fortunate kill on the second from Kaspersky. Good awareness, of course. Enjoying this game, at least it's competitive. Money's still fine for Liquid. A couple of concessions with the MOUZ MD FAMAS. They do have kits, though. They have the ultimate AWP. 1 round away, though, from series point, elimination point for Liquid.
I feel like MOUZ is the sort of guy you could give FAMAS and still he could have a lot of production with it. So maybe he will be just fine. He's playing a position that he's been very efficient in right now. Early smoke, but this could be a very quick hit for NIP. They are all on the ramp. Kaspersky is top mid, but there we go. MOUZ, he starts it with a kill on the shush and ultimate. He follows it. This is exactly what they need, and he could have had that kill too for sure. Nice setup for it there. It'll follow immediately afterwards. This is great work. What a defense.
Very significant round as well.
I do kind of like it though for NIP. Sometimes in the beginning of the rounds, the CTs are busy taking mid control. You can execute while they're doing that. You might find, maybe not an empty bomb site, but you might find a light defense. And it was kind of light. It's only 2 people. 1 with the FAMAS.
Kaspersky, I'm afraid he just has to save here. Even a kill or 2 wouldn't really mean too much for them.
For a whole minute?
That's what he's going to have to do, I'm afraid. Run some replays if you like. He ain't going for this.
Maybe worth pointing out, if people are just tuning in, we've got a long day of Counter-Strike coming up ahead of us.
Should we go through those games?
We got all the games. Yeah, I know you've got the knowledge, you've got the inside info.
I do indeed. You and I will be commentating MOUZ versus NZ. What have you made of NZ so far? There's a new plucky team,
They've got
a new lineup.
They've got some players, but this is I think for me, this is the test of how low can MOUZ sink in a very short time.
Yeah, that's also a lower bracket game. It was MOUZ crashing out 2-0 against the Mongols after where they normally do their best work. The quarterfinals at EPL.
Yes.
They talk about they're sick of being booed by the crowd and the pressure gets them. They had the home crowd advantage there. They were in Sweden and had Brolan on stage and still completely capitulated there.
Yeah.
Now losing to Mongols pretty convincingly yesterday, they're on a downward turn.
Yes, they are.
If they lose to 9Z, I feel like that'll be
the worst yet.
The beginning of the end for this roster.
Well, even the loss to FUT, people were talking about roster changes. Immediately, the community were up in arms. This will do it.
This might do it. We will see. Obviously, nothing will change before the major, but...
You say that. They fired Neo before the major.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm doing
Still baffling that decision, but they are going to force buy, just to know NIP. Shush is a bit of a UMP specialist. Difficult weapon to operate with on the T side.
Comes down to this, doesn't it? Last 2 rounds in regulation. At least everyone has some money. UMP, maybe not ideal. Him and MOUZ have really been going at it. It seems like Shush and MOUZ just have their own private battle over on this side of the map while everyone else is doing something else. I feel like MOUZ is coming out on top a lot. So much so maybe that Shush decides not worth it. Can't do it. I don't want to be here any longer. Flashed in. Doesn't investigate the bottom of the ramp. It is risky. They're going to go for another split. There's going to be heavy connector. Big choke point.
Popping it open. Hello.
Oh! It even took an extra second. It's like Snappy was holding his breath in there thinking, is he going to shoot? He absolutely will. 45 seconds. This could be that third map for Liquid. If they win this one, I think it's almost in the bag. 40 seconds. The bomb is now making its way down towards the underpass, but Henry, there's only 35 seconds. I hate this so much. They need both Naf and Elige right now.
I don't think there's a way you can win this.
No. If they do, they have Kaspersky to catch rotation. So, but you need the kills. Naf will not allow it. Gets them both down. Now the primary operator, it seems. He's doing all the work.
That's going to be map point. The double orb setup, paying dividends here. Naf looking comfy. Gets himself a couple. Shush, once again, no choice but to save. Playing for overtime now. Liquid are on their feet. Not much celebration.
No. Not yet.
I would say
it's also a Naf fly, so.
Yeah, I'd say try and get a bit more fired up there, rallying the troops, but
it's one of my favorite positions to off from in the B hallways there. Because sometimes when you shoot people, they fall back in the couch.
Sure.
And it just looks...
I see what you're saying.
You know?
Yeah.
Naf is the sort of person who would murder you and put you in a couch. Display.
Well, you won't get many better opportunities than this to close out a game. Galil's, Mac-10s, Deagles, a saved AK.
Oh.
They know that the AWP is over towards B in the hands of Naf. Are you going to try and focus that?
I think you're exactly right. That's got to be the plan here. Hunt him down with a Mac-10, but I'm not sure who's doing the hunting right now. Ken, certainly with a good return kill. Elige on the spray, but it doesn't connect for once. The mechanics have failed him just a bit. And now they're on the site, hunting for overtime. It could well be happening. Deep grenade, it very nearly kills Shush. 6 health left. MOUZ now showing up to the fight, and that's what they need. If they can do anything, Ken, though. He's stolen an AWP somewhere along the line, and he does get the kill on the MOUZ. So the super weapon is gone for Liquid, and Ultimate and Sue. Did they do anything to get onto the site? Sui's actually smoked off on short right now, so I don't even know if he can really be part of the fight at the moment. Good spray, a little bit of damage. Wrinkle goes down. Ultimate with 1 kill, but time is running out, and Shush will get the job done on just a little bit of health left. They find overtime.
Oh, it was looking so good. Naf with the opening kill, but Ken with the trade. They managed to find that space in the B bomb site. It comes down to the 1 versus 1. And there will be Shush to close things out with the Galil. Bear in mind, they entered that with, what, Tech-9s, Mac-10s, Galils, 1 AK save in the previous round. They can't hold on, and it's all reset, all their hard work. Unable to finish things off in regulation. Will be NIP now to remain on the T side. Those are the sort of celebrations I want to see from Liquid.
Yes.
Fucking nice, fucking nice.
That's what I want to see.
I feel like Ken is an emotional player, like on both sides of the coin there, but when he's winning, he gets very excited. I do love that. Here we go.
Who is the hype man for Liquid? If you had to choose one player, who's the guy like that who's going to be rallying everyone and getting them excited? There's no one.
Sue.
I guess so.
Maybe MOUZ now. But yeah, you're right. But I think it's a really valid question. Like, or at least the question highlights a problem. Problem for Ken as he goes down early again. Deep grenade that tags everybody down on that ramp. MOUZ. Oh, he's been a god at this A bomb site. Very hard for NIP to make their way through when he's playing like this. 22 kills. Yes, they finally get one on him. But Kaspersky's alone against the wall.
There we go.
That's it.
There it is.
More passion.
A bit more passion. That's what we like to see. Smiles all round. A execution. Swept away there by MOUZ. Tactical timeout coming up next. Masterclass on the A bomb site here. Ducking and weaving, dodging the flashes, those small details. Dodging that flash, resetting himself for the next duel. Great reactions, great aim, great play up.
This is the idyllic scenario for Liquid. You slot in a new player, he takes up a position, and he just fulfills it, you know, more than you could have hoped for even. Could mean that Mirage is a map that could be potentially really strong backhand for Liquid in the future. Something they can pull out early on. One of the big problems with doing roster changes in general is that your map pool suffers. You have to sort of reinvent a bunch of things. So if Mirage, I'd say already looking pretty good, like it's really early days. But this could be one of those maps that they are dangerous on. First round of overtime goes their way. And seems to, all right, a little bit more of a fight here. We're looking for one. Decides to escape towards the connector instead. And a default for NIP. I think it'd be funny if one round MOUZ actually went into the palace to fight Shush, because he's been there the entire T side. Just to find him a single time.
Well, we won't be seeing anything too quick here. The bomb's back in T spawn essentially. Tug of war towards middle continues. Leech comes out on top for now, boosted towards short. We'll find Wrinkle. And towards window. That's the double for Leech. He's in their heads right now. Bullets in their back.
Did they not see him go into ladder room? I guess they didn't.
Guess not.
That's one of those moments where the information lacking really cost them. They weren't even checking that vent. 40 seconds. Crouching on through Shush, hoping for an opening, but he's dead. Naf is holding that crossfire. They don't have even a single casualty. Great defense.
Recover those AKs, boys. You're going to need them on the CT side here. Looking for the clean sweep at 3-0. Don't give them anything. Recovering that massive loss they suffered on Nuke 13-3. Yeah, it's much more like it. You can see they're a lot more comfortable.
Here we go. They're expecting Elise to fall back off the box there and just fall back into the bomb site, and he just didn't. Oh, here we go. Ultimate. They know that Shush has been here the whole time. Now they're hunting him. I really like the attempt by Shush, actually. He was ready for that one, and Ken takes down Ultimate. I said it'd be cool to see, but it actually backfired.
Elise is still alive and well, though, Anders, but not for long. Nice shot on the AK-47. At least get one on the board here. Naf will have nothing to do, nothing to say. They did try to change things up. The two-man play towards the Palace backfires. Let's let NIP back into this one now. One round on the T side in overtime, that's enough. What about Util and Spawn as well? All for naught. Zero chance here, just playing for stats, essentially.
Yeah, there is there's a smoke on top, why not? Not like he was going to win it anyway. There we go through. Snappy gets the headshot, and NIP get 1 out of 3 rounds in the first half of overtime. I guess that's something, but pretty good defense overall for Liquid, I must say. It's gotta be. It must have been tempting for them to go hunt Shush, because when you know he's there all the time, having that information to always know where one of the T players is, yeah, it made sense to me as well, but did not work out. Good shots from Ken. 14-13. Everyone's really getting warmed up in this game. Like, no one's really lacking behind enough that it's worth talking about. Dare I say it has all the makings of a great game?
Maybe. You might be onto something there. Well, here we go then.
In regulation, on this CT side, Liquid kept winning this mid-fight all the time. They shut down these NIP players in connector. This time, Kaspersky opens it up, but I'd love to see NIP handle it differently. If they want to win this, I don't think they can just take the fight here in the connector against the Legion MOUZ.
They just need one round on their T side, and the Legion is going to be fighting for it. Still alive for now. Naf will make his presence known from the Palace. It's going to be Ken tucked away. They've got the man advantage here. Very important kill. Does Naf have the presence of mind to pre-fire this corner?
Well, Shush has to help him out. He has to be more aggressive in CT spawn. There's Ken with the 1. What a follow-up. He transfers it onto Elige, and there's Shush on the ticket booth. Will take down Ultimate. MOUZ, if anyone could, it might be him. Gets the quick one. But now Snappy's walking up behind, and Snappy's been playing mechanically very well. He sees the gun barrel. He knows he's there, and that's an easy shot for him to win. 1 versus 1 against MOUZ.
Snappy has been playing very well today. Fair play to him, 19 and 14. Huge round, denies map point for Liquid. It was close, it was uncomfortable. But they live to tell the tale. We said it was all down to Ken.
Yeah.
The fact he gets that double is massive. He stays alive long enough as well for his teammates to rotate in.
Nice, good job.
Let's see
I love it.
what they bring to the table next. MOUZ up to 23 kills. Aggression.
Yeah, this is sick. They only tried this once in regulations, and it was with pistols. Finally, NIP decide to throw out a different defense, turns it into a bit of an offense there, pushing that top mid position. But it's traded evenly, and Liquid might be okay with that. Tapping away, dangerous game for Shush to be playing.
My Kaspersky so deadly at that sort of range. M4A4 from way downtown. Finds Naf, maintains the advantage, and Snappy, again, 1 kill would suffice. 0 would not.
That's what he needs. Elige is hunting him though. So he knew he was in that corner. That was the other thing that worked for Liquid, was trying to put pressure on Snappy over at the site. Even if he's been playing well, they actually did convert a bunch of kills against him and got the bomb plant down as a result.
Gotta go for it. Difficult retake, they'll go for the boost.
Yeah, they're all retaking from the catwalk as well, so it'll be very easy, I think, for Liquid to just shoot down the range here. Ultimate certainly starts off well enough. Wrinkle, he needs a mistake. He needs somebody to peek him. If that doesn't happen, you can see there's no way through. It's too late now. You needed that peek from MOUZ at the start of the retake. And obviously Liquid, smart play. They don't give it to him. Good shots. Doesn't matter at all. 15 for Liquid.
At point found. Ancient is our last map as well, and bear in mind, that's where MOUZ is an absolute specialist. He made a name for himself in Tier 1 CS on that particular map.
Yes.
With his antics towards middle. He will be feeling very comfortable there. He couldn't get going on Nuke. Firing on all cylinders here on Mirage. And it comes down to this.
Perfect. I would lead it on ramp, guys.
NIP fighting for double overtime on the CT side.
Uh-oh. Is it only going to be Shush on the A-bomb side? Look at NIP. All towards middle. You could see Liquid want to go this really quickly. I don't think they're going to be slowing this down right away. The speed. They want to take the map. Find a third one. Shush.
Oh, dear.
Good for 1 spray down. It took a while. It took too many bullets. And Elige is taking him down instead. Bomb now following. They're not quite planting yet. They don't have the space to do it. And Snappy decides to brave the fire through the jungle. And he takes down Elige as a result here. Naf's going to get outdone. The bomb's planted now. But MOUZ, he's very low indeed. Even the bomb ticking in the back is not going to be enough here. Kaspersky will find him.
Come on,
Double
Ultimate.
OT is on the line now as Ultimate has to find 4 kills to try and stop that bomb defuse. And they did not even give him a chance. And IP don't give up so easily.
Great recovery. Nice move from Snappy as well. He saves the day there.
Yes.
Braves the flames. Runs through the fire, realizing his teammates under a lot of pressure towards connector. Swings out, gets the easy kill. His teammates able to recover the man deficit. It looked a bit rough there. Shush went his spray down here. By his standards, he knows he should be getting at least 1.5 there. Lucky to even get 1 with the missed spray. He heard them coming. Couldn't hold on to it. Fortunate to get 1, but can once more raise a sharp with that M4.
Nice Bliat is my favorite combination.
So we go again. First round. Double overtime here. Liquid were up 2-1 in that first half, unable to convert. Grenades exchange, damage inflicted towards Ken, down to 2 points of health. The taps are coming through. MOUZ knows where you are. Can you get out alive? I don't think so.
Is he alive? He's got the AWP now. But Kaspersky's gone. Wrinkle. Okay, at least he gets the kill onto Naf, but Elige is very fast to return that one. bomb is at top mid, and there's plenty of time for Liquid. They got the man advantage. Ken being this low, he just has to think about his positions. He can't just maybe be as forward as he'd want to be otherwise. Snappy here, taking the fight straight to MOUZ. That's dangerous, but the way that Snappy's been playing, he's not afraid of anything at the moment here. Backing on out.
Ooh.
18 and
another
finally.
peak. Ultimate. Okay, that should be enough for the round here. Should being the operative word. Shush is alive. Cam will join him with the AWP. Shush will need 3 kills here, Anders.
He's got an HE. I mean, if it lands...
I mean, it's going to have to be a hell of an HE.
It could be. One of those holy hand grenades from Monty Python, maybe. No, not even a little bit.
Excellent work. NIP. Give that one up. It's Liquid bullying that B bomb site. Huge man advantage. Shush can't hold on. Trying to change up the pace, trying to get aggressive in towards that underpass. Pick that. Shui, nice shot towards Ken. Made light work of them there. First round will be theirs, no problem. Number 2 coming up next. No change of setup here. We're not seeing a double AWP coming in from NIP. We saw that from Liquid a few times.
It actually worked forward now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's kind of sick. That's a fast way to take this corner. There's nobody on the other side that he could fight. They have left Kaspersky alone in charge of B. So this is an interesting, like, what a switch up. Snappy's been anchoring that B bomb side alone quite a bit, but now they've really made this change. Is it enough to hold back Liquid on this middle part of the map? I guess is the thing we're about to find out. I'm totally wrong. It's Wrinkle, not Kaspersky at all. Forget everything I said.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm lying.
Dude, this guy is an animal getting kills through smokes. He's done that multiple times on the T side. Now just gets a double without seeing anyone. Ooh. As MOUZ finally takes him down. We've got a 3 versus 3. MOUZ low. 56 seconds remaining. It's Wrinkle. AWP posted up and towards B. Going to be surrounded soon. He's got MOUZ in the backtracks as well. Decides to park up.
Still got 45 seconds here. This position is so valuable if they can actually get onto the site.
Yeah,
like I was saying at the start, Wrinkle's alone at the B bomb site, Henry. So can he do anything here? He's been staring down the line of this hallway the entire... I don't think he's moved once. Now he's finally going to go back and check. Time is absurd. MOUZ goes down. Wrinkle, now he's going to realize...
Take it easy, Wrinkle. Stay alive here.
Yeah, might as well get the kill. 21 in total. You could see, though, how that round can work for Liquid. If they can get past Wrinkle, then MOUZ's position just quadruples in value. You're right about Kaspersky as well.
Doesn't see anyone. And gets a double kill.
He's using the NG system.
On earth is that? He had so much conviction as well, his positioning and crosshair placement. He knew exactly what he was up against.
Yeah. Oh, we're not slowing it down. Next round, straight into it. Ultimate has found 2 kills. Kaspersky first, and then followed up by Wrinkle going down. MOUZ is taken care of.
So this is a 5-on-3 advantage. Here's the replay from Ultimate. Double kill, first towards window, second towards that connector. Excellent work from him. Ken knows they can't rest on their laurels here. Needs information, needs to find some impact. The A-bomb side wide open. If Shush can find this kill, the round's back on.
Elige hiding in the corner. Ooh. It's well played. They're pushing onto it. They know they've got it now. Ken is hearing Elige run back through T-spawn, but that doesn't really matter here. Once the bomb is planted, which will be any second now.
Oh my god.
My god. I actually thought he had that one, or at least would have done the damage.
It was the default plant, so it wasn't in the open.
It did look like, well, even where the boxes meet, thought there was a chance that he could have done that. Sneaking up behind is Ken. How much could he do with the M4A1 is the question. Well, now that Snappy's gone, it doesn't matter. Good headshot, but now they know everything they need to. Cyril will find the kill. Liquid take a bit of a lead.
2-1 again. This time on the T side. Huge advantage. Ultimate from his POV. Beats the spawn. Nails the second. The flashes just don't catch him. He times it to perfection. Elige aware of the Shush push. They were hungry for information, hungry for that rebuttal. Get a lot more than they bargained for.
First team to 19, if my math is correct.
Yes, indeed. 18-18, we do it all over again.
Nip are 2-6 in overtimes this map for the year. Okay. Minute and 40, so right at the start of the round, and they are pushing up onto that ramp. They want to try and see if they can beat MOUZ, and finally, they do. He has been a real problem for them on this bomb site, but they managed to break on through. Kaspersky unleashed towards the connector. A grenade over us. They may be trying to come through here. He's so active. Does get a lot of damage on the other side and finds a double kill to start with. The bomb is planted here. Looking real good for NIP right now to pick up a round here on the T side to start with. Snappy goes down. Shush, though, lands another grenade. I can't believe it doesn't kill Sui. It looked like it was dead on top of him. But only Naf has any real health left. It might not matter for Ultimate. He's got the AWP. He'll find the shot, shooting Shush in the back. And Kaspersky and Wrinkle have to do some more work. That bomb is ticking very rapidly right now, but they have kits on everyone. Headshot on Naf. How has he done that? Wrinkle with the double spray down. Pulls out the Glock, and I think time has run out here for Naf. He finds the kill. Does he have enough time for it?
I think he's got it.
Is that really the case? It's so... But he can't get it done. Look at NIP. They thought it was over too.
I thought it was. I thought he had that all day long, but it wasn't meant to be. So unfortunate. Such a great effort on the retake there. Naf, it felt like he did enough. But it's Kaspersky once again, cracking things open. So much output, and you're right, every move he makes is so considered. Every grenade, every swing, it seems like he knows what his intention is. Getting maximum value out of every peak.
It looked like Cam was holding his breath too.
Yeah.
Like, what was happening?
I honestly thought Naf had that. Crazy work.
Oh, it's one of those moments. The bomb is planted in a slightly different position. He will have it. Okay, here we go. This is the kind of Counter-Strike that we get up in the morning for. This is what we want to see. Nuke was a bit flat. It wasn't what we wanted.
Oh, Nuke was rubbish.
But this is exactly what we need. I like the fact that they're putting pressure on MOUZ because he's had so much success. But the sheer speed with which they hunted him there, even he couldn't stand up to it. He's 26 kills. MOUZ only outdone by Ultimate. 27 you said earlier. Thought he's got something.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Ultimate's output. This is the Ultimate you like to see. A chance to open things up again. No double orb set up to note on the Liquid side. Kaspersky, though, is the danger man. And finally taken care of. Great shot from Elise as he jumps up on the bench. He's more than ready for it. Double headshot to open things up.
He's just pre-aiming at that angle, Elise?
Yep.
All right, then. Love to see that. Shush. Spending his whole T side in the palace, even in regulation. They know he's going to be there. Ultimate. That's pretty brave from Snappy. Can't question his dedication to the cause in that round, but maybe too brave. And MOUZ knows he's got somebody in there. He's lured into it as well. It's like, oh, he's reloading. I'm going to get him. Wrinkle alone. Nice view of the middle at least. Don't know what else to say. He's not going to win the round.
He's not going to win this round. But can he hold on to the AWP? Time will tell. They know where he is. Might as well try and hunt him down here. This is for map point, bear in mind as well. Liquid will have a huge advantage. Olivier had a lot of pressure. You've guaranteed at least triple overtime picking this one up, which they already have. Wrinkle just wants to take that off to the next round.
MOUZ is sneaking around the back here. See how much they want to commit to fighting him. Time's run out. Finally missing a shot. He's pretty sure he's going to be peeked from spawn. Grenades as well, but he lives.
Needed that. Would have been a difficult buy. And we'll take the tactical timeout here. It's called by NIP. One more round would do it. They save the orb. Looking for triple overtime. Liquid trying to take us to Ancient. Down but not out. They did not turn up to nuke whatsoever. Felt like another disaster class from the North American organization, but now they're in the driving seat once again. They were unable to close it in regulation against the MAC-10s and Galils. Another chance here to take us to a third.
Well, just because we spent so much time criticizing Liquid's mental, both, especially in the past, maybe, I feel like this is the kind of game that maybe they would have crumbled in already. Like, they're still fighting. They're still looking like they're super dedicated to this. So it is actually a better look, even though they're having a hard time winning this map. I do kind of like the feel of it.
Ultimate and MOUZ at the top of the scoreboard is what you love to see. A Legion huge output as well.
Yeah. Here we go.
One more round to send us to Ancient.
Look at Kaspersky, flashed into the middle through their own smoke, and now he wants to fight so badly. He's
Same
back.
fight again.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's saying, you know what, Elige, that was just it's a fluke. I'm ready to go. Burns out Sue. Doesn't find a kill. Bombs there at top mid, and with a double position in the B hallways. Wonder if it could be another B split coming in here. We've seen a couple of them already. Ooh, Naf.
Double orb.
Yeah, you said it earlier. Used in regulation. Okay, they're bringing the bomb towards connector now instead, so maybe they change their minds a bit. Good start. Kaspersky gets one. Doesn't care that that's the ult, but CT spawn. Wants to fight it anyway.
No way, dude.
To take down Ultimate. He's so deadly. MongolZ, he should be dead, but he's staying alive much longer than I was expecting there. Gets the kill on Kaspersky, and has given his team a big opportunity. The bomb is lost. 35 seconds here for Shush. This would be a wild clutch if he could pick it up. Naf is already in position here. All he has to do is keep his ears open. Listen for that bomb plant. 20 seconds, or just about. Sure, she can't find anyone.
Should be done.
Yes.
Make him plan. Go in together. You've got him pincered.
You said this many times yesterday. Make them tap the bomb. Don't fight them beforehand. 10 seconds. There's the tap on the first one. Naf, he goes down. And now there's only 5 seconds left. Just enough. The spam coming through, and it leaves. Decades of experience to pick up that one right through the box, and it's enough to bring Liquid to a third map.
It felt like it was going to be a nuclear meltdown after the first map. 13-3. It felt like Liquid were evaporating on our screens. They were going to go home dead last, but they keep fighting tooth and nail. World-class performance from Ultimate. He steps up and goes above and beyond, and we're going to Ancient, baby.
Never in doubt. Only took a kill through the box and a 1v1 to make sure that one didn't go third OT here, Jacob.
That was a wild game of Counter-Strike, and I guess the game of Counter-Strike that we kind of anticipated, we kind of expected coming into this one as well. We labeled it as a 50-50, and I don't think you get a much more 50-50 game like here on Mirage. I feel like Liquid were having the upper hand for the vast majority, especially when we got into overtime. It was them being on match point in pretty much every single overtime, so only fair enough that they finally closed it out 19-17, but that could have gone either way.
Jacob, I didn't doubt them for a single round.
Shut up.
I doubted them for the whole game. Okay, I doubted them from start to finish. And the fact that not only were they playing at a solid level individually, they were forcing NIP to go for execute after execute, because every time NIP went into mid, they just got picked apart, but they still somehow let it get that close. Little concerning.
It's quintessential Liquid, right? When I went 12-11, it's like, well, you can earmark yourself for overtime. I do have to say, I stuck my head in the Liquid team room to harass them when we were going to second OT, and I got the DeMars DeRover guarantee that there was a 19-17 finish scoreline. So that guy knows something, apparently.
Apparently, Mike, apparently. It was good for Liquid to win that game. It would have been a disaster for them to go out, in this fashion and lose it 2-0. So for them to stay alive, it's not over yet. That's a very good sign for Team Liquid, especially when you consider the win conditions in this game. We spoke about it, MOUZ not doing anything whatsoever on Nuke. This map, he was full of impact.
He certainly was. Speaking of those win conditions, speaking of those positive signs, MongolZ was definitely delivering. I mean, we saw in that final round as well, right? Stuck in towards Sandwich, a position that really should be a one and done. Somehow producing 2 out of nothing, making it happen for the team. A lot of those moments where you feel like he might not get anything and he managed to deliver something for the squad.
And that's if you were paying close attention to how MOUZ were performing and how he was playing. That's where he's at his best. He's playing A, he's playing in the positions where he basically has to play as a turret. There's no communication, or not too much communication. There's no, having to make a move that then will impact the teammate next to him. He just has to play as a turret, focus on his aim, and get the multi-kill if he can. That's when you get the most out of MOUZ. When he's not having to rotate, when he doesn't have to juggle with nades all the time, when you put him in sandwich, when you put him on A side, when you put him on balcony, where basically all he has to do is focus on getting the kills. That's when you get the absolute most out of MOUZ. That's what we saw on G2, and that's hopefully what we're going to see more of on Liquid.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I think MongolZ could go down as one of the great role players if he stays in that role. I think Liquid know how to utilize him. They know where his strengths are. It's to be more quiet, not to be trying to move people around the map. Just be on that site, like you're saying, hit the aim maps. In that last round, everyone thought it was over. It was going to another overtime. MongolZ with the double, and then he buys enough time for his teammate to rotate in. Elige gets the third kill. That's MongolZ at his peak.
And speaking about MongolZ and Elige, if we cast our minds all the way back in the first half, we never would have gotten to this OT without some serious star impact from these two players.
No, round 6 is where NIP lost control of the game because they were actually off to a good start. I know it's almost an hour ago. You see it right here. It's a 4-1 scoreline. Again, NIP in control. They get the first couple of kills, then it gets ironed out, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a 1v2. Elige and MongolZ are the ones to bring it back. Now, you can always count on Elige in a clutch. You can always count on MongolZ in a clutch when they rely on the aim. And at this point, had Liquid lost this round, it would have been 5-1, obviously, for NIP. No economy for Team Liquid. We're looking at a very strong half, a very strong start for NIP. I think this was the moment when they fought their way back into the game, as the first half also concluded 6-6. Without this one, Liquid would have been out by now.
I think it's also very important that we heap some praise on Ultimate's shoulders as well, especially in towards overtime, delivering for this team. He's been under the spotlight. We've criticized him our fair share. He delivered here, Vu.
He's been under the spotlight because his opping is sometimes a little inconsistent, and Liquid rely on him with the op. I think he did a great job with the rifle at times in this game, and a great job with the op as he went into overtime. I was questioning where the op really was. He pulls it out, and he just sits ticket, and he hits shot after shot after shot. I think Ultimate is a player that almost gets underrated a little bit. I don't think he's a perfect opper, but he's not nearly as much of a liability as people want to make him out to be, and this is a great example of why.
It was a stable performance. It's one of those where you can trust him being posted up with AWP, especially a lot from ticket towards connector. He's going to shut down that area of the map. That's what made it so difficult for NIP to default and use connector and work connector. We saw it with csgo, who did everything he could in his power in order to carry NIP. But when you have an all player you can rely on, when you can trust him hitting the shot, or at the very least closing down an area of the map, makes the work condition for MOUZ, make the work condition for Elige, who's roaming around middle, so much more easy. So a stable performance and something we want to see more from Ultimate, and that's the whole critique. We don't see it often enough.
It's something they're definitely going to need. Now, one of the pleasant surprises for NIP, one of the reasons this has been so close, has been the performance of someone we don't normally expect to be showing up as an individual on the server, Snappy. I think we need to give him his flowers because he has really been delivering something as an individual here.
2 maps in a row. You know, I don't know if he watched karrigan play yesterday for FaceClan and be like, oh, wait, so an in-game leader from Denmark can actually frag out. Let me try it. Because that's what he's been doing today on both occasions. You're right. On Mirage, he was doing an excellent job. I'd say in the first 24 rounds, you know, kind of zoned out in overtime, probably focused on the calling, focused on the pressure and keeping the boys in line. But overall, I want to give it to Snappy. He's been a positive spark so far for NIP in this series.
I would say Snappy is definitely outperforming what you would expect from him. He did cool off near the end, as you're saying. He was at 1 point 14-5. I think he ends this one 21-20. He doesn't really pop off the continued pop off you're hoping from him, but at the same time, he's not Shuhei playing connector where he can constantly get activated. No. He's playing B site. If he's doing a good job, generally that means the other team's not going your direction. They're just going to avoid you. They're going to try and hit the other bomb site. That's more or less what Liquid was doing. They weren't really going his way, so he didn't have too much opportunity to get activated later in the game. But when he did, he still won a couple 1v1s. He won the rounds he needed to.
Yeah. I was just thinking about it, you know, because he played a great game, but there was one moment in the game, I think it was scoreline 11-11. It's a 3v3. Snappy is alone on the B bomb side. Elige walks out. He gets the ding on Elige, but he dies, which means that Liquid goes up 12-11. That's sort of like the one kill in the game that decided it all. Had Snappy gotten that kill, called for reinforcement, called for backup, stayed alive, again, NIP would have won this game. So in terms of, you know, where was this game going, it was one kill, essentially, at 11-11 that decided whether or not Snappy was going to win or lose this map.
Sometimes it's going to be like that, especially if you're continuing to rely on your 30-plus-year-old IGL to try and deliver the frags. But we'll see if they can go back to that well, because there is one more map of play. We'll get into Ancient after this break. One more map to play here between NIP and Liquid. We said it might be a bit of a challenge, and it certainly was on that second map. It was a battle through and through into double overtime to secure it. Now we go the distance, and it's all to play for between these two squads.
Yeah, I think, again, we're back to square one. We're back to a 50-50 game, to be completely honest. I can make a case for why NIP could win. I can make a case as to why I think Liquid is going to win. First and foremost, on the Liquid side, MOUZ, a map he's comfortable on. I also do feel it's a map that is easier to slot in. We heard from Liquid that there's been a lack of practice. It's been 2-3 days in total. So in terms of slotting MOUZ in and making sure that he is comfortable, which we saw was a massive win condition on Mirage, I think that's one way to put it for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think MongolZ slots in on this map into a pretty comfortable position for himself. It's the rest of the team that's made some adjustments. MongolZ goes into his spot, but it was Nerds that was playing middle. So you actually have a pivot from a different player into middle. I think it's Naf that's moving into middle. And then you have to make some sort of adjustments, but I think the rest of the team, they should be pretty comfortable. They should be able to play around it. And NIP, when you look at the way they lost Ancient against PARIVISION, with Kaspersky dropping 30+ kills and not a single other player on the team getting above a 1.0, I'm a little concerned about their Ancient, even when we look at it from the realm of Liquid are, what, 4-loss streak on this map with losses to teams like OG and Gaming Gladiators. I still have to lean towards Liquid on this one.
Well, NIP have lost 4 of the last 5 times they played the map, so both are going in with a bad record, so to speak.
Well, it's a bad record until you change it, right? And we know that Liquid are changing the positions. Speaking to Flashy, he had mentioned that they don't have the time after this to keep tweaking things, so they've got to make the changes now. They're going event to event to event. So I guess we'll see. The proof is in the pudding, right? The proof is in the server. What are our expectations? Based on what we've seen so far from these first 2 games, which way do you lean?
More of the same. I think it's going to be a close matchup. I think it's a map that can go either way, to be completely honest. Again, we praise MOUZ for being a massive win condition for Team Liquid. It goes without saying that Elise will have to step up as well. And when I look towards NIP, the one player that is always carrying them on this map is Kaspersky. I think his average rating in the last 10 times they played it is 1.32, which is not bad at all. Even more so, his T-side rating on this specific map, 1.52 on average. Without Kaspersky playing well, NIP will not beat Team Liquid. Simple as that.
I'm going to reiterate what I said at the beginning. I think NIP is going to come in with a better game plan. They're going to come in with better strats, but Liquid is just too much better individually. They have MOUZ, they have Elige. They're just a better team individually on the server. No matter how well NIP play, Liquid should close this one out.
That's what we're maybe expecting to see, but if it were going to go the other way, beyond Kaspersky, what are we looking at? Who's going to be the key here? Who could be that difference maker?
I mean, easy to say Wrinkle in some extent with the AWP. He's doing an okay job on this map in particular. If anything, I'd say Snappy. You know, I think once you have your weakest link, so to speak, playing as well as he is right now on the first 2 maps, if he can somehow, some way find it in him to play 3 good maps in a row with the same amount of output he's had, that could be a way of mitigating the one star that is Kaspersky. So eyes on Snappy to do well again in that cheater position, which we see a lot of in-game leaders tend to like.
I want to see Shuhei improve a little bit. Honestly, looking at him on Mirage, he plays connector. He forced a lot of fights, didn't do very well. He's given a lot of space on this team. He's not really necessarily supporting his teammates the same way you might see a Snappy, where he's just throwing utility for his team. He puts himself in positions to frag. He needs to actually show up.
Eyes on the IGLs. My eyes turn to our big brains. Anders and Henry, take it away.
I'm not sure about big brains, but big hearts, Anders. We're going to be giving this one the beans.
We'll do our very best indeed. Don't really need the brains to talk about Counter-Strike, I feel like.
I just need to yell. Yeah. That's kind of my thing.
That's it. That's all we're here for. It's been great, though. There's been a lot to yell about. That second map was fantastic, and now we're on to Ancient. I know you love a bit of Ancient.
I love a bit of Ancient, and I love the stat line as well that both teams have been sucking on this map. So it means we're setting ourselves up for an all-out brawl here. Rock'em Sock'em Counter-Strike is on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Tournament elimination on the line. Will it be Liquid? Will it be NIP? Time will tell. I'm loving the output from Ultimate. It's good to see him firing at a world-class level. 27 kills on that first map. They're going to need him here as we move on to this final map of play. Flashy definitely enjoying what he saw on the previous map there. But remember, Nuke was a disaster for them. 13-3 they went down. No one turned up, but it's Snappy. He's providing some amazing output as well. It's the in-game leaders showing up and they will have to lock horns here on the third and final map. Who have you got for it, Anders? Who are you taking?
Well, I said NIP had a chance from the beginning. I feel like everyone else is on the Liquid side, but I'm sticking with NIP for this one. It's a bit of a coin flip for me, really. Let's find out as we head into Ancient, the third and final map. Like you said, elimination is on the line here, so we need everybody to step up in this game.
Well, that was the good thing about Mirage as well. No one was dropping off. Everyone was firing, and we'll see who can get that first kill.
Wow.
It's Wrinkle taking down MOUZ MD, one of the specialists on this map. Early 5-on-4 and even more damage from Wrinkle here. Massive amount of damage, 5-on-3. Elite can save the day, though. He is very good with these dual elites. Shui will bring it back to a favorable situation, but not much Ultimate can do here, surely. Will take something miraculous, and he's doing a very good job. Can he find one more? Not quite.
He had 2 bullets left.
There was a chance.
There was a chance.
There was a world where he pulls that one off. That's going to fire him up, and they're going to force buy around those kills. It gives a lot of money. Remember, it's $50 per kill for each player on the team for every frag you find. To him getting so close makes it very exciting. The fact he even got the 4th kill was unbelievable, but didn't have enough to hold on. But you know they're going to force buy. I can guarantee that right now.
Yeah. That position for Elige was good.
And they actually dropped the rifle over. Okay. Ultimate purchases it for Elige and gives it to their star player.
Can't really argue with that, honestly.
No, absolutely not. It's the way it should be done here to win, not pad your stats.
Elige didn't want to peek back into, but he comes back for seconds. We'll take down Ken. That's worth it. So far, the rifle's done some work. Question is, how will NIP respond? They wanted to go up the ramp. They were thinking about it, but I think they spotted MOUZ to begin with and made them second guess whether or not they wanted to stick around here. Elige, we've seen him win these fights over and over again in that red room. But this time he decides to go further back. A minute on the clock now. Bomb starting to be brought back towards the middle.
Smoke down towards red room. Man advantage here, and Elige is making all the right moves. Getting himself tucked in towards a big box. He's using Ultimate as bait as well. He might not even need him. If Ultimate finds one, the round is over. Elige continuing to find damage, kill after kill. Shui chimes in as well. It's just Snappy, and they steal the round away. Ultimate's kills were not in vain. That USP sequence, netting 4 kills, enabled Elige to have the M4A1S, and he puts it to work there. 3 kills in the round, massive output, and we go 1-1.
Shush going down. Also around where they don't have Molotovs to clear out this position. Even if they had got into a better spot there, they would have had to afford Elige somehow.
Oh, that's such a good feeling. Ultimate's going to be loving it as well. Knowing those 4 kills is what led them to the victory round number 2. We've mentioned it many times before. Winning the second round force by better than the pistol in many ways. No plan especially backs that fact up.
Makes you feel like you're really playing for the team when you get 4 kills, you buy a rifle, you give it to somebody else, they make it work.
Such an important factor. What a great decision that was. The pressure's on Elige to deliver, but my God, did he ever. So, has to be the force in return, but we're only talking about pistols here. I don't think you can even afford a Galil. And indeed,
no.
Tech-9s across the board. Now you have to put this one to bed if you're Liquid. You want to keep this hype train going. Managed to recover Galil's AK-47s. Huge injection of cash here.
They might just go very fast to the bomb site, to be honest. You can see Snappy set up. He's got the traditional utility. He can Molotov up towards the cave, and he can throw a smoke towards the back line, and then they just flash on over and try and see if they can put the Tech-9s to use. I think it's going to be fast, and I think Liquid already know that. MOUZ is calling it out, saying, I need a little bit of help here. The MP9 might not be enough. He's able to trade it out right away, but Elige, good on that M4. He gets 2 and assisted on the 3rd.
And you know, with that execution, it comes from one spot. It's outside the double doors.
Yeah.
Snappy's the one throwing those grenades traditionally, so you know he'll be lurking around somewhere. He won't be able to win this round. Maybe he finds one more kill, but I very much doubt it. Spotted. Taken care of. Any second now. 30 HP.
Yeah. Just a formality. Surprisingly hard to hold some of those B attacks when they're coming through like this, and you could see that MOUZ at the beginning, he wasn't sure if they were going to play retake and fall back behind the smokes or fight on the site, but they made up their minds just in time.
Well, here we go, Snappy. You got anything for us? Moving into the firing squad now. He does get a dink, but yeah, Elige, nice big smile on his face. Another great round from him. Let's see what we have next. Should be the full eco, no bomb plant once again. Elige with a double kill. More than enough, with Shui backing him up there as well from that cave position.
Sort of flagged this early. I think the first NIP game that you and I covered here in the tournament, I seem to remember Kaspersky had some wild shots in the cave.
Yeah.
Remember he challenged some of those people with the AK?
Yeah, he was getting one taps.
Yeah. So people miss that. Go back and watch the highlights, but it may be something to think about too, is if he can replicate anything like that. Like, it's very hard to do because it was really outrageous, but I'd love to see Kaspersky get put back in that cave to try and take some of those fights.
He's just got a great feel for the game. The amount of smoke kills we're seeing him get, and they're not just like random sprays, they're with conviction. He knows exactly what he's up to. We'll talk over this.
Yes.
Not really much to report. It's a clean sweep as Liquid go up 3-1. And now the game really begins here. After winning the pistol, NIP offer up 3 rounds in a row. It all started with that Elige M4. He'll be operating with the MP9 going into this round as well.
Even that's interesting.
Let's see what we've got.
It does feel like they're playing more for the team, right? Like, Elige says, that's fine. If I'm going to be playing aggressively in middle, MP9's just fine.
That's a good point. He's the one that's going to be battling towards the elbow. Doesn't want to risk losing the rifle. Kaspersky wants to risk his straight through this smoke. What a maneuver. Finds MOUZ. Snappy goes down, so not a foregone conclusion. Can't find the deny of the plant through the wooden boards there. Now begs the question, do they go for this one? Very difficult retake. Nice grenade and good bait and switch as well. That should be all she wrote for the round. NIP back to their winning ways.
Now, forced back.
Sides up.
You said Kaspersky has a good feel for the game. I mean,
oh my God.
He delivers. He just proved the point right there.
He's so confident in his own ability. Doesn't even take any damage for that little play.
Yeah.
In there, instant headshot. Opens up the bomb site, mows them down. He only gets 1 kill, but that 1 kill wins the round, let me tell you.
I feel like that should be prep for anyone playing Kaspersky when he's on the T side here. You've got to worry about the cave, and you've got to worry about that B ramp.
Yeah.
He will push it. He doesn't care if the smoke is up. Crazy work.
Well, they do save a few weapons there. They have the AWP in the hands of Ultimate. Shui with the AK-47 as well. No tactical timeout. We get back into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd and final map. Loser of this map is eliminated. Last place in the tournament.
So even if Liquid lose that round, like they got 8,500 on Sui, they got almost 6,000 on NAF, they got the AK and the AWP still on the CT side. Like, it's a pretty good template for building something here.
Resources are strong. Play with some confidence here, can take some risks. So Elige posted up and towards Donut. He'll be getting some action soon. Trying to find some intel across the map here, pushing down the B ramp. It's Ultimate and MOUZ, confirming the B lanes are at least clear of the bottom of the B ramp. MOUZ was in the challenge here. Kaspersky, though, found out, dealt with, and now they'll retreat. Take the man advantage and run.
Especially getting Kaspersky out of there. The damage on Snappy and Cairn as well. It's looking very grim at the moment. Spotted. No reason at all for Ultimate to repeat this one. Elige will take down Wrinkle. So it's just getting better now. Ooh, there's another shot. Kaspersky's not the only one that could do that.
Snappy 1 HP, shush. Nothing to do. No space in the map. All they can do is save. Liquid extend their lead 4-2.
These are some interesting switch-ups, I feel like. NAF usually playing the donut a lot more than Elige is in the past. I feel like we've seen Elige there a couple of times now. So, I guess it makes sense. MOUZ isn't being slotted in one for nerds. Like, they're not just copying all the positions. They're trying to make him feel maybe a little bit more comfortable. Impacts the rest of the team, obviously.
Not hunting here either.
I kind of like that.
No, it's absolutely fine. Your money's already strong. Let them save 2 rifles because Snappy and Shush won't get any further money. and you'll save those 2 AKs, and now you're in a pretty nightmare spot. You're like, okay, we probably should buy. We've got enough to get our buy out there.
Yeah.
It'll be a weak one, and then you'll have the advantage once again. They've actually salvaged 3 AK-47s on the CT side now.
Yeah.
Elige through the smoke a couple of times here. Spots the traces of Cairn, takes him down. And this is looking very good for Liquid. The most promising performance we've seen from them in some time. Their head's in the game, morale is high.
I think especially doubling down on that last point you made. This has been a game that Liquid have been tested in enough. In the past, they would have broken.
Yeah.
They're such a brittle team, but that's not really the case here. I actually think that's really impressive. Cairn, that mid position between the smoke and the Molotov. Can't find a kill, though. Uh-oh. Thought he was going to be dead right there, but still alive. Still some mid control. Bombness with Shush. He's back in T-spawn now. Going to be running and rotating on over. They got some cave control as well in IP. All of the pieces starting to be put together,
Nice
but
shot.
my God, that's the in-game leader of Liquid taking down Kaspersky. Snappy again. They do bring it a little bit back here. Swinging for MOUZ as he tries to take down Snappy, and successfully so.
He should push that B ramp right now.
He's thinking about it too. I think you're right. Wants to, but getting shot in the back, and he's in a lot of trouble. Shush was on the other side, so they just had him sandwiched in. Elige, he's very low on health here. They don't have any nades, so that's not the problem here, but any extended fight, and he's going to be in trouble. Naf is starting to get there with the other AK. Still a chance to win this. Not going to be easy for Liquid, but it can be done. Elige goes down, and Cam takes the fight straight up. But a bit of a war cry coming out from him.
Yeah, no love lost between these two teams. Every round, we're seeing brutal headshots, ruthless aggression. This time it's NIP coming out on top there, dominating that B bomb site. Shui, he thought that might be enough to win the round, but Snappy had other ideas. Fantastic individual output from him so far in this series. Oh yeah, I like that. Money's still strong though. We talked about the resources at Liquid having plenty of cash going forward.
Starting to look a bit different here. Spam coming through, not connecting. Was it Tess's we were watching that just kept wallbanging people continuously on this map? They've put ultimate here towards the donut, so they're switching out the defense quite a bit, which I like.
They've snuck a player in towards Red Room. Such a powerful position. Can do a lot of damage here, but they're aware of it, and they're addressing the situation right now. Can't allow him to have free reign of the map. Sentry forces his hand. Good stuff. Good protocols there from Liquid.
Yeah, they had 2 people coming from donut as well. They were ready to really pincer the middle map. They only find 1. But what can NIP do? They've got 2 on A, 2 on B.
This guy can do something about it. Shut down by MOUZ. That should be enough to win this. 5 on 3. No low HP players. Smoke down towards long. Flashbang out.
They can plant on A, though. There's nobody there. So, in theory, Snappy, just stay alive. If he dies, I think it's over. If he stays here and they can get rid of ultimate or just plant the bomb out without him, oh, that's a shot, though, that seals everything. And they get Snappy on the other side.
This one might be worth 2 as well. The money is going to be busted after this one. That's if they find Wrinkle cleanly and he gets no plant. Ultimate should have it, which he does. Yeah, I'm feeling this now, Liquid.
That 4-man push to the middle to take care of Cairn, that cut the NIP team in half. Like, they were just split on the map.
Like I said, great protocol.
Yeah.
You're allowing them to have middle. It's quiet on the map. You know they're up to something. They're sneaking around. Flush it out. Get that man advantage. And a tactical timeout due to the lack of money. Finances are broken. They are going to force buy into it. I can confirm that. We're talking 1 AK, 1 Galil, and pistols otherwise. These are the sort of rounds you need to bring out those executions, those A rushes, those BXX. Wait for the initial util. Try and overwhelm a defender.
Big fan of the A rushes, especially if the CTs throw the double HE in middle at the start.
The thing is, the fact you've taken a tactical timeout here and you know their money's low, this is when you probably send ultimate towards the A side of the map.
Yes.
That's when you put him in temple, you set up the turret, and you shut down that prospect. That's the only thing that could really go wrong here. We'll see if they do it. That's normally the sort of call you make, especially when they make the timeout. You know they're up to something here. We'll see whether Ultimate is that way inclined. And indeed, he's gone straight towards A.
Yeah.
He's posted up an A main. This is exactly what you want to see, Anders. There it is. Perfect call.
Called it before the round started, Henry.
Because now whatever set piece they had, whatever gimmick play they were bringing to the table, he has shut it down with confidence.
Yeah, that is really well played. On the back of the timeout as well. Nothing being allowed for. They would have loved a bomb plant. They would have loved a bit of damage in a round like this one, but Liquid are looking smooth right now. Ultimate. Back-to-back double kills, I believe. Looking for a triple here, but it's going to be Elige to take it instead. He is up to 8-3 though, Ultimate. And the team is looking solid.
And that alleviates pressure towards A now.
Yeah.
Going forward, you're going to be thinking, is Ultimate going to be there with the AWP? Is he going to keep making those sort of moves? And now he has freedom to move around the map, keep changing his position. This is an Orpus dream. You're in the zone. You're hitting your shots. Every move you're making is finding an opening kill. This is going to be very difficult to shut him down. This is a rare, world-class performance from Ultimate. This is what Twist saw in him back in the day when they first joined.
Yes.
They saw this potential. And when it's realized, it's very impressive.
Kaspersky's back on the ramp. Not his trusty AK, but a Deagle. He's still just as confident, but they're going to be interrupted. Sue shows up, and wow, whatever plans they had, they're gone. Deagle, fine, it's a kill, but it shouldn't really make a difference in the round. I think Elige got caught off guard by how quick Kaspersky's been, but it's wallbangable. Sue takes him down. He's got the quad kill now. Is he going to be able to pick up the ace? I mean, they only had Deagles here, and Elige got the last one, but still. Great work from the captain of Liquid. 7-3. This is fantastic work.
I'm really enjoying the game as well.
Yeah.
Every round is exciting. Everyone's willing to take duels. Shuey mowing them down this time. Tactical timeout. Feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. Looking down the barrel of elimination here. At the blast open. Important game with the VRS. Liquid need all the points they can get. AK-47 still out in full force on that CT side in the hands of Elige and Shuey. Shuey's at 13-2, by the way. We had Snappy popping off as the in-game leader on the previous map. Now Shuey leading the way, top fragging for his squad. A captain's performance.
I feel like that was one of the big selling points for him, even on MOUZ, is that he was one of the more capable in-game leaders in that sense.
Absolutely true.
Round number 11. Got 2 AKs on the CT side. They got all the money in the world. They're not going to be in trouble for that, no matter what happens here. Ultimate in front of the smoke in the middle, and it's a nice pickup. Ken, no flashes went deep enough to stop Ultimate. They will get Sui this time. Kaspersky's back.
Every time, through the bloody smoke.
Yeah.
He can't keep getting away with this.
Well, who's going to stop him? This is where he did so much work in the previous ancient map that we saw from NIP, but...
Oh, Naf, you're in trouble, my friend. They found the gap.
Yeah, they made some noise.
He needs 2, Anders. 1 will not do.
He's only on 4 kills. A bit of a boring game for him. There's the one you asked, and he shall deliver. Good work. Snappy, he gets him down, and the bomb is going to be planted here at a minimum. Don't know if that's enough for NIP. They do need this round. They need more than 3 in this first.
Oh, no, Kaspersky.
Absolutely not the spray that you wanted. We've been talking it up for good reason, but now it's all on Snappy. 1 versus 3, and he's not going to get even a chance to start that comeback. It's 8 rounds for Liquid.
First real blunder there from Kaspersky. Been playing a great series.
Yeah.
Elige doesn't even consider checking that angle.
Yeah.
Misses a few bullets, gives him a chance to reset. Oh, you're kicking yourself. Foot in your mouth. Yep, you know you've cost him the round. That's refrag, baby.
Let's go. He was quick, can't deny it. Round number 12. If NIP could get 4, it's not over. There's still something to fight for.
3, however, it might be.
Oh, that's a grim prospect. Quick Molotov to take cave control. Again, he's so confident in taking these fights. Smoke is up. For just a millisecond, I thought that he was going to push forward into it, but he's not that crazy. Ultimate Like you said, he's been let off the leash into the middle. Kaspersky finds somebody who's scoping the other way, so that's unfortunate. But they lose Ken at the front of that A hallway. So NIP, either they want to go back and retake it, or they just go now. And yeah, they made the second call. Oh, the smoke is on top. That's devastating. Now, this is a very readable map for Liquid, I feel like. NIP must be feeling like they're out in the open. Do they just stay here and recommit to the B bomb site and hope that Elige isn't flanking them through T-spawn? He isn't, but they don't know that. He might as well be. Yeah, you can see Snappy's looking for it in the middle. They could be here. This feels like such a telegraph play from NIP, but they have no choice. 2 incendiaries, 2 HEs. How do you plant the bomb? Turns out you just do it. They were a little bit late. I don't know why. They had so much utility back there. I feel like they could have done the damage. It's going to come a little bit too late. Shush gets tagged up. Liquid already could have had more of an advantage here, I think. Kaspersky, he does get grenaded out of that corner. MOUZ crouches in for the spray, but he can't get the kill. They know he's low in that one. Naf goes down. Shush, that's a quick reaction. And Sue, he has a bit of health here, but he's in a 1 versus 2 and already tagged up. He does get the first one. But that bomb is ticking away. He has to go straight for... I don't think it's a no-fake. He just goes for it here. A couple of seconds left. Snappy's got the internal clock, and he gets the headshot. A 4th round for NIP right at the end. 17 seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, and get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh, my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team.
Vice. I don't know, the bell is ringing. Might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's going to get a headshot. Follow. Oh, what? No way! He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're going to get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double-man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
Yeah, you see definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops, he is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site, and he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they hit the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Zygo's blind
as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A 4th. Everybody falls at the hands of Rain.
It was Shui leading by example, posting 15 kills, 4 deaths, and finding Liquid 8 rounds on their CT side. They have turned up here to play today, and NIP are on the back foot. It's going to be an uphill battle, Anders, to fight their way back into this one and avoid elimination. Last place here at the Blast Open.
4 deaths as well. Says something about how much trouble NIP were in that first half. We'll see if 4 rounds is going to be enough for them here. Now they're on the CT side. And what have they got? Limited utility. There's just a lot of armor here and some dualies as well. They're fighting in the middle. Almost the entire NIP force. And Wrinkle is ready for this one. 2 headshots will take down Elige and Ultimate. They put 4 people in there, and that was worth it.
So far, so good. Round not done yet, but looking very promising here. NIP needed this one. Making their way towards the A site. Objective, get the bomb planted now if you're Liquid.
They got a lot of utility, honestly, Henry. If they get Cairn and plant the bomb, just with the smokes and the Molotov here.
They've got 2 smokes here, so you can smoke Spawn and Donut.
It won't be easy, but there definitely is a way to get the job done. There's the smoke to CT. Smoke lands towards that Donut position. Ken, a bit annoyed that he can't just find that early kill. So far, so good, but it's still a 5-on-3. Bomb being planted here. No HEs on the CT side, of course. The dualies are not nearby, so they can't really stop the bomb plant.
Round's on.
It is back on again. There was never a defuse kit in the round, so now it's a straight-up fight. Wrinkle finding a 3rd and a 4th. He's shut them down in the middle, and now he's doing the same on the A-bomb side. Surely going to be hunting for the ace, and he'll pick it up. All of them headshots. What a round from Wrinkle.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Europa as well, farming a ton of cash, Anders. He could bring out the AWP in the second round, I should say. It's the bomb planted, though, for Liquid. It's something to work with there. Oh, it's a nice little run boost as well. Get him in position, picks up the ace, farming a ton of money. I can guarantee he brings out that orb.
Yeah, he had that air control right at the end. Looks very smooth.
Let's see if he does it. There we go. Doesn't have a helmet, notably. And whenever you seem to buy the orb in the second round, it comes back to haunt you most of the time.
I know.
You and I have been commentating for a long time. We've seen it time and time again. Because you have no helmet, and it means you're very vulnerable to a MAC-10, a Tech-9. Give the orb over. He's got to be very careful with it. What have Liquid got for us?
Wow.
They've taken massive amounts of damage here, but Ken should be able to get one on the cross. There it is.
Yeah, they take down Elige. The bomb is there for MOUZ.
You're
trying to get it done now. The run and gun. No helmet, and he gets blown up immediately. Kaspersky, though, will just sneak in with the kill on the ultimate. Shui coming back, and he can't find it with the orb. It's a really nice attempt. Obviously, the bomb was not planted here, so there's not a lot of pressure to try and find Nafly. They will just group up. They got Shush on the flank, and they will get him at the end. That's a strong round for Kaspersky.
Like I said, that orb, it gets into enemy hands. All hell can break loose, but there we go. Well handled from NIP. Sweeping away the force buy of Liquid. 8-6, 2-round game. It's wide open once again. Should go to 8-7, no problem. Nothing but an eco available going into round number 15 here. As we get ready for the comeback. Both of these teams have been struggling on Ancient as of late.
Right.
Not a great track record for either of them. It's been an all-out, brutal affair. This round no different. Should be quite comfortable for Snappy here. Which it is. Just one player remaining. It's going to be MOUZ all the way back in elbow.
Such a disappointing start to the series because Nuke was just so one-sided, but Mirage delivered. The action was pretty much non-stop. We had double overtime. Liquid bringing us onto a 3rd map now, and this 3rd map is looking to deliver as well. 8-7 the scoreline. NIP with only 4 rounds in the first half, but they are right back in the swing of things here. They got a little bit of money to work with. We'll see what Liquid can do now on the T side. They do have some rifles coming out. So now is their chance to have an impact. See if MOUZ can live up to some of the hype about the mid position. If he can find even a couple of rounds with openings, that will be worth it. It's actually Elige, who's front and center, but Ken with a very quick trade. I think Kaspersky was not expecting that. He thought the smoke was enough to keep Elige away. Ultimate, he sees that they're at the bottom of the ramp. Still taking the fight. I don't know about that for Snappy. I feel like they had already been found out. So recommitting to that fight, I think, is asking for trouble. The problem is now they're a man down. You almost have to take another risk here. How do you get back in this round? Okay, they swap it out. They give it to Shush instead. Liquid. Probably a good idea to wait like they are now.
You think so? Shush on the AWP. Slow things right down. They vacated the A bomb site, bit of a gamble. Towards B with Ken in towards middle. Time ticking away though. Ultimate with the bomb on his back towards double doors. Wrinkle needs a couple here. Good damage, but unable to find it. Shush low. And I think he might be done for. He gets away with 1 HP.
Bomb is down there on ultimate, but I think, yeah, they're going to push everyone else first. I don't think there's anything Shush can do at this stage. If there was 10 seconds less, maybe he can find the bomb kill, but that's not going to be the case. Cam back here. Ultimate is there. That's the bomb on the ground. 20 seconds.
There is a chance.
There is a chance. They throw all the smokes they could possibly have, but they're going to get him in return. An expensive round, a scary round in some sense there, but 2 people survive for Liquid. They get it, and now they're up to 9.
Liquid maintain their lead.
Nothing that Shush could have done, I feel like. Frustrating indeed.
All right, NIP. Desperate times here. Finance is running low. The Wrinkle AWP is out. MP9 for Snappy. They call him the caveman. See whether he can have some impact here. Can't really go for the spams. Needs the element of surprise. Needs his teammate to take the aggro. He can sneak through those smokes.
It's an unlikely kill on Sue.
Are you surprised at this point for Kaspersky?
Maybe not. Shouldn't be. He's ready for more with the FAMAS. Not afraid to take the fight, but he is going to get outdueled this time. Snappy comes charging in. Nearly had Elige as well. That would have been the bomb, but Wrinkle stops MOUZ in his tracks. And now there's a minute on the clock here for Elige. But he's had a very impressive day of Counter-Strike already. Can he find this kill on his Shush? He absolutely can. Doesn't even take a lick of damage for it. Triple kill and a 1 versus 1 now.
Wrinkle's been nameplated as well. We know where he is.
Yeah.
Denies access from spawn, gets a nice open plant down. Elige will have a flash and an HE to work with, 100 HP. Pops things open.
You heard him.
Oh, wow. Okay, actually pretty considerable damage there.
Yeah, spam works out so far, but can he find the 4th kill? Elige, he swings for it. Oh, it's a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough. I think Ringo wanted to see if he could find a AWP somewhere, but yeah, look at this. Ken is so excited about this one. NIP to pick it up, and they did need this.
It was a difficult round as well. You entered with the SMGs, a FAMAS, couple of rifles, and the AWP. The fact he goes for the spam there towards the end as well, giving up his position.
Yeah, the fact he ran the whole way. Normally you would say that's one of the big no-nos in Counter-Strike, is just stomping through like that, but not for Wrinkle.
They can't believe it. The fact you spam for the wall, give up your spot, somehow do 50 damage, and then go on to win the round. That's remarkable. Needed that. The money was getting so desperate, and it still is. You can see they're operating with the SMG in the hands of Snappy, more than happy to take the little gun. Very important round. It's good to decide the fate of this map. Both teams will be broken if they lose it. Galils are out in full force. What's the play here? What's the setup? 3 players towards the elbow right now. Ultimate watching A main. Naf watching the B double doors. And creeping through.
A delayed take of middle, but the advantage is you don't have to run for the fire. It's a lot more of a calm activity this time. Snappy in the cave. It's where he lives and breathes. Wrinkle is there, but Snappy, they might be too far apart. Yeah, Snappy's alone now with the MP9, and that's a very nice clear. What an opening.
Wrinkle.
All down to Wrinkle. Even if he gets one, with the spacing there, he's supposed to die after just the 1 kill, and they're already packing it up. They're saving. They don't want anything to do with this. They might not even be allowed to. Ultimate's walked in behind them. Wow. Even the save call isn't working out here for NIP.
Ultimate looking fantastic today when they need him most. New roster.
Yes.
Teams in a tailspin, generally speaking. He hasn't been performing this season, but my God, has he ever shown up today? The only thing I can say about this, Anders, is it doesn't get easier from here on out.
Okay.
Because if you win this game, you go on to play the loser of MongolZ or Vitality.
Whew.
So
I mean,
you might not be going much further in the tournament after this.
That's a tall order.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like with Liquid playing the way that they are with, you know, MOUZ on Mirage, like I feel like, yeah, it's obviously unlikely they win that game, but I'd love to see them tested just from a viewership point of view.
I mean, just getting a win under your belt, showing that this team can cause damage. Like NIP are a difficult team to put away. They are very skilled, getting better and better every tournament. Off the back of a tournament victory as well.
Yeah.
This would be a huge scalp to take. They'll build some confidence and show they're going in the right direction with this new addition of MOUZ.
NIP would love the same honor. That's an opening and a half. My God, Elige. You could tell he's been running that practice over and over again.
And it's the danger man, Kaspersky, as well, removed early. Top fragger, dealt with. I was about to say this is the partial buy. They're all in.
Yeah, they really went for it here.
This could be it.
We've already said goodbye to Bait and FaZe, and NIP could be next. It's not out of the question here. Very tough round.
Nice.
Ultimates back again. 16 kills for him. He's actually catching up to Sue and Elige at this stage. Nobody's matching that output on the other side. Not quite. Kaspersky, the only real candidate for it. Defense is gone.
That's 11 rounds. You've got to eco next.
It's definitely not ideal.
You can say that again. Yeah, it's a rough one. Ken, you've got to save that AK-47 to even stand a chance going forward.
Yeah, that's suddenly become very important. It's not just a luxury item at this stage. 11-8. Good chance that it could be 12. Curious to see. The thing is as well, they're going to know, Liquid, that your money is very low. They will have called that out. So I would be surprised if Liquid aren't prepared for some shenanigans, like any kind of an A-hallway push in a round like the next one. It's going to feel more obvious, I think, because you are desperate on the NIP side. See if Liquid play a slow start to the next one and just let them stew a little bit in the round.
Oh, things getting rough now. NIP are in the bin.
Yeah. Again, headstrong Liquid. I haven't seen the normal signs of frustration and crumbling.
We haven't had one of those disastrous clutches that fall apart. You remember against Team Spirit, like against Magix, they had that really woeful 2-on-1 in the A-bomb site.
Yeah, that was hard. Maybe
Nothing like that today. No back-breaking rounds where you said they should be winning that, but they completely fumbled it. Nothing like that's happened today.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll see if they could survive if that ever comes around. But I mean, right now it requires NIP to deliver that kind of thing. Deep nade, it's actually pretty nice. When you have, you know, 5.7 and an AK and some USPs, doing some damage with a nade early on could easily make the difference. In position. If Wrinkle swings this, he's probably going to go down pretty quickly. They are pushing the A hallway, but it's going to be 20 seconds before that's even a factor in this round. Oh my God.
This one's for elimination points. Wrinkle doing everything he can. Elige watching the extremities will find Snappy. This kill could decide the round. Recovering the AK-47 is Ken. They had to take the eco here. Take this round on the chin, but they've done considerable damage, and they're still in the round for now. A couple of AKs under their belts, and a 4-on-3 disadvantage. 35 seconds, that clock is rotting away. And they've got players in towards A, and they can definitely win this round. NIP can keep their head above water against Liquid here.
You said they hadn't had the collapse round yet. Well, maybe it's coming up right here. 20 seconds, USP in the corner. Cannon with the AK. He's going to get the first one. A wide
he gets
swing.
one.
Kaspersky, he will pick up the kill, but it's not enough. They needed more than that. Wrinkle, he is a million miles away in T-spawn.
And that's the problem. If he was part of the action, if he was backstabbing now,
yeah,
they're onto something. But
and he
one
can't
Molotov, no kip. Yeah, what can you do? After about 5 or 6 seconds, they'll be considering this backstab. I don't think he can even justify going for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame him. I think it's close. It really is close to working out, but they keep it alive. 12 for Liquid. One more away from knocking out NIP.
But it's the hardest round in the world to pick up, Anders. Number 13.
Oh, yes.
They saved an AK. Oh, they do not save an AK. Good shit indeed. This is it. This is your moment.
Yep.
Close it out now. Send them home.
I bet you NIP don't want to go. They've been fighting to put this squad together. Post you jerks. I feel like they've looked better. I feel like they look like a stronger team in every way. Bumping into Liquid right here might prove too much. Nice shot from Sue. He's been so deadly on this map.
I'm not even sure why you're taking that battle. Just save the AK, bro.
Yeah.
You need something for this last round. Really would have helped out with the util, but in we go.
Ooh.
Snappy to open things up. Opening advantage for NIP, but here comes Shuey. He's been playing so well today. Can't hold on.
You said it was the hardest round. MOUZ and Elige are left, and actually, wait a minute, hold the phone. If he would have hit that headshot, MOUZ, I think that round was going to be active once again. I guess there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds, so maybe we give Elige the benefit of the doubt. He is one of the most decorated riflers you could name in Counter-Strike. Maybe he's got a chance still. They know where he is now, and that's a significant disadvantage. They're going to slowly circle around him here. Bomb is back there, so he has to show up eventually. Just about to get shot in the back by Wrinkle, but he's in the cave now instead. And I think Wrinkle is calling that out, saying, I don't see him here. Like, you guys have to be ready. I think NIP are putting themselves in a very nice position here. This is what you don't want to stand on the bomb. Just be near enough by.
As I always say, let him have the bomb.
Yeah.
That's okay. You don't have to contend for it at all times. He has to pick it up, then go plant it. You will win the round. If you try and deny him picking it up and force the issue, that's when things can go wrong.
I don't like this. He's got the space for it. It is a scary crossfire if they peek at the same time. He must know that they're in there. Can he find the right headshot to begin with? There's one. Now he's got the bomb, and it's so close to getting the flick on him.
Oh, my God.
I thought there was a chance there.
There was definitely a chance. They did want to defend that bomb. It almost comes unraveled at the seams, but ultimately they do win the round. No harm, no foul. And we keep the game going here. NIP will find one. Elige unable to clutch in the 1 versus 3. Just to note, Elige 20 and 12, Shuey 22 and 11. I don't think anyone's had a bad series so far. I feel like everyone's stepped up and shown that can deliver a high level on the server.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons it's been such a good game. We're blessed to start the day like this. Another long day of Counter-Strike, of course.
Yeah, MOUZ, NZ coming up next.
Yeah.
Surely a game they put away, but you never know. That team is difficult to predict.
Oh, they jumped on the T side as well, but he missed the shot. Kaspersky, he gets one, but he can't follow it up, and now it might be on. Naf gets another kill. MOUZ, double for him in the round. He's been a bit quiet on this map, but this should be enough to close it out. Shush, he's so far away. Liquid, that mid-fight worked out perfectly for them. I think Wrinkle missed what could have been an easy shot at the mid-air jump there. If he has that, it's different. But now it's all in the hands of Shush, and he's just got 6 kills. On this map, it's been very hard for him to produce anything. I don't know what combination of failure would have to happen for Liquid to lose this round, but they don't look like they were in the mood for it now. They got this covered in every direction. He snuck out, but he's about to be discovered as well. And now they definitely know, yeah, the game is up here. Liquid will send NIP packing from Blast Rotterdam.
A great performance, great morale, great vibes. Everyone turning up, and shout out to Ultimate as well. He had so many interesting, high-octane AWP moments there, great sequences. The community was saying that Liquid are beating a dead horse with this lineup, but MOUZ joining the roster proves there's still life in them yet.
It's been really good to see. I have to say, I am impressed with them. I feel like they were put to the test. I mean, obviously on Nuke they lost, But even on Mirage, it was hard at times, and they looked like they never really stopped fighting. That's what I want to see out of my Liquid.
Absolutely true. Going down 13-3, you think, okay, more of the same. They're just going to roll over and die here. But they avoid last place. They keep fighting on in the Blast Open. And it was a great game as well. I don't think NIP played bad. Kaspersky especially put on an absolute clinic here. A masterclass in Counter-Strike. The amount of smoke kills he was picking up. NIP are going to be a dangerous team going forward. And it's so exciting for World Counter-Strike seeing all of these teams find these unearthed gems and finding great players each and every time. It's unfortunate for NIP. They do go last place, but still, I'm looking forward to their future.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to think about for them. They definitely are the strongest they've been in many, many, many years. But I must say, for Liquid as well, getting Ultimate to activate is a big part of the success for them here.
Massive win for Team Liquid. Unfortunately, that means NIP is out of the tournament. But before we dive into that, we're joined by Shuhei here at the desk to celebrate what is a much important win, I guess, for you guys, and a good start with MOUZ in the lineup.
Yeah, we wanted this win, finally. I think slowly but surely, like, these types of wins against the better teams, like, they need to start coming our way for us to build back some confidence. And yeah, I think this win gives us a lot moving forward. Bummer that we couldn't do it yesterday or the day before against Spirit. Would have been really nice, but yeah, we will take anything.
I think it goes without saying that it's been a rough period for Team Liquid for quite some time. Obviously, you've been around now within the organization for a brief time as well. Adding MOUZ, do you feel already by now that that's a massive step in the right direction, or is it too early to tell, given that you only had a couple of days of practice?
Honestly, I think it's a big step forward for us. He's a very selfless player, so that's kind of what we needed. We've been lacking throughout the last couple of seasons, and we're still yet to implement him fully. So we still don't know what he's capable of fully for our roster. But so far, a lot of positive signs from him to us. So yeah, everyone feels very happy about it.
Being the in-game leader of Team Liquid, is it a player that you also think that you can mold into something more? Because we have seen obviously what he was able to do in G2 when he was playing his preferred role, Stairs8. Is that an interesting prospect for you to work with?
Yeah, I mean, so far he's doing an amazing job, so I don't really want to change anything up. Hopefully he's just going to keep it up and I don't have to change anything to him, so he's just going to be a Super Mario on the server. I'll be happy with that, but of course, as time goes on, there's going to be more issues and more team problems coming up. So that's when you need to start solving some things. You need to start working. So maybe the dynamics will change at some point. But for now, we're just trying to go with the flow and with the work that we can do, because it's not been a long time as well.
From an individual perspective, a lot of people have talked about you didn't have enough aggressive forces on the server. You had Nerds who would like to be an opener, but in the mid-round he wanted to be a little more lurky. Now you have MOUZ coming in, and the theory is that he's going to be a duo with Elige, where it's an opening, the one and two coming into a bomb site, and that might push you back a little bit. Do you feel like you're going to have to play more supportive now with MOUZ on the roster?
Not really. I think that actually I really like playing aggressive in the opponent's face, and I think that what we kind of lacked last couple of seasons is that this kind of backup to that aggressive style. A lot of time we were caught, like, it didn't look even like a team, because one guy was playing aggressive, one guy was on a different island, and he was thinking about doing something else. So now we're hoping that bringing in Mario, it kind of fills in that gap of not having this separation anymore between that aggressive style and that more calculated, let's say, passive style. So that's what we're looking for with Mario. Yeah.
When it comes down to it, working on that style, trying to build out a system, I want to ask about Flashy, because it was talked about a lot when he came into the roster. He's a Blade disciple. He's coming in as this kind of interesting addition. Can you speak to how he's helped mold the team, or how he's implemented his ideas into the vision of the team?
Yeah, obviously he comes from a very experienced background with Blade. He's learned a lot of things, and every day he's also surprising us with small gimmicks and like not necessarily ideas, but like concepts in game that you could think about much differently than you would normally do. But at the same time, he wants to learn his own way into the coaching role. So it's still a lot of things for him to find out. I think he's been doing a really good job for the team. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's like I I don't want to say anything too much here, but no, everyone is very happy with the work. We're all still getting to get to know what like Victor is still capable of. We're happy with his work, and every day he's just improving.
It's not often we get to pick a big brain like yours, and I know Wu have prepared something that he would like to share with you.
Yeah, I wanted to show, I wanted to pick your brain as an IGL. We have this round from Mirage. It's an overtime. It might be a little tough to see, but I'll break it down. It's that you go for this 4-man mid play with 1 player through underpass, and you get name tagged. It's NAF that dies in mid. I wanted to ask about your thought process when you have your A player die in mid in a round like that. Like, how do you play out the round from there?
We recognized that it was like a small adjustment we did. It was actually from NAF himself, that when we were defaulting and we were like playing towards A, like NAF was not really getting any action on A. So we wanted him to be part of the pack a little bit more. I think it's unfortunate that he's the first person getting contact on mid. That was not the ideal plan here. But yeah, like mid-round situation, it's kind of like mind games at that point, because, you know, like the A player is dead, but we also know that MOUZ likes to play A with him, so they don't know if MOUZ is on A at the end of the day or not. So it's a mid-round call, and we were ending towards A quite often. You kind of just have to change it up. Yeah, we're still yet to work on a lot of protocols, small protocols like this, but I think if even from like rounds like this, one thing that we do a really good job is like adapting mid-round. And John Elige is helping a lot with it. Mario as well as giving those ideas. So there is this like kind of constant flow, and it's not even necessarily me calling around like this. It's also someone that sees an opportunity. For example, MOUZ on B, he's gonna say that something happened at the beginning of the round that we should utilize it mid-round, and that's why we go with a call like that.
All right, Shuhei, before we let you go, you're facing either the MongolZ or Vitality in your lower bracket run. I guess it goes without saying who you're hoping for.
Well, it's a tricky one. Well, MongolZ has been playing really good, right? Yeah. They had a really good game yesterday, so it's not an easy answer here, no matter what. Last year we had some really close games with Vitality that we wish we could have closed out, but that didn't happen. So maybe there's something that we were good or we like playing against Vitality, maybe. But no, like either way, no matter who we play, it's a matter of testing us and what we are capable to do. That's going to be the challenge. Whether it's against Vitality, we still want to put up a really good game, and we would be satisfied with that. Whether against the MongolZ, yes, we can fight for a win as well. But it's about us showing up and doing better than today, for example, like Nuke, where it wasn't that good, but moving forward to the next 2 maps, it was much better.
Work in progress. Shuhei, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
There we have it. Shuhei and Team Liquid move on, whereas NIP has been eliminated. Wu, before we dive into NIP, anything in particular that stands out from this interview to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a really interesting take on how they're going to play with MongolZ on the roster. I mean, he's talking about kind of a little diverge from what we're expecting, where you expect that it's going to be Shuhei maybe taking a step back, being a little bit more of a supportive element instead of, and then allowing MongolZ and Elige to actually be the aggressive players, the aggressive tandem. He's talking about maybe we have all 3 of us can be aggressive and we're more on the same page. It's actually a really interesting kind of change up to, I think, what we're expecting.
Some interesting thoughts coming through from Shuhei there?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, overall, it's a work in progress, as he's describing right now. A player and a team, you know, that's been struggling for a long, long time. And as he said, like, he doesn't want to say too much, but it was clear to sense from that interview that there's been a lot of struggle internally within that team in terms of defining the roles, in terms of defining what's going on in that regard. So I think it's nice to hear from him, and it's nice to see Liquid finally finding a bit of success. Early days, you know, it's just 1 win, but at the end of the day, it's better than being NIP right now.
Speaking about those struggles, I was over talking to Snappy from NIP, and he had some choice words about their exit here.
Snappy full series here, but still out after 2 series. What's your assessment of NIP's time here at the Blast Open?
I mean, we at times play really good CS, but just have some serious issues with closing out games, and it's starting to become really frustrating, to be honest. And yeah, I think we do crucial mistakes at crucial points in the game. Really stupid mistakes, to be quite frank. And I don't know how to solve it, to be honest, because a lot of it is just individual decision making that just lacks tier 1 experience, I would say. We do some really bad stuff at times, and I mean, I don't know how many times we should win Mirage, but we do over peaks when we shouldn't, and we are hiding when we shouldn't. It's kind of like a balance always how to play, and yeah, I'm just starting to get really on my nerves. Also, PARIVISION Ancient, so what can you do?
I can feel the frustration, obviously, coming from you, not hiding that too much. Is it a consistent issue that you see in those mistakes and what happens?
Issue, and it's pissing me off. Like, it's just, it is consistent. Like, we keep like thinking we break it, but then it's like we lose our heads and we lose our vision as a team. It's everyone. It's me. It's everyone. It's we lose track of the map. We lose track of the situations, and it's frustrating. I guess we're going into like some tunnel vision at times, and people don't listen, and we just need to get better at it. And I think the only way to do it is to get some success experiences and to work hard and talk about what it is that happens in these situations. And I think that's what we need to go home and do. I mean, we still have a chance to go to the major at least if we play well at stake, but a win here would have made it a lot easier. So it's obviously frustrating not coming out with one, especially because I think we could have won both matches.
Understandable there. When I was speaking to Exist in the pregame, he was echoing some of these ideas that you sort of need that statement win to build a little bit of confidence to turn the corner. What's your focus going into that next event, trying to make the major, trying to battle through for the team?
I mean, I think go home, practice hard, and then like maybe try to see if we can simulate a little bit of official, or like try to maybe play with some higher focus. I don't really know what to say, to be honest, because how do you solve this? I don't know. Like, I think it's maybe we need to talk with our sports psychologist a lot about what happens in these situations.
Not mincing words there is Snappy. Clear with his frustrations. I mean, you could tell he's pretty hot coming off of the server. Just really trying to go at this, tilting at windmills, trying to fix the same problems over and over again for NIP.
I love the fact that he's saying it how it is. I think it was pretty evident to everyone who was watching this game, in particular on Mirage, the over-peaking. The amount of times I was sitting in the green room, you know, yelling, "What are you doing? Why are you peaking? There's a smoke landing in 2 seconds. Why are you repeat?" It felt like, as he said, every single player within NIP was showing a bit of that inexperience. You know, there's no doubt that the team is talented. There's no doubt that there's a lot to work on within NIP, but the constant issue of over-peaking, and as he described it, losing track of advantageous situations is something they gotta solve, because at the end of the day, I don't think NIP were much worse off than Liquid in this game. I think it was a very close one. It could have been a 2-0 for NIP, but when you make mistakes that they say is almost at a kindergarten level, then you're prone to lose when you're facing better teams. One thing is losing to Team Liquid, but whenever NIP is facing someone better, that will be punished 9 out of 10 times. So I understand the frustration coming out from Snappy, because I was feeling it just an hour ago.
That seems to be the story of NIP for the last quite a while now. It's that they play any team above them, and it feels that they don't have the firepower to actually fight against them individually, but then when they try and go a bit more tactical, things fall apart because people are over-peaking, they're missing nades, they're doing plays that they know they shouldn't be making, and so they really can't, they're not even an upset team at this point.
I think firepower is the least of the issues. I don't disagree with that statement. It's more so the decision-making they don't have at all, which is why I want to revert back to what I've been saying a lot of the times when people at home criticize Snappy for doing a lot of out-of-spawn calls, you know, and doing a lot of set plays, which he also did in this game. The reason why he's doing it is most likely that he doesn't trust his individual players to make the correct decisions in 3v3s, 4v4s, which at the end of the day today cost him the game as well. It was the exact same issue Complexity had when Elise was still part of the lineup, where J3 could set up the team well from the beginning. Whenever they would find themselves in a 4v3, 3v3, you know it, Mike, you've been watching a lot of the games, they would find ways to crumble. They would find ways to lose scenarios they shouldn't be losing. I get the same sense that NIP is just the European version of Complexity, which is in this case is not a compliment.
I think if you want to look at NIP and question their problems, why does Snappy call so many execs late in games? Watch that Mirage game. Every time they went for a default, they would get an entry some of the time, but it would just get thrown away and they'd lose the round. He's got no choice in the late game. He has to go for execs, otherwise his team is just going to fumble it.
NIP, the European complexity, well, they both spent some serious time with config, so maybe that's a connection tissue as well.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, the thing is just that it's struggling to find that answer to break through, right? It's frustrating when you're the more experienced player, when you're like, I understand how you be in these situations and when you're a Snappy, even when you're a Shush as well, right? But the reality is just you have to get there for the young players. Exist touched on it in the pregame. You need that statement win. You need that breakthrough to have the confidence to think we belong in this server. We know how to play these situations to calm those nerves. The problem is just that you do have to be able to beat them before you really have it all set.
I think that's the positive angle for me, that I firmly believe NIP have the talent to get there. But even, I'm not sure I agree with getting a win would solve those issues. I think there will be underlying issues, you know, time and time again. Even complexity, if you want to keep honing on that one. They also got big wins, but that didn't remove the core of the issue. So it takes time, as Snappy was describing. They have to go back, they have to discuss it out, talk it out. And as he also said, it's not one player. It seems like a culture within the team that it's almost okay to overpeak because everyone is doing it.
It does also feel like there's a comparison to the team that's setting up behind us right now in terms of MOUZ, of being able to rise to a certain level and then seeing the same kind of mistakes pick you apart, although this is a caliber below. We know for NIP they do have chance, but we've already talked about it. This staked ranked event is pretty stacked, actually. There's some very tough teams there, so it is going to be a real battle from NIP to make it out of that and make it to the major.
You know what? This matchup was the biggest win FaZe had all tournament. It made their chances of qualifying for the major slightly higher. So congratulations, FaZe. You got something.
Yeah, I think if you're a FaZe fan, in that you want them to destroy and rebuild better, you wanted NIP to win that game. Unfortunately not. NIP go out, and that means FaZe has a decent chance, yeah.
Let's touch on some nice things for Liquid before we take the break here, because they did show up quite well in that final map. In particular, Alish coming in with a really high caliber play.
Shuhei as well.
Shuhei having a really nice game, and then joining you on the desk to talk about it. What do we see from Liquid? How are we feeling of them after this series?
I sense a certain amount of positivity coming out of Shuhei, and of course you do that when you just win a game. But as we discussed already, I don't think this is the tournament where we fully get a grasp of what Liquid is going to be for the future. But we see early signs. Not only did Alish play well on Ancient, not only did Shuhei play well on Ancient, but MOUZ over the course of this series, I think found an awful lot of impact. He was the catalyst behind the Mirage win that kept them alive. So I see more positives than negatives. And if anything, what my main takeaway from that interview is, Wu, that it sounded like there's been a lot of issues, you know, in terms of the role and voices within Team Liquid, and removing nerds and bringing in MOUZ is going to solve a lot of them. At least that's what Shuhei believes, and if he believes that, then I tend to do as well.
I think they have to be hopeful, because if they're not hopeful, then what are they? They're just going to lose, right? Like you look at that Liquid team, and it's nice to get a win against NIP, but they've already beat them twice in the past with different rosters. They had Crimbo standing in, and they still won 2-0. This time they go for a 2-1 win. Look, I'm happy with the interview. I'm happy with the way MOUZ looked. I'm happy with the direction the team's going in, but does this win really say anything to me? No, it says absolutely nothing other than, well, I suppose it says they're not completely collapsing from the get-go.
It sounds like it says something.
It's the upcoming game.
A little bit.
It's the upcoming game against either Vitality or the MongolZ. That's the big test for Team Liquid. They didn't really pass it against Spirit. Beating NIP is to be expected. Now, can you punch above your weight already by now by beating a team like MongolZ, who I anticipate will drop down in the lower bracket? To me, that's the big task. If they get Vitality somehow, some way, then they can write this tournament off and be like, good practice, guys.
Well, for Liquid, it's addition by subtraction and addition by addition, and I'm no mathematician, but I'd say that's pretty dang good. We'll see if it's enough to take them further in this tournament, but for now, we take a break.
When you're young and you're just starting, it looks hard. For me, it looked like maybe I will never make it, because there's so many things you need to do to get to the top.
It's obvious nowadays that you need to be good on FaceIt, but I do think that you need to start playing with a team, because that's how you're gonna stand out. If you have better communication than others, if you understand rotations, if you understand how Team CS works.
That was one thing that stuck with me, is being a sponge. You take in things and you kind of dissect it in a way what is useful for you. I'll give you an example. Pyjamas joined different MOUZ. So I started watching him and I could see his mechanics. He was really capable of spray transferring. And he just said he's doing a lot on aimbots before games. And I started doing that. I could see my spray transfer now improving.
If you have an individual brilliance and you have poor mental, it's really not gonna work. Maybe it's gonna work for short time, but not always. It's a combination, both of these things helping each other.
In 2005, 2006, I was really good at the game. I was 16 years old. Every time I played some of the better players in Denmark, they told me I was cheating.
You needed to somehow make it to a team or make your own team and qualify for the biggest tournaments and then play your mind off there.
I had like a team of me and few friends, and we started playing ESEA Open back then. And some of those games were shown on HLTV, and that's how we started playing some more official games where people could watch us.
Nowadays, you can be #1 on FACEIT and you're getting a contract in the email from 10 organizations who are top 50 in the world because they want to take chances of 16, 17-year-old kids, sign them on contract, low salary, make them be able to play and live the game, and by then selling them for $300,000.
I would say it was more difficult, but then again, if you are so much better than the others, someone's gonna notice you.
There is one guy called Donk who I thought would crash his performance on a Katowice final against us, but I have never been wrecked as much as that. He just handled like a pro.
To new players, I would just say, if you just keep believing and keep working hard, everything is possible.
There's going to be a lot more cases in the future where the players are not living up to expectations, and then they will go back to the grind and perform even better later at the stage, as long as they believe.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed, but look at me now. Headshots, another headshot, headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the Henry G system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspot.co.com. Sign up now.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
Personally, I'm going to be taking a trip to Henry G's spot as soon as possible. What a way to intro this matchup. MongolZ entering the arena to match off against MOUZ. Maybe not the team they were hoping to find in the lower bracket.
No, a little hard done by if you're 9C, considering that you have to go up against MOUZ, who, sure, as of recently have shown weaknesses and as of recently have shown that they are a team that definitely can be beaten even by teams below them. But at the end of the day, anything, and I just want to say this from the get-go, anything but a MOUZ 2-0 right here would be a massive disappointment.
I think we're not in an arena right now. We're not in the playoffs. I think MOUZ are safe to bring home a 2-0 right now. In the group stage, they are the most consistent team, not named Vitality.
I'll take it. I'll allow it. We'll get into it. We'll unpack it a little bit more later on. 9Z as well, going to be backs against the wall, desperate here to prove that they belong at the international level of Counter-Strike. Taking them a long time to get back to an event like this. They need to show something here.
It would be nice if they showed something. I think that's a better way of putting it, because I don't think that that's the level that they should be aspiring to for now. You know, obviously getting into Europe, getting some good practice within Europe, getting some experience against teams like MOUZ, that's always going to help you, but I don't think that's a realistic goal for 9C as of right now. So the way I kind of anticipate this matchup is that anything they can give me that is exciting, that is interesting, whether that being from how they approach the game as a team or any individual popping off against MOUZ, that would be a positive. But at the end of the day, I feel like this game is a freebie in that sense that I have no expectations.
Unfortunately, I have to agree that this is just, you know, you've played 9Z against almost any other of the top teams. You even play them against the MongolZ. You play them against a Liquid, if we're saying sub-top teams. Yeah. You play them almost any other team in this event other than Vitality and MOUZ, and I can say this is where they can prove themselves. This is where they should show something, bring us at least to 3 maps, but they're playing against the 2 teams in this event that are the most confident, the most comfortable taking down teams below them regardless of style. They've already lost to Vitality. I think it's going to be another loss to MOUZ.
Well, we'll have to find out about that one. We'll have to check in, but to check in with MOUZ, I caught up with Jimmy.
Jimmy, coming into this matchup, I want to ask first off about the opening game. Bit of a stinker by you guys' standards. What do you think happened?
To be honest, I think MongolZ, of course, it was we didn't play up to our standard. We kind of let ourselves down in a way, but at the same time, I feel like MongolZ was playing like super good. All of them were really sharp individually, and they came really prepared for the game, I would say. And yeah, I don't have much to say about that game, to be honest. I think they just were much better than us in that matchup in that day, and yeah, that's about it.
I saw an interview with your guy, Brolan, where he said he thinks being in the lower bracket's kind of a good thing because you can't lose anymore. What do you think about those words?
I mean, I think there's some truth behind it, of course. And for me as well, like lower bracket, you cannot afford mistakes, of course. But at the same time, you get to play more games in a way, you know. Now you need to win in 3 games, I think, to get to the playoffs. And yeah, that's what we aim for. And yeah, I think we just need to take it like game by game and see who we will face. And yeah, today we will face 9Z, so I hope it will be an exciting match.
The conversation with you guys is always pressure, pressure, pressure comes up again. This is a different kind. Do you like this kind where it's elimination, it's do or die?
Yeah, I mean, I think in some way, of course, I mean, it puts like a little bit more pressure, of course, because you cannot afford the mistakes. As I said, like you need to play your best, or at least play better than the enemy to beat them, you know. And yeah, even if you win like 2 games, you still have 1 more game to win, and still you cannot afford any mistakes. So I think there is a lot on the line, of course, but at the same time, I think usually we have been good in these kind of situations. Especially, I mean, we haven't been that much in this situation in the group stage, I would say. It's more in the playoffs, of course, but still I think we are not I mean, I would say that we are still confident going to these games, and yeah, I just want to see how we will play, to be honest.
Now, speaking about that opponent, you got to play better than 9Z on the other side. What do you think about them?
9Z is a really interesting opponent because obviously they haven't played a lot in Europe recently, and the wins they have is against like the Brazilian teams or from the South America. So I think there's not much to say. Of course, like we are really excited to play against them, but at the same time, I think we just really need to play our own game in a way and just yeah, play like we usually do, because I don't think there is much like preparation you can do in a way, and I think it will just be really interesting to play always like one of these teams because they usually bring something new to the table with the style or like with some new gimmick rounds or some new gimmick plays. So I will be excited to see like what it will be today.
Some thoughts coming through from Jimmy. It sounds like he's confident, right? If we read between the lines, he's saying, well, you know, we need to play our best, or at least better than they are. Seems like MOUZ expect that even their B game might be enough today.
And I think that's a fair assessment, you know. I would love to be lying. I would love to be sugarcoating it. I'd love to try to build excitement that doesn't really exist. But I think within the MOUZ camp as well, they firmly believe that this is a game that just needs to get past. Obviously, as he's saying, you cannot afford to make mistakes. You cannot afford to come in unfocused or not getting the job done. But for the MOUZ camp, you know, whether you get knocked out last at last or second to last doesn't really matter. The only thing that counts for them now is finding their way to the playoff.
I think his biggest struggle in that interview was holding in his will to say, we're going to stop them. We're going to destroy them. They have no hope. They have no chance. Because that's, reading between the lines of what I would think if I was him, that's what he would be saying.
I think it's very fair. I think it is very reasonable coming through. But I am a little bit concerned just with how one-sided that second map was against the Mongols, right? I think that's fair to touch on. Not just that the Mongols can beat MOUZ in a series, but that they stomp them on MOUZ's map pick. That's where the distress comes in for me.
Me too, and then when you hold that up against what they did at Pro League in the playoff as well, now we see a pattern, you know, where it's not looking too great for MOUZ. Cluj necessarily wasn't a success either, right? It's been hard for them to really give us that, you know, feeling of, okay, it's still the team that is the closest to get into the grand final versus Vitality. It's still a team we can count on showing up every time. Now for the first time, I think in basically ever since they added Spinks, you know, won Cluj over a year ago, and then they've been consistently the second or third best team in the world. I think that position could be in jeopardy unless they recope, unless they come back and make it deep into the playoff here in Rotterdam.
I'm going to say that I'm worried about a MOUZ implosion. They are a team where they go into a tournament like they did, and you're expecting Vitality's not there, that they're a team that should be at the very least in the final, and they're starting to slip from that position. And there's only so long you can retain being a semi-final at best team before people start arguing, people get on each other's nerves, and your team does eventually start to collapse. And this could be the beginning of it, but this would be very surprising if this was the match where it showed. I think the next round is where we're seeing it.
Well, maybe we're voicing some doubts here on the desk at times, but I will tell you who's not doubting in the vision of MOUZ, and that is MOUZ's management, because they have announced extensions for the contracts of their coaching staff. That would be Cyclone, who's received a lot of praise, and Zipex as well, coming in as the assistant coach. So there's full faith coming through from the management, putting them behind their coaching core.
And I think that's fair. You know, I think it goes without saying that Cyclone has done a tremendous job with MOUZ to put them in the position they're in. Sibnix as well, being his assistant coach. I think if you were to say it, probably the best assistant coach in the world. You know, the fact that he's willing to still have that position, to take a step back and be the secondary voice in that partnership, that's a great thing for MOUZ, and it's a great re-signing.
Don't let Apex hear that. He'll come out and fight you, I think, for that one. But we can get into Coach of the Year awards and fighting
Assistant
Vitality.
Coach of the
Year. But we'll focus in right now on 9Z, because they are going to bring their A game. They are going to try and prove that they belong at this level of play. They can knock a MOUZ off their pedestal. So to talk to them, I caught up with Max. Max, coming into this matchup, MOUZ on the other side, tough opponent. Where do you think your team's at? What's your confidence on the roster?
I think our first match was not good for us, because they are the best team in the world and we can't play our game. So we talk a lot of things to change for this game today.
And when we talk about that own game, you've been playing domestically in South America for a while, right? It's a little bit of a different style over here. How much do you have to change? How much do you have to adjust to show what you're capable of?
We are glad to be here in Europe because we can practice and play against the best team in the world. So it's so different. The styles from playing in South America is everything more fast. And here the rounds it's ending with 20 seconds, 50 seconds. So it's a little bit different. But we are learning from that and try to be a better team.
And your opponent today, MOUZ, also a tough opponent. They've had a couple bad series lately. What do you think? Are they vulnerable?
They are the top 3 team in the world right now. I see a lot of demos of them. I think they are a great team. They have a lot of firepower, but who knows? If we play good CS, maybe we can chill then.
Any tricks up your sleeve?
Yes. Try to sleep well, and I hope to the game today was the communication must to be really good and be active, taking decisions, and that will be good for us.
I think Max was about to reveal something to me and caught himself and was like, you know what, we're just going to sleep well, you know, be well rested coming on into this one. Still, it is the comparison, right? MongolZ aren't fools about who they're facing. They know the opponent. The other thing is that there is a lot of tape out here about a MOUZ, and maybe some of those gimmicks Jimmy was mentioning can come into play.
Yeah, true, and that to me is the interesting angle when you look at this matchup. Again, everyone expects MOUZ to win this game, but if we can see something coming out from 9C that gives us hope that next time they'll be back in Europe, that they can be competitive against the likes of Liquid, MongolZ, you name it, the team beneath MOUZ for now at the very least. So whether that comes from individuals, whether that's come from DGT, who I think has been a great, I guess, re-signing into that lineup. He had a short stint in Pain Gaming where he didn't really found his footing, didn't really do too well. Now he's back in 9C. He's doing a great job, you know, performing, putting out great numbers. There's different storylines than you can find within this game, but they're all in isolation to 9C as a team and not in relation to the game against MOUZ, where I feel like we kind of know the outcome, or at least expected outcome.
If we say there's any chance of an upset, I would say we can look at that Mongol series, we can look at that loss, the devastating loss they had on their own map pick, and say if 9Z were to show up individually at an incredibly high level and catch MOUZ off guard, they could pull off something like what Legacy did at the Major long ago, where they could just, they can topple the defense, they can start running them over, and I think if you can get MOUZ in their own head, you have a chance, but the chance for that is still very slim.
On top of that, it's a team that's grinding. I was looking up the HLTV stats yesterday in the prep for this game. As you can see, DGT, he's been back now within this lineup for a couple of months. 78 maps. I know a lot of them is against, you know, domestic opposition, not necessarily teams that the normal viewer of Counter-Strike is familiar with, but when you grind out that many games, you're learning a lot, you're getting a lot of play testing, you're learning what strat is working, what kind of communication is working when we're winning, what is not, etc., etc. And that has been the catalyst behind a lot of success from the up-and-coming teams, that they're willing to grind, willing to play qualifiers, willing to play online tournaments 24/7.
I think this is something that's key to note for anyone who might be less familiar with South American Counter-Strike. It was something that Max was touching on the interview as well. Even for teams that we know can be competitive, that can play this sort of international European style of Counter-Strike, your 9Zs, your Imperials, when they go overseas, they can play that style. When they go domestic, you have to adapt. People play so fast, so balls to the walls in South American Counter-Strike that even teams that would prefer to play a slower style are just forced to match pace. So there is always a little bit of that adjustment, and that's something that we're going to have to see 9Z adapt to very quickly.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for them. That's also why I'm saying, you know, I don't expect 9Z to come in here and have aspirations to win the game, but I would love to see them being able to do that, because they are right now one of the more interesting teams coming out of their region, and if they consistently will qualify for tournaments of this caliber, then they better learn it one way or another. Against MOUZ and Vitality, like it's very, very tough for them. Let's be completely honest. Two of, if not the two best teams in terms of consistency in group stage over the course of the last 6 to 12 months. So if you're 9C, you're just hoping you get something out of this.
I wanted to hear a little bit more about what they might be hoping about this matchup, so I spoke to both teams. Let's go ahead and give it a listen.
Yeah, I think it will be a brawl today. It will be a lot of trading, and they will definitely try to force the game on us. We definitely want to play the more intelligent game today. So yeah, hopefully this doesn't backfire, and we close it out comfortably against them.
How are you going to beat them? What's the key?
Not respecting them. I think the first game we did that a lot. We respect much than they deserve, and I think that's the key.
So full disrespect to yesterday?
Yes, I will press the W a lot.
Sometimes you just got to press a little W, Vu.
Yeah, I think against Vitality, they tried to play it a little slow, and then they ran into Rops and ZywOo and realized that maybe that's not the solution. And MOUZ don't have a Rops or a ZywOo, but they're still plenty good enough to be fearsome when you play a more slowed down, more tactical style.
We're going to dive into the maps here because it's almost time for the game, so let's go ahead and check out the veto. Is there anything you could do here if you're 9Z to give yourself an edge?
Not really, but there's something MOUZ can do to give them an edge. If they're willing to gamble a little bit or change up, you know, what map they'll pick or what map they'd veto. Again, why would they? But at the end of the day, it is a bit of a testing ground for MOUZ, so maybe they would be picking a map that they normally, under normal circumstances, wouldn't be entitled to do.
I would say the interesting thing here is the Dust 2 pick from 9Z, because you look at their maps played, I think Overpass is their most played map. Overpass is one of their highest win rates, but MOUZ look beatable on Dust 2. MOUZ, once upon a time, they were one of the best teams in the world on Dust 2. Then they permabanned, and now it's forced back into the pool because they permaban Anubis. So it is a map where they have a bit of weakness. It is a map where they do look beatable, but still, you're expecting a 2-0.
Which is why I like that we're starting out on Dust 2, because that is the ticket into this game for 9Z. If there's any hope, any chance whatsoever of a third map, of a potential upset, they have to win Dust 2. And I agree with Rue, that is probably the best chance they have.
Well, we'll have to see if they can do so. Nuke to be our decider as well. Gonna have to try and find the pressure points here to make this MOUZ team uncomfortable. It seems like, if anything, it's a team where there's a lot of pressure on the line versus a team that realistically doesn't have much to lose.
Listen, I think the best we can hope for is that 9Z gets off to a strong start. You know, hit that W key from the get-go. Apply a bit of pressure to MOUZ from the get-go. We have seen MOUZ, you know, shown weaknesses that we haven't seen prior. You know, it wasn't looking great at Pro League. It hasn't been looking great so far this tournament. The fashion, as you said as well, they lost to MongolZ, was not pretty. So maybe a strong start from 9Z could, you know, seek some doubt win the MOUZ cam, and that could open up for the matchup. But if they don't win pistol, if they don't convert, if they don't get off to a strong start, if it becomes a game of grinding, then we know MOUZ is the better team.
Hey, if MongolZ with a chair with Mara taped to it is capable of blowing out MOUZ, I'm willing to say 9Z have a chance. They have a chance.
Give it a percentage.
Yeah.
5%.
5%.
5%.
That's generous. I'd give them 4.
4%, 5%. We'll have to find out what Polymarket thinks. But for now, it's time to find out what our casters think, because it's time to dive into the server with Anders and Henry G.
Thank you very much, gents. Great work on the desk there. And yeah, I'm in the mood for a brawl, Anders. Dust 2, the perfect way to kick things off here. And I feel like it's the right mentality from 9Z. They have to hold W. They have to get stuck in. And maybe, just maybe, there's a chance.
Yeah, a bit of a luxury sometimes not being the, you know, the more favorite team. You're the underdog in this one. Nobody expects you to beat MOUZ. Maybe that's how you could do it. In terms of thinking, I try not to do it, Henry. I'm just here to watch the Counter-Strike.
I appreciate that, Anders. And we'll be getting ready for the pick of 9Z of Dust 2 momentarily. I think it goes without saying, MOUZ are beyond the favorites at this point. It would be a calamity to imagine a world where they lose this game. But bear in mind, Anders, there is some pressure here.
Yeah.
And MOUZ aren't a team known to do well under pressure. This is a lower bracket game.
We used to assume that they could at least always make the quarterfinals and battle their way through these tournaments, right? Losing to FUT, losing to MongolZ. If they lose to 9Z, that's a totally different caliber of team to the other two.
I don't really want to see it happen. I think they've got enough on their plate in terms of hate from the community right now as it is.
That's true.
Let's see if they can step up today. The plucky underdogs 9Z taking on MOUZ. And we will see them start on the T side. It's going to be a smoke couple of flashes and 3 players towards the B tunnels, ladies and gents. Torji trying to assert his dominance. You feel like him against Mayan is going to be an interesting battle, but on this map, I think Mayan might be able to give him a run for his money.
You're not wrong about that, Henry. You might not believe it, and you have to factor in the opposition, but he is the 3rd best CT side AWPer in the world right now, man. So on Dust 2. Saiwu and Shiro 1 and 2, and then Mayan sneaking in before m0NESY.
It's a great tidbit.
It's sick, isn't it?
Let's see what happens.
Okay, well, here we go. They're on the catwalk, though. 9C, I think the desk is right. Winning a pistol round here could really be epic for them. They're all set up for it, and it's going to be very fast. There's not going to be a lot of warning. In fact, there is just one flash in the sky.
Oh, W.
They jump down, and that's a way to get started. Spinks is out of it. Broland's going to go down next. WowZo peek. A couple of good kills to start with. Exertion, he's in the back up by that goose position, but nothing he could have done. That's a lot of power.
Nothing too flashy there. Get some short control. Flood in towards the A side. Hold W and hit your headshots en route. That's what they needed. A pistol victory lands in favor of 9Z. 4 versus 1. Jimmy has got Julies and Kevlar.
Right.
I know it's always a bit weird saving on the pistol, but it means he can get a helmet. He can drop those Julies going forward. Get himself a FAMAS.
Yeah, super important. You're playing the percentages, you're playing the long game in this one.
And that's the thing. Like, sure, you won this pistol convincingly, but I dare say there's a good chance MOUZ will win the second round.
They're definitely up for it. See if they can bring out a scout, maybe even. Maybe Roland will be the one to pick it up.
Probably would be Roland.
Why not?
So Jimmy, as long as he takes no damage, gets a helmet for $350 going forward. As I mentioned, he'll drop the Julies for someone else, get himself an MP9 or a FAMAS, and the protection of the head. Really nice work there. You can see that mid to B smoke down, isolating the Jules in CT spawn. WowZo peek with the drive-bys. And it's a good start. That's all you can really hope for.
Yeah.
So there it is. Jimmy doesn't go for the helmet, goes for the MP9.
Well, they do have one
Gets into the
scout.
smoke as well.
Not a single SMG on the T side. They really don't want to be losing this round under any circumstances. Who could blame them? All the classic utility being used. Middle. Smoke that has become just a mainstay of the scene. Used to be a bit of a gimmick at the beginning. A novelty item, but now everyone does it. Clearing out catwalk. We all know what this looks like.
I mean, Dust 2, it's not a technical map.
No.
It's a good place to kick things off here if you're 9Z. There's not many tactics or fakes or real ways they can pull you around the map. It comes down to raw fragging ability, essentially. Everyone's running the same execution. Every team will run these smokes. So that's why I think it's the perfect battlefield. But let's see if you can get past it. Like I said, there's a good chance that MOUZ will win this second round force by. You might have had him in the pistol, but you've got a lot of work to do here. You're getting dinked, you're getting owned. As Jimmy and Zershin go to town, this is looking very convincing now. Bomb goes down. It's an absolute scramble to try and get it towards B, which is technically open. Oh my god, this is combative, guys. They didn't even want the bomb plant.
They crossed middle and then they threw the smoke to CT spawn afterwards.
Way too late.
Yeah, they'd already lost one player. The bomb was down. I think Luchov there, he was trying to jump through the window to get into the bomb side, but that didn't even work. You said MOUZ could win the second round. That's absolutely what they did.
Honestly, I thought they would. I thought, like, the fact that Jimmy's going to have an extra firepower, they can bring out that Famous as well by him surviving. Yeah, it just felt like that was a foregone conclusion, unfortunately. That might be all they get. I'm not going to lie to you. MOUZ are just above and beyond this squad. Like, pound for pound, in every facet of the game of Counter-Strike, they're going to have them beat. They played Vitality yesterday. They got dumpstered like 13-3, 13-3, which is to be expected. That would happen against even some top 10 teams.
Oh, yeah.
But 9Z with the golden ticket here to get some experience against some of the world's best. Opening up against Vitality, then into MOUZ after they lose to MongolZ. It really isn't a great route.
Yeah. Not exactly what they were hoping for, but I think their mentality is the right one, though. Try and keep the pressure on, see if you can find some way to make MOUZ feel more uncomfortable. MOUZ themselves said at the start of the game, I appreciate that from Mike, he was asking them, you know, how they're going to approach the game. I think they said, we're going to try and play the more intelligent Counter-Strike, you know, the smarter Counter-Strike for MOUZ. That's probably how you win this.
Yeah, you don't want to get pulled into their chaos. And, well, not having any of it. This force buy does nothing. Signs of things to come, I'm afraid.
It's likely.
I wish I could spin you a narrative as to how 9Z can win this, but unless they converted that pistol victory, I feel like we're looking down the barrel of a 10-2 half here. But Spinks as well, he is in some rare form. Sure, they crashed out of the quarterfinals at EPL, but he was like the #1 player throughout stage 2 of the tournament.
Yeah.
By a long margin. Like, he is playing incredibly well right now.
You don't get it wrong either. I mean, we would love to see 9C come up with a big surprise here.
It ain't
We're on
happening.
board immediately.
It ain't happening, Anders, but
I doubt it as well.
I'm only saying that I'm trying to manifest it.
Okay. The counter jinx.
The counter jinx, exactly. That's what I'm going for.
Well, listen, it's been known to happen before, so I'm not going to rule it out. Fourth round here, obviously just the Glock, so there is nothing that really can be manufactured in this kind of a round. Even then, you can see MOUZ are very disciplined. They know what's on the other side almost certainly already. And in spite of that fact, we're not seeing crazy fights down the middle or anything else. They are sticking to where they need to be pretty much.
Maybe you think 9Z have a chance here. Maybe you've got a hunch in the back of your mind. If you'd like to get involved, you can live trade the game on polymarket.com. They are the official prediction market of Blast Premier.
Yes.
It'd be a crazy thought to think they can do something with this game, but I haven't watched many 9Z games. I don't know.
Potential big return.
I know they've got some good players.
They do have some very good players, not to be underestimated. It's just that the opposition is very strong here. Spinks, well handled, makes it a quick quad before Jimmy comes in with the last one there. But yeah, I would say they've got some interest. I still think GGT is someone who's worth looking at. It's just that at this level of Counter-Strike, you're up against such fierce opposition, but definitely this is a team that could do some damage. And even Max and Wowzo Peak, I think in the past have delivered really great rounds of Counter-Strike. So they've got the talent for it, but not easy. Well, they got some rifles out once again. AKs, couple of Galils. 4 people long for MOUZ. That's wild. At the start of the round, they leave Jimmy alone at B. I guess if there's a spawn for it.
For my money, he's the best B anchor on Dust 2 in the entire game.
Let's go.
So, I know that's a hyperbolic statement, but I think I might be onto something. But he's in good form. Very difficult to get him out of that bomb site.
Yeah, that's one of the huge qualities of him as a rifler. It's just the reliability.
And he's like, again, I keep banging on about EPL, but EPL Jimmy was like a resurgence for him. Stage 2,
yeah,
we had old school Jimmy. We had 2024 Jimmy. So, yeah. Such a big part of the game now.
It's a really nice block of the smoke.
Yeah, since the last update, it's a very significant body block you can do these days.
Yeah. That completely nullifies it. And now, in fact, he's playing in front of it here. If they don't know, see how careful they're being. Another smoke being set up, but they're down to 40 seconds. And this is a bit slow. They got a shot at the back. Brolan's... Oh, no! Mayan turns around. Brolan was flanking them from long. That could have been the end of the round for them right then and there, but heads-up play. Good work from Mayan.
Good awareness, but you got to get past the final boss here. Spinks, the absolute star player of this squad, chomping at the bit, ready to be activated. The HE's being deployed. Torji trying to take the aggro. The swing will come in momentarily. Can he find multiple kills? You better believe he can. There's the double, looking for more. Jimmy will back him up as Spinks rips off another head. It's DGT. The backstab will do nothing. 2 seconds remaining. And that's the problem. You have the man advantage, you have the space, but you have to take down these sort of players.
I wonder if they got tricked by their own Molotov, because it clears nearly the corner.
Absolutely true. Oh, there's a set Molotov you can do here. I don't know if they threw it on the fly, but there's a set Molly you do from short that covers that whole area. I don't think they threw it.
On the fly might be exactly the key words, though, because they were pressured by Brolan's push. Even if he died, it's like, we need to go now. And maybe that's what kind of screwed it up a little bit for them.
Oh, I'm such a Spinks fan.
Well, who wouldn't be? He's playing fantastic Counter-Strike.
A boss.
Yeah. Holding onto that site, very nearly alone at one point. Yeah, I appreciate Jimmy's resurgence as well.
He seems like he's got some riz now as well. He's got an earring.
I know.
He feels a lot of confidence in the interviews. He's cracking jokes. He used to be quite nervous and timid. Like, he's found himself as a person. We're watching him grow up as Counter-Strike goes on.
I believe it's called looks maxing now.
Well, you are the leader of the manosphere. I'm surprised you weren't in that Netflix documentary, Anders.
There'll be a second episode one day.
Okay, the follow-up.
Yeah.
Where are they now?
What happened to them? Round number 6. I mean, again, quick on the catwalk here. They're set up for it to be more of an explosion than a set execute. They've got some smokes, but they're right out behind them. Very fast exertions here. And he's doing more good work.
Kill him. Oof.
You wanted to.
Here we go. An entry. A dink. Something. Okay. Something.
He's here as well. I like the attempt. They're getting shut down.
Let's fucking go! Throwing the towel.
What do you make of this?
They can't defend themselves.
Jimmy's always been put in these anchor positions, like where you need a reliable player, will put Jimmy.
Sure.
Let's say in some future version of his career, I always wonder what would happen if you put him into a more high-stakes role. I feel like Jimmy has, like, more... He could do more. It's good that he's doing what he's doing, but I almost feel like if he could be in a more high-pressure situation, he's got the aim for it.
He's still very young.
He's still very young.
There's definitely room for development there. We talk about Apex used to be the craziest entry fragger, the wild guy, the tip of the spear. Now the calculated in-game leader.
No thinking.
Yeah, now players can evolve, but he's still in the early stages of his career, believe it or not. Young kid, and like we said, growing up, getting more confidence in Counter-Strike. And right now, in this season, looking very promising as well. So yeah, I would say there's definitely room for him to change things up in the future. But for now, when you're one of the world's best anchors, I would say stay in that role for now.
Yeah, that is the problem, though, for MOUZ. Even if they've thought, oh, we'll give him another role, it's like, who are you going to replace him with? There's not a lot of those around. So I wouldn't try to make those changes either. Here we go. Long spawn for Mayan, but he can't connect that shot. It's a bit of a flyby almost with the AWP. But they are taking lower dark control. They're outside of long as well. So all of the standard set pieces for eventually getting mid and catwalk. They've tried now a couple of times to basically set up on catwalk and just be very, very fast on the A bomb side. That seems to be one of the ideas that they're working with here, 9C, and I actually kind of like that. You can do a similar thing in the middle, by the way. If you push deep enough in the middle, you can smoke off CT spawn and run for the B split instantly. So they can try a similar idea there if they're interested. This time, they've taken down a second player. Spinks is out of it. Man, that was through the wall over on long, I believe. Or was it down middle? Not even sure. Jimmy goes down next. Luchov able to get that one. And Torshi and Exertion are left. This is the round they needed here.
Oh, it certainly is. So that replay.
That was middle. Sick.
AWP picking up a nice shot through the double doors. Dust 2. It's all about hitting his shots. Good spacing, good read of the mid rounds. And this is pitch perfect from 9Z. Wasso, Peak, Lukov, Mayan all working together. Finding those picks. Problem is the money is incredibly strong. Got to hold on to the AWP for Torshi, who hasn't got going yet. They haven't need to activate the AWP, which is a scary prospect because he is a world-class AWP. We know that. Zershan, 8-3. Look pretty solid towards that A side of the map. Looking to hold on to his AK now, which he upgrades. It's actually a valuable pickup.
Yeah. He was ready to risk it just to pick that one up.
Sometimes you gotta. Surprised we got a tactical timeout here. Is it called by MOUZ? It's a technical. I was going to say, I don't think they need attack pause right now.
No, they got the momentum. They probably just want to keep going the way that this is right now. Sometimes you do get the wires crossed.
And as we did say, there's lots of Counter-Strike today. We didn't actually go through all the games. We said we were going to.
And then we
so right now, MOUZ versus NZ. Elimination game. You wouldn't have thought so with MOUZ on the server, but yes, loser of the series goes home. Then we move on to the more exciting games, the winners game.
This is going to be a sick game, this next one.
PARIVISION versus Spirit, the derby.
I'm excited for this one.
I feel like PARIVISION might win. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. If you can't see that coming, you're not watching enough Counter.
I don't think Magix is ready to go toe-to-toe with the Master, the Time Lord. I think he's going to absolutely demolish them.
Even mentally, the thought of like, you're already in James' world. He's already been studying. I'd be worried too.
I think that's game of the day for me.
Yeah.
And it might even, that's crazy to say, but then you have the MongolZ and Vitality as well.
Yeah, but I kind of agree. Like, I am so curious about that PARIVISION Spirit game. I sort of agree with you. The last one's going to be fantastic too. Yeah, we're blessed.
The good news is Donk has turned up this tournament.
Yeah.
He didn't in Stockholm.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be a PARIVISION victory. But here we go. Fast long take. They're so blind. Oh. Nothing you can do. Easy pickings for MOUZ. Round pretty much done, I'm afraid. Especially if you're making those sort of plays. Okay, Torji, that's a crazy miss.
Yeah.
That's a crazy miss. That might cost you the round.
Torji, why?
Torji, why?
Why has he done it? Well...
Oh, they've missed the molly for the car. They'll give it another go. You got it this time?
Nope.
Yep.
Not all the way in the corner.
I mean... Oh, okay.
They're tricking them.
Some trickery going on. Torji, make up for it now. Jim Fap, he might have already found the solution to that miss. They have zero idea. He's coming in from T-spawn. Needs to get himself down towards suicide if possible. Going to go the long way around. That's a kill.
Yes, it is. Spinks to go down, but let's see how much Jimmy could do. You're right. He's snuck up behind. This just might be the solution. Takes down Mayan.
Needs to be careful. He goes down here as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's up 40 seconds.
Oh, well played from Jimmy. That's discipline right there. He's got Zershan covered that angle. He didn't need to swing out. Zershan already had it covered. Okay. Really good recovery. Torji, couple of weird misses, but we'll take it as MOUZ find another convincing victory.
That's a moment to just illustrate some of the teamwork that we do expect out of a team like MOUZ.
Was he blind? No, that's a massive whiff, I'm afraid. Which is okay, you don't lose the round.
I think he looked away, like might be...
I wasn't looking at his head, to be fair.
He just looked away. He has a really good replay, actually. I think that's it.
Good catch from you. I was staring at his screen. Okay, let's have a look.
Look at his head, like, he's just looking like, oh, what's up?
And yep, you're right. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we'll give him that. Good catch.
It happens. Like, We used to talk about this so much, but like one of the upgrades of playing on LAN is you can see your teammates' monitors.
Yeah.
But one of the downgrades is sometimes you can see your teammates' monitors and you're looking somewhere else.
Hey, no ramifications. They still win the round. Money's good.
Out on long again. It's a rush last time based off the spawn. They go a little bit later this time, but honestly, if they could find Brolin in the pits, Torshi's yet to get a kill. There's the find. MOUZ peak.
All right, Torshi, we need to see some output now. Pressure on you, my friend.
He's not going to be looking away this time. He's got some backup on shorts. Doesn't get that connection. And they're going to be running up the wall. Can he get flashed in for the kill? No, he just peeks it straight up. They're all down there, and they will get him. Mayan, quick on the connection. And the A plant's going to follow here. Man.
Oof. Torshi, yeah, looking a bit ropey. Hard shots, don't get me wrong, but you'd think he'd be starting to connect some by now. Incendiary will not deny the plant. Chips away at Max, who will be converted. Wasso peak stepping up, maintaining that man advantage. But here comes Zershan. All guns blazing from short. Corvus nades out. It's going to be Spinks to at least live in a winnable scenario, but his HP is too low. I don't think he can do much of this. Fires off a shot to mask the dropping sound.
Yeah. Great technology for him, but can he actually get through the smoke? No, not at all, Mayan. There to catch him on the other side. 9C pick up a critical round. This half was sort of slipping out of their hands a bit after winning the pistol, then losing immediately after. This is a little bit more interesting. Good work.
Yeah, he said they had to find Brolan.
I know some people in a Discord that are dedicated Torshi doubters.
Which Discord is that?
It's not important, Henry. But they're out there.
Okay.
They're out there. They're feasting right now. They say he misses too many shots.
I mean, proof is in the pudding right now. If he gets even one that slows him right down.
Could be enough.
Could have been more than enough. He is struggling. Might have to slip into his B game. Go for a rifle or two, but he's still got the AWP. Spinks 12-5, Zershan 11-4. Jimmy rock solid over towards B, as you might expect. Have we got a B rush? Anders, a rare B rush?
I mean,
they said they're going to hold W.
Yeah, they did promise that, and honestly, they've been living up to it a lot. It's going to be with Mayan walking it in on the AWP. Oh, is he body blocked from a teammate? I think he tried to escape.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, if we get that replay, I'd be very curious.
One of the ugliest rounds you're going to see in Counter-Strike.
I think he got blocked into this one. Spinks takes a lot of damage, but it just doesn't matter. Jimmy comes around the corner. He's looking for the ace. He's already got the first 4. He's 12-3. And Max not going to give him a chance to get the ace. He's trying to run away here.
That's what it's like in a face-hit, Pug, when you call a B-rush.
Yeah.
One flash comes in. No one commits. Everyone's blocking each other like blind, trying to fall back. Like, yeah, it doesn't get much worse than that. That is a demoralizing round. Like, either rush it or don't. Like, once that's happened, get out of there. What? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The flash worked so well, he just even bounced into the wall.
Oh, well.
Oh, no.
I get what they're trying to do. They've got to throw in these avant-garde strategies and stay unpredictable, and you've just thrown away all of your guns. Nothing to show for it. And we're down to what looks to be a partial buy here. A little bit of investment with the pistols.
Expecting a long rush once again. MOUZ set up for it here.
Here he comes. The best to ever do it at the back of the B bomb site.
Yeah. Look at the discipline. Throws down the smoke in case they have the Molotov.
Yeah.
Doesn't really re-peek it. Doesn't need to. He's waiting for the teammate to get there. Now Spinks is here. Now they can definitely re-peek it.
Everyone wants a slice of the action. That's the AK. Put in a pretty precarious spot. They don't have the utility to really grab it. You'd like to be able to smoke the tunnel and pick it up. I guess you can just jump across, hope for the best, but they'll probably still catch you. Need a 1D here. And you're not pre-firing this angle, I don't think. They'll just swing at the same time. Try and get that AK.
You could see them with the X-ray, like looking at the AK.
Yeah.
5-second intervals, like it's still there. You can't do anything about it.
Certainly not. Well, we're having some fun here. You can see 9Z a little bit out of their depth against the number 3 team in the world. Understandably so. Just here for experience. They had to play against Vitality yesterday. Not many teams can make a dent on a squad like that. They did their best. Got 13-3 twice.
Understandable. Not going to judge them for that.
And I like that from Torshi though. Like, keep it up. Do not take your eye off the prize. These games can slip away. You even give them one extra round.
Yeah.
This team is going to be playing with their heart on their sleeve. They play with a lot of passion. You just give them one round. They'll be cheering. They'll be feeling it again. You got to keep them down in the mud.
Yeah, it's hard for MOUZ to secure any kind of a PR victory here. You know, even if they win 2-0, people say, well, that's what we expect. Like, people are going to be celebrating that. But if it even gets a little bit close, people will immediately say, wait a minute, is this another problem for MOUZ? Even if they win. But if it's 13-10, 13-10, people start to say, hold on, you know? Look at what, in contrast to what Vitality did, look at how much worse MOUZ sports are. Like, the headlines are right there.
Impressive stuff from MOUZ so far. Lost the pistol. Been pretty much smooth sailing since then.
Yeah. Yeah, between Spinks, Exertion, and Jimmy, it's a lot to be up against.
They don't even need Torshi.
They don't.
He's 0-3 right now. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Yeah, he should have hit some of those shots, but you're right, it's not having a huge impact.
They've got that final form set up, the Royal Flush, 4 AK-47s and the AWP on the CT side.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, you can't even get one of those fights where, you know, yeah, you're on 10 health, but at least you win the fight on the T side. Like, that's not a thing anymore. It's going to be straight up against an AK on the other side. Clear out catwalk. They're going to be back to middle. It's going to be a bit of a split here, I think. Wouldn't be surprised if they did one person middle just to kind of control some rotations. But the rest of them, that lurk smoke is up. Thrown in from the T side, and Jimmy puts himself in the corner. They actually don't want to go. They throw one incendiary, and do they just pack it up? A deep smoke into the hallway? Broland's going to be checking this out. Oh, 9C. They doubted themselves at that moment. That is very hard now to walk away from that bomb site.
Broland has been more than willing to make this push time and time again. I don't think he catches an amazing timing for a kill, but he at least confirms, oh, I take it back. Yes, he does.
Yeah, and unfortunately, again, I think they wanted to do the fast mid thing I was talking about earlier, where you throw the smoke and then you go, but now they've been found out, so doesn't really matter how fast it is. They know everything on the MOUZ side. Spinks is in the window. Jimmy's set up for it. Exertion's not the spray that we're looking for, but there's only 14 seconds left on the clock here. They've got to get a move on. They get one more, but Broland is now showing up on the spot. Are they planting in the open? They're not. He still gets the kill on the Wowzo peak, and just enough time for the bomb plant here. Torshi, is this his time to shine? He's thrown away the AWP, picked up an AK. He knows that there's somebody on that side, and he can't quite do it. Man takes him down. 9C, they get one more round.
A full year as a esports player, especially Counter-Strike player, it is a lot of work, it is a lot of spending time with your team.
As a pro player, you need to sacrifice. It's not just going to tournament, having some fun, see a city, go around being a tourist.
It's pretty hard with all the travel and the boot camps and practice from home and all of that. But yeah, that's how it looks.
Travel days, it's always so tough. We are traveling like all together, like 5 players, coach, manager.
I mean, usually the year starts with a boot camp before the first tournaments.
In Navi, we are boot camping quite a lot. We tend to have a boot camp at the start of the season, at the end of the season, before the major. And sometimes we might even have a boot camp in the middle.
You have now grinded practice at home for 2 weeks with maybe 2 days off. Then you go into a tournament and you get met by extreme happy emotions or extreme sad emotions.
The best part of all of this is definitely a competition.
When you're making deep runs, especially if you're winning a tournament, you get the benefits of the hard work you put in. When you're losing constantly, even if you might go home a couple days earlier, you're thinking of what would have happened if we beat this team or win the tournament.
As a pro player, you need to fight to stay mentally strong. You have to fix mistakes, you have to adjust, you have to prepare for the next day. You go into the game and then you repeat.
This year was pretty hard for us, I would say, because we had a boot camp, tournament, just a few days off, then another tournament, then again just 3 or 4 days off.
Getting energy again is one of the most important things for me. I've done this for 25 years now. I have my family close, I have my wife close, and those are the people I see the most, but not a lot.
you're traveling a lot of countries, sometimes even back to back, without returning home. I'm used to it, I guess.
I think one of the most important things as a team is the team dynamic. We are 5 people on the server, and if one person is missing outside the game, automatically feels very less.
In Navi, we try to have the balance and not spending time 24/7 with each other. But I'm close with Ima, for example. I'm close with MongolZ. We might spend more time with each other. Overall, you're still gonna be in the practice room with all of your teammates for countless of hours a day.
When we, let's say, go out for a dinner or we go for a team walk, we always try to be together, like the whole team.
Everybody has to commit to the same amount, sacrifice the same things, and only then you can reach the trophies.
What makes the whole year worth it is the majors. I always have the best feeling of my life when my parents were watching me and my best friends were watching me. So I just think that's the peak of the tournament calendar.
Everyone is looking for winning, and this is what makes competition being real.
I'm here for one reason. I'm here to win everything I can, and the day I stop, I have time for everything else in my life.
MOUZ have been snared in the mouse trap. They couldn't get going at all on Dust 2, but Anders, they did manage to find the very last round of the first half. Not all is lost, but the way they were losing the rounds was so convincing. The stars are shining bright for MOUZ, but a couple of holes here and there. Torji 1 and 4 had 0 impact for the AWP.
Yeah, he got a couple of opportunities there. Couldn't really make it work, so a bit of a flat half for him. Ultimately, still MOUZ with a sizable lead here. A pistol round must be won, but more importantly, they need to win the follow-up round as well. They did win the pistol in the first half, and it didn't really work out for them anyway. They lost the following round immediately, and that pretty much set MOUZ up to go. Mayan smoked off in the middle with the USP, and MOUZ got open runway to try and go in. Now, they're going to be spotted when they get to the catwalk corner, so at least they're going to know. Ooh, are they going to be? They will. This is bold, but I do like it. Are they going to be quick enough? They might catch Jimmy in the middle. Spinks goes down. Max with the headshots. Jimfat's gone. Max finds 3. He's been so quiet, but this is what they needed. He's got 5 kills. 3 of them were in this round.
If CS2 is pistols only, this would be the best team in the world.
There we go. He said it. I mean, you say that, but K-Serato's out there.
True. That sequence he got yesterday.
So no.
Maybe one of the best pistol players of all time in Counter-Strike. It was unreal.
The thing is,
I'm not just talking about CS2. That might be one of the best pistol plays ever.
It's certainly 100%. It's up there. Even when you rewatch it, you can't really believe what you're seeing. it's so good.
I know you've got that Edward one from 1.6 on Tuscan, but that wasn't really like brutal aim. It was just really cool.
Yeah.
The aim yesterday from K-Serato, holy shit, that was like something I've never seen before.
Yeah, I still cannot believe it. What a thing to witness. All right. Lukov coming in, and he will be shutting them down. So second round is looking good. There was no bomb plant either, so there is no real reason for MOUZ to invest into the rounds. I guess that's sort of par for the course here for them to be picking up the round. But I still think it's good. Again, anything they can get, really. They got demolished by Vitality, as you pointed out. So for 9C, just the more rounds, more tape, more experience at this level would be really good.
I mean, yeah, you can't really learn much from a 13-2, 13-3 thrashing.
Yeah.
But if you do have some good rounds or you're winning and you have some close clutches and things that don't go your way, then you do have something to work with here. And this is turning in to a competitive game. Bear in mind, they did win both pistols, but this is where the heat starts to get turned up. Round number 15, the AKs are out. Torji with the rifle in hand. And Zerchen leading the way. He's going to get found out. Nice work there. They blow open the smoke of the HE. Find Zerchen vaulting up. They're not looking scared, at least.
No.
They're looking more than willing to take these duels.
I think they sounded like they weren't scared in the interview either, and they kind of understood the mission ahead of them. Play some hard Counter-Strike.
That was the thing against Vitality. They looked so tentative and slow.
Right.
They were like trying to play Vitality CS against them. You're never going to win that game. But if you can be aggressive, surprising, and a little bit unpredictable, they've got the skill to back it up.
That's the problem if you're one of the top teams, is that there are so many teams you could run into in the top 50 even that can do damage from the aim alone, and you've got to be careful about that. 50 seconds on the clock here, and they are starting to make their way up catwalk. It's Jimmy lurking long. A little bit of nerves here from Mayan. Doesn't hit the shot. The follow-up is a lot of damage, but it clips just the edge of the wall there. Bomb going to be planted.
Damage is the operative word there, Anders. They've got a 5-on-4 advantage. 2 players desperately low on health. That's Torji and Brolan. This retake's on. And I'd give 9Z the advantage here.
Brolan has no armor at all. So that's interesting. Could be a factor. Jim Fat goes down, man. It's a really good shot. Torshi gets his head blown off. And Spinks at the catwalk against 5. It's too much to ask for. They're going to be on top with the kits. Very good work here. Now up to 7. They're 1 round behind MOUZ.
The bomb goes down. Loss bonus accumulating. And it's 5 players surviving there for 9Z. They're starting to feel this.
Yeah. Again, I've got to reiterate, even though he misses some shots here, right? Technically, he is 3rd in the world AWPing CT side, Mayan. Obviously.
Okay, no, it's good to reiterate.
People are going to say, well, there's again different opposition. That's totally fair.
Yep.
But still.
But this is his stomping ground.
This is where he does his best work, for sure.
Good intel. And Torji's doing his worst work maybe ever recorded. Hasn't really done anything, and he's 1-7 right now.
Yeah.
Saving up for the AWP going forward. They'll partial buy into this one. Brolan has got Kevlar this time.
Oh, wow.
Not for long. No head.
DGT. Look at the aggression. Is it even necessary in a round like this one? I would argue this could be where the aggression backfires.
I like it.
Well, okay then.
Keep them on high alert. Give them nothing.
No respect. They do trade 1 for 1. DGT's very low on health here, but Wowzo Peak is in a position here that very often gets overlooked. And he's got DGT there just to play spoiler a little bit. Okay, that's a lot of damage to start with. Just the M4A1. 3 kills. Expertly played. Pulls out the pistol. He'll take the 4th.
Okay, we're all tied up. This is where doubt starts to creep into the minds of MOUZ, who was going so well. You were 8-4 up. You were dominating them. We were having some fun.
We were.
And now, you're getting clowned on. They're pushing you on the CT side. They're getting 4 kills. They're actually managing to mow you down. 1 player has dominated the whole team. It was a partial buy, admittedly, but still.
Sure.
What a sequence. That's going to build confidence.
But this is, again, where playing Dust 2 is such an advantage to 9C, because there are so many fights like that where it is about the individual skill. And someone like WowZP absolutely has it. Nobody could doubt that. We haven't even seen, really, I think, DGT and Max do even their best work, but they are really capable players.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
I've watched a fair few 9C games in the past because Martinez was on the team.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'm a big fan.
Mm-hmm. He's great.
Still think he could go play. He played the Gentle Mates now. They're doing well.
They're doing very well.
Round number 17. The game is tied.
They've got now the 3 AK-47s on the CT side. They're the ones who are powered up at this point. They're feeling it. Jimmy feeling the heat. Has to fall back. Incendiary takes away a quarter of his health.
Didn't like what he was seeing out long. Who could blame him?
Nice space found by Zershin, though.
That's a good point, yeah. It's where you can really be quick again to get to the B-bomb site. Or you could turn it into a lurk. If you're executing catwalk and they go and find out what's in middle. Lukov is going to show himself there. Smoke up towards CT spawn. Falls down.
It's okay. Still operates well.
Okay. I was nervous for a second.
I mean, it's not optimal, but it still works.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
It's a good view. I love it. 55 seconds. Looks like it's going to be more of a split here. Jimmy is out on long. They're moving towards the catwalk. Always hard to play these lurk positions. Can't be too early, can't be too late. They're faking it out middle
Spinks
here.
might want to go CT spawn.
Yeah. This is sick. This is a Spirit strategy where Chopper in the past would have done exactly this. Exertion's going to be taking out DGT. Wanding up through CT spawn at the moment. Oh, he's waiting there, but Lukov able to find him. I don't know how. I feel like Spinks should have had that fight every time. 3 versus 3 now, and a long scope from Mayan will take down Torshi again. He can't win the fight with the AWP. Exertion battling all over the place, but they'll go down. Mayan to get the last shot on that CT side. This is looking interesting now.
All right, upset alert. Tell your friends, tell your family, get everyone on the stream. MOUZ are fumbling an 8-4 lead. The absolute favorites going into this one. It felt like a formality just to play this series.
Torshi's getting frame mogged.
I don't even know what that means. I've heard people say it, but yes, I agree.
Obviously, I don't know what it means either, Henry. But apparently it's a thing.
I've heard so many people say it, I don't want to ask what it actually means, but it doesn't sound good.
No, exactly.
Double smoke down towards double doors. Might look like a mistake. It just means the CTs can't pop it open.
Yeah. Oh, they have such little to work with. We said at the beginning, it doesn't really matter. Torshi was 1-3. We said that doesn't really matter in the game. But now you're looking at Brolan, you're looking at Torshi, you're saying now it probably does matter. Now we're starting to get to the point where it actually is having an impact on the game, unfortunately. But great work, 9C. Don't want to take anything away from them here. They're playing hard Counter-Strike. Mayan back in his favorite spot on the CT side. Wowzopeak and Lukov, who are both playing fantastically. I still think Max and DGT are phenomenal players, so I'm kind of waiting for them to be activated even more than this. They've left mid open, but they're keeping a watchful eye from the B bomb site. They know what's going to be happening in there. That scaffolding position is dangerous.
It's so powerful in these sort of rounds. You don't have the resources, all the information to do anything about it. That's double digits. Maybe we get one kill, but it's another clean sweep for 9Z. Cruise control in this second half.
He's got to practice that, right? He got the kill, and the jump up was immediate.
Sure.
That's kind of sick.
Fancy footwork. MOUZ, you're in trouble here, boys. Torji's missing. His home map.
We need
Orpus Paradise is 2-10.
What we really need is a replay from the beginning of the broadcast when we were laughing at how much MOUZ was winning. Like a throwback.
I mean, like I said, I came into this one thinking, okay, obviously it's a 2-0. Let's have some fun with it. Let's try and make it entertaining.
Yeah.
But now we've got a real game on our hands. MOUZ with their backs to the wall.
Serious business here.
They haven't picked up a single round in the second half.
We threw it out as sort of a what if. What if they lost to FUT and MongolZ and then 9C? Well, now it feels like much more of a...
This would be last place in the tournament.
Last place in the tournament.
We're not there yet.
No, obviously it's a long ways away, but all of those thoughts are going to be creeping in. There's no question about that. 2-round lead here. 9C, what can you give us? 3 more rounds is all they are looking for. Torshi, he gets the leg shot onto Wowzopeak, but that should have been a kill.
Nothing's going in his favor. My heart bleeds for him. Not a good feeling.
DGT's way up in middle, and they're holding lower dark. If Exertion's not very accurate here, he could be dead to Lukov, and then we pretty much are stuck on long if you're MOUZ. Part of me wanted to see DGT peek even further and flank them, but he's going to go back to try and hold the bomb site. 40 seconds on the clock. Smoke for the cross again. There's actually a lot of utility on the CT side. One of them, the incendiary thrown up there. They blow open the smoke. I think MOUZ could be in a bit of danger, but Exertion in the middle. Oh, that's huge. They dropped the grenade. Max died, and he held the pin on the grenade, and now DGT is blown up. That is a catastrophe. They're going to lose the round on that.
They definitely are. You hate to see that.
Oh.
And finally, MOUZ will find their first round here.
Once you take away the pin, the grenade is dangerous. It's real dangerous. That's grenades 101.
It really is. Mayan, Lukov, they've got tons of money. No problem there.
Sure. 5
digits for pretty much all 5 players. Let's have a look at the replay.
Check this out.
Grenade in hand, taken down. Oh, yeah. He was dead either way, but...
yeah, he was.
It's still a lot of fun.
Yeah, good comedy. That is so critical. That's an enormous round. If he doesn't do that Exertion, there's so much utility on that A bomb site. They would have had a lot of trouble, I think, putting down that bomb or even getting onto the site. Well played.
1 round game. Sweating now, MOUZ. Timeout called.
They should. They really should call some timeouts here. Try and make sure they keep things in line. Obviously, a win is a win. If MOUZ walk away with the victory and Dust
absolutely.
2, then it's good enough.
Like, it's a team you know are going to be really up for this one.
Yeah.
They're going to be fragging hard. They're going to be unpredictable. It's not a play style you're going to be used to.
I think Pimp said on the desk, right, they play an enormous amount of Counter-Strike. Yeah. And Vu mentioned they play a lot of Overpass. I checked as well. They've got 23 maps of Overpass in the last 3 months.
Holy.
So that's just outrageous. Now, we're not playing Overpass here today, but it just says something about how in tune to the game they are.
Yeah, map pool today is Dust 2, picked by 9Z. Inferno by MOUZ, then Nuke to decide.
Yeah.
Thing is, Nuke, I feel like MOUZ will dominate
so
them
good.
tactically on that one. You can't just run around and kill people on Nuke.
They're such a scary team on that map.
That's if we get there. It has. I think they said on the desk as well. Dust 2 has to be a victory for 9Z for this to even be a series worth talking about.
And they're making a very impressive case for themselves. So again, they could walk away with their heads held high no matter what. Might even walk away with a first map win. They had the money. They still got a lot of weapons, but that's Torshi.
Here he is.
3rd kill, finally. Ooh, I don't know if I'd be spraying that. Look, you have to keep it alive here. Orb throw him back. Brolan, he goes down. DGT. It's a risk to take that peak, but one that they needed. Now Jimmy's on long. Oh, and never mind. Spinks is here. Jimmy does go down long. They're pushing both extremities of the map at the same time.
The boost could be everything here. Okay, I was going to say the bomb's about to come through, but Xertion's got him.
Yeah.
Double kill available for him as soon as he gets out the smoke. Oh, no. What? Xertion, you've absolutely fumbled that.
That is a mess up. Torshi.
He thought he had that first kill.
Yeah, he really did, and he heard the footsteps. He wanted to be quick with it now. Could he save the round? He will get another one. Triple. And now he's running for it. He has no idea where the last player is, but he's just down the middle. Lukov's already behind him. Footstep there, so he heard him.
He's got time.
He's got plenty of time.
Don't go tunnels. Don't overcook. Just go towards A.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you don't want to be thinking that deep.
Just take your advantage. You can even get a long plant down here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Lukov doesn't have the advantage of running. He has to be way more careful. If he just follows him on catwalk, he's going to be dead, and he will be anyway. Torshi, a huge round. He's been under some criticism. He's been under the spotlight for this match, but this was a big one.
Xertion, man, I hope we get a replay of that one. I don't know what he was thinking there. A chance to get 3 kills, and he gets nothing. He played it to perfection in terms of the positioning, the timing. Players with their backs turned to him, and I assume in his head, he gets that kill, and he's moving on to the second, but he gets nothing, and it almost cost him the round.
It's one of those, like, yeah, brain working too fast moment almost. Like, he's hearing the footsteps. Yeah. He's already thinking, like, 5 steps ahead.
Take your time, relax a little bit. At least guarantee 1, for God's sake. But,
yeah,
as I always say, Anders, no harm, no foul.
We do say that.
Smoke was popped. Torji opening things up. This was the moment. Oh, it's an absolute mess. Absolute disaster. Thankfully, Torji finds some form. He's had a rough one. Really needed that. Sigh of relief from Xertion, let me tell you.
Yeah, he's going to be thanking him later, saying, it's really nice. Help me out on that one.
10-10. Money's still brittle, though. The fact he's coming down to 1v1s. They're not clean rounds at all. They're not convincing victories.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
It was 8-4.5. They've now got 2 in the second. Even winning this round, it wouldn't break the money of 9Z.
Oh, yeah. It's an uphill battle for MOUZ in that sense.
Kind of is a must-win round for MOUZ.
Yeah, probably map point. If
yeah.
Not. Lurk smoke, but there's such a strong position to counter that lurk smoke if you can play on top of the boxes. Very nicely done. They do have a big lean, 9C, towards the B bomb site, so they are expecting that something like that could be happening. As long as Jimmy's out long, I don't think we're going to be seeing those B splits coming out, so Spinks is starting to rotate back as well. Mayon here, if he loses WowZo peak on long, then he is in a lot of trouble. He absolutely needs his long player to stay alive. Even if he's been playing well, man, got to give him some credit. 12 kills, but ooh, they're pushing into upper dark. I think 9C, they're going to find out, but it's going to be too late. They can't rotate people over. It's down to these 2 against the entire MOUZ team. This is not going to be easy. WowZo peak setting up a flash for long, but Mayon is already dead. And now he finds himself without any backup. Yeah, you can try, but they're going to be all over it. Roland gets him.
We said this is a must-win round for MOUZ. There's plenty of money here. The round's not necessarily over. Lukov can definitely cause a bit of a ruckus here. Can he find the timing? I don't think so. Bomb planted. And if there's any further utility towards shore, you might as well call it off, and I think they already have.
do want to give them credit, though, 90. If you're going to be stacking B and you don't feel anything for that long, it is a cool idea to move into upper dark.
Yeah.
They just got the timing wrong. It happens. Roland, not the best map for him, but that double kill here has made a big difference.
Certainly has. So, a sigh of relief for MOUZ fans. What felt like a bit of fun, a bit of deathmatch on Dust 2, a warm-up into the tournament. Started to turn into a bit of a nightmare, actually. But keeping 5 players alive, we see it as a must-win round, and it couldn't go any better for them. Nice injection of cash, an extra $3,500 per player into the next round. Let's see if they can close it out now. Find that map point.
Yeah, heard the words jump spot from lower. See what Roland has been cooking up here. 1 round lead. Roland is at top mid with Jimmy, and looks like they're going to be setting up the smoke towards mid doors. Lukov is going to be seeing that landing any moment now. Okay, there's the boost up.
No one home at short. In terms of the CT setup, 3 towards A this time. Lukov towards middle.
Yeah.
They got that double orb setup, Anders, just a note.
That's right.
Very viable on Dust 2.
Yeah, and again, with MongolZ holding that long position, I mean, all he has to get is a kill. Stay alive, and they probably have this on lockdown. Nice flash in the middle. Even if you don't find anyone here, the CTs will hear about this. They should be able to hear that from the B-bomb side, and they got to start to worry about whether or not somebody's coming, especially with that smoke being up as well. Yeah, DDT's pulled away from the A defense because of all this mid stuff. But it looks to me like we're still going to be going up catwalk. And now Mayan in position again on that long corner there.
I would assume A execution with a mid lurk.
Yeah.
Can fall back, cancel. See what they've got up their sleeve here.
It's a wall of smokes. What do? 26 seconds, but MOUZ are out. They're going to get the bomb planted here. I don't see that being stopped. DDT's out. Nearly a flick.
Big miss.
That could have worked out, but it didn't. And now, bomb being planted. 4-on-4 for the retake. They have to go for this 9C. They still have more money in the bank. I don't see them backing out of this one. Mayan holding the line. WowZopeak sneaking up. Incendiary. If that had been a Molotov, that would have burned them out. But the Incendiary, it doesn't spread far enough. Time is ticking here. They're in trouble now. WowZopeak is dead. Mayan, you've got to hit this next shot. He's already low on health. His backup is coming, though. Max with the headshot on the 1, but Jimmy and Torshi combine, and they hold on to the afterplant just fine. MOUZ, they look like they are recovering this. 12-10 now.
If there's a tactical timeout left, I suppose use it now. It is map point. Admirable comeback here from 9Z. They were 8-4 down. Brought it all the way to 10-10. But MOUZ stretching their legs now, looking more comfortable. Nice positioning from Brolan. Jimmy with a grenade. Torji waking up with the AWP now as well. As you mentioned, plenty of money still for 9Z. Woo. And a leg shot to open things up. Mayan down to 18 once again. Aggression towards middle being presented. He's actually snuck past lower B.
They know now. Torshi's calling it out. Element of surprise gone. They quite smartly 9Z back away from that. They realize opportunity has already gone. MOUZ look comfortable now on this T side. It seems like they got all the control in the world.
Okay, that is a missmoke. That one is no good, I can tell you that much. Yep, thank you for highlighting. Sometimes if it lands like in between the doors, it's still fine, but that's a straight up miss.
Yeah.
If it costs you a kill here, you'll be kicking yourself. Seems to be fine.
Yeah, at least it didn't do that. With some good grenade damage, though. So we can take that.
I think this will be the same smokes with a mid to B split. So we'll see the waterfall smokes come in like this, and they'll fall back in mid to B.
So it looks the same from the CT side.
Yeah, and you have one player dropping down.
You've called it, Henry. It looks dead on perfect. Dropping down to CT spawn. Lukov, though, he actually catches Exertion. He was already low from that earlier nade that I think Lukov himself threw. Nice burst. DGT on the crossfire. No smoke to CT spawn, so they're very vulnerable trying to get out middle, which would have been fine if they'd actually had Exertion in CT spawn, but they don't. Spinks on the one side, Torshi on the other. Bomb is right there. 20 seconds left. Can they go and pick it up? That burns out Lukov, and they're gonna get Spinks as well. Oh, that is a close round. And I actually think it was really well designed by MOUZ. It was a cool idea.
Was a very cool idea. Couldn't quite stick the landing. Taking heavy damage en route. Bomb goes down in an awkward spot. Torji unable to connect the dots with the AWP. Lukov was ready for that drop down, though. He knows that play.
Yeah.
Repositions well. Oh, just excellent movement as well. Ducking and weaving. Didn't give him a chance of a trade. As soon as he gets one, different angle.
Yeah, he's been so good. He's up to 17. I'm really impressed.
We're doing a B-pop here, Anders.
Okay. Let's just try and close it out.
Okay. Now the smoke is there. They might reset, and I think they are back towards T-spawn. Is Jimmy low up with the bomb?
Yeah, they'll try and turn it into something different.
Very powerful position. You don't see it too often.
Yeah, there's a rat angle, isn't it?
Wasu peek. Could find Jimmy here on the long lurk. They get mid-control again, which has been granted a few times. More of an A-lean here from the CTs. Looking for the knockout blow now. Do not want this to go to regulation. Oh, sorry, to overtime. They want to win it in regulation, I should say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, imagine the nightmare for MOUZ if suddenly they have to play overtime. End it now is a really good map here for 9C. The next one's going to be potentially more tricky.
I was going to say, that smoke is actually even helping the T's. Yeah, you've actually killed yourself there.
Oh, you hate to see that.
You're hoping it goes like a couple of centimeters deeper and cuts off that angle, but you've given him a perfect gap to take you down.
Well, now they're rotating away from the A-bomb site. Wowzopik has to win this fight. Even then, it's not going to... Still, it's a very hard round to win right now. But at least they get Jimmy on long.
A's open.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's nobody. Mayan already rotated away. There is nobody there.
This is all about Spinks now. 3 players coming through the double doors. If he times it well, he probably gets all 3.
There's one, two. Ooh, and a missed shot for Mayan.
There we go.
Pulls out the pistol. All 3 in the bag. Wowzopik against 4. He's taken the first one, but they can just wait. If they unplug their keyboards, they probably win the round right now.
Don't
The only
do that.
way they can lose is if they fight.
Oh, wait!
When they fight
They should have unplugged them.
They should have absolutely done that.
Why are they facing?
I can't explain it.
You could've
Broland's
shot
going to be
back.
so mad. All right, he salvages it. It's safe once again, but they nearly threw it away. 13-11 as MOUZ Sports are put to the test.
My God, that was close. A sigh of relief. It almost comes tumbling down there at 3 versus 1. All you have to do is defend the bomb. No one needs to challenge. They gave him a look in, and it's 9Z giving them a run for their money. 13-11 to kick things off. A great showing, it has to be said. I thought 9Z were going to get absolutely stomped there, Anders. They opened things up. It was 8-4. It looked like they didn't get a look into this whatsoever, but they do battle there all the way back. It goes 13-11, and we got Inferno coming up next.
MOUZ doing their best to keep that one interesting, but 9Z try as they might, couldn't get it over the line into overtime, couldn't complete the comeback. MOUZ do take the victory here on Dust 2.
Normally, we start praising the winner. This time around, I want to change the course of that. I want to give credit to 9C. I think we built up this game as being a no-brainer, that MOUZ were going to win 2-0. The best we could hope for was 9C making the game competitive, and so they did. To an extent where I thought overtime was on the cards right here. I think 9C did a tremendous job on that CT side. Sure, we'll get into it. MOUZ had moments in this game where they didn't live up to expectations, where they kind of messed it up. I think the last round right here as well was a symptom of that as well. Making mistakes this time around, getting away with it. But overall, 9C were able to put up a fight where they, theoretically speaking, could have pushed it into overtime. Maybe you could even make the case that they could have won this map. To me, that's a big surprise.
Not only did they make it close, but they made it close in a way that nobody predicted. We were talking about, and I think in the pregame interviews, they were talking about you come in, you hold W a whole bunch, right? And you get in their face and you make them doubt themselves. But you look at how it actually went down, 8-4 first half. You're thinking they're just going to get blown out of the server. They go into the second half. They do pick up the pistol, but that's where they start to make a comeback. That's where they do start to make MOUZ doubt themselves. We were expecting if it was going to be close, that needed to happen from round 1. I'm really impressed with them in this game.
I think it's hugely impressive. I think that's very fair to credit the discipline, to credit the faith that they had on their own comeback, to know that, you know, it's not over till it's over, till that bell rings. And I mean, even that last round, a little nervous. I think that's a massive credit through to MongolZ, and we've seen them at times come out, make their way to an event, surprise. Those are previous versions of those rosters, or with different stars, different teams. But we do know that the DNA has been consistent, and one thing that's been consistent as well for them is Max. He's always been willing to call into a game, to call into the comeback, to make things happen, to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, I'm glad, you know, Wu said it yourself, like it's not the way we anticipated it to be. It wasn't based off one player popping off, you know, having a life game, so to speak, that allowed them to be competitive in this game. This was a team effort, you know. MOUZ were trying the B bomb side. They were trying to do a lot of B splits. They were trying to hit the A bomb side, going for long control as well, which means that they applied pressure on every single player within the team of MongolZ, and they all held up to it on that CT side. So I'm happy the fashion it happened in. To be completely honest, I'm also happy MOUZ ended up winning, because I think they are the better team, obviously. But for MongolZ to make it so competitive in the fashion they did, deserves an awful lot of credit.
I think MOUZ are incredibly happy they managed to bring that one out. And I think that ToRji is incredibly happy they managed to bring that one out, because there was one round I want to highlight here. This is round 20. ToRji had an absolute stinker of a map right up till this point.
Yes, what I want you to pay attention to again, it's this B-split coming in. Exertion, you know, not like Exertion, finding a great lurk through the smoke, and look at this. He thinks he's getting the first kill, turns around, goes for the second kill, doesn't get that either. When he realizes he didn't get either of them, you leave ToRji in a 1v3, and that's a tough one to win. AWP picks up the M4 right here, has to find and isolate another kill, which DGT, you probably shouldn't have played it as aggressive as you did. Then localizes the second player and ends up winning the round. You're right in saying that, Mike, because ToRji was at, what, 0 kills, 10 rounds into the game or something like that. Didn't find any impact whatsoever. Then comes in with a quad kill at a very important moment in this game. It just shows me two different things. You know, Exertion, 9 out of 10 times, he gets a double kill right there. Round over. We don't have to break a sweat. But MOUZ didn't play well here.
Yeah, you ever wonder why you play together in a 2v1? It's for situations like that. He picks up the one, you immediately know there's no trade, there's nobody outside B, I can push out B. You don't have every player pick up that type of information, but ToRji's never gonna miss it. And despite the first half, I checked back, he went 1-4 was his scoreline over 12 rounds in the first half.
He was sleeping, he was napping.
He barely saw anyone. I think he was just bored out of his mind in the first half. He comes into the second half, finally pops off in what was that, round 20, round 21, and then you see MOUZ activate. I kind of feel like MOUZ went into that second half so confident, they just thought that they would just push out and the other team, MongolZ, they would just miss and fall over and give up and die. And MongolZ didn't have any of that. They fought to the bitter end.
It genuinely did feel like one of those moments where maybe ToRji in that second half was like, oh, I have to try. I have to clock in. I guess I can do it. But the flip side is, credit to MOUZ. They are not a team that has been well known for being able to turn around those mental states, right? They're known for a team that's, when they've gotten in the bad spot, when they started to lose the momentum, that's where we see the disasters. And this time they avoided, and it is also big credit to some of their fraggers out here as well. A Spinks coming in, huge for this team, managing to deliver kill after kill after kill. Xertion as well, outside of that one round. Some very big moments here for MOUZ.
Yeah, they weathered this storm. I think that's the perfect way to describe that, because as you said, the first half was quite impressive coming out of MOUZ. I think a lot of the players showed up the way we'd like them to show up. Spinks found impact, Xertion found impact. We're going to have a Jimmy moment later on as well, where he shut down MongolZ single-handedly. So in terms of you know, putting out the win conditions for MOUZ, well, who do you want to play well? Well, you want your entry fragger and Xertion. You want your stable player in Spinks and Jimfat to do a good job, and they did. So in that regard, there is positives to take away. I very much buy into what you said, Wu, as well. It almost feels like the first half went so easy for them and went so well for them that they forgot to clock in for the second.
Looking back at the first half is where I think what we predicted is what was happening. It was MOUZ were just holding their bomb sites, confident in their individuals to hit their shots, and we highlighted DGT before the game. Going into that one, he can't activate himself if you're just having Spinks and Xertion hold their sites. You're having Jimmy pull up a 3K on B. He's the lurker. DGT's trying to come in on the flank. He didn't have any chances to do that in the first half because of those anchors, because of those players from MOUZ actually popping off. It wasn't until the second half where he could get a bit aggressive, and that's where we saw DGT and the rest of MongolZ actually pop off.
There's a round we wanted to look back at, round 10 here.
Yeah, it's just to highlight Jimmy, you know, doing what Jimmy does best. And also at this moment in the game, it's 6-3. 9Z desperately needs something given the economical situation as well, and they block each other. You know, it's not pretty. It's not Counter-Strike that you like to see at this level, and it's just a great showcase of what will be punished when you're facing teams like MOUZ. You're losing a full buy round after having just had an eco. You're down 6-3. You're going down 7-3. You don't have a lot of money, and this is the way you do it in. Maybe a bit unfortunate. First player gets completely flashed out of the blue, but I honestly don't know what they're doing right here. But you play Counter-Strike at that level against a team like MOUZ, you will be punished instantly.
And this is where we're seeing the fits and starts for 9Z, right, Vo?
Yeah, this is one of those spots where, I mean, you look at that player get full blinded and then he's in the middle of the open. He knows that's a mistake. It's not like he's not going to get punished for that if he's playing South American competition. I think that's one where you're starting to get a little worried. You're playing against MOUZ. You're trying to play too perfect. You're trying to change the way you play up, and that causes a lot of mistakes like this that MOUZ are always going to capitalize on.
But there were also bright spots for 9Z, and in particular, I want to highlight WhatsOpeak here, right? Because he's not the usual suspect that you want to be top of the board, and he delivered in a big way for 9Z here.
Very much did, you know, found a lot of impact on the server, yeah. And as I said, I feel like you could pick any of the players in this game, especially on the CT side, to find impact, to contribute. MOUZ, they kind of tested them all over the map. WhatsOpeak was one of the players, especially in the second half, stepping up and keeping them alive in the game.
I like to see the aggressive plays actually coming out of not only WhatsOpeak, but DGT as well. I'm calling him WhatsOpeak. I can't do what you're doing. I can't do what you're doing. I can't do what you're. I think the aggressive plays are what really worked for 9Z in the second half. They got aggressive up mid. They got aggressive in the lower tunnels in the early parts of the half when they could actually try and build their economy up. And it didn't take too long for MOUZ to actually start to turn it back around, to actually group up and prevent those aggressions. But WhatsOpeak was one of the main contributing factors to that ability to take lower, to take mid, to find openings, and to retake on sites when they allowed the short control given up. I can't say too much. I can't say too much about WhatsOpeak. He just played an incredible game.
I can say something about WhatsOpeak. For anyone who doesn't know at home, WhatsOpeak means cowboy peak. That's the general translation. Huaso down in South America. Doing a little wrangling of the cattle out there, and I think he might just be the lone cowboy that they need if they're going to make a series of this one.
Is that a variation of a Xantarez peak?
See, I want to leave the viewers with a cliffhanger. I think we're going and heading towards a break right here, Mike. We're having a second map coming up as well. This was the chance for 9Z. Dust2 was the ticket into this matchup. They made a great game out of it. They came close pushing it into overtime. Maybe you could make a case they could have won it as well, but looking at Inferno coming up...
Indeed. There's some trouble there. I will say, though, a teaser for next time, Inferno is where MOUZ struggled mightily against the Mongols. We'll talk more about that after this break. Huaso. time to up the heat because now 9Z need to step into the Inferno and try and outlast MOUZ. Nearly made a game of it on Dust 2, couldn't get it over the line. We expect this one to be a little bit tougher.
I would anticipate it, you know. I would anticipate this to be MOUZ stepping in now, getting the job done, leaving no room for doubt. However, I am welcoming another surprise coming in from 9Z. I wouldn't mind if they could apply a bit of pressure to MOUZ so we can continue the storyline that maybe there's some chinks in the armor right now. MOUZ didn't look great at the playoff in Pro League. MOUZ didn't look great whatsoever against the MongolZ. If 9Z lose 2-0, but they apply pressure and make both maps competitive, I would even go as far as saying that's not theoretically a win-win for MOUZ. So I hope that's the case here.
Keep in mind, Liquid did that twice against Vitality last season, and it didn't really prove any positivity for them.
No, but that's Liquid.
That's like apples to oranges.
Hold on.
And then an extra orange thrown in there. Now we're comparing bananas.
What if I told you, Mike, that 9Z have a 72% win rate on Inferno?
I'm intrigued.
Against who?
Are you saying that you don't respect the wins against Marsborn and Fake Debiru as on the same level as MOUZ?
I'm a man of respect, but no.
Jacob, do you know anyone on the Marsborn roster?
Not a single person.
Well, Mr. CXEI might have something to say about that one. Young Grizz coming on through, looking strong. MOTM, the man of the match. Look, that's a tough team. That can be a tough team. Maybe 9Z have been battle-tested by the likes of Marsborn. Now might be ready to bring it to MOUZ, another team that starts with them.
Absolutely not.
I think it's important for MOUZ to come in here and actually make a clean sheet out of it. I think it's important for them to come in and establish a bit of dominance just so they can build on that momentum. Roland said it, maybe it's a good thing for them to be in the lower bracket, but the fact of the matter is that MOUZ will have to win 3 games in a row. I've no doubt they're going to beat 9Z, whether it's going to be on Inferno or surprisingly on a third map, but it only gets worse from there on, right? The competition in that lower bracket is going to be very, very tough. Theoretically, they could have a rematch versus MongolZ. Theoretically, Vitality could drop down in the lower bracket, so MOUZ, they have to get it going now.
Well, Jacob seems to think this is a sure thing. I think it could get interesting. What say you, Anders and Henry G?
Well, I am excited. I hope that they're wrong on the desk. I kind of want to see more out of 9Z. They certainly surprised me on the opening map, but I do feel like they could be right. Unfortunately, this could be the end of the road for 9Z.
I love the optimism from Darth Mike. Always a glass half full kind of guy, but yeah, I tend to agree. I think the fun comes to an end here. Dust 2 is their golden ticket into this series. It gets a lot more tactical now, and MOUZ should be absolutely destroying them here on Inferno. Torji, bit of an Inferno specialist as well. I'm sure he'll be having a much stronger performance than what we saw on Dust 2. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. We could be saying goodbye to 9Z right here, right now. Map number 2 is going to be the pick of MOUZ. T-side start for them. They've got the 2 smokes. Oh, just the 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, and a couple of flashes. Make it 4. So we'll see what they can make of it. It's going to be aggressive, of course. We know they like to press W. Wasso Peak gets himself tucked away in towards the apartment. All 5 players from MOUZ towards that banana area, waiting for initial aggression, any sort of utility to be deployed. Be careful of those chickens. And a B execution looking very likely here. I assume you'll just be Molotoving towards city spawn. Oh, sorry, smoking city spawn, Molotov, coffins, flash over, in you go.
And unfortunately, they just rotated that second man away. So, Max, this smoke, it does nothing. I hate this smoke in pistol rounds. They will always run through. I will never understand why people do it. In other rounds, sure. But I feel like in pistol rounds, it's so easy to just charge on through if you're already at the corner. He does get the kill, so that's good news. But they're quick on top, and Max out of the round. Lukov's going to be next. Spinks will take down Wowzerbeak, and Mayan and GGT very fast. Straight onto the bomb site where MOUZ, quick bomb plant as well.
They did very well on the pistols and Dust 2, but this one won't be landing in their favor. As mentioned, simple B execution, smoke down, Molotov in, flash over, trade out the kills.
Yeah.
This spot is crazy in CS2. No one ever checks it. And that does farm a bit of cash here. He can maybe get 1 more. If he does, he'll have a ton of cash. I still think they force buy in the second round. Mayan looking to punish, and punish he shall. So yeah, that guarantees a force in the second, Anders.
Yeah.
He's got some Kevlar as well.
Nice, Adam. Good kill the roads, baby. Yeah, let's do down with 5 models, boys. I'll buy up at 7.
Well then, that's a very, very smooth beginning here. guess I should say, if you're going to throw that smoke in B, like if you have dualies, a couple of like if you have a lot more people on the other side, but just the one smoke, I don't like it. Anyway, second round is coming up, and you said we guarantee a force here. That's absolutely the case. 2 5.7s, they're lethal on Inferno. Deagle on Mayan, FAMAS, and an MP9.
I've said it a few times recently, pound for pound, 5.7 is the best gun in the game right now. $500, the pocket rocket.
Yeah. Well, with the new ammo update, might even see more of use.
Yeah, true.
Extra bullets there could really be helpful. So far, they're not running any utility. That's kind of to be expected. There's one HE coming up, but it's a bit too early. Lukov still able to get the one, and the MP7, it's only going to be good for the one kill. So far, they're trading evenly, but he's blind.
There's another one here.
There is with the Deagle.
I don't think he should have taken that shot.
No.
You had a chance, at least one more kill there. You had the element of surprise on your side. Pop shot through the smoke, a bit of panic maybe. Doesn't work out. There was a chance of one more. I don't think it changes the outcome of the round, unfortunately, but there we go. Ruffling some feathers of the MOUZ unit, but overall going to be 2-0.
You could see, though, how in a perfect world with the grenade from inside of the B bomb site, if they could have peaked at the same time, if it all was coordinated well from the CT side, it would have been pretty interesting. But MOUZ, we expect them to be strong on this map, and so far so good. A lot of chaos. It's kind of been the theme, I would say, of the match so far. It's been a very chaotic rounds. The exertion in that smoke in middle on Dust 2, nearly a triple, but none of them. A lot of madness.
Saving the MP9 will be the eco to follow things up. Back-to-back B executions.
Yeah, and why not? Some of these early rounds are some of the few ones you're going to see where you're not running into a bombardment of incendiaries and HEs on Banana. At least less likely. I guess they could in the pistol, but they're feeling good with it now. I would hate to be the entry on Banana on the T side on any team, just running into HEs all the time.
Can be a nightmare. They've purchased an M4 to go with it. They saved the MP9. Feeling a bit flush with cash. Mayan will have the M4 and armor. See if they can make it work here. Going for the boost on the corner. The surprise angle. You normally do have to bring out the little gimmick plays here. Okay, even after getting double naded, WASOPeak still gets one.
That's pretty surprising. There's all the debris in his eyes as well. Can't believe he actually found the kill.
Boost.
Looking on top of the smoke. That works so well. Okay. 2 openings in favor of 9C. Exertion, he will catch Max.
I like
He's
this.
trying to rotate behind. He's putting a lot of pressure on the bottom though. And Exertion goes down. Mayan, quick to react. They picked up the bomb. There's only one defender on A.
This was the eco, Anders. They bought an M4 with the saved MP9, and it's worth its weight in gold. WASOPeak needs one kill here. If he goes down with nothing, they do not win this round. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Do they check this position? Can he hold his nerve? Can he buy enough time? Ugh, that's a shame. Round's still on, but advantage for MOUZ for sure.
Yeah. They even have the Molotov here. They can buy a little bit of time so they can reposition. Spinks going up into the apartment's hallway there. Torshi's inside of the bomb site. If there was some utility here, they could put some pressure on Torshi, but they really can't. They just have to try and see if they can jump in. Maybe they can coordinate the jump, so one's on the box and one's swinging, but
I'm moving.
It's not easy. Yeah, you don't have a kit, so they're already running low on time. There's Spinks and Torshi. Just the perfect timing for a little peek up in the apartments. Torshi gets the last one. And a scary round, but MOUZ survive.
Yeah, as soon as that bomb goes down, WASOPeak gets nothing. If he gets one, they definitely win it. I can't stress that enough. Unfortunate for him, does a little bit of damage, that's about it. Nice work to open things up with that MP9. The boost, like we said, the novelty play, gives them the 5-on-3 advantage. Mayan did great work at the M4, but didn't have the util, as you mentioned, running out of time, had to swing through. It was all about that Molotov towards short as well. I mean, they had the reroutes back towards long, wasted about 10 seconds at that point. Here we go.
Ideal.
Spinks goes down.
That's a strong start. Pretty much for free from Mayan. Took a little bit of damage, but that was about it. WowZO Peak ready to take the fight. He did it last time with the
Jimmy gets him here.
SMG. Oh. Seconds away. Milliseconds. That is another good opening. Exertion, he is ready to win this one. That is a strong double. Makes it a trip. He's wiped out the round on his own. Absurd play.
Xerxen had a few fumbles and dust too, most notably that mid to B play.
Yeah.
3 kills available to him, didn't find any. They still won the round. It wasn't a big deal, but that's much better.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a real low light that people are going to be circulating, laughing at.
But 4-0 rings true. And that was a 5-on-4 advantage as well. Xerxen goes to town, cracks open the B bomb site single-handedly, makes him look foolish on the other side. Barely takes any damage for his troubles either, and the hunt is on. Jimmy can smell blood in the water. And he'd be right. 2 players here towards the pit. If he can just find at least one of these, that would be great. Hasn't got the molly to flush him out. Does he commit and leap into the pit?
Don't show your
Might
head.
not be worth it now.
Yeah, but the CT's got to be so careful as well. I'm glad they don't try and fight him. I just don't think it's worth it. He's dangerous. All right. Early rounds looking good right now for MOUZ. And as a result, 9C have decided to take a bit of a timeout. They want a chance to discuss the rest of the half here. They are having a very hard time controlling them, and especially right now, Xerxen playing that top banana position. Every time they make even a single mistake, they get punished by him in that position. That's a lot to deal with. We'll see if they have any protocols. If they pick up some utility, there are a lot of teams that have advanced nade strategies for trying to take some banana control. I haven't really seen that out of 9C yet. They're letting banana go to MOUZ. Maybe too easily. All right. 4-0. They scramble together a buy here. They got a little bit. Some deep grenades. They land on the wrong side, but you can't always control that. Mayan. That's a position. He does have a teammate with him, so he's not completely exposed to his left-hand side.
Got Jimmy to deal with, though. WowZO Peak feeling brave. Gets himself a more advantageous angle. Retake util going over. Jimmy spotted, no damage already inflicted. Oh, it's a big kill. MP9 now, alone to defend. Backup coming in from CT spawn. Nice spray down. Gets a little dink on Torgy through the wall as well. Round not dead yet. 4-4 still technically favors the T side, especially on Inferno. Bomb making his way back towards middle. So now it's Xerxen's job to keep these 2 players on this side of the map. And he's got a plethora of utility. Molotov for new boxes.
Yeah.
And Molotov's first oranges as well.
Just a full-on one-man X.
So it looks like 2 players are still there with that play.
That is hard to deal with. They even respond with an incendiary immediately. They think, okay, we could be under attack.
So now you've got about 10 seconds before they realize nothing's coming in. You need to pounce about now with your mouse. Up towards short, but you've got to deal with the AWP. Mayan has to save the day. If he misses a single shot here, Anders, the round's over.
Yeah, they have a Molotov. Oh, but that was on Spinks. They have to pick it up. Now they've thrown it down, but it's behind him, and he's in front. Mayan, expertly played. He had to step it up, like you said, and he has right now done enough, I think. 12 seconds on the clock. WowZO Peak gets 1, and he's good for the follow-up. That is so well played.
Cool idea there from MOUZ. Xerxen showing a lot of presence towards B. Managed to hold those players on that side of the map. But as we mentioned, Mayan, rock solid. As long as he hits his shots, they would be absolutely fine. Delivers the goods here. Had to hit that first one. Nails it on the second as well. WowZO Peak to mop things up. Yeah, it was nice, boys. Enjoyed that. Well handled. You're being pulled around the map there. This is the world-class team, a top 3 squad. You had them on the ropes on Dust 2, recovering an 8-4 deficit. You had them sweating. You had them making mistakes, fumbling advantages. It's never over until it's over. Playing for their tournament life here. They'll take a tactical timeout, this time on the MOUZ side. Trying to shut down any sort of momentum that they want to build up.
Yeah, it's still early on in the half here. I mean, MOUZ have been looking good, but it's not too late for a recovery for 9C. One of the struggles has been the economy, which means worse weapons, but on Inferno it also means less utility, and that could be the death of the CT side. This time it's different. Got a lot more in the bank. And actually, it's MOUZ that are falling behind on the money. 2 Galils.
Yeah, just no loss bonus. Some of these rounds have been relatively close. Let's get into it, shall we? Important time of the game for MongolZ, especially if you don't convert this one. You're in a lot of trouble. Jimmy this time, a lot more space under his remit towards the apartments. Defensive hold from the CTs. You can see them holding right back here. AWP towards B as well. The face check comes in. They're in trouble. I think they might grenade spawn, though. We'll have a look. It's going to be a smoke going down early. Did the smoke miss? Yeah, I was going to say, where is it? How have you missed that, lads? Come on.
I don't know.
Like, that is the absolute most vanilla smoke you can throw. Like, if you're missing that, like, wake up.
One of the most thrown smokes.
Yeah. Like, that's the one smoke you need to know if you play Inferno. How they miss it at this level, I'm actually kind of annoyed. But whatever, we'll move on.
Well, let's see. They don't know that there's nobody on Banana yet, 9C. They're still really far back. But they do have 3 people at the A bomb site. With 40 seconds on the clock, they've got some utility as well. Fortunately, some of it's on Mayon, and he's on the other side. We'll see if they can actually hold on here. Down around the 30-second mark. That's a start, isn't it? Lukov's going to be taking down Brolan. That's the bomb as well that was on that side. Now, it's been picked up by Sershin instead. He's made the rotation back around towards the pit. 20 seconds on the clock as they're trying to get on. But wow, the spray, it couldn't have been any better. DGT, he will clean up the pits, but that is maybe a bit flat for MOUZ. Missed
yeah, definitely. You're trying to fake the B bomb site and you throw a smoke towards the skybox. Like, what are you up to?
Oh, no. Definitely not what we're looking for here. That's a second round. And again, they were already low on money. That's going to be doubly true now. MOUZ will have to take a bit of a breather as they let 9C back into the game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Has to be the full eco. We don't want any blowouts here at the blast open. They're no fun. We want to see what 9Z are made of. Like we said, they want some tape to take home with them.
Yeah.
You don't really learn much from getting blown out 13-2, but if you can get to double digits, get the opposition sweating, you have a lot to work with and work on going forward.
I was going to say that it's almost a referendum on MOUZ, but that's maybe too dramatic. But it is at least a temperature check on how the team is doing after some of the recent losses. It is still a group stage game, so we're going to judge them too harshly, but we do expect them to win.
Well, it's an elimination game.
It's an elimination game, yeah. That's probably worth emphasizing. And one that everybody thinks is going to be a 2-0. It should look better. Should have probably looked better on Dust 2. Nice nade on Brolan. And I guess for 9C as well, these are the kind of rounds, if you somehow screw these up, you can't take down the top teams. You just have to find a way to hold on to everything here. There's not a lot to work with on MOUZ, but it just takes a single mistake and everything could unravel. They do have 4 people at the A-bomb site, so the defense is as strong as it could possibly be. Mayan not going to get the shots, but the rest of the cleanup crew are in position.
Nice discipline. Low HP players falling back. Can't afford to give anything away here. Every dollar counts against a team like MOUZ. Clean sweep. Good kill to close things out as well. All 5 members survived there for 9Z. And they close the scoreline to a 1-round game. Not looking too bad at all here. 4-3 for MOUZ. Money's still a little bit compromised, though. I don't think they have AKs across the board. They certainly won't have the AWP. Galil's likely to be brought out as how many we've got. Jimmy and Brolan, yes, with the lesser of the rifle. Still very serviceable, of course. But you've now got 3 AK-47s on the CT side. This is where things get a little bit more complicated in those 1v1 duels.
Yeah, they're starting to accumulate quite a bit. Even spamming through some of the smoke, if that ever happens with the AK. I mean, that could be quick. Ooh, that's like he had the crosshair on, but...
He definitely had an AK.
Spinks, my God. He was deadly on the first map. Back again this time.
I think they just popped through this smoke. Executing towards B.
Oh, yeah.
Lukov very aware of that prospect, trying to scramble back to the safety of the bomb site here. Smoke goes down. That's fine. They're just trying to provoke a reaction on the CTs. They've applied a lot of pressure there and expended quite a lot of their util. Good trades. I was about to say that's a great shot from Max, but means nothing if he's traded out straight away, and it's still a 4 versus 3. What util do they even have left over towards this side of the map?
Really nothing at all. They've got one flash on DDT. Wowzer Peak is, again, holding A alone. And MOUZ have so much time. They're back to check. They just want to see.
All you have to do is execute towards B now, Anders. Unfortunately, smoke off in, smoke spawn, flash over, trade out kills.
Okay.
You're going to show a bit of presence with one player towards middle. Keep one player here at the very least. Tuck him in. Oof, maybe overplayed his hand a bit there.
Yeah, but it forced the rotation. They're actually running one of the 2 people back, so now DDT...
Now it's taking so long. Like I think Brawlin is parked up there in middle was the play.
Yeah. You're right, it is taking long enough because now the backup is starting to get there. Remember, they got AKs on the other side. 15 seconds on the clock now. MOUZ trying to get onto the site, but they might have left too little time in the round. Good headshot on the Jimmy. He goes down. Lukov picks up one more, and with just 5 seconds on the clock, he can't plant the bomb any longer. He is Spinks. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't fight him, you can't lose the round any longer. And they'll get him right at the end. Spinks to go down.
He died after time as well.
Did he really?
Yep, $600 into the next round. Yeah, I think they overcook. I don't think Brawlin had to go around swinging there. Like, he'd already shown presence with the flashbang, footsteps there. He tucks himself into that cubby, allows him to execute. All of a sudden, there's no scramble. You're not worried about the backstab. And you had the opening picks there. And then it's just really kind of labored executing towards B. Allows the CTs to reposition.
But even if he goes down, the speed, the follow-up, like you said, now they're so slow to get the next part going.
Yeah, that wasn't beautiful from MOUZ, I'll say that. Overcooking a little bit too much.
Don't step on each other. They almost blocked each other in the middle of all of that chaos. Through the incendiary. Oh, look, we've got to go back here. Okay, DDT's there with the AK. That makes a difference. A double grenade will blow a couple of people up on the other side.
Yeah, round secure. Zerch in 1 HP. Got the M4, sure, but nothing he can do with that. Hands it over.
Been a tough first half with Jimmy. He's been lurking in the hallways for a while. Hasn't really worked out. If anybody wants to see a highlight of how to do that, you should watch Grim playing up against Sizzy, if you remember, in those hallways.
Grim's been excellent.
He was wild.
Nice to see him like get roles he wants and be more active in the squad. Like,
yeah,
I think we saw Nitro saying like we saw how good Grim's aim was, and we should utilize that. Make him a star player.
Yeah, you'd be a fool not to.
And yeah, it's paying dividends. They are looking very good right now.
Yeah, early victory for NRG. Kept them in the tournament. Wowzer Peak just barely misses that. It's crazy.
They'll be playing against Furia on Sunday.
That's exciting.
Furia aren't in their best form right now. There is a world where they at least give them a run for their money.
No pressure, I think, on NRG either. They can relax and play that game to the best of their ability. Now, this is a bit of a hunt. He missed them the first time, Wowzer Peak, but I think he just realized there's not a lot of places they could go. Good spray down. Yes, they let go of the bomb plant. Doesn't really matter here. 5-4. It's a lead now for 9C.
They're looking good. MOUZ making some mistakes. We've seen fumble with smokes. Overplaying their hand and advantages. When they have these 4-on-3s, they're trying to go for big lurk plays and separating from the squad. It's not working out. And in terms of mechanical skill, 9Z have got that in buckets and spades right now. Tactical timeout. Feeling the pressure once again. Dust 2 felt so good in that first half. 8-4 lead and it went all the way right down to the wire. Lucky to get out of that alive without an overtime.
If the worst should happen, then Nuke is the deciding map. That's probably great news for MOUZ, but again, what is their mental going to be like if they end up losing this one and has to go a third map? It could be not exactly what they're expecting here, so still, obviously, not even through the first half yet here, but still, that is something to consider.
Consider it we shall. Cyclone trying to keep everyone's head in the game. Can be known to be a mentally weak team at times.
Yeah, they have their moments where the frustration kicks in.
I like this. They're juggling over the HEs, especially. As we're probably all aware at this point, the meta is bouncing grenades off that back wall that lands behind the half wall.
Yes.
Doing massive amount of damage. You want to have the HEs over there for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Chip away at them.
If you don't know, you're definitely not utilizing the Henry G system.
Exactly.
Gotta brush up on that.
All right, MOUZ. Bit of a drought of rounds here. Things are going oh so well. Starting to fall apart somewhat here. Replenishing their grenades and spawn. They've got tons of cash.
Yeah, back to pick them up. Oh, that could have been... If he'd taken one more step, I think he at least sees Spinks on that one. Could be a split coming in. If they take Arch, they can actually put some pressure on. I love these plays. But the smoke is up in an absolutely perfect time for it. Oh, it's close. They would have heard those bullets above their heads. 45 seconds. And because of that smoke, they kind of wait. They're waiting on Arch. They're not really sure what to do next. It looks like it might just be more of a B execute with Spinks lurking. Actually, a bit what you wanted Brolan to do last time, perhaps. Another failed smoke? What is this?
Where is that supposed to go? Is that sort of a library smoke they've missed now?
I think so.
I couldn't even work out where it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's a library smoke. What the hell's going on, lads?
Doing smoke geoguessr now. DGT, he does go down. Lukov in the back, unfortunately can't hold on to it. Brolan, that's a really sick opening. It burns one, shoots the other, and the bomb's going to be planted here. And all along, Spinks was just holding here. And I think this is what you wanted Brolan to do in that previous round. This time he's just, you know, there's an insurance policy. Not that anyone's going to try and retake now, but okay. 5th round for MOUZ.
Important kill that. Spinks can take the AWP out. Wounds the economy. There it is. Money's still very strong.
Fight for it. Get the bomb defused. He's got the kit.
Yeah,
if he had the smoke.
I agree.
If he had a smoke as well, he actually could do it. Doesn't, so he's moving up there. Ah, they're going to hear it. Unfortunately, it's such a sick idea, but look who's locked in.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. You got to respect that, though.
Oh, yeah, they've got so much money. There's only 2 rounds left. You got plenty of cash. You got about $14,000 on DGT. So, yeah, give that a go. Nice weapon insertion. Always so good at cracking open these sort of bomb sites. Brolan.
Yeah.
Following things up with a double kill. Sure, you remove the AWP, but like we said, plenty of cash to buy that into the next round. They've got more than enough money for a buy for the final couple here as well.
I know at least 3, but it could be more. Rounds have been won at the B-bomb side by Exertion getting the opening. Like he's really been the engine for them picking up those B openings, and that's important. Here we go. Brolan thinking about it, making it past the wall. The grenade you mentioned earlier, it's a bit late, but the AWP shot is perfectly timed. Mayan takes down Brolan, who was pretty aggressive.
Yeah, it goes for the face check on CT spawn. It's a brave maneuver, one that's punished. And now you got to reset the round. You've lost all the territory. You don't know if the CTs have retaken the top of Banana, which they have. Nice grenade at least. We go back in towards A. Jimmy's confirmed that the apartments are released under his remit. And 2 minds as to where this team is finishing up. DGT hovering between both bomb sites, and this is a great play from Max. The fact that he now knows that B is completely clear, they can rotate everyone over. Should be a 9Z round all day long, Anders.
Yeah, this is so sick. Pushing the bottom of that Banana position. Walking all the way through, and they're going to know everything. Under 40 seconds. Lukov taking the first one, and now they're wrapping around this short side, but they are known. The entire position has been discovered. Max, 1 kill is all it took. Maybe even no kills would have been enough for him. He did all the work in getting the intel on what MOUZ were doing. Jimmy, some good kills here, but there's still 3 left, and not enough time.
Yeah, no bomb. They're going to end up winning this half.
Yeah.
They are looking like the better team right now. And bear in mind, I think it was MOUZ that won the pistol right as well.
Max pushes through his own smoke at the B-bomb.
Exactly, yeah. That was the genius part of it. Because the timer's running low, you drop that smoke, you're trying to force them in towards A. It's a massive risk to push through the smoke, but one that pays dividends and then some. Oh, you can see they're leaving M4s and spawn as well. So the AWP can transfer and pick up a rifle if required. This is looking really interesting now. Smoke's being deployed from the bottom of Banana.
6-5. 7 would be a nice number for 9C. Again, they are the underdog team by a really long shot here.
Look at that. Reservoir of utility. We've got Spinks working with Jimmy this time towards the bedroom. Wasso Peak has been a real thorn in their side. Well, they've, like ships in the night, they're through. He gets Spinks here, I think.
He might be able to. Oh, what a read. Is he ready for Jimmy? Not quite. He could have escaped, but I think he wanted to stick around for another headshot, and looked like there was, again, a microsecond of indecision that cost him his life. Often the case in Counter-Strike, isn't it? It's 55 seconds. They're bringing the bomb back towards top mid. We'll see if they actually commit. Exertion is alone over in Banana. And even he's going to start to fall away here. Not a bad call to go for the A-bombs. Like, there's only 2 defenders at the moment.
4 and 4. We have got Mayon. Hasn't missed many Anders.
But this will be one of them. The flash is pretty well timed. Forced back around the corner. He's got one more chance here, and he will get the headshot. DGT in the pit. So far, the defense is holding. That's a wild flick, but backup is there as well. Max 5-7 comes out. 7-5 at the end. 9C once again on top.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed, but look at me now. Headshots. Another headshot. Headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the Henry G system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspot.co.com. Sign up now. Well, if you ask me, it's MOUZ. They need to sign up for the certified training program. So many missed smokes and blundered rounds there has led them to a 7-5 deficit. We all thought that Inferno would be the open shut case where MOUZ dominate, close things out 2-0 and eliminate 9Z, but that's not the case, Anders.
Yeah, we ended up on being almost on missed smoke watch at some point in that.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Damn.
Well, we need more. We expect more. And we should. We're right to expect more out of MOUZ. They are a great team. and they need to prove it right now. The 2 rounds down, second half is coming up. Now, they're on the CT side, so it's definitely going to be difficult, I think, for 9C to make a breakthrough. But so far, they look unfazed. I'm not seeing a lot of fear and a lot of doubt in the 9C camp. We've seen some mistakes, sure, every once in a while, but they are fighting tooth and nail to beat MOUZ.
Decoy to detect anyone behind the half wall.
Yeah.
If you hear it hit a body, you get free information. And also, any USP on the corner will avert their crosshair, make things uncomfortable. So it's multifaceted. Decoy underrated.
Yeah, that is the real nerd tech that people
Oh, dude,
don't
they've
know
got a
about.
decoy going to the boost spot as well. That's okay. That's kind of sick. This is the most amount of decoys I've ever seen in a pistol.
Yes, it is. And look at what it's done. It's pulled some people over. They think it might be B. I think Torshi started to make the run back, but in the pit, Spinks and Jimmy are in position. Jimmy's up in the apartments as well. Spinks not getting a kill yet. There we go. Edge of the smoke, I think, taking down Max. No bomb plant has happened. They've hunted down Spinks finally, but they need a bomb plant. And Torshi, look at it, he won't let them. You thought that was safe for man, but it isn't. They don't get the bomb plant. They get 1 kill on Spinks. They never had control of that bomb site.
Very interesting pistol there from 9Z. I have to say, it's avant-garde, it's creative, it involved decoys. If you're not aware, if you're a new viewer, you can buy Kevlar for $650, and then you have $150 left over. You can buy a decoy for $50, and there's cool things you can do with it, like that. And the idea of throwing it towards spawn in that boost spot is you're suggesting that's going to be a smoke landing in, and it will provoke a rotation, or maybe the CT to drop their smoke as well. I know I'm talking about decoys a lot, but like, it's cool. You don't see it too often.
I think I said this last time, and I wanted to test it, and then I never did, because I'm too lazy, but if you land a decoy on the reservoir of grenades, does it blow them away?
I don't think so.
Because if it did, then you can land a decoy, you know, the B reservoir. That's always
I see what you're saying, but I don't think it has that much explosive potential.
That'd be fun. That's when...
Because it does blow up at the end. After 10 seconds, it goes poof. Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Maybe there's something there, but...
This time, I really will test it.
You should.
It's an interesting theory. Sure, I'm sure somebody has.
I mean, it's a theory. I wouldn't say it's interesting.
Fair enough. It's a theory, one of many. Here we go. There's only Glocks on the other side. So, really, best case, the MP9 and the MP7 will find some kills. You'll clean it up. You'll make a little bit more cash on the MOUZ side of things. Prime position for Broland right now, I must say. Taking all the attention, exertion, and maybe some of the kills too. Yeah, he will. They split it down the middle between the two. And the game is tied now, 7-7. So much rides on this next one, I think. If MOUZ can start to put together a good half here, then I think they're going to rely on the experience on the map and in general to pull it through. But 9, see if they can upset with these early AKs. Maybe there's still a chance for a third map.
There's always a chance, Anders. But 7-7 for now. Bit of a bonus situation.
Oh, wait. They have no idea, I think, that he's in. Oh, maybe they do.
What is going on?
I don't think anybody knows anymore. A knife has come out. Sertians stabbed Max in the middle of the madness on Banana.
Spinks, fall back, surely. We've had enough fun here. Don't risk it all now. There we go. He's just...
Oh, no.
Dude, relax.
This is not necessary.
Oh, he's let them pass. He's dead.
He's absolutely dead.
Oh, just go back to the bomb site. You're the last guy there. You had an incendiary and a smoke. And you're sticking around for that. I'm not going to say cost you the round. Jimmy can still win this, but God, that was a silly maneuver.
He's got a smoke, so yeah, he's going to recommit that one.
Trying to find the kit.
Yeah, has to be. Finds another smoke. Why not?
He smokes the bomb and defuse. He should be fine. Applies a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think that's the right move as well. If you re-smoke CT spawn, that's not going to help him all that much. There's the smoke on top, but we're talking very low on the clock here. He can't really fake it that many times. There he goes, straight on top. Let's see it. It's going to be an easy find. Wowza Beak able to get the job done. That is not a round I want to see again from MOUZ.
I don't know what Spinks is up to there. That's a round they should break down on the desk as well. You had that one in the bag. You've gone through all that chaos. It's your bonus round. You've got a man advantage. You're the guy alone. You don't even need the fight there. You've got utility and a smoke and the incendiary. And what, he's just hoping to block them for a few more seconds? Put the smoke down and just reset the round. What are you up to? As soon as you go down, that round was over. Massive mistake from Spinks.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely worth criticizing. Okay.
Like, fair enough, you missed the gap of them walking over, but like, you're playing such a dangerous game. That could come back to haunt them. That's your bonus round, and you were in smooth sailing at that point. You shut down their finances, and you're a player as well, the most talented player on the server. You block them off, get a good position on the bomb site, you're definitely getting one more kill.
Yeah. Torshi. I think they need to control the start of this half here. They had a chance just now. See if they can recover it again. Very close to a double entry. If he finds that kill on Brolan, that's the round almost over immediately. There's no one else defending. So good job on Brolan holding on. What a more interesting game than I would have thought at the start of the day. Out of all the games today, this looked like the one that was going to be a little bit more
making it harder
boring.
for themselves at times.
Yeah, that's true. Credit to MOUZ at least for giving us that much. Brolan.
Oh, he's exposed. Needs to be careful. Corvus nades out. Darling, what are you up to?
He jumped out to welcome. Here I am.
Last round. You're not going to go for this one. Just really wanted to throw that grenade. Again, you're alone.
Yeah.
Play the percentages. Play for the information. Stay alive.
Realistically, what is the most amount of damage you could really do with that grenade at that distance? It's unlikely that just all stood on top of each other.
And the smoke was about to dissipate as well. Like,
yeah.
Oh god. Okay, a couple of nightmare rounds there. I hate to say it. I know I'm being quite critical more than usual, but those are two stinkers back to back.
I think it's worth being critical in this moment for a couple of reasons. Like, one, MOUZ are the favorite team. We expect them to not get knocked out here today. Also, these are mistakes that, well, they're getting punished by 9C, but if you're playing the higher level teams, you're going to get crushed doing this. You don't want to see it. That's a rare sight, though.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
He knows. I mean,
yes, they are through the smoke. That can happen.
9-7. Here we go. This is interesting. The money's very tentative on the MOUZ side, isn't it? It's all the way up, Torshi. Better be careful here. DGT's around the corner. A missed shot and you're gone. He won't miss. And neither will Jimfat.
Now play the percentages. Nothing more needs to be done. Reset the round. We don't need to reclaim territory at Banana.
If
we can just play a very traditional 3-2 setup here, and that would be absolutely fine. No one has to do anything. If anything, just hold on to your grenades, keep your gun out.
If they don't, I'll call for a timeout and I'll send you out there.
Yeah.
Can Henry have a word with the MOUZ Sports team?
So, they've chosen the right area of the map. It's up against Jimmy, though, the Prince of Pit.
Yeah. Just got to stay alive here. Torshi, very well done. This is the kind of round I think they need right now. Stabilize the team, get the mental back here. Don't let 9C run away with it. No casualties. And they get to upgrade some rifles potentially there. They had a couple of FAMAS and everything else coming into the round, so this was a big turning point in the second half.
It's a huge reset of the economy.
Yeah.
Torji with the money shot. Jimmy to back him up. Solid hold. Can't poke any holes in this round. This is what the MOUZ we want to see.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a force by Galils and Tech9s.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not that impressive at the moment. DDT is top fragging with 16 kills. He's actually in the entire server. He's playing a really good game. We love to see that. Well, she's taking over for the rifle, so they sound off with the rifle. You think you're peeking into an AK or an M4 on the other side, and instead it's the AWP waiting. It's a simple trick. It's an efficient one. Smoke up towards the little pit. Omodo, you're American.
Good to clarify.
Like to keep it inclusive, Henry.
Yeah, you always do.
Yeah. A minute on the clock, and again, trying to distract. AK right in your face as you turn the corner. They're well aware.
Okay, so now you're alone again, Brolan. We need to block. Yeah, there we go. Let's buy some time. Let's get good positions. Let's not be jumping around.
Yeah. I think they've had that conversation internally.
Yeah.
You can tell they're much more careful. That's what they should be.
30 seconds here.
There's nothing you can do, is there? They don't have the health. They're so far away.
You can pray. That's about it. You run into a bomb site and you hope that towards you miss a shot. I don't think you should even be going for this. I think you save the AKs here. You've got no money going forward. This round's already done in my book, but fair enough. Give it a go.
Okay, Max gets that. It's an instant headshot in Jimmy, and it's still doable. 9 seconds on the clock, but they've got their backs turned. Lukov gets that one, and now the bomb is going to be planted. He's got enough time for it, but the health is the real issue after the fact. 11 of the
I like this. Get the AWP.
Okay. He's got 2 bullets. He hasn't reloaded.
He needs to hit both of them then.
Yeah, well, 2 is enough.
No grenade. There is an incendiary, though. If he gets an incendiary towards a pit, he could hit this.
Really good point. There's the flick on the first, and now Spinks is in some trouble here. Walks up for the next. He's absolutely ready. And another one. That is sick. What a clutch coming out.
We said they had to pray for a miracle, Anders, and the miracle is delivered. Another round that falls apart for MOUZ. 4 on 2, no time left. I was calling for the save.
Yeah.
They looked like they had no chance at all. How you give that round up, I will never know. It's another disaster for MOUZ here. And fantastic work from 9Z. They have no business winning that whatsoever. It's the call to pick up the AWP. You got 10 points of health. The only way you win it is with that AWP. He had 2 bullets left in the magazine, and my God, does he make them count.
Spectacular. I think he got the kill at the bottom of Banana as well to start the round with. So much production coming out of him in this one. 10-8. And MOUZ are really put to the test this time.
Oh, my.
Way too close for comfort.
This has been such a mess.
Yes, it has. But it's not over yet.
That was their force buy as well. They'd have been left with nothing.
Yeah.
And now you're on the back foot financially. You've given that all back over. It's in the hands of Mayon. Smoke popped. No one home. Going to try and reclaim some territory towards the top of Banana here. Zershan tucks himself in towards the sandbags. They have got 3 players towards B. I'm assuming they're going to try and drop those HEs towards the half wall momentarily. Double set up towards the apartments. Leaves middle wide open. Here's goes grenades. They time them well. These can do about 200 damage. No, missed one of them. Another missed piece of utility, Anders.
I wasn't going to say it, Henry.
This level is just not good enough.
No, it's not good enough. It all counts.
You
It all
don't see
makes a difference.
Vitality doing that, I'll tell you that much.
Wow, something is off with them. You could see it in those micro moments. Individually, some of the utility, a bit all over the place right now.
Now you've got a gamble stack. It's pretty much round as they're going towards A. It's over.
Yeah. This used to be a really niche Counter-Strike. The first person I ever heard bring this up, the idea of gamble stacking, was actually MSL.
Oh, yeah?
And everyone was laughing at it. People were saying it's a stupid idea, like why you just lose the round otherwise? Ahead of his time, some might say.
So that would have got a kill. It took him down to 43 HP. Yes. That second grenade would have got him the kill.
Dies. Yeah.
And it might have dissuaded them from the swing as well.
Yes.
You cannot afford to miss that piece of util. Like, that's your job. Like, you're being paid to learn these grenades and throw them, Anders.
Yeah, you are absolutely. I'm laughing, but you are not wrong. And I don't think you're wrong for pointing it out either. Supposed to be one of the premier teams in the world. It's
Supposed to be. This showing is not that. 9Z, don't take anything away from them. They are doing very well.
Well, yeah, punishing your opponent's mistakes is one of the key ways to try and win a match. That's exactly what they're doing all the time.
The Desk are going to have a field day with this one, I can tell you that right now.
Oh, Vu and Jake, they're savages.
Yeah, they're gonna be tearing these guys to shreds.
These aren't your smiling analysts.
If you think I'm being harsh, wait till we get on that desk.
Yeah. That's gonna be delightful. Even though Mike tries, you know.
Mike tries to reel them in. Yeah,
he's trying to hold them back. It's not gonna be possible this time. Let him loose. Hungry analysts waiting. Another timeout called. 11-8. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. It was a struggle on the opening map of Dust 2. We didn't think it was going to be. We're ready to discount 9C, more or less, just given the tremendous difference between these teams. But 9C, they changed our minds quickly. They were good. Really good.
I'm really impressed by them.
Yeah.
They turned up to play today. They've got nothing to lose. No one expected anything. Horrible route to the tournament. Vitality into MOUZ. What are you supposed to do? But they are...
You're supposed to lose.
They're supposed to lose, but they're taking this opportunity and running with it. The money's busted again for MOUZ.
Let's see if they can keep the pressure on.
Third map feels inevitable. MOUZ, their Hedson's not in it. Xertion's got a USP, hit the drop, I guess, an M4.
Yeah. Well, this is another, I think, big opportunity for 9C. If you're playing a top team, you have to kill them when they're weak.
Oh, they didn't invest, my bad. So they took a partial investment here. Xertion saving the cash of the USP.
Maybe some grenades.
I guess.
But yeah.
So you're allowing them essentially to get to 12 at this point.
Yeah. Just not much in this bomb site, but honestly, a lot of damage. But look what, he will be low behind it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back and pick up the bomb, but they're being funneled towards the A side, which, from MOUZ's point of view, is exactly what they need. They've got the stack here. Spinks is out though. Man, there's no utility here for MOUZ to actually try and take this peak. Normally, you'd have a Molotov landing before you go for a peak, or a flashbang in there. That's not really available at the moment. Jimmy back on the other side, but he's alone on this short side of A. Jumping back, trying to reload into the pit. They're not hunting him yet. 35 seconds to bring the bomb back. Broland's going to find himself alone again. MP9. He's surely going to get... Well, there's one smoke. He could get smoked off. Oh, that's on Wowzer peak. So, yeah, they just have to try and take this fight. But Broland, now they know where he is. The split is coming in. What a play here from the Swedish captain.
14 seconds. They got the bomb down.
They will get it down, and there's still a player lurking. They have no idea. They think that was it. That was the big part of the split, but DDT was waiting. Broland is the next, and now JimFat. He's been anchoring that pit for a long time. They know exactly where he's coming from.
Well, this was the eco. They saved weapons. It was only USP for Xertion. Wasn't much of a chance of them winning it. The only kills they get are the MP9 kills of Broland and Spawn. A banana split comes through. And there it has. There it is, sorry. It's going to be 9Z with 12 on the board. 4 opportunities to take us to nuke.
I expect that will be a very tough game. I rate MOUZ very highly on that map. I think they got some expert players, but they don't look like themselves.
No, they do not.
Hard to know what to expect then. You said you liked Jimmy at the B bomb side on Dust 2. I think Jimmy on the T side of Nuke when he's anchoring that lobby position.
Sure.
He's so good. So hard to find. We're not there yet. 12-8, ladies and gentlemen. Going into the very next round, 21. And they, like you pointed out, it was not a big investment. Maybe some grenades in the last round. This round, they have the weapons. MOUZ hoping for some overtime. Otherwise, 9C winning the MOUZ map pick. They could have won Dust 2 as well. Weird day indeed. But here's the middle defense. Torshi and JimFat. They get some good kills to start with, and it feels like 9C. Well, we could say it again. They should have no business winning this one. MOUZ need the discipline from earlier. 5 versus 3. They can't afford any mistakes.
They can't. But if they lock in, they can take this to overtime, no problem. We know they can.
Yeah.
We're frustrated because we know how good they are and the level they're putting down today.
Yeah. I think we're right to be a bit frustrated. Back on Banana. What's the play? I mean, it is a classic if you're down a man or two on this map just to go B. Smoke CT spawn. Get one good entry. And there is a chance. Smoke lands on top of the boost. Going to be throwing another smoke landing towards the coffins here. And repositioning on behind the fountain. Sertion is right there behind, but he's ready to go through that smoke if he needs to. 25 seconds. A defense hasn't moved, so technically this is sort of an isolated 2 versus 3 at the moment. Is it going to work out? Exertion's gone. Brolan at the back by Newbox. The A defense is miles away. It has to be Brolan, and he can't get it done. What has happened?
They just collapse. Should be GG, Anders.
They have 2 players on the site, and though they can't, there's no refragging, there's no crossfire. They just die solo.
And you can't even take your time. You've got no kit.
Flash in. It's a good start for it. Man, go on. DGT, he's low on health already. He could go down, but he'll get the headshot instead. And now he's trying to wrap around. Time is the real factor here. Like you said, no kit. They need to be lightning fast. And they're not Torshi hunting. And now, Lukhov, he can just play ring around the rose. The Molotov on top. That's enough.
GG.
That'll be a 3rd map, ladies and gentlemen. 9C upsetting MOUZ on this 2nd map. I can't believe it.
Well. Take nothing away from 9Z. An excellent performance, recovering from the deficit on Dust 2. But it has to be said, MOUZ played themselves. So many fumbled rounds, so many missed pieces of utility, and they find themselves down in the dumps. They need to pick up the pieces and work out what the hell is going on as we get ready for Nuke.
9Z saddle up and ride us straight into a 3rd map of this series. Magic coming through from the South Americans. What a statement map win here on Inferno. MOUZ in the dumpster.
Yeah, after Dust 2, I said I wanted to start to talk about 9C because I actually wanted to congratulate them on putting up a good fight and start with the loser. This time I want to start with 9C because they're doing such a great job. You know, winning Inferno was not on my bingo card. Finding their way back into this matchup on a map like Inferno was not on my bingo card. I think the very last round of the game, the one that you just saw, kind of summarizes what Inferno was for an experience for both 9C and MOUZ. A lot of close rounds, a lot of back and forth, but every single time it came down to the scenarios that you normally would describe as here the more experienced team will iron it out. You know, MOUZ in a 5v3 CT side, you're going to win this round 9 out of 10 times. I don't know how MOUZ found themselves in so many advantageous positions and still lost, and I don't know how 9C were able to bring it back in so many of those as well. Credit to 9C for doing it. MOUZ, however, my alarm bells are starting to ring.
Yeah, I want to contextualize this one because I want to give all the credit in the world to 9Z. I think they played a great game. DGT especially had some incredible rounds on the A and somehow on the B site defense as well, even though he's usually in pit. But the reality is you don't lose this as MOUZ in that fashion without playing terrible CS. They lost, to my count, at least 3 two-man advantages in the 2nd half, 2 of them against 4 spies. This is completely unacceptable. That's not the MOUZ that you're looking at as a semi-final team, a tournament-winning potential team if they can get over their hurdles. That's pathetic gameplay from MOUZ.
I want to spend just a little bit more time praising 9Z, and I want to focus this up with one of our rounds, round 18. This was magic coming through in the clutch, right? The fact that this round even gets close, that it manages to be brought back, absolutely stunning here, Jacob.
This is where MOUZ, for me, lost the game, because you could argue first half close back and forth. Now MOUZ is in a position where they can stabilize, control the CT side, run away with the game if they want to. It is a 4v2, and one of the players down to no HP whatsoever. Look at the time right here. If you're MOUZ, if you stop the clip right here, it is unlosable. There's absolutely nothing you can do in order to lose this round, yet you still do it. I don't know why Torsi sticks around. I don't know why Jimmy is in this position, only getting 1 kill. That's maybe fair enough, but again, just one more bullet towards this guy, leaving his 2 teammates in a 1v2. I like the play right here, the way that he's isolating the 2 duels. He picks up the AWP, know he's on low HP, but if you're MOUZ in this scenario, unacceptable. I don't know what the hell you're doing.
For me, it's the balls to move out of pit, knowing that you have an idea of where the second player is coming from, that a molly, that a nade would end your day, to take the risk, to put it all on your shoulders. I mean, praise on the Luchov. He said he was going to do it in the pregame interview. He said he was going to be holding W. That's a W swing if ever I've seen it.
He's never even supposed supposed to be in pit. He's supposed to be dead. He's supposed to be buried.
Damn it, Jacob, be positive for a second. How sick was that?
The clutch in itself was sick, no doubt about that. But if you're Torsey in this moment, why on earth are you sticking around with 19 seconds? If you're Jimfed as well playing in that position on the bomb side, I to some degree get it. It's kind of him being left in a bad scenario. But again, one more bullet, or if you take a slightly more passive angle on the bomb side, you can play a bit of time, or you can isolate the two duels. I don't know what the hell they're doing, why they're putting themselves in I'm getting one kill and then I'm dying scenarios over and over and over again.
Jacob, all right. Torji had a smoke and a flash and a nade. He had full utility. That is an actually unlosable round. And off the back of 2 rounds prior, it was another anti-eco. Brawlin pulls out a nade and throws it when they're just walking through the smoke in a 4v3. He's 3v4 alone on a bomb site, pulls out a nade, dies with a nade in his hand. They're trying to find advantages in these ridiculous scenarios as if they're playing against Vitality. Just keep your gun out, hit your shots, you should win.
We're mad.
I'm willing to now lean fully into the MOUZ doomerism. I tried to drag you guys into positivity for a second for 9Z. I realize that's not going to happen anymore. There's another round we want to look at here. This is round 11.
Yeah, this is the 9Z positivity, because I think 9Z understood their win conditions. In the first half of the game, you have them get the initial entry, and by the time this A site hit comes out from MOUZ, you could say they take a little too long. There's 5 players on the A site for 9Z. They understand, look, we can take some risks. We are not MOUZ. We don't need to play safe. We can make some gambles. We can make some reads and go for flanks like that to have the play in the right position. And this is around, I will big up 9Z for. I think this rotate made a lot of sense. It was aggressive. Even in a 5v4, I think they're the team that should be taking these risks, not MOUZ.
I think it's important for the viewer at home to understand that it takes a good team to punish the mistakes that MOUZ are making. It takes a good play from Lucha with the AWP in order to win that clutch with 11 HP. We're not saying that 9Z is not playing well, but we're saying that it takes MOUZ in the first place to offer them the opportunity. Then they strike, then they come in, then they capitalize on the scenario, then they capitalize on the situation where they find themselves very much alive in this matchup where elimination is at stake. So in that regard, I'm more positive for 9Z. It's more so that we're talking about what has it been, like the second best team in the world for the past 12 months, maybe the third, depending on how you rate that, playing so abysmally poor all of a sudden after a poor showing in Pro League, after a not so great start to the year. Where's this coming from MOUZ? Like, we're talking about you being the most consistent team ever, maybe outside of Vitality, in group stages, and now all of a sudden you can't even win these kind of games and these kind of rounds. It's almost like it's coming out of nowhere.
And it's especially troubling because it's 2 Infernos in a row, right? Where we've seen what is realistically a disaster. They keep picking into it, their own map pick. It happened to them against the MongolZ as well here at VU. This Inferno, what's going on?
Look, I'm willing to write off a loss to MongolZ, a 13-3. I would be willing to write off a one-sided loss to 9Z if your players just don't show up on the server. You can't hit your shots, you're whiffing, everything's going wrong. But when the game goes long, your players are in the server, they're in the game, you're finding advantages. It's not like they were just getting entry'd every time they were getting their heads banged off. They were in 4v3s, 4v2s, 5v3s. They had advantages, and their game sense, their decision-making fell apart. That's where I get really concerned for a MOUZ team.
And the reason why we're so upset about it is that it's, as I said, the first time we see it. Like, it's not a typical thing for MOUZ. It's not something I've ever remembered myself saying on a desk, you know, last year, this year, whenever. When MOUZ are losing games, it's usually down to a grind, usually down to some pressure moments, usually down to a player not showing up. It's not down to them losing, you know, 5v3s, 5v2s, 4v2s, you know, over and over and over again against a team that is nowhere near their own level. One of the things that was said the most about MOUZ last year is that they never lose to a team beneath them. Sure, they can lose to the likes of Falcons, Vitality, Furia for that matter. They will never lose to teams beneath them, and that's what they're starting to do now. So that's an issue for MOUZ.
If you had to put yourself in the player's place, if you had to put yourself, try and get inside the mentality of the team right now, do we think this is something where the effects of the Pro League loss are now spiraling into deeper despair? Is it something that becomes like a deeply rooted problem?
It's a good question, and I honestly don't know, and I'm pretty sure if we were to ask MOUZ, they would say the same thing. They don't know because it's coming out of nowhere.
I think this is one where I don't want to predict the future too much. They easily could come back, bang out the third map, and come back more positively in the next series. But I do worry that there's only so long your team can be a semi-final team. Your team can be so good enough to potentially win events, but not able to push it over the line before your team does lose faith in themselves, before they do question their ability to go deep. And then they start to really have problems where they drop out in the quarterfinals, where they can't make it out of groups. I do wonder if that's where MOUZ is headed. I just don't expect it to be the case yet. Not right now. I still think they should come back and close out map 3. victory.
It'll be the expectation, but expectations are there to be upset. We've got another map. It's Nuke on the other side of this break. pushed to the absolute brink here. MOUZ clinging to this series by their fingertips. A nail biter in the first, and Inferno didn't even get that close. 9Z are pushing this team to the absolute limits, and they could do the unthinkable and eliminate MOUZ last in the group. That would be shocking. That would be stunning. It's Nuke to decide it. My question to you fellas is, what does MOUZ need to show you to quiet the demons for another day?
Basically, none of the stuff that we see in the first two maps would be great to start off with. I think MOUZ, again, I would love 9Z to honestly pull off this surprise, just to put a spanner into the work. I can't say that I think they will. MOUZ is still the firm favorites to go in here on Nuke and win, but in all honesty, with the way they've been playing so far, I see no reason why 9Z can't put up another great fight. I don't know what it is right now in MOUZ. As I said, like it's atypical to see them make mistakes like we saw in Inferno. It's atypical for them to play like they did on Dust 2. So in terms of that, shake it off. But I will also rephrase it like this: no matter what happens, from now on, they've already lost in my book. Like, even though they win 2-1 right here, they move on into the tournament. To me, it's still a loss for them to find themselves in this position.
No matter what way they win this map, if they won it 13-0, it would still be a question mark heading into the next series. We would still point to this as them mentally collapsing on the first two maps potentially both of them really going into third map and finally bringing it home. When I look at MOUZ, what I want to see is I want to see them play clean Counter-Strike, and if they lose, 9Z get the better of them. I want to give credit to 9Z. Yes. I want to say they played a great game if they win, not that MOUZ played terrible CS like they did on map 2.
Well, the question becomes, who is going to survive? Because for one of these teams, the music is going to stop here at the Blast Open Rotterdam. This will be their final dance on the stage. And so we will take it into our final map with the conductors of our particular orchestra, Anders and Henry G.
I knew the boys wouldn't let me down on the desk there, Anders. They were stewing with anger. I love to hear that, and MOUZ deserve it. Yeah, that was one of the most shocking performances I've ever seen them put down on the server. You did not expect that at all. We've got a 9th round to kick things off here before we get into Nuke.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a chance 9Z can win this now. If MOUZ continue to bring that level and 9Z continue to hit hard, they could be knocking out MOUZ out in the group stages here.
It is not out of the question, and I think the analysts are right to be a bit upset here. We've got high standards for a team like MOUZ, so it's through the lens of that we're a little bit critical with it. 9th round out of the way. Nuke, though, is a really cool map for MOUZ. Going all the way back to when Sui was still the IGL for this team. They've been good at it for a really long time, so I expect something cool from them here. But the mental doesn't seem to be all there. A couple of mistakes punished by 9C.
Couple of mistakes.
I said generous.
Couple of mistakes. Holy shit, Anders, come on.
I tried to get away with one. I tried to sneak one in.
I think I could count about 6 missed grenades just for a kickoff before we even got into the team play. But
a wealth of mistakes.
I'm going to reset myself. We're going to go into this with fresh eyes.
Deep breath in.
We're going to let this map play itself out, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. What would Moses do?
That's a good. I need to be more like Moses.
Yeah.
Moses wouldn't be as upset as I am right now.
Yeah. No, definitely not. So we're all taking a deep breath now. We get ready for the 3rd map.
I'm a MOUZ fan. I'm not even a hater, by the way.
No.
I said before we got into this one, Spinks is my favorite player.
How could you, like, we're talking about a team that consistently makes it to the top of every tournament they attend.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
I'm
why
a MOUZ defender of anything.
That's it. Like, Pro League was the odd one out. Everything else has been fantastic for them. Like, the results sort of speak for themselves. People are mad because they're not winning the grand finals, but how many other teams would love to be in MOUZ's shoes where they could actually keep making these runs?
You make it to every major, you make it to every playoff. You've got fantastic players, and sure, you don't win many trophies, but yeah, they're in a great spot. Let's see if they can keep the run going here at the Blast Open. Last chance saloon, 9Z versus MOUZ. Battleground will be the power plant.
That is exactly right. See if Torshi could find an opening. He's got a 1-on-1 outside. Inside of the bomb site, though. Soshin and Brolan, they found a kill each. Oh, this is not a good start for 9C. DGT, maybe he could bring it back. They still have the bomb in their control. They didn't lose that in the first start here.
Soshin's been caught off with that particular push so many times. He just... I'm not even going to get into it. It's fine. It's
no. They lose Jimmy as well. We don't have time to get into it because it's a 3 versus 3. The bomb is going to go down. There is not a kit in play either. We're immediately on red alert here.
We're in the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. It didn't even take long. We're halfway through the first round and already MOUZ...
5 on 3, by your mind.
Yep, could have been making a couple of mistakes that could cost them the round, and who knows what happens from there on out. Time running low. What a shot from Wowzo. Peak and DGT next in line. Just crisp, clean headshots.
Again, you get the advantage, and you get ants in your pants, and for some reason you can't just hold strong positions. You have to start wandering around. You let them back into it, and they punish. This play here. What's the intention?
Yeah.
You can watch the vent from a deep angle. You do not have to walk blasé into a crosshair. You can just park up, hold a deep angle. No! You had a 5 on 3. And you've let them back into it and win the round. Now you're on the back foot again. Force buy.
That takes something out of the mental again. You know that you were supposed to win the round.
It's a 5 on 3, Anders.
Yeah.
Against 9Z, a team you should be dumpstering, like Vitality did.
Yeah, they showed you how. Can't replicate it. Crouching on through on the other side. It's a 4-1 split here. It's a classic on Nuke. Got one player holding that lobby position, everyone else working this side. MOUZ are going to do the same thing when it comes to their T side, and it'll be Jimmy who's going to be playing over on that lobby position alone. Like I said, I think he's very, very good at it. Grenade could have been devastating. Still good.
It's okay.
But if it had been just a little bit earlier.
Good thing is he spotted a lot of players. They can call for rotations here. We have got Jimmy down there with them. Still a good chance they can win this round. Don't get me wrong.
Crossfire, yeah. You're right, though. That is very... Oh, it's broken open. That is very nice.
That's right. Again, I really want to make it clear. MongolZ are playing exceptionally well today.
Yeah.
It's just MOUZ fumbling over and over. The amount of 5-on-3s they've given up today is simply unacceptable.
Nicely done. Yeah, even new player to the team, Luchov, I feel like he's been very, very good. Oh! They find everybody. Not a single casualty on the T side. They clean up that round. And MOUZ, not the hot start you're thinking about here on Nuke.
Certainly not. Full eco, 3-0. Really nice teamwork here. Great peaks, good jiggles. The cover's there for the swing. Dotting their I's, crossing their T's.
Yeah.
Aware of every angle. This is really nice CS. No real mistakes there from MOUZ. He just got outclassed.
Third round.
MOUZ haven't had a group stage exit with Spinks in the Rotterdam. That's a narrative to follow.
That is not that's not a medal they want either.
Well, after EPL and crashing out in the quarterfinals to FUT, you'd think that was the wake-up call.
Yes.
You'd think they'd have something to prove here at the Blast Open.
Feels like there've been a lot of wake-up calls. I would say Dust 2 in this series was the wake-up call.
Yeah, and they won that map.
And they won that map. But it should have been a big wake-up call. Okay, that's pretty nice. Was not actually the MAC-10 that got the kill, but still up out of the vent. Headshot onto Jimmy. Of course, a bit of formality winning this round, so we're not going to be very excited that they were doing it. But again, it matters that they're not losing anyone. They all live.
There's so much money available now. We normally call this a bonus round. It's like the lottery round. You've got so much cash available to you. You're drowning in gold.
Filthy rich. And that could really go a long way. It means MOUZ have to fight their way through that money-winning round after round before they can start to relax.
Let's have a look at the helmet situation. 4 players without. So the Galils now are as powerful as AKs. MAC-10 can do serious work.
That's a really good point. Yeah. Normally we're on helmet watch to see, 1 or 2 players without a helmet, but right now Jimmy's the only one that has one.
There's only 1 AK in the first gun round. This is very unusual.
Yeah, it could turn into a real dream. Even if they lose almost everything in this round, as long as they win it, they're gonna have so much money going forward. What could MOUZ do? They have 2 kills so far in the first 3 rounds on that MOUZ side. That surely is gonna change here. Spinks testing the smoke, and then jumping back on top of the hut. Jimmy's playing that ramp position. He's got Torshi with him down there. Oh, awkward timing. Brolan. It couldn't have been worse for him. Spinks has gone next exertion. He needs some help here. Surely someone's going to be coming in from the high ground. They know that he could be here.
Oh, the timing's going to be sick.
Yeah. That's a 3-man peak.
They just own them. They just absolutely own them there.
But that is crazy. That's crazy discipline, right?
Yep.
They wait for the mini player to be part of the peak.
That's just really well played from MongolZ. You've been outclassed again, MOUZ.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
I didn't catch exactly what it was that threw Brolan off, but he was shuffling back and forth between something. You could see he wasn't ready. It's one of those moments, presumably from his point of view, where he's thinking that was the worst possible timing.
And now, those MAC-10s, those Galils are being upgraded to M4s.
They're getting so much right.
They're really doing it all. Really impressive. This is the Super Bowl for MongolZ. They don't get to come to many tournaments like this, Anders.
No,
and yet their route here, you had to open up against Vitality. What are you supposed to do against that? Now you're up against MOUZ as well. It's the hardest route you can possibly imagine in a group stage of the tournament. And you've got to commend them for what they're putting down right now. Look at this discipline. He just takes the aggro away for enough for his teammates to swing through. It's absolutely beautiful. Pitch perfect Counter-Strike.
Yep.
That's how it's done.
Put that in the textbook. I think the VRS implications like plus 60 points for 9C if they end up
right
winning. I mean, I don't know if that matters where they are in the world, but my God. Timeout has been called. MOUZ reeling from that last round.
They saved the AWP in an M4. Not all is lost, but they really need to turn up now. I haven't seen this look of MOUZ really ever. I don't know what's going on with them today.
Are usually such a reliable team. Their mission for the longest time has been figuring out how can we win that game against Vitality finally.
Yep, that's the only discussion we've had.
That was the only discussion.
MOUZ have lost 4 5v3s in the past 9 rounds. Yeah, thank you.
Bozo deaths.
I'm glad we're reiterating these stats because this is just tragic.
And they lose Sershin at the start of this one.
And that pistol really punctuates that point.
Yeah.
Like I said, we were at that angle. All you had to do was watch the vent, and for some reason, Zershin just goes walking past the squeaky door like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Those are the easier rounds to win. Get them on board and then, oh.
That's unlucky, but...
Okay, fair enough then. DGT takes a qualified guess. And it works out. What a check as well. Wowzer peak. Broline going to get one, but the bomb is down below. This, yeah, save. It's not a conversation. It's not a question. Torshi just has to be quiet. See if he can escape this without anyone discovering him. That's 5 in a row with how many kills in total? 4 on the MOUZ side.
That was it a full investment? Yeah, pretty much. We got 1,200 on Brolan, 800 on Zershin. They'll get maximum loss bonus. Torji on the CD side will get his cash as well. So he can drop a rifle.
Yeah.
But it'll be more of the same. There'll be a lot of concessions, and you might just have the partial buy around the M4, around the AWP. But 5-0, what a shot that is.
Brilliant. You're right. This is unlucky. Perhaps some Sphinx, but almost every other peak here is really well designed. Everything about it is terrific. Wowzer peak, I think it's up to 7. DGT's at 7-1 as well. They've got a couple of players that are way ahead of the pack here. Whew, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Round number 6.
Yeah, here's the partial buy. Need a miracle here. Torji will have to do the heavy lifting. He was MIA on Dust 2.
Okay.
Picking up the pace. He's getting stuck in. Looks like he gets his first kill.
I do like that. Yeah, he's trying to play in front of the pack here, really get his team back into it, but it's only the one. They're right on top of him.
There's 2 players down lower.
Yeah, maybe they were expecting a vent drop. I'm not really sure.
That's round.
That is the round, and the AWP is gone. But you know what? I actually do like seeing Torshi make that play, even if it doesn't work. I think because they need somebody right now to revitalize their team. Like I said, they need a miracle. Torshi's trying to deliver.
0.
Well, the analysts were savages before.
Yeah, they went harder than me.
What do you think they'll do now?
I don't know. I don't want to know. Might have to take my headset off for that one.
Yeah.
There's not much more I can say. I think I've said it all. This is just not good enough, unfortunately.
Yeah. Make sure no children are listening in or anything for the analyst test. Make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, they don't save much, but it was the partial buy. They lost the orb. That's the main thing. So you bring an MP9 into the next round. Oh, really beautiful shots. Again, I'm going to reiterate this. Don't take anything away from 9Z. You still have to hit your shots, capitalize on the mistakes, find the weaknesses, and they're playing a very fast and loose game. Great coordination, stifling pressure. No mistakes so far.
I normally love to make wacky predictions. I had NIP potentially beating Liquid. I thought that could happen. Maybe it could have. I did not think this was going to be happening at all. 9C to humble MOUZ.
Here we go. First advantage they've had since the pistol, where they had a 5-on-3 man advantage.
Can they find a way to throw it away? They've done so before. Ooh, okay. There we go. Now, it's locked in. We had this discussion on Inferno. You don't want to be making mistakes. You want to be playing around each other. Make sure that you can always get some punishment if anything goes down. Should be possible here. There's a lot of time on the clock, and that is to 9Z's advantage. Means they can look for something.
There's no way you can lose this round, Anders. Gotta say that.
Don't say that.
I'm saying it.
Why are you saying that?
I'm saying it right now. They've got an AWP, one smoke, and a 5-on-3. If you hold the bomb sites, you have one player down lower.
If they do lose it,
you give nothing away.
The MOUZ fan will be on you. Oh. Wow, the peak. He does go down. That's potentially an interesting spray if he could have landed it there. We're down to 40 seconds. Okay, man. At least he is bold. He's trying, but they're very low now, and I think it's, you know, it was probably impossible before, like you said, but now it is all the way done. Nice shots. 25 seconds.
If anything, just protect that AWP, I would say.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering.
Just deny that for the next round, but we're going to go for it. See what can be done here. Xerxan will get this last kill, no problem. Low HP. And just go defend that AWP. Make sure they can't recover it. Would be my advice. They won't be able to buy it in the next round. I guess Jimmy might be able to. Actually, you got 3250.
Well, at least you want them to make them. Why not make them spend the cash? We're only halfway through the half, so...
Yeah, so Jimmy can drop it. So there is that. There it is.
Couple of good kills. Pink. Yeah, this one straight up from Spinks. The other one outside. Don't want to say it's lucky, but that's, you know, good fights. They needed this.
Nice flash from Torji. Good discipline. Playing the advantages for once. First time they've actually played together, played passive, and made them come to them. Here we go then. Can they keep it going? They need 6-6.
Yeah, such a tense game. I really cannot believe it. Just holding my breath, waiting to see if they can find an opening. Even when they get them, I'm not sure they're going to win the round, but MOUZ are struggling to stay in some of these rounds here. Blown open, no one on the other side. It's actually the AK that's challenging this position, so can't keep doing that forever. We'll see if they have another wall to set up or if they're just going to try and go outside here. A minute on the clock now. It is looking like that very similar 4-1 split. Or are they going to wrap around this time? I don't know if they will, but they have the smoke for it. Oh, what a shot. Jimmy's been deleted. And because he's normally the ramp player, they must know where the AWP is.
Xerxan did spot 2 or 3 members outside. That's valuable information at the very least, even the 5-on-4. MOUZ can still win this round easily. Got to reclaim some territory towards the lobby, but DGT is waiting for them. Oh, he is ready. If he brought on face checks, he's dead.
Yeah, even though he got the headshot. Pretty quick reaction, to be honest, but there's only 23 seconds.
Molotov's perfect.
Yeah, pushes them out of the hut here. Xerxan, what could you do? That is a good spray. 15 seconds, grenade on the DGT, and suddenly, MOUZ are back in the round. They need some miracles right now, and this could be one of them. The bomb planted, but this was for just a second, a 5-on-3. And now MOUZ themselves have brought it back into contention. Spinks is around that heaven position. Torshi, unfortunately, in heaven instead now. And Xerxan, yeah, how did they get up? I don't think they could do anything here. You might be right. A save has been called for. 7-1. Oh, God. I mean, that opening kill on Jimmy is wild.
Yeah,
but I think
nice.
The fact that it's the ramp player they found in the yard, they know where that AWP is playing immediately.
This is beautiful stuff from 9Z. No real fumbles or mistakes from MOUZ this time. They're just getting absolutely destroyed in the 1v1 duels. Great awareness.
Yeah.
Great read of the situation there from DGT. Mayan with the AWP watching for the smoke to dissipate, knowing they had to wait for that to go down before they make their next move.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to say for anyone that's watching, we're criticizing MOUZ a lot, but we're not trying to take anything away from 9Z.
Absolutely.
They're playing fantastic Counter-Strike right now. We just expect something similar, if not better, out of MOUZ. 7-1.
Job's not done yet, though, Anders. It's a great start. Couldn't ask for much more here on the T side of Nuke.
Just an interesting thing as well. I was saying to you before we went live here, you know, in the past when we said, you know, South American Counter-Strike, we just meant Brazil.
Yeah.
But now we got all this representation from Argentina, from Uruguay, from Chile.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool that Counter-Strike spread out as far as it has in that region.
Absolutely true. Money is out of control on the T side. I don't think they'll need an eco this half. Picking up the pace, Anders, and call that one off. Oh, yeah, got a bit blocked in the door. The nade, incendiary combo. Gives them the opening pick.
Oh, wait a minute. They might get one in return. That's...
Oh, that's rough. Super unlucky there. For Spinks, they did so well to get the opener, and now we're going to be collapsing in towards the upper bomb sides.
What timing. He walked through the smoke. They had no idea. Torshi's gone. How did he find that? So risky. A 2 versus 3. The bomb is going to be planted here, but it's being held. That's a very dangerous job. I don't know if I'd want to do that. Max is on the other side. They grenade the heavens. Jimmy has yet to get a kill in this one. He's 0-5. They're calling his number. They do need him to do something. Sershin goes down. Jimmy's dead as well. Money's busted. The half is gone already. 8-1 in favor of 9C. I can't believe it.
They might just have to force this. They're averaging like 4.2k. It's like, it's not as terrible as you might think. So there'll be rifles available for them, but it's be lacking grenades. They have to buy this one, in my opinion. We'll see what it's enough. They've been saving a couple of weapons, so we'll have a look at the overall complexion of it. So yeah, Famous for Brolan, no grenades for Torchy. Got the AWP, no helmets to be seen, no defuse kits, no nades on Jimmy.
Yeah.
This is such a difficult round to win. Nuke, it's all about blocking off the choke points, isolating the fights, running down the clock.
And if you ever want to dream of having a retake with a defuse, you do also need some smokes, typically, especially on the B-bomb side.
And a kit, ideally.
Yeah, that's to make it even clear.
Towards a good position, though. This is great for one.
Can he escape afterwards is the question.
Yeah,
there is one. Okay, yeah, he's done a very good job. One and done. That's all you need. Keep it slow and simple like this. Find a kill, go somewhere else. Wowzer Peak not afraid to take the fight out here, but he might not realize that Sershin is right out there by CT spawns. Very hard position to clear. He's not going to get a chance at it even. So 5-on-3. Thing is as well, at least in the last 3 months, MOUZ do much better work on the CT side than they do the T side. That has me worried. If you go back further, their T side was actually better a while ago. But lately, it's been the CT side most of it. Good defense here.
Good round.
Yeah, they need all 4. They got to make this an 8-4 half.
Nice positioning there from Torji. Like we said, playing for one, dropping down, forcing their hand. It was a very weak buy with no util. He had to step up, dodges the flash, gets away.
Yeah. What an angle. You can hear them shouting as well on the MOUZ side.
They've got to believe now.
Yeah.
Let's go! Torji knows. They got to keep their head in the game. They got to keep believing. Trying the same maneuver again, this time successfully. Max is down the vents. Is there a rotation down towards lower? Are MOUZ aware of it?
I don't think so. No one's moving. I actually don't think they know yet. Now the push is in. Jimmy hasn't got any kills yet, but now he's going to start to pick one up there. Tries to throw out a grenade. Torshi burns alive. Jimmy gets run over.
No one's down lower.
Yeah, I don't think they realized.
I don't think you can win this round.
Yeah, it's very unlikely.
You've got DGT parked up. Unless you get a quick one-tap from Spinks here, he's looking for it. He gets the kill.
Yeah, he knows. Good read.
Now the round's back on.
They do have kits as well, and they've got a lot of utility. So if they could get a bit closer, it's possible. But there's also a Molotov on Max. Got to be careful of where that lands on the retake. It's already been thrown out here, and now they're trying to put some pressure on, coming in for the ramp position. Oh! Good with the first one. Mayan takes one more, but he's in the middle. Oh, he still wins the fight!
What?
How does that happen?
Was he shooting him in the back?
He must have been. What else would he be doing?
Oh, no.
We need one more investigation, this time into how Mayan survived. Did he wear triple Kevlar?
Oh, he should be getting that kill. There's no excuse. Should be getting that kill all day long. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's rough. I don't even want to beat up on them for that one. That one hurts.
It's gone too far for you, Henry.
Yeah. Even I'm tapping out.
We'll leave it to the analysts.
Yeah. I feel bad.
Well, we're in the round number 12. Unfortunately, you can't. Oh!
Okay, it's more like it.
You can't get off the right, Henry. Porsche's trying to get it back. 5 versus 3. Very cool shot. Rings to the yard through the container. Yeah, it's nice. So 5-on-3. Last time MOUZ won this one without any real trouble. Very disciplined. I feel like they're starting to get the troops under control.
Final round, Anders. 5-on-3.
Yeah.
There is no world where you can give this one up. Otherwise, it's GG. It's over. You do not recover this. 9-3, we can have a conversation.
Okay. Torshi, quick on the trigger. Make sure they pay. They take down Jimmy. It's a very cool shot, though, coming in from the T side. DGT hearing them, I think, but they're running low on that clock. 25 seconds. The bomb is on DGT as well. He's actually started to head back a little bit. Mayan gets that one on Torshi.
Alone.
Yeah, he is
3 and
alone.
9.
Yeah.
Two players down towards lower. If Brolin goes down with nothing, the round's over.
Oh, he knows they're coming heaven as well. He can hear it. He's calling it out here. Spray is a lot of damage, but they find the kills regardless. Just 6 seconds on the clock, and he's around the corner with the bomb plants. It would seem impossible. They shouldn't have been allowed to even get into the round, but this is a really cool to come back into it. I really can't believe it. Mayan, 2 kills. Spinks sneaking out. He's got the health for it, and he's looking for the corner player. He knows Mayan could be there. Out in the open, he gets the first one, and now DGT, 11 kills to his name. He needs one more here for the clutch, and that would surely split MOUZ apart, but no, it's going to be Spinks instead.
Holy shit.
He saves the day for them one more time. 9-3 at the end of the half.
The stack on lower, though. Yeah, you're right. Torji's AWP is here, but it's only going to be that first shot onto Magic before the penny drops. The info flows. Torji looking for more. Oh, he's got it another. Zatara's down. Torji racking him up, farming him up. Beautiful. This time Chopper up towards Palace instead. He'll have Jimmy inside of the Palace. Oh, what a move. Shiro given just enough space to get around that box. Deals with his counterpart in Torji. Palace locked onto. Chopper tries to escape. Donk is on the scene. And he's not going to waste a moment here. It's blood in the water. Spinks with the answer. This is a 2 versus 5. Sent against them. Magic's back from behind triple. Spinks a quad kill needed. 3 frags deep. 15 seconds. The HE. Oh, he's rock solid on Pyjamas. He's gonna find the kill in the back line instead. Apex stays honed in on him, now awkwardly behind this red train. Spinks with a little fight left. Flamesy to make the difference. Oh, it's a team whose wins were so elusive. And Robs is the most elusive. The esteemed Estonian to try to clutch this. Stepping forward into 2025 with nothing but it won't come yet.
He's overstressed. He doesn't even realize it, but he's watching 2 positions. But here's Jimmy. Does he have to let this go? Brolin, you gotta watch something.
From both sides, Jimmy gotta step it up. He's got Xerxin to work with. And the attack's still on out from heaven. Here on Hut, Xerxin able to hold it back.
Things going from bad to worse for MOUZ here. A lifeline, a miracle granted by Spinks. He manages to win out the 2v1 after they had the 5-on-3 advantage. Just 3 rounds to their name on the CT side, but we said 3. At least we can have a conversation of the comeback, Anders. And I still think they can do it.
There's always room for that conversation. Of course there is. MOUZ have earned, I think, that much respect at least. We just haven't seen anything like themselves yet. But maybe the second half of Nuke is going to be it. Now they're on the T side. 9C really making a name for themselves here.
Absolutely true. Got the Molotov for the hut roof. Smoke for main. But the Julies to get past. Mayan has been impressive. 9-2 so far. Smoke goes down.
Strong position here. A lot of the grenades will land behind him, but he has to be very quick. Jumping down, trying to see if he can cover his head. Good kills in return. Spinks and Torshi. Now Jimmy to add to the mix. And that Molotov will clear out the heaven position. So picture perfect really for MOUZ. In spite of the early death there, Exertion is like a human flashbang being thrown into that A bomb site.
True. We needed this. Looks like it should be a comfortable close. Should being the operative word there. No real reason to force buy in the second with this massive lead you've got on 9Z.
Yeah.
I'll give it a look in and see if they can cause any further damage.
Doing a little bit here. Could even just be sort of a heat check to see how rattled are they. If you could have got a couple of more, all right. This is the thing that I do love about Torshi, right? I appreciate the hype man mentality of getting the team back.
That's true.
I think it's really nice.
He hasn't given up once.
No.
And you're right, he was a decoy almost running into the bomb site. Leaps in there, sets up his teammates. It's a nice pistol from MOUZ.
Like even the way he ducks his head down, just makes him hard to spot.
Got to lock in now, boys. As I said, I don't think you have to force by this one, but let's see what they go for. They have chosen to do so. Mayan with the scout, 5-7s. Scout doesn't connect.
This is the 4-1 split. Like I said earlier, Jimmy's going to be holding that lobby. When he's on his A game, very, very annoying player to try and find. And actually, he's going to join the team now. So he'll be covering for a late, potential flank from 90. Sometimes the CTs will try to follow the Ts into the hallways here, but they're down below. There's nobody from the CT side, any part of the lower map here. So everything is pretty much set up for an easy win. In theory, I suppose 9C, if they're not in position soon, they should just save.
Yep, good point. I think that might be the case. We'll see if any CTs want to rotate down towards lower. Just one so far. Maximilian hoping to cause a bit of a ruckus. They've allowed the CTs into this.
That's a scout connection on Spinks. That's a headshot Exertion. This is a little bit worrisome. Torshi, the next to go down, and I'm already starting to feel nervous on behalf of MOUZ.
It should be fine.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm okay with this.
Are you really?
Yeah.
But the bomb is down there. They can pick it up. 35 seconds. I'm not okay with this.
It's the low HP on Max. They don't have control of the bomb. I think it's fine for MOUZ.
Okay, well, let's see. Brolan, you might be right. That's an important kill. Spinks with the Mac 10 to follow it. Deep nade. Could it catch him? Oh, no, it's Mayan. He had more health on that side. 18 seconds. The bomb is picked up on Brolan. It's going to be Jimmy to get the kill, and now Brolan escaping.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think you've got it, Henry.
It's all under control. Scary. Not clean.
Scout from the heaven.
But I no chance of winning this, I'm afraid.
No. Stepping out onto this one. Can't even really imagine what it would take, but he's still there, and I think that speaks to how they're feeling right now, 9C. They feel like anything could happen, because they've been winning a lot of weird rounds so far. Stepping around here, looking for a scope. It's not going to happen. Brolan, triple. Good work from MOUZ.
An arduous task ahead of them, an uphill battle. But so far, so good. Nice pistol. Not the cleanest second round, but you get past it. Excellent shot from Mayan, it has to be said, but the Mac 10's doing the work. This was the kill that decided the round.
Yeah. And they did force into this one. So the next one, going to be pretty muted. We've got 3 HEs. I'm excited about that. Not enough triple nades in Counter-Strike, in my opinion.
Well, maybe that's why. Didn't really do too much. Tickle Xertion.
Be another 6 months before we see that. But they're out here in the smoke, causing havoc on the A yard. Not enough damage, though, to really put any real threat to MOUZ here. Mayan, position known. Would love a headshot.
Needed this to be clean as well, with 5 players surviving.
Yeah.
It's going to be very important going forward. Can't afford to lose anyone here. And they shall not. All right. Back to their winning ways. Yep, that's true. Couldn't put it better myself.
He's got the math nailed down.
Yeah.
Now they just need the Counter-Strike.
I still think MOUZ win this, by the way. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say, but they are the better team. They haven't played great today. They're playing like their C game right now.
Yeah.
But they will still win this.
Well, you've watched a lot of Counter-Strike, Henry, or a lot of MOUZ as well.
A lot of MOUZ, yeah. They will still be winning this. It's just, this is not a team that's winning this tournament. I can tell you that much.
Let's see. For 9C, it's another interesting test too, right? How do you close a game like this where you have the upper hand, you've got the mental advantage, you seem to be playing the better game, but sometimes all of those things just still aren't enough. The game drags on, you don't win quick enough, and some of these MOUZ players, they are very experienced. They know what it's like to make these comebacks. So maybe you are right. Round number 16, and it's very thin on the utility for that CT side. Limits what they can do. No HEs to blow open the smoke in yard, just as an example. They're going to be guessing on the other side of it here. Oh, wow. They do guess correctly. They didn't have the HE, but they had the M4.
Towards ramp we go. It's a difficult off angle to manage.
Yeah.
Realizing he's got the advantage, doesn't need the one and done to staying alive. That's a really great decision, Anders.
Yeah.
I say one and done. It's even difficult to get one from that spot. So I think just staying alive here, providing self-preservation, that's the aim of the game. Maintain that 5-on-4 situation. Really like that move. He had to think on his feet. He had a split second there to decide, am I staying, am I leaving the area? And that was the right call.
30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and that's why. It's one of the greatest resources the CT have. Run the clock down.
Okay, so Broland's in a strong position. Jimmy's got the bomb. He's over by the lobby. They're going to try and see if they can wrap this bomb site from 3 different directions. But if any one of them fails, it might not matter at all. I don't think this can work any longer. Shut down from Mini. Peeking in is Lukoven. And me Spinks. Nothing you do.
To be fair, Anders, this is the bonus round.
That is fair.
It's a convincing win for 9Z, but that's the bonus round. You see how I'm trying to be a bit more positive now? Trying to bring it back.
I can feel it, Henry. I know you are.
I still think MOUZ win this. That's the bonus round. You had a Mac 10, Galil's. Like, it's always going to be a rough one. You got to kill through the smoke. That's unlucky.
It does help to know that we've offloaded the negativity to the analysts.
Yeah.
We know they're going to...
I don't think I've got anything left inside me. So...
It's all happy thoughts from here on out, then.
I think so. Double digits over 9Z.
MOUZ will be proud.
I hope so.
Grenades in the yard again. Quick position with the AK out there.
Can't stress enough, though, this is a very important round. He loses this one. Yeah, money's in the bin and you're 11-6 down. Do need to win this one.
I'm feeling some of the negative thoughts.
No, I'm just saying, just for context, you do need to win this round.
Okay. A lot of utility spent. Roland. Setting up a smoke. Really nice one. Waterfalls down. The AK here. It's a quick trade. They peak right before the Molotov really had an impact, and now they're losing more. Spinks through the smoke, and Mayan, he finds a shot. Now, DDT, he should have been dead right there. The trade might not matter. WowZOP takes him down, and it's 11-6. 9C, 2 rounds away now from knocking MOUZ out.
You only have second stage loss bonus. That's $1,900. I don't need to say anything more. You've all watched enough Counter-Strike. You've all heard me talk about the economics for 10 years.
Can you talk to me, Henry, about the timing of throwing the Molotov to the secret stairs and then peeking?
The fact he even gets 1 kill there is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, he's done so well there. He should be a dead man. They've read it well. They knew he was there. The fact he gets 1 is crazy. It's unlucky for MOUZ, if anything. He should not be getting a kill there. They didn't do anything wrong. He just did very well. And then with all the chaos, the Orb's able to rotate in, join the party. And what are they going to do now? Are they going all in? Oh, Anders, I think they are. This is for all the marbles
Honestly, I don't even think there's a wrong or a right approach
No,
here.
it's pick your poison.
Yeah, one way or another, you're going to be in trouble. You either give them the 12th round, in which case it's overtime.
What have you got for us, Brolan? Maybe it's a snappy approach. You go for the upper rush. Doesn't seem to be the case. So what have we got to work with? 3 Tech 9s, 1 Mac 10, and a Xerxian Galil.
One of the classic MOUZ executes on this map is the wraparound around Heaven and Yard. Like, they love to do this thing where they go outside and then they end up at the ramp anyway. And sometimes they even do it through their own smokes, which are just being thrown in the yard. But this time, we'll see if they are going to be able to do that. They've got the bomb in lobby.
So you confirm they force ball. Hearing those Tech 9s,
yeah,
you know they've got a force buy here. That changes everything, changes the mentality.
Yeah, they're going to be calling that out on the CT side.
We have a CT player down towards lower. Good position as well. Nice defensive one. He's playing for 1 kill and survive. That's the aim of the game here. You do not need anything fancy. 1 kill will do. Even if you don't get it. Oof, okay, that's not ideal.
Yeah, Max was back in that all-in position. Missed shot for Mayan. He'll be hunted down. Couldn't pull the trigger on the pistol, so very good for MOUZ, though.
They're in this round. They should be winning this one, no problem.
Yeah, I don't see a way out, to be honest. I don't think it's worth it.
You have to drop down the vents and just hope for the best here. That's all you can really do. And Xerxian's playing it well. I say that, don't give too much away, lads. 2-on-1, he saw both players. 1 versus 1. Torgy's burning as well. He's only got the Mac 10 to work with. Couldn't find a rifle. DGT, no time to waste.
Has to go straight in there. Doesn't have a kit either, but he's walked underneath him. Is he going to be looking behind him? Torgy, if he goes out right now and looks, he might just have it, but he's escaped back through, and now I think the clock has run down here. A 10-second defuse, be very hard to come by at this stage, and look at how he's running away, Torgy.
Well played.
Yeah, he doesn't need to fire the gun, just has to run down the clock, and it's a 7th round for MOUZ. Oh, that got so uncomfortably close once again.
Needed that miracle round, they get it. Well played to Torgy especially.
Yeah.
Like I said, 1 kill and surviving. That was the aim of the game. Couldn't quite get it. Nice double swing from MOUZ.
Yeah.
Comes right down to the wire here. Ring around the rosy. That's all he had to do. Can't take anything away from MOUZ. They did very well. It's a round they're not supposed to win. Keeps their head above water for now. They've got a nice full buy here.
Okay, if they win the next one, the money is very low for 9C. And maybe the dynamic will change a little bit in the second half.
So they've already done this sort of comeback in Austin against Legacy. I still think they're going to win. I'm going to stick with my guns on this one.
I appreciate that. Deep nade.
I think the pressure's going to get to 9Z.
It would not be the first time that we've seen an underdog team crumble when the stakes are really, really high like this. And it could be higher. Lose here, and you get sent packing.
Multiple smokes outside. No one using them, though. Just trying to force rotations down towards lower. It will be an upper execution to close things out here. Molotov for the bomb site. A plethora of flashbangs to be delivered.
What does Wowzo Peak do on that hut when it's on fire? I guess that's the big question.
He gets
already
down.
down. Oh, and throws down an incendiary to slow them. That is pretty sick. All of the utility kind of for nothing now. They're waiting on the other side, trying to get through the smoke. Jimmy, strong entry. Xerxian gets another one. Torgy with the kill onto Mayan at the back, and that was the last defense on the A site. So, in spite of the delay, it works.
They're doing it. Making all the right moves, all the right plays. Outside smokes to keep one player down towards lower.
Yeah.
Keep interest towards that side of the map. All the meanwhile, they're getting ready for a very nice upper execution. You can see how discombobulated they were. Flashed out of position. No safety on the bomb site. They only get 1 kill. MOUZ still very much in this game.
What an absolutely critical frag that Jimmy gets coming through the smoke.
That was crucial.
Because he really had a dreadful first half.
Yeah.
But those are the kind of high impact kills you do need. If he doesn't get it, it's possible that the rest of the push coming out of the hut is foiled by one player playing in that corner. You never know. Not the case here. Mayan started this kill here is absolutely huge. Good work from Torgy as well. He's holding that left-hand side of the silo inside of the A-bomb site. Timeout called now. This time for 9C. Scoreline is 11-8. This is only the second best of 3 of the day. The highlight games are supposed to be coming up in a little bit, and they are really interesting highlight games. Obviously, PARIVISION versus Spirit. We got Vitality versus MongolZ. It really couldn't get better from here.
Absolutely stacked tournament. Doesn't get better than this.
But this game is delivered far beyond anyone's expectation, thanks to 9Z.
9Z, whatever happens today, they can leave this tournament with their heads held high.
Yeah.
Still don't think they can convert this one, unfortunately.
Well,
but the fact they've made a name for themselves and got MOUZ sweating in this sort of fashion. A 9-3 first half, which should have been 10-2 after the Sphinx clutch.
Yeah. Well, they could probably even won the first map. Not
True.
Two. That was even an option. So yeah, I agree.
It feels like MOUZ have woken up now. We haven't seen any crazy mistakes. They're converting their advantages now.
Yeah.
No one's just running around with nades in their hands. And fair play to Torji. He has not given up the entire time. Even when he's having a poor performance, he's been the centerpiece of the morale, making sure everyone keeps their head in the game and keep believing.
I do think you need somebody like that on a team.
Yeah.
Pull them out of the ruts, and he's always there. He's always got that attitude that we can win this no matter what, really. I think that's quite admirable. Smoke going down. Obviously, as you could tell, they're very limited with the weapons. 5-7, though, is pretty good, and the timing was nearly there. Oh, are they going to check DDT?
They saw him.
They saw him now, yeah. If he could have got into the corner, I think that would have been a big surprise. Max, though, I don't know how, but he snuck in a kill on the Brolan, escaping with the reload. They'll still find Mayon down there. Exertion is out here, throwing bullets towards heaven. They've got the man lead. Plenty of time in the round. This is looking pretty good for MOUZ.
Yeah, should be no problem. 11-9 all day long.
Down B, bomb planted.
Got a bit dicey towards the ramp room, but fantastic. It's all about the flashes, right?
Yes.
You know you're walking into a potential crossfire there. You flash them off. You make their duels very, very difficult to manage. There's no chance of a multi-kill there.
Get the rifles.
I think that you're right. To be fair, it is a 3-on-2 right now. Hold on.
But they don't have a kit. I think it's such a long way before they can actually get this bomb. Defuse in. Spinks running low on health. They find him in the corner, and they're already on the defuse. There's absolutely no way. Surely they don't have the time for it.
Yeah, they do.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah, they do. Oh, no.
It was 1 rifle, 2 USPs against 4 MOUZ Sports players with the bomb already planted.
They definitely had time. Oh, God.
Say something positive, Henry.
There's still 4 rounds to go.
All right.
There's still plenty of time to take this to overtime. It's all good. It's all fine.
I'm so shocked.
I don't know how they give that round up, though. They had the opening advantages. Everything was going in their favor. They go down towards lower. The SMGs, the 5.7s, peppering away at them, swarming the bomb site in general. Final timeout for MOUZ. They're in the dark now with no coach. 1 round away from being eliminated. Here a blast open in the group stages.
Was he defusing while they were still taking the fight?
Yeah,
it felt
you can
like
see,
he
look,
got on it.
It's on it now.
That's...
You can see he's at 8 seconds, 7 seconds before that kill comes in.
They started it so much sooner than I realized. That's impressive.
I think it's still fine, Anders.
I admire your optimism, Henry. I'm not sure if I'm sharing it necessarily.
Let's get into it.
I'd love to be wrong here. Overtime could be happening.
Could be the final round of the tournament for MOUZ after crashing out in the quarterfinals against Foot over an EPL.
Yeah.
Now equipped with a Tech 9 for Torji, 4 AKs, and need 4 rounds in a row on the T side of Nuke. No one expected 9Z to make a dent here today.
Mayon finds Brawl, and he saw him walking through the smoke. Oh, they passed each other. Oh, okay. It's Sertian coming out, and Max has gone down to Spinks. 3 versus 4 here. They need 4 in a row. It could start right here. Wowza peak. He was there on the ladder. Mayon, they know he's out here, so that's not a surprise. They should be able, if they want to fight him, they can, but they could dodge him completely. There's no one on the A-bomb site right now for 9C. So if they get the bomb in there, it's better to save, I think, if you're on the
take
CT
your
side.
time.
Save the guns, surely. Wowza peak, he's actually come back up again. They've been waiting in heaven for 15 seconds now. Finally, they go down. See if Wowza peak can find anything to set up this retake with. They're already a man down, and it's very risky if you lose the rifles here. That's how MOUZ can get this game into OT. Spinks.
That's a save.
Good headshot, yeah. Save is called now.
Oh, it's an uncomfortable round there. Many twists and turns. Passing each other through the smoke. If Xerxen goes down, it's a very different outcome, but they keep their head above water once again.
Can he save over here?
Where is he right now? Can we go on Mayon? He would blow up here.
Yeah, for sure. But I think he almost has to run to CT spawn.
He knows better than me. I'm sure he knows that it'll be safe.
Oh, well, he certainly cannot save there.
I think he's fine.
BGT.
Nope.
No.
There you go.
Question asked and answered.
They've taken all 5 down.
Talk every time. I love it. It's the kind of passion that can really bring a team back, isn't it? 3 more rounds. You are Mr. Overtime, Henry.
Hey, that's what I do.
12-9.
They still have cash. How do they still have cash?
I don't know. It's not the greatest weaponry, but you know it'll get the job done potentially. Xerxen finds a player trying to be aggressive behind the cover of the AWP, but it doesn't work out. Not for 9C this time. I really admire the fight that 9C have brought some of these rounds, but I still wonder if there aren't a couple of more rounds where they could have saved a bit more. Keeping the economy intact, I think that's going to be pivotal. Mayon here set himself up. Footsteps in front. Oh, don't do that. My God.
You can see them starting to crumble a bit here. Like I said, the pressure's going to get to these inexperienced players.
Yeah.
Sure, you've got map points, but losing those early picks, lesser firepower here. They've got almost no grenades on the CT side. I don't see how they hold on.
They've rolled the dice and stacked the bomb site. So that I think is the answer. If it's an A hit here.
Which is not. Good smoke. Do they respect it, though?
Could have changed their mind. This is...
Lads.
Added to the list. Henry. Oh, man.
Don't peek it again. You've done enough. You've done enough.
Yeah, you definitely have. Hold it back. Wait for them to try and see if they can jump. If they jump past, that's fine. There is a player down below as well. And also peek finds Xerxen. This is trouble now. He's holding the lobby. Gets a dink onto Torshi. But 20 seconds on the clock, and this could be where MOUZ end up exiting the tournament. 3 people trying to get onto the site itself. Mayon misses the shot, but on the hot. It's the GT. Running down. Hell from above.
Can you believe it? The underdogs getting smashed by Vitality yesterday. 13-3, 13-3. They go on to play MOUZ today. You didn't think they stood a chance. They get absolutely walloped in the first map, but they come back fighting. They show to us that they can keep up with the world's best, and it's one of the most disappointing MOUZ performances you're ever gonna see. Inferno was terrible. I didn't think they'd let go of Nuke, Anders.
This is really a shocking result. The community were already up in arms when they lost to FUT in Stockholm, but this is going to be headline making. They will be wanting more. The community expect more from them, and that is not what they got here today. But a lot of credit, all the credit in the world to 9C. What a great performance from them.
This is hands down the biggest surprise we had so far at Blast Rotterdam. Ooh, 9C not only making a fight out of this, but getting the W as well. How surprised are you right now?
It's one biggest surprise at Rotterdam. This is one of the biggest surprises of the year.
Yeah.
This is one of the most insane upset victories, and not only that, but I mean, 9Z played some incredible CS.
100%. We're joined by one of the winners on desk right here, Bid. First and foremost, congratulations. We could hear and see a lot of emotions being left out by the team right here, right now. How proud are you of your boys?
Yeah, very proud. I think, we beat one of the best teams in the world. So, yeah, this is very important for us because we have been only playing teams in South America. So, yeah, this is a very important win for us to gain the confidence for the next match as well.
Yeah, we spoke about it. Obviously, it's hard for us from the outside to judge your team when you're playing domestically most of the time. So going up against European top opposition in MOUZ, be honest with me now that you won the game. Coming into this one, was it realistic for you guys to think about the win, or was it more a learning experience?
To be honest, we have the same feeling, I think, because it's hard to know because of course we practiced 2 days here in Europe and we played some good teams, and of course the first game we had was against Vitality. It was they are just in another level of everyone right now. So it was like we lost the game and we're like, we didn't play our best maybe, but at the same time they're so strong right now, and it was hard to know our level against them. But I think today it was a very good game for us.
Very good game. Speaking of a player who did exceptionally well as well, I want to ask you about DGT. Obviously we saw him in pain, not necessarily playing his best brand of Counter-Strike. He then comes back to your team and now seems to be firing on all cylinders. Are you surprised by how well he's playing already?
I think DGT is a very he needs this kind of environments we have in our team. I think everyone believes in him a lot. So he has a lot of space to call stuff. Everyone I think on the first gun round, for example, he heard the guys dropping nades on tests. We call tests on top of the hut. And we had a stretch, and because of his call, we changed everything. We took a flash and we go kill Broland on test. It was like this kind of thing. I think he's very confident on not only playing good but also calling for us a lot of times. So I think this is probably the difference. I think he's feeling well in your team.
Coming into this, we had an interview before the game. Mike asked if there was a game plan, and it was almost seemed like he didn't want to admit it, and then he says, "Oh, we're just going to try and hold W." What was the game plan? Was there something you kind of had prepared for this team that you thought was going to give you the edge?
Yeah, of course we always study all the teams and we have some ideas on what they think and how they play. And to be honest, it's very hard nowadays to prepare everything because the teams have so many threats and so many mind games and stuff like this. So we need to believe a lot in your game as well. It's a mixture of both. I think Max called it pretty well on this side. I think when we started winning, he was more out of the book and playing more on his flow, and he's very good doing this. So it was very good especially on Nuki side.
I wanted to ask one thing about the bans. One of the most played maps for 9Z is Overpass. It's obviously a good map for MOUZ as well. I expected that to be map 3. Did you just feel like their nuke was that weak, or are you super confident in your own?
I mean, we have a very good confidence on Overpass, but it's different playing Overpass in Brazil and playing Overpass in Europe. So I think it was mostly because we felt they're gonna be super confident if we let Overpass for them, because they are also very strong on Overpass. And I think because we played against Vitality, we learned a lot of things. I think it was very good for us to, have played this map before in the tournament to maybe fix some stuff and not go on Overpass, because I think their Overpass is pretty strong as well.
Obviously, I want you to give you time and space to celebrate this win, but I have to ask you, now that you move on into the tournament, you're facing either PARIVISION or Spirit in the lower bracket. You got a preference out of the two strong teams?
No, there's no bad teams on this tournament. I think we got the hardest bracket we could have. We played Vitality, and then we win or lose, we get MOUZ Sports or MongolZ. So it's very tough to choose opponents when you are playing a tournament like this. I mean, we played PARIVISION not so long ago, maybe September or October. We beat them at Thunderpeak. It was a good match. They have a new player now. They have good momentum right now. And Spirit maybe is not in the best shape, but they have Donk and all. It's not easy to pick a team to play against.
No, it's a tough task to pick between the two. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk, and go celebrate your win. Massive performance for you guys.
Thank you, guys.
What a guy, what a player, what a team 9Z has been so far in this tournament, Ru. Obviously, as you said, going up against Vitality, it was always tough to expect them to win anything against them, but taking down MOUZ, beating MOUZ, sending them home, elimination from the tournament, that is, as you said, arguably one of the biggest surprises of the year.
I have to say that coming into map 3, I was expecting, I was very critical of MOUZ. I think MOUZ made a lot of misplays, they made a lot of missteps, they should have played better, but I actually can only say positive things about how 9Z played in that final map. They kept their composure even when MOUZ looked like they were going to make a comeback. They played some fantastic CS, and MOUZ absolutely fumbled many a round, but at the same time, you have to give so much props for 9Z for this upset, maybe the best upset of the year so far.
Goes without saying, it takes a good team to beat MOUZ, but it also takes a MOUZ underperforming. And in order to find out what exactly happened in this game, we sent Mike to speak with Cyclone.
Cyclone, really tough loss for you guys. Immediately, what's on your mind?
Yeah, very tough loss here, right? And yeah, it feels sad it goes down that way, and also that our brand of Counter-Strike here wasn't that good. Just losing a lot of advantage situations, not thinking that clearly, and I think it's obvious that things were not clicking for us at this tournament.
Nowhere near the level of Counter-Strike we expect from MOUZ. I mean, double-digit man advantages lost through this series. We see you losing to ecos, we see you losing to clutches, we see you overplaying, overpeaking. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Why? Why were so many situations going against you?
Yeah, it's a good question. I also want to say it's also not the level of play that we want to show, right? So it's also below our own expectations. And you're right, we're losing a lot of these, a lot of the fundamentals are out the window, and we have to go back to the drawing board, look at why is it like that. It's not that we don't know that you should play for info in a man advantage situation, that you should set up a crossfire, that you should play off each other's contact. I think the instinct of how we played things were not there right now. We're questioning how we play, maybe also in the situations, and yeah, part of that is why we lose in such a fashion, right? So I would have wished for us to take a step forward these last few events, and we didn't. I need to figure out why that is not the case, and make sure that the time we have now between our next event, we use it well.
Speaking about some of the maps, Inferno, it's been your map pick. We saw it get away from you badly in the MongolZ series. We saw it get away from you pretty badly here as well. What's going wrong with Inferno?
Let's start with the MongolZ game. So MongolZ, of course, also know in our matchup that they probably need to surprise us. That we've beaten them so often now, they're not gonna win just playing their usual. And I think they did a really good job of having this one round prepared, where they rushed down middle, they put us on edge, we were a bit stressed out there. And I don't think we stood a chance in that game. The game just now, I don't think you get as many man advantage situations or good info all the time and still manage to throw it away, right? So it's on individual decisions, and it's not that the guys don't know how to play it, it's more just that we couldn't think clearly and we didn't trust ourselves, and the fundamentals went out the window.
I think the round that may be emblematic of that was the final round, right? We see the flub nade, we see mistakes, we see losses against pistols on the other side coming through. I could hear the comms, they sounded hectic. I was hearing them from across the studio. What's going on with the communication?
Yeah, also, if you're not thinking that clearly, right, it gets hectic. You're not sure what is the direction, what is going on around you in that moment, and it's just a result of that bad overview, right? And that's probably also what you can hear.
Looking towards the future, right, we're used to having these kind of conversations about top-end opponents, about playoffs, about finals exits. This is an entirely different spectrum, right? Do you think that Pro League loss is haunting you? How do you get out of this funk for the team?
Yeah, it is a different scenario. Usually it would be a third place decider or a tough semi-final, and that's the end of the tournament. It's been a while since we've been in this spot, right? And maybe it's also an opportunity to see what can we do with that extra time. Can we be honest with where we're at? What are the flaws we have right now? How can we reset? And it's definitely not the level that we can play at or that we want to play at, and we need to find a better way forward.
Have to ask one final question here. Just, you guys didn't make any changes coming into this year. After these kind of results, are changes on the table?
I think we always have to see what the future holds, but it's obvious that over time, if it's difficult to break through, you have to consider also in my position, should we make something? It's also about maintaining forwards momentum, and for me to always consider with the staff, is this the team that's going to take a step forwards, right? Or are we not going to break through, right? And I think we still have a very young team where everyone has their best years ahead of them, right? And I think that's obvious to say, but it's also the case.
Well, I appreciate you talking to me. Good luck figuring out these problems, and good luck going forward.
Thank you.
Very candid interview coming in right here from Cyclone. Some good questions asked by Mike. Anything in particular you pick up on?
I think it's a moment of reflection. You can tell it in his voice. You can tell it in the way he's talking. It's a moment where they have to go back to the drawing board as a team and realize, what was it that led us down this path? He's talking about individuals, every one of them making mistakes along the way. It's not just the team system. It's not just an individual. It's the entire team doing things they know they shouldn't. And it's a moment for them to go back to the drawing board and reconsider what they're doing and how they're approaching these sorts of games.
I think it's really fitting that MOUZ wore the black jerseys today, because we might be approaching the moment for this roster's funeral, right? I think you heard it in that final question. You're getting to a point where it's not a matter of plateauing and not being able to break through. No. This is now a MOUZ team on the decline, and on a decline that is hard to explain.
The problem for MOUZ is this, let's call it crisis, mini crisis, whatever we want to label it for now. It comes at a bad timing, you know, with the major approaching, with the roster locks coming up as well. Like, either you make a change right here, right now. You, by the way, also risk going into stage 2. I guess supposedly if you're MOUZ, if you make that change, or you wait it out until after the major and hope you can still turn it around. So I think, as you, it's a big decision. I'm leaning towards no roster changes for now within the MOUZ camp, but it's not an easy one to figure out.
Jacob, they are now at risk of making stage 2. After this loss, they are very much still in doubt. It was at 99% before this loss that they would be in stage 3. That percentage is increasing, or decreasing rather.
Yeah, and even more so if you make a roster change. And again, who are you going to pick up now in the middle of the season, right? It's not a lot of players that would be willing to leave their teams from, I guess, the caliber that MOUZ are looking into right now. So it's a delicate position to be in. And as I said, this, let's call it a mini crisis for now. I don't want to blow the full alarm bell just yet. I want to see one more tournament of them, but it's starting to look dire for this MOUZ lineup.
Yeah, this isn't a phase missing the major level event, but this is as bad as it can get for a MOUZ roster to lose to a 9Z like that in the fashion they lost some of those rounds. They have to go back. They have to rethink the way they're approaching these games, maybe the way they do their pregame, the way they do their warm-ups, the way they come into these matches and their game plans. But I don't think it's quite time for them to make a roster move, specifically as you're saying, because they're heading into the major. You have to keep the same roster, but my hopes aren't high that they're going to do an amazing job when they get there.
One thing's for sure, time for some soul searching. Definitely going to be time under the microscope for MOUZ, as difficult as that might be, and for all the wrong reasons. Let's take a look back on where we are on the groups, because we do have a lot more Counter-Strike to get to today. You can see some folks setting up behind us. There's the night shift coming on in to rock in the second shift of the day. There's 2 more games to come. And there is a lot of action to pack into that. PARIVISION taking on Spirit and MongolZ versus Vitality to wrap the day. That is quite a banquet set.
Yeah, it's some cool games, you know, and just for the viewers at home to understand the bracket you're watching right now, PARIVISION Spirit, the loser of that one, will face 9C in the lower bracket, and same could be said for the MongolZ Vitality in the opposite side of the bracket. So if you're in the lower bracket right now and you're looking at those 2 games, I feel like regardless of who's going to lose, you know, it's going to be a tough time down there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any team in those 4 teams that you want to face if you're 9Z or if you're any other team in the lower bracket. You're not looking forward to that, but maybe you're looking forward to testing yourself, because those are the best teams in the world right there.
I'm looking forward to watching more 9Z Counter-Strike. I think they've made a lot of fans today. I think the brand of CS that they were bringing, the ball is outplayed, some of the risky calls, some of the big moves, individual moments, it just can't help but tug at your heartstrings. As much as we're worried for MOUZ, it's also super impressive on the other side. And for one, I'm sick of looking at you, Jacob, so I think it's time for you to move off this desk and over to that desk as we wrap our day. And so I can just stare into Vu's eyes for just a fitting moment while we wait for Jacob to make the long walk over, as he needs to join Dupree for a link between our desks and a little bit of a chat about Refrag. Take it away, boys.
Hey, Peter, move. Okay,
Mr.
I want to show you something right here, because we are obviously at Refrag sponsoring this tournament, Peter, and I brought you for a very specific reason. Now,
you already have something lined up for me.
I already got something lined up for you. Now, we have one thing in common. I don't know if you can guess what it is.
We've both been balled and have been kicked by a team.
That too, but we also both washed up in the game of Counter-Strike. Now, the reason why I wanted to bring this up to you is Refrag, we have a goal, and that is to make everyone better at Counter-Strike. It's basically a training tool, training software, call it what you want. Now, we didn't have that back when we played, you and I, when we grew up together playing Counter-Strike. We didn't have all these fancy tools, so I wanted to expose you to it and get me your honest opinion whether or not it's something you could have used back then, or if, let's say, you were to make a comeback or something like that, is it something you would use for the future? Now, the first right here is aimbots. I think We've
tried that before.
Yeah, everyone's tried that before. The caveat is that it's on a real map, so it's real angles. Now, the next task is a little bit different. It's called Defender, Peter.
Sure.
Why don't you give it a go? Have you tried it before?
I gotta make sure that I'm comfortable.
Yeah,
I've already died because of you, Jacob.
I'm getting out of your picture.
Okay, so I guess it's about, you know, like having like real fights or something similar to like in like the real games, and you actually get thrown. Oh, I actually won this round. You get pushed by a lot of utility. Holy shit, I didn't dodge that one. Now there's molly here, everything.
That's exactly what it is.
That's crazy. That's actually really cool. You know, like, I mean, you do get like a lot of utility thrown at you, and I'm even not tracking my opponents here. See, my spray transfer's like, eat that.
Yeah, you want to flash yourself as well, Peter. That's exactly the whole point of Defender. That is to bring you in scenarios that is game-like. Let's say you're playing Mini. Let's say you're defending Yard. You're getting flashed. You're getting Molotov. You're getting out of position. So we're trying to recreate those scenarios in the game for you.
Yeah.
How do we feel like in terms of it being realistic or not?
I mean, the thing is, like, okay, I'm fighting 4 people at the same time while there's like a lot of flashes coming at me, so it's a little bit difficult at times. I feel like I'm practicing more like communicating and shooting at the same time right now. That's how I feel, right? But in general, like, I also got to, you know, try a lot of the other things that you're probably going to throw at me.
Yeah.
I think that it's a completely different. You want to try something different?
I want to throw more at you.
Go at it. I think for now, from what I've been trying, is that you do actually get a lot of realistic fights. You do get, it's a little bit different from just playing, you know, random aim bots where you just constantly just go back and forth killing, you know, bots that's just like that's standing around. I really feel like you get like really cool duels. You get like an idea of how teams could approach you. Not always as realistic, but at least you do get some fights that does have a reminiscence of how it actually feels inside the game. And, you know, it's a tool that I think a lot of people are maybe overlooking a little bit. I also think it's something that can help you understand how to put your crosshair, how to, you know, pick fights in the right decision. You know, if I'm like out here, I'm going to be fighting 2 people at the same time. But if I can isolate my duels like this, you know, that kind of puts me in a more favorable situation, regardless of dying.
Well, you're speaking like a pro, Peter. You're speaking like you actually know what you're talking about, which I guess is the case. You know what makes me happy? What you're playing right now is the coach routine, and the bots are adjusted to my level, Peter, and I see you dying a lot. So that means that we're arguably, you know, as washed up as each other. And what you're describing right there is exactly what we're trying to achieve with the coaching thing. So basically, when you create an account on Refract, which you can do at home for free if you want to, refract.gg/blast, you can test it out. Coach will analyze your gameplay. It will analyze your FACEIT games, your matchmaking games, and then will make and create a course for you that you can go in and practice. So what you're playing right now, Peter, is what Coach deems to be my weaknesses, which is defending, crossfire, shooting, cool. Basically everything in the game. And then the bots will be adjusted to your level. And as I said, it seems like you're having a pretty rough time.
You know, I'm going to be completely honest with you. When you don't play as much Counter-Strike as I used to do, it really decays. It really does decay. I mean, I can definitely feel like, you know, that the crosshair placement and the ways of taking duels is just not as it used to be anymore. It's a completely different mindset, but I think it's an interesting tool, and I actually think it's something that is overlooked, and I think that people should be looking into.
You know what, Peter? I think we both share that sentiment that being washed up is never fun. So instead of torturing both of us anymore by watching Peter being a noob, let's go through a break. Let's move on with the show. We got more Counter-Strike coming your way after the break.
I think it's a very important match for us because we want to take revenge. Because last time when we have a match against them, they won us, and for us it's really like important match because it's also much important because we also fighting about third stage.
Yeah, we want a revenge for first blast, like first our debut as a team, and we lost to them in like a crazy, like sad way, I would say. Like we felt like we have to beat them, but we lost, and it's sad. So like, yeah, they're a great team, but I think we have all odds to beat them.
Every tier 1 event, it's a very quality experience. You know, we are playing against elite teams, for example, Spirit, Vitality, MOUZ, Falcons, and you get this experience pressure, in-game things, and also how we prepare to the game, you know, to deal with this pressure.
What would be some of your predictions for this series?
I think it will finish in 2 maps.
Spirit and PARIVISION, that's where the second half of our day is going to start off here at Blast Open. And it's going to be some Counter-Strike Dupree, but a side of revenge is up there as well, you know, whether it's on the side of Spirit being able to take it or PARIVISION proving it even further.
Well, Dunk wants a 2-0. You know, we heard what Soulfly wanted yesterday, and he got what he wanted. So we'll see if Dunk can also get his wish will fulfill, right? It's a clear thing that, you know, Spirit is looking out for this revenge, and they probably also felt that they should have beaten them last time. But well, in reality, you know, PARIVISION did end up with the victory. Now Spirit is trying to bounce back. You know, I think that we can all agree that Spirit is more, not only on paper, but as a whole, a better team than PARIVISION. I think it's at a point now where, you know, Spirit is... oh, you disagree with that?
I was going to say, I don't know how he does agree with that. I've been speaking to him.
The Cluj run was pretty convincing. Sure. To get to the grand finals of that one.
But would you always put, like, let's say, would you just overall say that PARIVISION should be a better team, or is a better team than
Well, the better individuals are definitely on Spirit. There's no question about it. But I would say that you're kind of having brain versus brawn in this sort of matchup. Like, Spirit are all about their individuals, and then PARIVISION is all about following James to a T.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll credit you to that one. It's fine.
No,
you have your opinion. It's fine. Yeah, but obviously the revenge part is also something you're always hungry as a player. Like, you always hate like when you get eliminated, especially by a team that you feel like you should have beaten or you feel like you're better than. So revenge is on the line for this one. So we'll see what Spirit can bring in.
I mean, that's the competitive itch, right? It's not only proving that you're the best, but being able to take revenge when a team does better you in history. And they've only had one matchup so far this year, and that was previously at Blast Bounty. That's what we're alluding to here. PARIVISION got the better of Spirit. They were able to beat them in that best of 3, take it towards the end, and that was a Mirage, an ancient win for themselves.
And it's one where I feel like these teams have changed since then. I mean, PARIVISION went on to win that event. Spirit, on the other hand, really, I feel like we're still wanting a little bit more. We see the potential. Obviously, we know that Donk is one of the best 2 players in the world, but sometimes it just feels like the cohesion isn't quite there. And that's my big concern about Spirit going into this kind of match, because PARIVISION are kind of like gatekeepers now. Even though they themselves have had ups and downs this season, I would still say that if you don't play a style that at least throws them off kilter a little bit, usually they're going to stack the right bomb sites, they're going to hit the weaker bomb sites, and so it's up to Magix and company on Spirit to try to just maybe tilt the scales in their favor just a tad.
I think for PARIVISION, I think it's the one thing that blew my mind is that how James, for some reason, seemed to have won out the whole thing when he was benched in Virtus Pro. Then coming to PARIVISION, at that point, you did feel like it was not really, you know, the team that he wanted to go into. But the way that they've just, you know, picked up these, I wouldn't say completely unknown players, but at least players that are like lower than what we expect, to then come in and actually have such an impact, you know. And he's also saying in the interview that right now, you know, they're making a lot of mistakes, and that's probably also what's holding them back for, you know, beating the elite teams, because they're making too many of them. But at the same time, they also do have the individual skill to actually get around those rounds and win at maybe probably fewer than they would have lost on VP. So I think that the fact that it's such an inexperienced team, and they have already now won a title, regardless if it's a fluke or not, looking strong. And I think that it's just also the build-up for them coming into the majors soon, that they are, you know, they really want to be like peaking at that time. So it's also these events. Belgian talked about the, like, you know, the experience that they're also getting from playing all these events. I think it's like for them, they're just trying to, you know, play themselves a little bit down, you know, hey, we're still like inexperienced, but we actually know how to play, and then we want to build it up into momentum coming into the major.
It feels like it's been that roller coaster though, right? We see them lift the trophy. You're talking about the fact that they're able to make it to the grand finals of Cluj, but then in EPL is just this sort of question mark. Does it feel like the individuals aren't necessarily stepping up, Maui? You feel like at any one point they're lacking something for themselves?
Jay, looking at the games that they played at EPL, Jame made a lot of bad reads. I actually would say that their downfall was because Jame, this is kind of a crazy thing to say, but I think a lot of people can actually relate to it. It's that when Jame calls against real Tier 1 teams, he makes good reads, he understands how they're going to rotate, how they want to finish rounds, but when he plays bad teams, he doesn't know how to read them. And so I think that was the problem at EPL, because he played a lot of teams that were outside the top 10, and he was calling for bomb site stacks, and then the other teams would just not go into his stacks. But when you see him play versus teams like Falcons, like Spirit themselves, he frequently knows exactly what they're going to do next.
I'm curious to think that, I mean, I get the point, but at the same time, I feel like for James' sake, you know, he has, at the beginning of when he joined PARIVISION, he did take a step down from like the competition. Shouldn't he have gotten like more experience calling against these type of teams? That's at least what I feel like he should have gotten, right?
The other thing I would say is that also at EPL, it's the first time they went back to playing online after playing 3 pretty grueling LANs against a lot of elite competition. And even though they were used to it back in 2025, they really haven't played all that much online this year. So having to get back into that kind of scene was something that I think took a little bit of adjustment for them.
There's obviously just no doubt that, you know, James knows how to work with the troops. You know, we've seen that, and we've seen how he has taken this team from somewhere, at least out of nowhere, and to coming to be a top 5 team as of right now, at least in the ranking. Whether they're there or not, we will have to be seeing that in the future. But, you know, they do go up against Spirit. You know, it is a team that is considered like a potentially top 3 team as of right now, you know, regardless of their results, right? It's I'm still left in a position where I feel like PARIVISION is still going to be able to have like some good reads about them. I think that they're going to be confident about it. You know, they do know that they took them down last time. And James has always been this player on this in-game leader that has had a really good reads, as you mentioned, about the good team. So looking at the matchup as a whole, I think it's relatively open, despite having such favorable individuals also on the Spirit side.
What about, we're looking at this, you know, Jen comes in, he's also bringing a lot of younger players for himself, kind of getting to mold them, shape them to what he wants as such a strong IGL. But one player in particular, now that's sitting under him, Noda, had a phenomenal performance when they last met up against Spirit.
He did, and at the Blast Bounty, he was one of the best players at the entire event. However, following that, I was hoping that he would continue or even build upon that really high and ride that, but the trajectory has been mostly downwards. Unfortunately, for people who only watch Blast events, I know there's a lot of you out there, what we saw was the best of Noda at the Bounty. So hopefully at this event, you can get a little bit more of it, but when it comes to EPL, Krakow, Cluj, all of those events, it's a far cry from what we witnessed. So I think Noda still is kind of a lot of unbridled talent. He's extremely snappy with his aim. I still will say, I think he has the best overall aim, but that's only one aspect of a huge picture when you're putting together a Counter-Strike player.
And that's just really what you want to be seeing out of the young players, right? One thing is that, you know, they can pop off. Then it's about finding the balance and finding, you know, their foothold inside a team when they go constantly to they play against better players every single time. It's not like then they play one good tournament, then they drop off to play Tier 2. But now they actually, because of what they have achieved so far, they do get against a better opposition. And that is, it just takes time for these new young players coming in, having the consistency to go through against the best players all the time.
Yeah, the fact that the level that you're at now, the benchmark is just going to be that Tier 1 all the time. It's going to have an impact on you as a newer player, as a younger one. And I got to speak to one of them, Zwei, earlier before. That's totally fair. And you were saying the other day that you guys grind so much on PARIVISION, right? That's a big difference for you from your time in Spirit. But what about coming over to PARIVISION and having an in-game leader like James? How has that changed you as a player?
Changed me a lot, because here now we have like 4 young players, and James needs to teach every one of us. In Team Spirit, I was the only one who was like newbie in this level of CS, and now we are like learning together, and it helps me a lot from the past, I would say. Yeah.
So does he almost feel like a dad to you guys when it comes to CS, that he's the one that you follow a lot, like he's Splinter and you guys are the Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, I was joking about that also.
Yeah?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
I was actually telling people about that, right? So he was like, yeah, I was joking that he's Splinter and where the Ninja Turtles are. They were surprised he even knew the reference. And I gotta agree. He's so young. Like, at what point would that be an influence in his life?
He's only seen the meme.
Yeah, he's like, I've never watched an episode of this. I have no idea what it actually is.
Yeah, someone explained to him the meme one time, but if Zwei has actually seen a full episode of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I'll buy him a slice of pizza.
All right. Just go ask him.
That's a good one. That's a good one. We'll have to see. Maybe we'll get that words if they do end up winning this series. But we're seeing there, James and Zwei, just exactly how they are as players. And for Zwei, he used to be on Spirit, right? That's a big narrative around it when we see this head-to-head. That's where the revenge comes from. You kind of want to prove in some essence that you were right in making that call, that there was the correct judgment, Maui, backing letting him go and not having him stay on that Spirit roster.
That's why I feel like it's always been a fun one, just because even back to the bounty, the way that Zwei has actually fit into this PARIVISION just feels like he's a little freer, that he gets a little bit more responsibility, that they let him off the leash in doses. Sure, he's still going to follow the James and Doston system. He's going to be kind of shackled by that on particular rounds, but on a lot of T-side defaults, he gets to feel things out. He gets to test his aim. He gets to fight towards opponents on bomb site anchors, and whereas Spirit, on the other hand, they let him go, but they haven't really seen any good results for it. I mean, the best that they've done is the Krakow semifinal finish, but this is a team that should be built, Spirit on that side, that should be built to be winning trophies. And it feels like even though they have that one semifinal finish, I feel like the other tournaments have shown me they're quite a ways away from achieving consistent success.
Yeah, when it really comes down to Zwei, you know, his time in Spirit, did really have a lot of ups and downs. You know, him coming into the team, everyone saying how good he was, and I think he had moments in Spirit where he showed what he had coming from the Mega, but he just never really found his groove. But I think he was also, I wouldn't say done dirty, but he was obviously put in a team where it just seemed like there was more struggles, and since we've also seen, you know, more changes ever since. And I think for him now coming to PARIVISION, he gets a place where he hopefully can, you know, shine a little bit more, you know, go back to his roots. But I also feel like when you get to pair him with James, I think James is also really good at just, you know, pairing his teammates up with some of the things that he's coming with this feeling of that they're in reality, like they know where they are as a team. They're not like the most experienced guys. We are still, you know, working around the fact that we are a team that are still trying to build, and we know that we don't have the experience. Sure, we pulled off an amazing tournament win in the beginning that no one probably expected of, but he's also downplaying maybe where they are as a team right now. And I think that's like a mental part that is also sometimes overlooked in Counter-Strike, that you also just, you know, I know we're still like, we're working, like we're not really expecting to do more like big results or anything, but then all of a sudden, you know, they go a little bit under the radar, right? That's one of the things that's also in the playing cards. And you know, Zwei is in this team also a guy that has mentioned that they are putting more hours into the game. Not the fact that they're playing more individually, but they're putting more hours into it when they come to a team. You know, they focus on the team play because they know it's important. Whereas in Spirit, it was maybe more about playing face-it or playing as much deathmatch. You know, this is where like you've moved the hours of Counter-Strike into the team aspect, and so far it's been working for this unit.
Where would you put the line, though, in, like, downplaying where you are as a team, being, like, internally critical and knowing that there's mistakes, but also being like, hey, we're working really hard. Like, when are you being too harsh on players? When do you feel like you're being too harsh on the expectations around your team?
James and Doston both have entered the vicious cycle of you get to the top in Counter-Strike and then it just spits you back out and you have to work your way all the way back to the top. And so their perception of themselves is simply reasonable. And also it's probably because they've been burned in the past by probably at times when they were with VP, with Outsiders, when they even won a major, they probably thought maybe we can maintain this form. But really, that was a long gap between Rio and the Bounty Trophy, and it's the only S-tier trophy that they really have. So I don't think that they want to jump too quickly on their own form and say, yeah, we're tournament favorites now. It just sets you up for failure.
Yeah, but it does. I mean, it's been a thing that we've done in the past. Well, like we've won like a title, and then we go and say, yeah, we don't really see ourselves as the best team in the world right now, because then you just crown yourself as this like the best team, and then people start looking at you. They start, you know, putting more attention to you, and then it puts pressure on you because then you feel like you need to perform. And I think that's also one of the things. Like I think that James and Dastan wants to put the team in a place where the pressure that they have is from the results that they create and not like the ideas that they create about themselves. Like, this is how good we are. Yeah, we're good, but we're also going to play low and know that we're still in the working phase.
Well, look, the teams, you know, they're allowed to be critical of themselves, point out those mistakes and whatnot, but so are you guys, all right? That's why you're on this desk, and I know, Maui, you're a little bit cautious about Spirit when we head into it. Yes, they've done a lot of work. They're a different team than when they last faced up against PARIVISION, but there's still some question marks around how they're able to execute that T side.
So obviously, to get in this position to fight for a playoff spot, they did beat Liquid, but I just had some concerns about the way that they went about their T sides especially. I mean, many people rate Holly incredibly highly as a coach, but I saw a round on their T side, and this is not a one-off case where they just kind of go into rounds just thinking they can brawl their way through them. And to me, that's incredibly concerning because look at this. They consciously bought very low utility in this round, and then they just have to do this crunch on the bomb site with 40 seconds left with no nades. There's no nades at all that they're using to try to breach the A bomb site, and this is, to me, just, it's a little too scrimmy. It's a little too puggy. You would want there to be a little bit more setup. One player, even Magic's, I'm almost concerned about that. Why isn't he buying utility as the in-game leader to try to set up this play? And they do eventually get this game over the line, but that sort of stuff, especially in MR12, comebacks happen really quickly. You give them 1-2 gun rounds, you kind of mess with your money. You don't buy these more efficient buys that are more tactical in nature, and you just expect everybody to headshot all the time. That's going to lead to you getting upset sometimes.
This specific play obviously requires everyone to be really sharp and have like really good in-game communication and when to strike and everything. Do you think this one is more like, would you place this type of call or this type of decision making like on the players, or would that be more like towards Magic by him, you know, maybe not realizing what is the best thing to do here? Or is it a Halley decision? Because I think we all probably have this idea that Halley has a lot of saying inside the team with how they want to be playing and approach it. But I mean, Magic's as a new in-game leader still is very new to having this role on top of him and also figuring out the like how to approach things. So do you think it's Magic's calling this, or do you think that comes from Halley?
Regardless of, I mean, I think that's both. It's usually both in these kinds of systems. It's usually the IGL coach combo that kind of instills the philosophy of how you want to carry out your T sides. But I would say that even instinctually for Magic's in that kind of round, I feel like so many of the great in-game leaders will selflessly go to a P250 so that they can have full nades to further set up their star players. But Magic's himself equipped a rifle. Everybody practically had a rifle in that round, and they consciously buy that. To me, that just doesn't really read like a team that is going to go through the natural motions of just setting everybody up. And to me, I've seen teams in the past where I think the prime example in my mind is actually probably like Nafany's Cloud9, where they just didn't really use that much utility, and they just hoped that the star players would get multi-frag entries, and that has such a limited shelf life, all predicated on player form.
Yeah, I like that we're outlining everything that can go right and possibly go wrong for them as well on both sides, PARIVISION and Spirit. But last time they matched up, went to all three maps, right? We had Overpass, Mirage, and Ancient. So let's see exactly what maps we're going to get for this best of 3. Are you guys expecting a run back? Do you want the salty run back? Just pick the same 3 maps, Overpass, Mirage, Ancient?
I feel like both of these teams have been humbled a lot lately. So
No, is the short answer.
So I feel like there's been a lot of changes in the last 2 months for both of them. Spirit generally do just kind of like the scrimmier maps. Okay, to me, that's actually a little bit of a development. I didn't think that they were going to go for an Anubis there. And Ancient actually on the side of PARIVISION, I don't even necessarily think that's a map that I've really found to be their comfort either. I'm surprised neither team went for Dust 2 or Mirage in this opening veto here, because I felt like both of them actually tend to like to play those maps.
I think for the likes of Spirit picking Anubis comes down to the fact that they have for the last 3 months they have a 100% win rate. They've beaten G2 twice, and I believe it's either third or 3D max. I think it's, you know, it's also just looking at how are we looking on the maps in practice, how are we looking at it in the officials, and I feel like if you have a map that you're feeling so confident on, then I think that the idea is fine. Whereas the Spirit pick, you know, I've seen Spirit, the Ancient pick. I've seen Spirit obviously play Ancient at a very high level, but it's also been very shaky. So for the likes of PARIVISION picking that one kind of makes sense to it. And then obviously it can go both ways, but I feel like the Anubis pick for Spirit, in my books, just proves that they are confident and they want to try and take a new direction, also thinking where they were in the last matchup.
Maui, when you see Dust 2 being decided, does it make more sense why it was left the way it was, why Spirit didn't pick it up as their map?
I feel like that's definitely an aspect to it because both teams want to play it, so they probably thought that could be the handshake to finish things off.
Now, and hopefully we get that, right? We've seen it before. A map 3 would be such a spectacle between PARIVISION and Spirit, but we get to look forward to the start of our best of 3 with map 1 with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you so much. That's right. Time to dive into yet another PARIVISION game. Do we get to map 3? It's a big old question, Mo. I know that we're going to get into the later portions of probably all these maps because we've got PARIVISION back in the server.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of why their Counter-Strike's entertainment is because it's always down to the wire, isn't it?
It is. Now, in this series, I mean, sneakily, I should say, we got the 3 highest win rate maps for PARIVISION in this series.
How did James do this?
Yeah, how did James do this? I mean, it ends obviously with them banning out Mirage for Dust 2, which is their 2nd highest win rate. And I think the interesting thing about this game, or what's going to dictate a lot, is really James and Magic's, because I think a lot of people agree that James is the best IGL in Russia, and if Magic's at the moment, he's a new IGL, and they had Donk's sort of worst series in a long time versus Astralis very recently. So there is a lot of doubt around the roster at the moment, and this will be an extremely strong test on the IGL front.
I really like what Maui Snake's point was, discussing how at Pro League with the PARIVISION struggles, he's arguing that maybe it's because of the lesser opposition. James doesn't always get the best reads over those sorts of teams in contrast to the top dogs. We know what Spirit's formula tends to look like. It's going to involve Donk attempting to smash you. So let's see what they can do in terms of countering that and whether these promising young rifles on PARIVISION around James can stand the test that is Donk. CT side for Spirit and Donk locked in behind the bomb sites. Camera player's about to come through in a moment. That one terrorist over towards Long. Donk goes down with just the one, and then Ziello in with a double headshot. So fast was it with Donk's Berettas. Here comes Shiro's pair, and those hit the ground quick. So triple kill here for Ziello, and Zontix into the clutch. He's quietly crawled his way up from Long. Spotted though. And as that goes down, he'll throw his smoke, trying to shave off at least one of these 3 remaining PARIVISION players. But then it's a quad kill. Nicely done from Ziello. Once they're able to exit out through E-Box, it is over.
That's lovely, and it's a very simple idea that they wanted to run with. Comes down to the trade fragging, and it was pretty impressive that Donk got that kill. Basically, it looked like there's no chance he got it. It was his only bullet before he died. Instantly took out Belchinok. But this is all about Ziello. Holding the flank as well, because Shiro's here very early. It's like right when the bomb's getting planted at the 50-second mark. But they were ready to watch it because they got enough kills in the site. They could turn around. To Anubis. I feel like we haven't got to watch Anubis so far at the event.
Spent some time, yeah. Spent some time.
And obviously, when Spirit played against Liquid, Donk had a much better series, and it was a one-off series. It was like a .82, which is obviously the end of the world when it's Donk. But the question is, was it a sign of anything to come, or is it just a one-off? Because even the very best can have an off day.
James plays as the front runner out middle, bolstered by multiple players behind him, but it's another CT smoke into camera.
Yeah, everything's really blocked off at the moment, and there's still the potential for a group up towards A. Obviously, this is coming towards the other side of the map, and now James trying to throw some more confusion into it. Mid's been re-smoked a ton of times. CTs have actually decided to lean away from this site. This works out better for PARIVISION. Donk won't see anything in E-Box, but does this mean his guard drops?
They pounce on it. 20 to spare. Yeah, Donk's gonna go down with nothing. And that kerneled up attack from PARIVISION punctures through with 2 kills and no deaths back the other direction.
It could have been for some reason, but they were just so low on information kind of the whole round. And if you're gonna tactically use your smokes to block things off, it's kind of the situation where you better influence the right side to get hit. Like, you better have the idea that if we throw this one smoke, they're gonna come and try to split on us. But that doesn't happen. And in the end, they don't have great guns either way, so a 2-player hold like that, even if they got a kill, it's still probably round over.
Damn.
It's illegal to get turned on by a chicken, Connor.
I'm just, you know, I'm hungry. I was just thinking.
Oh,
thick thighs, save lives.
That's kind of like here we sit and wait and see, you know, what kind of Spirit we're going to get. Because it's not a Liquid test. It's totally different.
Yes, sir.
Like that Liquid match doesn't really, I don't think, matter to them. I don't think it matters to sort of anyone watching in terms of like how are they going to perform versus the very top level. PARIVISION are one of those teams.
And only
so
the
it should
second
be a
time
very interesting day
that we've had this head-to-head, right? First time was back at Bounty. And that was with a fresh MongolZ at the helm. For better or for worse, he has been in that role for more time to gain experience and to supposedly have powered up for the next matchup. But here we are.
Donk's been pretty vocal about not liking Anubis. That was before changes. I don't know what his comments are now.
It's already pretty quickly down to the camera, though. CT Smoke meets them again. I mean, we had James kind of testing this perimeter as well. Last round, they were happy to just disengage after. Very similar to the last round in that regard.
It's just really establishing so easily with the camera smoke. And the thing is, PARIVISION are actually layering it in multiple points in the round to make sure that if someone pushes, they don't see anything. Spirit have not even really tried to come here at all, and they're flying blind. Another round where they're not going to participate in fighting against mid control, and PARIVISION picked the right site once again.
Totally evacuated. Last time it was this same setup from the camera presence to the fallback, and then they walk through the long smoke over towards B. Well, now it's a total diversion and back over to long A. They'll attack instead. So PARIVISION showing us fresh looks in back-to-back rounds, despite them starting the same way. And that's just going to have Spirit playing catch-up yet again. 3-0, the PARIVISION kickoff.
Donk said in an interview they need to all shut up and let MongolZ talk. And I think the visceral reaction to that is, you know, MongolZ create the space in the comms. You know, like kind of take control of the team, and they will need him to do that. And I'm sure that even when you do try to talk over your IGL, you regret it when it costs you the round.
Surely. Any exit damage offered up? Doesn't look like it. So he should still be able to get far enough away. Oh, that's right. We're not on Dust 2.
It's almost Dust 3.
3-0 start made easy. Definitely not the most like confidence building moment so far from Spirit. You're kind of getting you're getting out rotated really hard in these 2 rounds.
You're not fighting that much for info. You don't have a lot to work with. We're just looking for a couple kills, a couple good rotations, trick PARIVISION a little bit, and also we get a little window into PARIVISION's game plan, which looks like the right way to play right now against Spirit. So let's see what happens in mid.
1.25 KPR on CT side Anubis this year.
That's kind of wild.
Very nice.
KPR, damn.
And op in hand.
That's actually pretty staggering. Like the crazy stat for Donk is having, you know, I think 2 tournament runs now with about a 1.0 KPR, 0.98 or 99. One at the major in Shanghai, something like that. And then across 6 months, almost maintaining that. That is outstanding. So a 1.25 for that particular stat, just for people who aren't looking at KPR. That's nuts.
That is this half specifically for Shiro. So you should expect him to get his game going. But for now, it's a pretty quiet start to round 4. We hit the minute mark, no contact, no firefights anywhere across the map. And understandably putting Shiro towards this camera. It's been the CTs that have smoked it off in back-to-back rounds. They leave it open with that op on the line this time, hoping that PARIVISION step into it with a bit of repetition.
Whoa.
Doesn't come that way. MongolZ will give away audio cues on this flustered fallback. And PARIVISION aren't wasting any time. They're ready to go 5 players strong into this bomb site. Tennir, Donk, and Magix. That's pretty capable in terms of a defense, but Donk goes down with nothing, so will Magix. Only Tennir of the three to catch a kill within all of this, and so PARIVISION knew what they wanted. A swarm into the B bomb site nets them a victory over Spirit's first gun round.
I mean, I don't think it takes an expert eye to see that that looked awful. First of all, Donk dives into E-Box because he feels someone needs to fight it. It feels like Magix should have been that guy, not Donk. Donk could have covered the smoke on the main cross, and any position where he can just live longer and take, you know, safer duels is going to be better for the team. But instead, it was just Magix watching his back, and then Donk going into an uncomfortable peak.
Shave the PARIVISION players down by 1 in the post plant, but never even go for the defuse. So 2 survive on Spirit's side. PARIVISION's flawless T side continues.
I mean, if he goes so wide right there, even if he gets this kill, he's immediately getting traded. And Magix is busy, and Tennir can't complement this. You know, you'd kind of want a setup that encourages people to come out so Tennir can catch the cross, so Donk can cover Magix, so Magix can take first contact but die isolated. It's a really bad order of operations. I think that's pretty clear. That can be a combination of just like, oh, natural chemistry was just off right there, but we're going to be looking at that like really closely with Spirit right now. Maybe they thought it was more towards main and one guy lurking or something, but that would just be another situation that PARIVISION have totally fooled Spirit.
Yeah, no, it was a nice, refreshing kind of change of tempo for PARIVISION there as well. A certain tenacity to go into the commitment of the B hit. Give them credit for that one. Whoa.
Wow.
I'm all the way up.
It's amazing what we've built.
Yes, we.
Humans.
Humans, right.
Humans. I am one.
Uh-oh.
It's now the new utility.
Nobody out middle for Spirit to kind of punish that.
You've got a very, very passive Spirit. You got a quiet map, and you got PARIVISION throwing out the feelers, working on map control for free. Shiro hasn't made a noise, so maybe they do walk into this first kill.
Ah, but he misses.
And then you give up so much space.
Magix is under pressure because Shiro's dead already.
Crazy frag.
Now it's just all Donk. It's all you've got to hope for. He will find the 1 kill towards long. They do emerge around the smokes of E-Box, and he damn near able to get that 3rd kill. So Donk will get the double, but both of his other teammates dying empty-handed, especially when Shiro's op was right on the perfect angle. There's still legs to stand on for this retake with Yellow down on 5 HP. And with James isolated from the others, now Tennir's got it rolling, but he takes a lot of damage in return for that one. It's a damn near even situation.
They need a smoke for main.
They don't have one. Frag grenade from Nota could just blow Tennir to smithereens.
They're actually not even trying it.
They're out of here. That's going to be PARIVISION off to the 5-0 start T side of Spirit's map pick.
It's a round that could have been fine if Shiro hit a shot. It's a spot that, when you look at the rest of the rounds, all of the map control has been given up to maintain a 5v5 to shroud Shiro's position so that he can get his first kill easily. They run into him. They didn't know where the op was. They didn't hear it. But then, oh, that's how Zwei got it. It looked like it was a full-on smoke spam, but he had complete vision the whole time. So just another moment where they're either uncomfortable versus E-Box or A main or both. B main, I should say. But yeah, when you let it come down to that moment, then all you have to talk about is like, you got to hit the shot.
And for somebody whose statistics we highlighted at the start of this have been so good on this half in particular, He's been waiting to get that kind of first kill opportunity, and he misses. Shiro remains the last player on Spirit without a kill. Not that any of them are popping off at the moment. So quietly, PARIVISION continue to just rack up these early rounds. It's honest work. And they're going to take a walk back towards middle. Missed opportunity for James this time around.
And just terrifying for Tanir.
Yeah, could be dead right now, so he'll be blessed to still be standing. But he forgoes mid control, and that's going to draw Shiro back towards camera. Again, we go back to round 2 and 3. The smoke grenades there as PARIVISION kind of peel away from it. But ever since, Shiro's just been trying to keep eyes on that same angle. Now, it gets smoked off at the moment. You see Shiro starting to bolster up this long A push instead.
I think the call makes sense here for PARIVISION. They're starting to lean towards A. Obviously, bomb is last, so that's kind of crazy, actually. It's going to take quite a bit of time.
At least for now, still waiting their smoke out.
Got the pre-move from Spirit to lean over, and Shiro's in a good place once again. Let's not overcomplicate this. He needs to hit a shot.
Versus Yellow and Belchinok. He gets baited. Oh, what an adjustment as well. Pressure on the Opera now. Camera's under threat, and Belchinok trades out immediately. Oof.
They had the players. They had the positions. They actually had a better setup than what we saw in B in the previous rounds. But unfortunately, that's 2 rifles where Shiro misses, either shoots too early or misses an easy op shot, which is uncharacteristic, as we saw from that stat. Again, you don't really want to talk past that point, right? You don't want to go into details about other things they could have done to win the round.
Why would we?
You put yourself in a great spot to win.
Their recognition that that split was probably coming, pushing Shiro away from camera and to actually just go and set up on long. All of it looked right. Oof. Donk will clean up 2 at least. Try to find a silver lining here for Spirit. You can chip away at this economy for PARIVISION, but it is racks on racks for the attackers. We got 4 players above $10,000 in the back pocket coming into round 7, and still Spirit without a single round win.
This has to be incredibly frustrating for Hallie, because this, you know, it reflects poorly on him, but almost unfairly, especially for the Shiro moments. You just can't, even if you ask Shiro point blank, be like, yeah, you know, that was my responsibility, ultimately.
Damn, even the slow-mo shot there for Yellow looks half speed.
That was even a chance to refrag.
And as he enters the side, I like that he gives it another little jump just to be extra cautious.
Hey, his camera players coming in too.
Yep, did a really good job of just making Shiro's life all the more difficult. We've slowly seen Tanir kind of get allocated towards middle more and more often, whether Spirit are trying to get info for his value, but now he's really extending even further forward beyond the camera, playing just inside of the double doors. It's one of the most front-facing mid setups that Spirit have utilized so far this map.
What's crazy is even if Shiro hit a shot, there's still a chance PARIVISION can slowly win the round.
Oh, for sure.
But without it, it's just a bull in a china shop, really. It's just so easy.
Well,
second PARIVISION Molly. That
no matter how you try to throw it.
Yeah. All right. Is Waze talking? Donks finds him.
Nice.
Seeing some good moments out of Donk. That's for sure. Yeah. Another
health.
2K for him.
5v3 for Spirit. Best place they've been in so far this half. This round right here, right now. So what do PARIVISION do to try to break back in?
With the time left, it's pretty much an unlosable spot. They want to split on A, sure, but you have 5 players who can respond to this.
Donk to the left side now. Gonna catch you as you try to jump into camera. Donk doing all the heavy lifting as Shiro just tries to keep himself slim. Back turned. Ooh, Donk a quad kill.
Biggest the upgrade.
Multi-frag of this map so far for Spirit, and it puts the round on the scoreboard.
The conversation around Spirit is eternal. I mean, you know what to expect from this guy. Always impressive to see it, but you're not closing out tournaments and maps and stuff just off the back of him alone. On the bright side for PARIVISION, they've been playing excellently. And again, like, even if Shiro hit shots, they put themselves in good spots to healthy splits, good timings, working map control, getting a lot of space. And this one feels more like a scolding than a tactical timeout out of Hallie.
All while Dostant's chilling. When it is picked against them, Spirit choose to start on CT side Anubis.
Sometimes that can be a bet that, well, it can just be like, where do we want to make our comeback? Not always a popular choice, but...
Ooh, this is aggressive. Donk dropping out the move, so off the tack pause.
It's almost a belief you start cold sometimes.
Off the scolding. Donk's got a fire lit underneath him. The PARIVISION, good job of just kind of leaning back, avoiding this fully. Donk knows nothing. He's gained no information from this.
But he does...
Except the water.
Yeah, but it's not just information, it's also the clock. And if PARIVISION play rounds down to 25 seconds, small things like this to push people back to slow down default mid-control setups. That takes away a really important resource for PARIVISION, who they use a lot of this to make their decisions. You don't see it pay off right away, but it can have a big impact later on.
Oh, Yellow's ahead of that smoke.
Is he going through it? He feels it's a bit too suspicious.
It's right there for the taking.
And now we get to 45, but again, we're looking at no mid-control. Right. Way is the lurk going to camera. CTs have to slowly come over here. So essentially, it could be a 2v5 in this hold.
Silver lining for Spirit is at least Donk is one of the two. Him and Zontix.
Duel is coming.
Tasked with a big hold.
Sway wins it.
That's going to put pressure on camera as Yellow kills Zontix. It is all Donk or nothing now. Waiting for that camera duel, but Sway taking his sweet time. Never even gives him the challenge. Donk will finds Yellow as he overextends. Trying to make it happen. Man advantage is lost here for PARIVISION in the post plant. A 3v5 trying to come together now. A slow burn on the long flank. Donk causing a ruckus, and nobody from PARIVISION is over peaked just yet, but Shiro's got his. Donk is dead, and now it falls to Shiro to clutch out versus these last two. He's got a health advantage over Nota, but the bomb gets set ablaze. And as he chases down the long fight, time is of the essence. A slow squeeze for PARIVISION in a post plant, and even though a 5v3 should always get locked down, this one gets close, and they still wind up winning.
Yeah, they made it brought it to a 3v3 right away, so there was a real chance to go for the retake, but it does end up getting everyone killed in the end. Another bomb plant victory, another site take successful. And immediately, a back-to-back timeout.
Running out of time to run up any CT round wins. Donk delivered again in the middle of all that.
Yeah.
Able to get it back.
We're seeing that. It's just alarming how little there is from anyone else.
It's one frag on Magix, one frag on Zontix. Shiro with some critically missed op shots earlier that could have opened up rounds for them.
Like, let's remember, they made this roster change not just for another IGL, but to try to squeeze in a little bit more firepower while getting a new IGL.
Yep, that's what it was all about.
Sportsmanship, though, just,
You want a high five? Take it. Got to keep that fire lit.
I wish there were more tactics for Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, we get this.
I wish there was deeper main presence, more than just a, flash retaking B.
Especially for a map pick that catches us off guard in the veto. It's time to impress us on the T side, I suppose, but how much of a T side will we get to see if this CT half is still so flat-footed? Tanir versus Zwei in a second. Risky to go through the smoke. It's going to fade. When it does, damn, Tanir doesn't even consider it.
There's like no awareness about the
right?
timing.
Doesn't even consider. And so now burned off a Fountain. It's a one and done for Zontix. Shiro awaiting that camera push. And Zwei sticks around as that movement from Donk out middle draws his attention instead. Donk will be thorough with the corner clear, and that's going to free up the off to turn. But another 3v3 post plant. Belchenok never given a chance to reposition. James trying to give overwatch, almost caught fully. Down to 15 health. Belchenok insta-kill. Donk dead without a head. Magic's on the trade attempt. Trying to move it forward, but Belchenok's got other ideas. And Shiro's op rattling off rounds to no avail is going to turn into PARIVISION's 8th terrorist round win.
Damn, don't sleep on Belchenok. Nice 4K. Clean headshots and another fantastic round for PARIVISION. But yeah, this is now like you look at Tanir. How you can't be forgetting about a smoke timing. Like
no,
how long
insane.
is left on the fade based on your position, especially when you're that potentially exposed. What Zwei was not splitting atoms to go and fade that smoke in mid. He was just willing to take a fight and rely on his reaction time. Had a good pre-aim. I mean, you know, you expect more from Tanir. I mean, especially like him getting on this team, dude. He was like kind of the perfect guy to call up to give a chance to.
So it seemed. Right now on the Molly, Donk down to 20. Gets there in the end. But will it be a multi-frag?
We've actually had a great half out of Donk. Like, it's not even been exit kills. It's actually been pure impact, and they have one round. He hasn't gotten eco kills because PARIVISION haven't saved.
Numbers strong here. If they stay ahead of this A main push that Spirit are going for, they keep the timing quick enough, then this is going to be a desperate one for Donk and a teammate back on site, but he'll execute Nota. Bomb drop down. That's going to expedite this flank with the 5-7. It is just the 5-7 and an MP9. AK is still going to go down to it, though, so good on Donk to get active down into camera. That activates the flank, and Spirit went around where they had less to work with. Free AKs across the board. Problem is, it's very little, and it's very late. Second round win for Team Spirit, made simple. It was a sketchy first duel for Donk that he ultimately won. Got there while standing inside of the fire. Didn't have to do too much after the fact. Just pushes down in, activates his teammates. That'll be Spirit's second.
That's something. And it is CT side, so, you know, however they can get there, as if they still have potential for 4, that might be good enough. Looks like money will be good for the remaining 2 rounds since they didn't spend it all. Yeah, one way or another, Donk gets his.
Had some really nice shots from Belchenok this map, but that time loses the duel to the SMG.
8 AKs and 2 ops. This is pure CS.
Sold. Zontix with the nade out. Oh, they're gonna just storm through him. He drops it. And they still just take that fight. Big commitment here from Cielo. He'll do what he has to just try to push this attack through. And then a headshot versus Tanir from Belchenok, putting that rifle work back on display. A lot of utility comes down, but a very quick tempo here for Spirit. We'll see if it catches them off. James now low, Belchenok's low. And so damage being dealt back. But still man advantage, held on by PARIVISION. Bomb has been thrown out in the open. And the last 2 Spirit players layered on top of each other, but that is fine by Donk. Catches a second kill in the round. Shiro ready for this peek out of Zwei.
They've got 2 pins. I mean, Shiro does not have to move. Really comes down to Donk having a reaction flick. Let's see if James can take him out.
It's an op on both sides, AK on both sides. Yeah, gonna get cleaned up versus James. Zwei clutch attempt, knows he's stepping back into the offer, but wait, Shiro let him get that much wider. He takes Donk's head off. Now just Shiro, who's trying to come out towards the side of this. 20 seconds, bomb retrieved. Fake plant. CT in the open only for a second. Zwei's hands now busy as he commits to this, but he's got the bomb down. Rifle back up, and Shiro comes through with the pistol. 46 health makes the difference. That's Spirit on their way to a 4-round half.
Yeah, you threw a flag down right there that Shiro could have just been holding that angle. Donk is out in the open peeking, and even though he missed a shot again, he had a chance to just go for it one more time because they had the 2v1. So it gets scary. But Shiro clutches, and in terms of their cohesion in this moment, they picked the perfect way to approach this. Oh my goodness.
The fact that Zwei hit Shiro first in that final duel in heaven, yet the P250 prevails.
Yeah.
And honestly, just the aggressiveness of all of those counter-terrorists throwing themselves through camera down into that B site did feel like PARIVISION thought they had earned a little more breathing room to kind of put that bomb down.
Tanir ate that flash fully, and then he was still alive on the tall box. They decided, let's just go try to help him get a refrag.
Spirit comes stampeding from middle. Hard-fought third round win, but looking to close this half with 3 rounds consecutive. 3 of the 4 they would have. It's that thing. It's one thing to kind of have your way with Spirit. It's another to keep them pinned down as you did. But the money hasn't betrayed PARIVISION this entire half, never having to fall back into a half buy. Mac 10 here for Zwei. Tech 9 for James is the weakest buy we've really seen PARIVISION with, and it comes in round 12.
Can't believe Donk is 16-8 with no eco kills, and they have 3 rounds.
Yeah, they really missed out on a couple key opportunities. Right now, Donk's not a part of this A defense. Oh.
And Zontix is always careful on these shoulder peeks. He got away with it nearly last round. Oh, Molly goes deep.
Belchanaut gets burned, though. Little audio confirmation. Support eats the flash. Zontix tries to go for another nade, but the player behind him was blind. Shiro could still hold this. Yeah, nicely done. At least him getting a double, but the camera split comes through, and that mid-hold wasn't able to stop it. Magix is a little bit late on arrival, so it's another camera retake needed. Met by a smoke. They need this precious time, and so they will instead run over towards Closet. They find this open avenue. But whether or not there are PARIVISION players pressed in, they don't know. Playing behind New Box. Cielo catches Magix off. Donk's spray betrays him. And so PARIVISION remain adamant that that bomb site's prime for the taking. And they will establish a 9-3 lead after their attack.
Including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy. I just put the whole Vitality lineup. My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex. I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
We have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I would make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have Saibu and then have really great role players. And if you wanna beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate. I think it's a no-brainer to pick Zaibu and Donk in your team. I think it's just unfair.
Yo, oh, it's the way the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining. Like, they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, like how they're gonna get used to each other and if it is even gonna work. But you know, Donk is Donk, Zaiwu is Zaiwu.
Hopper, I would say Zaiwu. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now. I will take MongolZ. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage.
Time's ticking. Silver!
And we have an Nencher and Messi. At this point, he's like the best one, like past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, I and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, like even last 1 year, let's say.
Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top one team, and he's been in form for a long period of time.
And then we'll take Bit.
Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke. Everyone knows.
I think you also take Kaisuke.
And the last player, I would put MongolZ as a hybrid. I just think MongolZ just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality, we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team Spirit.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
An impressive opening half out of the PARIVISION camp as James leads the troops to a 9-3 advantage over a flailing Team Spirit. There were ample opportunities where Donk ends up with impact and rifle rounds, Mohan, but only being able to convert 3 of those for rounds wins is a worrying sign for Spirit's map pick.
Yeah, there it is. As many kills as his teammates combined.
We'll
no
see.
egos, no exits, just rifle frags.
The T side of Anubis is where he can let loose, but walking into this crossfire, and Nota doesn't have to go much deeper to try to force another frag. He'll get caught up in jail. Ziello trades. Still this looming threat of another set of Berettas and a flank on top of that. Team Spirit feeling boxed in a situation where they need a pistol round to just have one sigh of relief. Give yourselves better odds to work with. Instead, this pistol is going to slow down Magix. Oh, and Zontix isn't even allowed to leave. Yellow goes hunting. It's a Magix 1v4 or PARIVISION immediately to the double digits. He'll hit that Gush on Belchanok to kick this off. Nicely done to finish the frag. Still plenty of time to make this magic happen.
Time and space for sure. I mean, he's not tested right now. Both sides are open. Clock's still good for him. And, you know, one good shot away from a bomb plant, if he's lucky.
It's a safe plant at that. So at the very least, Magix has gone ahead and found a way to get some money in Spirit's back pocket. Still surrounded, though. Goes for the camera duel. Tall box is good cover if you can win this fight. But Ziello whittles him down with another multi-kill in this second pistol. So his impact at the start of each of these halves has been immense, and that is PARIVISION to the 10-3 lead.
It's so crazy, the rise of PARIVISION and how just like consistently good they are. And we've seen them fumble in a couple of online matches, and you know what? I actually like to see that because they constantly talk about themselves as underrated and trying to work so hard. But you can see at some point, after beating a lot of top teams, taking tournament wins this year, that obviously they aren't going to be able to like show up consistently, and they do need breaks mentally, and they're going to just fall apart in the most random game because they're a new rising roster.
Sure.
But when they're here playing versus Spirit, they're sitting straight up. They're playing their A1 game. They're looking good already now in both halves. And I mean, no reason that should stop.
You know, James talked about as well.
Honestly, Spirit looked like they come into this with I couldn't even tell you what the game plan was.
If you told me that PARIVISION went for this map pick and it caught Spirit off guard, that's almost what I would
Yeah, that's
believe.
what it looks like. Yeah, that's right.
But that is not the case, and so
what was the expectation about how PARIVISION would play and what you would do to trick them? You know, how were you finding the edges of the cards, and what did you know about them that you thought was your arcane knowledge that you had access to? You're gonna be able to use to conjure up a victory. Well, there is a T side.
Because of that bomb plant, they at least are able to walk into this with more bells and whistles. Donk AK, most notably, and potentially most lethal. But if a flash sets up Nota to try to unravel long control before the camera setup's ready, well, that's big. One player shaped off as the smoke comes over top. It's a back turn to Magix, who's still approaching long. He's gonna try to fluster Nota out into the open. Donk's AK strikes down its first, but a frag grenade's gonna drop him to half HP. CT is still trying to throw out utility to slow this down, to interrupt the commitment of Spirit. Zwei sits here on plat, goes into the duel versus the Tech 9, and Cielo is denied. Donk is doing everything until finally he gets put down. It's a Jane clutch needed, 1v2. Front sight, Magic's dead, Sheeran is low, James got it.
That was so needed. That was so needed for Spirit. And Donk gets another 2K when they're trying to refrag, but the clutch happens. Not the best guns behind Donk, but they were so close to the finish line right there.
I mean, he did the heavy lifting.
Yeah,
3 kills to his name.
3. Man, I mean. And this is the risk of, you know, not picking the strong side when it gets picked against you. Even if you want to make a comeback, you can get into bad buying decisions if you didn't get enough rounds in the first half that you end up forcing through what could have been a save into a rifle, into a really good opportunity where you have advantages. But now you're just thinking about how you blew too many good chances.
And your hands remain tied as they come into this next one with 3 Galils, Tech 9, and a Desert Eagle in Spirit's camp. Facing an 8-round deficit and looking at PARIVISION, who are just a mere 2 rounds from victory. PARIVISION leaning into this early 4-player B stack. And Belchanaut confirming that even though smokes trickle down and for long, nobody's actually coming through that first one.
Damn. That's a very low success rate for T-side entries, considering what you'd expect their strengths to be.
They do find some open space in mid, but that's as PARIVISION peel back from their B stack. Oh, Cielo with the double headshot mow down. And that's Donk dead, so usually it's the rest of Spirit right behind. Belchanaut's gonna move forward with the SMG, clear up Magix, and if it's a 5 alive situation with 9 map points, by God, PARIVISION earning this gap between them and Team Spirit.
Such great responses already. A crossfire that actually works inside of the B site, that can be learned from. Reclaiming mid control.
So well timed.
Spirit didn't even try that.
An early B stack just in case, peeling apart at the perfect moment to get back ahead of what was that quiet mid walkout. Spirit splattered on the mid walls. And Zontix saving a Galil, maybe. Yeah, he'll get away with it. Cielo goes for the chase. It's another big multi-kill for Cielo.
Yeah.
He is now on the brink of surpassing Donk in terms of kill count, 18 and 8 after this mow down in middle.
Yeah, and it wasn't quiet either. Really big rounds in that first half. We know about that Cielo aim. Wow.
When it's on, it's on.
Mm-hmm.
Already low utility here for Spirit as this Anubis tailspin looks to come to a quick end. And a map pick that may even leave Spirit scratching their own heads. There is a mile between the game plan and the execution, but right now they do have this weakened B bomb site. Zwei on the quick fallback, smoke pops. Donk doesn't look like he's about to respect this. Scramble out of PARIVISION, will it get here in time? It's a long run from CT spawn, and already Spirit are on the brink of pushing through the long arch. But they pause long enough for more players from PARIVISION to bolster this defense. Everybody ready to duel this out now. And it's a gun advantage on the side of PARIVISION, that is for certain. Not a single piece of utility left over here for Spirit, and now a man advantage to really get this retake moving forward. Nota waiting for his duel as Yellow gets damaged. Belchanok drops Shiro with just the one. Donk is also out of the equation. Tanir will end this game with 3 frags unless his last 2 teammates can extend play. Desert Eagle down. It's all on Magix now. Plays from jail, lines this up, but PARIVISION will not just defeat, but dismantle Team Spirit on their map pick tonight. In a head-to-head that Team Spirit have never won, PARIVISION set a hell of a precedent in this best of 3. Tough stuff on Anubis.
Spirit and PARIVISION coming into this, we thought there was going to be revenge on the table for Spirit. We thought they were going to be hungry to prove that they had improved and that there was so much more to them, but on Anubis, there really wasn't. I'm actually still wondering where at least half of Spirit are after that map.
Half?
I was trying to be generous.
Why not 80% of them?
Okay, let's bump up the numbers then.
Yeah, this was a extremely well executed game from PARIVISION on the Spirit side to be picking into this map, Anubis, where there are more options now on the CT side, and to see them come out as flat as they did, to see them get crunched in the fashion that they did as many times, I'm kind of shocked that they just didn't have a little bit more in terms of opening round game plans to throw a wrench into the plans of PARIVISION.
I was, I'm not gonna be lying. I have been really impressed with how PARIVISION they managed to play this Anubis, and I feel like if you are looking for inspiration how to play the T side of it, then this is a really good example of how to do it. I think that this was a showcase of understanding of taking map control, sitting back, letting the opponents burn out utility, group up, and then just play off each other with like 95% success. I really feel like what I saw from PARIVISION, and it puts me in a position where it's not often that I sit and watch a game and I feel like they're just not really making any mistakes. And then, you know, I talked about mistakes coming into this, that James has talked about the inexperience causes more mistakes, but what I saw here was very limited mistakes from PARIVISION, and that's also why they looked like so dominant, and you could see that they really made a fool out of Spirit. They made them look extremely uncomfortable. They got multiple openings. They were just, you know, the afterplans were playing, the retakes were some point, you know, they're just really good at playing off each other, and it was simply just beautiful.
The discipline from Dastan seems to be effective.
Surely.
In all of the lineups that he's coached in the past, with going back to obviously the Outsiders VP lineups, they were pretty hard to break.
Yep.
If they were in a crossfire, neither player is just going to go for a little ego check.
That's calculated at most.
Yeah, exactly. They would never really just give you something for free, and that sort of philosophy rings true when it comes to PARIVISION as well. So a lot of props, especially can be saying for him and how he's kind of just whipped up this team to look as disciplined as they have.
I love it. That was always your concern when you see them move through the motions of different tournaments. Now you're like, okay, they're good individually, but is there that team for them? There really was on Anubis. There cannot be any overstatement. And Dupree, there was a specific round you wanted to look at so early on that illustrated these things coming together for them.
I just really want to showcase how good they're just executing. Usually it's very James-esque to just run down the clock, but you know, at this point, you know, they're so good at waiting and showing you they apply utility, but they're not stressing it out. They're actually stressing Spirit by not committing, forcing Donk to go for the fight, and then putting everything, you know, together as a unit. It's like the communication between the guys coming out of, you know, cave and the guys sitting outside of B main because they're smoked off. They know exactly when they're supposed to go. They're telling each other when to wait, and even though they have applied the utility, they're still not, you know, forcing themselves into uncomfortable duels. And Spirit has 3 players on this bomb site right now, and they only get 1 kill off of this. They force Spirit to be uncomfortable, and the B side of Anubis is very uncomfortable to play, specifically when all the utilities raining in. But the fact that they know they look at the clock, it's like 20 seconds left, they're not stressing, and that is very hard, especially if you have like inexperienced guys. But as a fact, you can see the system working off, and they're relying on it, and they just made Spirit look extremely uncomfortable.
A lot of Counter-Strike is about recognizing who has the power in a moment, And when James and his team just throw and execute like that, but they don't immediately just fly in, they realize that they're in the driver's seat, that it's up to Spirit in that moment to make a reaction, because on B side Anubis, if you get full exec on, you're probably not going to hold it. So the discipline to just wait after they throw the nades. You don't see anybody just like, oh, I threw up the molly, I have to jump in or anything like that. They played to punish even in that close to the doorstep of a bomb site.
Who else on the side of PARI, though? Because we're talking about this, yes, there's this out of force in their coach. Obviously, James is the in-game leader, having so much more. But was there someone that stood just that little bit above when we see them execute team play the way they do?
Gosh, that's actually tough. I mean, I felt like it was a win by committee throughout a lot of it.
Yeah.
I feel like Belchanok was pretty good in some moments. I liked Cielo when he was on his approach through some of the just kind of constricting plays that they were putting on. I feel like the way that he was able to kind of dance around the shots, like that's one of my favorite aspects of Cielo, is that he always makes himself such a difficult target to hit. He's the guy that, even though I will say he doesn't have the aim of Donk all the time, he throws out a lot of the moves that Donk throws out. He does these like stutter steps. Like look at that entry pathing that he has there against Shiro, where he throws off the crosshair placement, how he dodges the first bullet. He's thrown out more jiggles, little like crouch slides up. I mean, this dude's pinky's got to be really sore. I mean, he's spamming that crouch button in ways that people were not doing 5 years ago.
He had a really strong opening also to the game with a 4K and the piss run, if I'm not correct. I also feel like the way that he controlled the A-main of, he kept them guessing in the fact that sometimes they would use the utility, and if the closer they could get to the A-main by sneaking, like the more they could actually, the more they benefited from it. And he had like this really good understanding of when he actually had the space to go for it, when he could swing for it, but also when it was needed for him to actually go for that kill to open up the space for the rest of the guys. So, and I also got to give a little bit of credit to Noda. I think Noda also controlled the mid area a lot. He did make them guess a lot. He would take that space, he would sit and wait. Sometimes he would creep through the smoke it. And it also brings me back to the point, Mario, that you made coming into the game, that PARIVISION is just really strong at making their opponent comfortable and keep them guessing where they're hitting. They run down the clock, they take space, they do like a small fake on one side of the map, then they just wait up a little bit more, but they've actually grouped up. And if you can't really puzzle things together, then it really comes down to your individual to get multi-kills, and that's just not what Spirit showed today.
Well, maybe not all of Spirit, right? But there were a couple of multi-kills coming mostly from Donk, right? We were comparing this. Zilo did so well. You had that small little comparison there, Maui of him to Donk. But I want to specifically compare Donk against his team, because let's be real. Yeah, he showed up in the server right now, but the 4 other guys, I'm wondering, did they leave their keyboards at home?
It seems like it at times. I mean, I feel like
maybe that's a bit hard.
I mean, it's hard to say that they had them, okay? I mean, the way that they were unable to find any sort of just information against PARIVISION, that's one thing. But even in the bomb site defenses, some of the players on Spirit had chances. I mean, I think that a lot of the first couple gun rounds were characterized by Shiro's whiffs as he's being approached onto the bomb sites. I mean, you would want a little bit more from people as well, like Zontix or from Magix, who can usually be solid and reliable anchors. But this time around, they never were able to withstand the pressure or the site executes that PARIVISION threw their direction. That is credit, of course, to PARIVISION taking map control, always having 2 points of entry so that they were splitting very well. But you would think that some of the other guys on Spirit, other than Donk, would have been able to control their own destiny in these rounds, and they always just felt like they were playing totally reactively.
Donk really just played cleanup crew. Like that's what it felt like. His teammate would always not really find any openings whenever they get executed on, and then he would come in swinging, and you could see that he was like, okay, I have to go fast because I need to try and get the advantage back, or at least equal out. And that's what Donk really seemed to also prove in this game. We've always praised him for his individual level, that's sure, but today it was more like his teammate just letting him a lot down. One thing is that Shiro had like some crucial misses in the first start of the half by not actually, whenever they creeped at him, he would actually miss. And I think that if Shiro would have hit that shot, that would have set Spirit up for a lot more success. But also towards A-main, Suntex had a lot of situations where he would, be jiggling with the smoke and still eventually get caught off guard, right? So Donk has, in some sense, individually been let down by his team, but also team-wise, I feel like the team didn't really make the right adjustments and the right reads, or maybe we have to point that to Hallie.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the next step is when you only have a limited amount of time between now and the next map when it's the side of Spirit. But if you're on a PARIVISION side and you're one of their fans, you're loving what's going. You actually want the next map to start ASAP, keep that momentum going, and I'm telling you, it's not far off. It's just on the other side of this break. We've got Ancient coming up next for us in the Spirit PARIVISION Revenge. Now I get to put it in quotations because they were really manhandled on the side of Spirit for Anubis. And that was their map pick. So now we have to wonder, Ancient, right? PARIVISION were confident enough to pick it for themselves, but are Spirit going to be confident enough to rival them on it, Maui?
Well, the one thing that I do like about Spirit is that they definitely went back to the drawing board on this. In the ESL Pro League quarterfinals, they lost this map to Astralis, which obviously looks pretty bad. I would say that they've changed up their approach pretty drastically coming into this event, because the last time they played at EPL, it was just Donk being sent out to die practically every single round in middle. He got totally destroyed by Stare, the wealth of utility that Astralis had. And now I would say that they went back to the drawing board and said, Donk, just wait. Just slow down a little bit. We don't have to send you out middle every single round. And I think their first 2 or 3 gun rounds versus Liquid the other day actually were all just either slow mid takes or they just didn't really focus on mid that much. So when your star player is running out into a barrage of utility, you're going to probably want to pull him away from that. And I think Spirit recognized that.
Probably also like a recognition of knowing that if you're going to be throwing Donk out there and you lose him early on in the round by having, you know, duels that can sometimes be a little bit random, I guess it's also, you know, a factor for Spirit that they lose the strongest card on their hand, right? Going back to how it looked on Anubis, I mean, Spirit has a lot of things they need to be like working on if they're gonna be competitive, because if PARIVISION shows up, at least in the same way they did with the individuals popping off, but also having such great team play, then I don't see any way that Spirit can bounce back in this series, because I really feel like what we just saw from PARIVISION was a completely different level.
I kind of like where Mario was going, where you're like, they're not going to be running Dunk down, you know, into all this utility, because he's the one that really showed up in Anubis. Is there anything else that the Spirit fans out there can be clinging on to?
Well, I mean, it's going to be tough because
this is your chance now.
I gave the one reason already why I think they've improved on it, but this is not a terrible map for the side of PARIVISION. I mean, I think Zwei really controls the whole B side of the map super well, so hopefully they can try to test their old teammate there.
Okay, we're going to see if they're able to, because that map number 1, hopefully Spirit are able to forget about it, but 2 unforgettable men, Scrawny and Launders.
You wish you could forget, don't you, Nat? You wish you could, but you can't. Mo, that's a tough one. That's still a tough pill to swallow if you're Spirit. I mean, we're looking at the Donk numbers. I walked back into the casting box and you just brought it up. You showed me the scoreboard. That rating on 3-round wins, and like you were mentioning, it's not on fluff rounds either.
No, they didn't save. PARIVISION did not save that game. Ugh. No save kills, no exits, only multis versus full buys. 2.05 rating on rifle round multi-frags for Donk, and they got 3 rounds. It's actually disgusting.
Yep. So
it's disgusting.
Disgusting. And like Nat said, you'd hope they can forget about it, but I don't know if you can forget about that so quickly. Like that's the kind of loss that just leaves a mark. But
did we even see him overextend? Did we see him do anything that was like trying to be too heroic? No.
No.
So
good luck.
Let's see if lightning can strike twice.
Team Spirit in a rough one, coming off of their map pick, and now they'll be going into PARIVISION's choice of Ancients. Donk's dual Beretta is about to be well placed, but Zwei not actually holding this. Loud steps, still tucked into the box. Noda really trusting his teammates here, and he's got reason to. There's plenty of them all around him. He's waiting for that cave push, but right now it doesn't look like Magix is going to give him what he wants.
They saw 1/4 of the offense here on the ramp.
Hearing that
but it was
utility,
enough of a clue.
That's going to pull back Spirit because it feels like something's happening in middle.
They still got this preemptive lean towards the correct site, and Donk is on the side of mid as well. So if this ends up going donut, this is where it's trouble. But if not, just another situation where all you've got to do is frag.
Yeah, the smoke into Red Room didn't do enough to pull Team Spirit off what was this starting B stack. So they've committed to it. And PARIVISION are going to have to try to fight their way through.
They're nervous about A.
But if 2 players are just walking down this ramp, you've got nowhere to hide if you're Spirit. In a moment, PARIVISION swing wide. Shiro's Beretta's good for the double.
Nice.
Tanir getting one there is also crucial. It drops the bomb, lets them know exactly what PARIVISION are up to. And Zwei, with another flash left on him, trying to peel a player off as James gets closer and closer
they
through
can wrap
the cave.
The bomb out through donut, actually. James can listen for the rotations and call it back. But at 15 seconds, they're going to have to start running, and James has to peek first alone.
Donk's on site. Yeah, insta headshot out of Donk. So looks like Team Spirit have earned themselves a pistol win. Zwei also slain by said Berettas. There we have it. Donk in the right position to make sure they put this pistol on ice.
And that's kind of just where it starts, right? Because we scroll back to the first couple of rifle rounds where it wasn't out of hand yet, and it was just Shiro missing 2 critical moments mechanically. But here's like a way better hold from Donk's teammates over on the ramp with the stack in place. If this was back on Anubis, they could have lost if it wasn't Donk taking that first duel. Things change map to map. How you like an Ancient right now in terms of like compared to other maps to watch?
I'm still a bit of a critic of the way that the mid fights get super messy and, you know, a bit random at times. Like I don't, and it's a shame because I loved Ancient, and then it's like that's starting to spoil it a little bit. Still,
I like
on Ancient.
I like that. I'm super in agreement that it's looking random. It's kind of like how old school like CS:GO train the outside fights. Like it was awesome when the chaos resulted in some crazy plays like you get on mid here, but also it felt a little bit random with smokes and flash timings and things like that. So, but what it'll call for is the meta to develop in a different direction because no one wants to just gamble on the first 10 seconds of a round.
So yeah, it's like if we evolved into this, let's call it a problem, I think we can also evolve out of it with time.
What I like though is you get 2 retakeable sites, but you also have a lot of aggressive map control that CTs can take, which I think you normally don't see both of those at the same time. You know, maybe Cash had that a little bit, but CTs even then complained about options. And there's a lot of fast action normally, depending on who's playing, obviously.
Still in my top 3 maps, even with mid being under question. Pistol's going to get mopped up in an attempt to go running out middle. We had noted there, reviewing the notes for as long as he could before they had to make a move. But the Spirit conversion made easy. Ancient, Nuke, and Mirage for the record.
Lovely. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to just say the exact same thing.
We didn't even set this up.
How do you say it in French? To be in a pot.
Just like that, Launders. Just like that.
That's my Connor impersonation.
Face à face. First gun round comes out, and Donk immediately off the leash, running it down towards middle, finds nobody home for the fight. Instead, already prepared to test this B bomb site, and here comes Zontix looking to come and bolster things. This will be the majority of Spirit in position. Smokes fade, and it's not an instant pop. Donk is starting to come over as well, so things are going to get more dire towards this B site if PARIVISION keep taking their sweet, sweet time.
And it's weird because, yeah, they're down to like these 3 pieces of utility with really great guns, but oh man, Shiro, like you get this low utility situation, it's perfect for Shiro.
Yep, and he misses.
Pick your fight.
Now he's stuck in close range, goes back to it.
Him? No.
And nobody takes a look into the cave there from the rest of these players, and they are very much stacked. Inside of the smokes, Yellow and Magix touching one another. Support comes back as Yellow's dead. That's the bomb carrier to try to trade. Belchanok locked into a duel versus Donk now. Cave soon to be compromised as well, and he knows that. Pulls back slightly. Doesn't want to be caught just yet, but he still awaits this walk-up from Belchanok, who's got Jane behind him with the op posted for the long peek. No peek's going to come that way. It's Zontix now locked into the bomb site versus 3. Cave player whittles him down by a tidbit, and he still manages to get himself a double. So we've got Jame in the clutch now halfway there already.
Oh, a fake plant. Time's getting low. Tanir isn't in a position to just jump through this smoke, so I have to play it slowly. Have to use his head a little bit.
He's worried about Cave, but he gets into the cover. Tanir is slowly getting into position, and that MP7 will make the difference as he times the Jame clear perfectly.
It's not often you see Jame get dizzy in a spot like that, but he was probably thinking if Tanir was able to be there that quickly, he would have already jumped through the smoke, but he was just in that in-between zone, a little bit late. Worked out beautifully for Tanir. So, Spirit land on their feet. I think Zontix gets this 2K within the site. It's a great 2K. There's no one here to help him. As you can see from the cameras, it has to be that really wide flick. But before this goes down, this is a crazy badly played situation again from Spirit. I mean, it's Shiro missing an op shot. Then after he tucks, no one comes to double up with him inside of cave. Then there's so many players on the ramp, they end up dying individually. Another low grenade situation for PARIVISION.
Ooh. Thought Yellow was going through, but he kind of fails. Wait for the frag instead. That MAC-10 meant to jump out and make things awkward for Tanir. The flash is good, the clear is there, and an upgrade found, but then the wall bang connects. Nicely done from Magics to get something out of the defense. Donk, it's a one and done. And while Cave remains smoked, bomb plant on the other side of the mid pillar, you've got this 3v3 post plant secured by PARIVISION.
It's nice to grab that. We don't have a smoke. Oh, we do have a smoke actually for Shiro.
Kid as well on Zontix, so
they want to peel all the way back. They have to be careful.
The right tools for this retake in position. Magic starts to go back from cave.
What? They missed their smoke. Oh my God.
That's rough.
Oh,
Belchanok finds the headshot in the middle of it as well.
Oh man. Like, you know, it's like everything else is like whatever.
Yeah.
You even have Magic's totally pushed out of cave. You know 100% all you have to do is land a ramp smoke. That's it.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, we've got to really piece together moments and identify mistakes that cost rounds. This time, very clear why that
Jumps
retake
off
has
the
no
page.
legs.
I
mean, come on now.
Yeah, it's just such, and like, you know, Hallie's watching this. Like, what do you even want me to? We need to go back to lineups now. How's it even get up there?
I don't know. Maybe we have the replay.
Yeah, what happened?
Production starts scrambling.
Yeah. Did Tanir trip over, was it Shiro who had it?
J-Raz caught it in the cinematic.
Trip over a pebble or something. A bit of cobblestone. Weed caught his ankle.
Still a nice catch, but
yeah, that was really cool the way they popped in. They blew the smoke open just to do a pre-check.
We did catch it.
Yeah.
The disappointing zoom.
Oh, that's just brutal. That was ace in the hole. Sometimes the smoke just helps, but like with Magic's info, it was done. But it is only the first round for PARIVISION.
Yep. But hey, you know, 3-0 up and you start making mistakes go both
everyone
ways.
Can.
We're all human after all.
Right.
Some of us more than others.
No, only Donk and A at the moment. They've got, like this time game plan wise, like the right PARIVISION want B, and they're here every time.
Yeah, as far as that battle, it's been very evident as to what PARIVISION wants so far on this T side. Spirit haven't even really bit down on any of those PARIVISION fakes, right? Red Room Smoke, for example, to like threaten a potential donut play. Nope, Spirit don't bite down at all.
Yep. Yeah, they haven't been going for re-clearing anything. In this spot, they kind of have to push down the ramp. You are going to be just too curled up in a position where you can't do that much.
Here it comes. Clean with the first one. Tanir not allowed to get away, though. Numbers strong outside of the B site once more for PARIVISION. Smoked off over towards long is Zontix, but Shiro could go big with another multi-kill. We saw Zontix do it. Shiro delivers the same. And so Jane put to another clutch. Cuts down the first of 3 needed, scoops the bomb back up, and at least a plant here will just be a little injection of money. You've got Donk breathing down your neck and Zontix not letting you get away from it. So that corner has been the bane of PARIVISION in 2 rounds now.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, multi's looking good. And Shiro also gets 70 damage on Jame, just to make sure there's no chance. Looks like Jame will take that on the chin and move on. So when the trades distill, I think PARIVISION are like pretty okay. You know, you like a 3v3 with the chance to actually move right into the site after the kills go down.
Nice.
But again, it's that final site hold player, and it's also the fact that Spirit have just been like leaning B. Like they don't have those 2 players alone.
Yeah, every round. Which is odd because I think sometimes we get a lot of conditioning out of PARIVISION at the start of a game.
Yeah,
but
you also get like, overpass B site and then they don't see any other site.
Fair.
And you just know it. So like, why even scout?
Yeah.
Why waste nades? Just looking around the map.
You just never know with PARIVISION. And that's something they try to weaponize. But we do get a different start out of Spirit with this 3-player mid play instead, thinking maybe the consistency towards B eventually has to end. Solid nade damage for James to have to stomach this round. But now's the time to hit the B site when Donk's not home. Really just banking on Shiro here, right? Nobody in the back corner of the bomb site. If all of a sudden Cave gets smoked off and we get strong numbers from PARIVISION up this ramp, it's going to be tough for Spirit to do anything from stopping this. There's real pressure now on Shiro. Yellow's looking to come clear him, worried about the crossfire. SMG gets dealt with, and now Shiro locked into this corner, but it does get smoked off. Still, he'll get himself a second. And it's onto the pistol now. Donk's on the scene, and he's going to catch them off, but he drops empty-handed. Just trying to take that duel on his terms, and a blind smoke push is going to net to near nothing.
Yeah, there's so many guys there protecting the bomb as well, so it's PARIVISION getting what they want, finally here.
It's one of the few rounds where Spirit start with players out towards middle majority.
Is he really trying this? Okay.
Taking a sniff at it.
Ooh, that's every gun down. So then when do we get the double A rush out of nowhere?
Round 12?
Yeah, round 12. 11 and 12. Wow, he was holding for the jump away.
Of course he was.
Yeah, of course he was.
Sick puppy, James.
This does feel like a bit of a game of chess.
Damn, I can't believe Spirit are on the pistols off that, actually. That is 4 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive wins. Looking to just flex the advantage. 5-7 out from the corner. First blood goes Spirit's way. That's a second pistol locked into these tight cubbies. And so understandably, they'll get cleared. But Donk's Desert Eagles got at least a second frag for Spirit. And damage earlier on Zwei to have to handle. Careful! Bomb is out in the open.
Ooh, really lassoed that frag. Looking for another one through the molly.
Nota down to 17 health because of that Desert Eagle spam. This is actually Spirit with more HP, but Zwei clips Shiro. Donk's got himself another headshot. Him versus Zwei, and the health evened out. Zwei with bomb now, goes back at it, and it's his 30 HP to make the difference. Spirit put the pressure on with just those pistols. PARIVISION prevail.
Nice try, Donk. And it's Zwei's 4K in the end that saves it here for PARIVISION, so solid clutch, looking very composed.
Out of server anecdote, after that whooping on Anubis, I went into the studio and I saw Zwei and Donk slowly about to cross paths.
Yeah. So
I kept an eye on it. They weren't looking at each other at all. And then the moment they were side by side, they looked at each other and they both laughed. So what do you got to do? I mean,
you again.
You just stomped on the guy.
That's funny.
Donk's pissed. He's played well. You can't help but laugh sometimes. And then right back to business here on Ancient. I could tell Zwei almost wanted to apologize to him, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
that happens sometimes.
and here they are locking horns in a 1v1. That could have gone either way. Dangerously close for a round where PARIVISION were supposed to build a little bit of bank up.
And we are seeing that, like, you know, there just hasn't been a lot of mid plays. Nobody's really on board with that right now. I mean, everyone's looking for a new way to play the map. But it's like, Spirit do this and then go right back in. I mean, it's just like Groundhog Day in this match every single round. The only difference is a little more cave, a little less cave sometimes. Shiro in the exact same spot.
He's gotten a lot of value off this corner.
How much is that going to work, man? Like, they have been just coming to clear you every time. It's a deeper angle.
They'll double up on it.
And then he just dies now. And now Cave can get smoked, mollied. Every nade can get established. The really important player has gone down.
Donk burned off his duel, goes for the wallbang instead, and it's minimal damage for Belchanok. Ooh, and that plywood thin on both sides.
Oof, almost caught in the fallback too. You're almost out of this, actually. There's just this one flank coming in late.
Jay misses the op shot. Donk was low because of the wall bangs, and the Shrek flank gets found. There we go. Zwei just runs down Donk. He'll get the head-to-head in his favor again this round, and PARIVISION will tie our game up at 4 rounds apiece.
And that's not good either, right? I mean, they again, you take a snapshot of the minimap. It's the correct site being stacked. It's the same site being stacked. PARIVISION who are running head first into what they know is a place with a lot of CTs. But ultimately, if it's only Shiro who's actually in the site, and he's in the same spot he's been in every single round,
yeah,
you can expect them. He's going to go down, right? You could expect eventually they're going to be able to get the pre-aim.
Yep.
And the cave players, you know what the deal is. If your teammate dies without a kill, you don't have time to come back to the exit. The mollies will come down, the smoke will come down on short, and the whole site will be taken over. And all you've got is spam battles.
Now PARIVISION with a real chance to take over the half, as it's even weaker pistols than the round that got down to the 1v1 Donk versus Zwei. PARIVISION making a real half of this T side now. And that last round featured an instant headshot out of Ziello. We were singing his praise back on Anubis as he kind of took over. It had been a slow start so far, but that instant headshot last round could be enough to kickstart his T-play. It is a round for PARIVISION, finally not going to end on B.
What if they never, ever go A? Ever. This is officially the closest that they've come.
Yeah, bombs outside of long B. Just making sure that maybe if any deaths happen.
Okay, here, they've got it. No one's fighting back inside of A. Like, you have to go A. It's just there. It's calling your name.
The time has come.
Surely you're going A.
Dangerous to bring the bomb back this way.
Yeah.
This is actually how you lose the bomb. If all of a sudden Cave gets pushed by that pack of Spirit players, go ahead and Molotov yourself off.
Just give Spirit a chance.
You know, just give him a little more time, why don't you? Yeah, it's been confirmed. That pack on the flank. Zwei gets dinked in the process, and Zontix actually kills James. Hang on now. These pistols got dangerously close last time, too. Jumping through. Now, Zwei and Belchanok both low. All seems to be good at the moment. You can just leave, Zwei. Get the hell out of here. Oh, well, I would have said you could leave. Donk's got other ideas. And if you can rack up more damage here,
There's
Spirit.
2 upgrades to grab.
Still something to fight for sure, but look at PARIVISION completely leaving. No kit, no problem for PARIVISION. They'll know Spirit are just looking to get away with the rifle here on Donk, so you can go ahead and have your gift. Well earned.
They're going to try to run back and donut for that second gun. Nope.
It's a PARIVISION 5-4 lead with 4 rounds in a row now on this T side.
Yeah. It's just kind of facing their demons. And again, being pretty stubborn, and we see the style of play out of them. It's kind of like that Darth Kermit meme where this, the silly decision and the genius decision are sometimes the same thing. And for James and for PARIVISION, sometimes it's copy and paste.
We've got a mid-fight set up with a lot of bodies coming through. Zontic's dead. Donk eats the flash, and a good shot by James. That was going to be the one bullet he gets to fire without contest. Set up to deal with any aggression here from Magix. Both sides of this cave push held, and I mean, okay. The fact he recovers that. Crosshair placement for Magix left a lot to be desired. Jamo, the quick scope to Tanir. Him versus Shiro. stuck in the corner, and he'll use the utility well.
Molly's not deep enough here. James stays alive.
No way. Shiro's got the pistol out. James gets tagged down lower. Oh, and Shiro with the sidearm gets that one over just barely.
That is scary. It almost looked like a no-scope, that first kill from James.
I thought Magix was done for when he was pushing Cave with his crosshair in the mud.
That was, but it was the right idea.
Or Magic, excuse me.
Yeah. But instead of smoking himself out, or he just picked the right fight. Donk says that's huge for the program.
Kid's sick of losing. Nobody to hold Nota inside of that corner. Nice MP7 win for Tanir. That's big. Not gonna miss this time around. Those are those easy single angle holds that Shiro's meant to hit every single time.
Yeah, Shiro's never been the guy to miss the easy.
Nope, which is
like,
why Anubis was a real anomaly.
Like 40 degrees of his crosshair was just like a guaranteed.
Yep. And I mean, the stats back that up on Anubis too, that's what we were going to get. That's why it was a real oddity, that last map, that Shiro wasn't able to, make anything for Donk to even kind of stand on. That would have propelled him maybe for more rounds, but 3v5 on this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, Ramp player had a back turn for a moment. Zwei winds up losing a lot more health than he would have liked in that moment. We'll see if the bomb can get planted, and maybe they hang on.
Wants to.
Doesn't shoot, though. Yeah, that would have been a sitting duck in James. This was a 3v5, turned 3v4. Now a post plant. Mid climb up's going to go unchecked. Long retake, emphasis here for Spirit. Nice headshot out from Donk, but then he gets killed back by James, who's now on half health himself. That's the last piece found out. Blindsided, but still given another fight. Tanir had a weapon disadvantage, will keep majority alive for Spirit as they get a 6th round secured.
Solid retake, all things considered. I'd love a check-in to see who's happy about the half so far, because this has kind of been... It's kind of had it all in terms of, a solid start, really good responses. It feels like the reads have been on point for Spirit, but overall, a 1-round gap.
Okay, just gonna try to dive it. So no actual all-in on A site this entire half at a PARIVISION. They knew what they wanted from the start of the T side. Bomb waits at the bottom of ramp and catches Tanir. B has been under wraps for some time, but you've given the CTs a chance to recover already before the plant even goes down. James kind of got locked back at the base of ramp. He's even thrown the bomb. It's still not picked back up. Very awkward one here for PARIVISION. They could still just fight their way out. But Donk's going to reapply pressure, take the edge into Spirit's hands, and then Magix comes through with the flank. So PARIVISION's consistency to this B bomb site ends on an all-in rush. Belchinok's Tech 9 with no bomb possession, trying to just go away unnoticed. But they know where he's at, and Donk's had enough. That's going to be Donk with 2 kills, Magix with a double, and Spirit with a 7-round CT side.
I think the team to watch is Falcons. They have been a team that can pressure Vitality on just pure firepower, but there's something going on when the game gets tight. If they can work out those issues, I think they're gonna be a very dangerous team to Vitality.
I think it's gonna be foot. It's so good for CS to have a young, talented team like that blow up to the scene. I just think it's nice to have new names. Nice to have new talent. It's always nice to see and nice for the viewers. I think it's the overall roster and just the hunger of the team. They're a loud team and they're not afraid to show it, and that's interesting.
I would recommend to watch every single match of MongolZ. MongolZ has always been a dangerous team, and if Cobra Zero gonna be playing like Senzu did, and the rest gonna be informed. They're also capable of anything.
The team to watch in 2026 is maybe Astralis. I think they did some changes and maybe a lot of people kind of underestimated them after the changes because they didn't pick up some like super proven players, but it looks like they have good chemistry and also their team is pretty young, so I think they can do good things in 2026.
Big moments for Shiro throughout the CT side that helped that all-in consistency towards the B bomb site be staved off. PARIVISION were adamant about what they wanted. And oddly, Mo, throughout that entire CT side, Donk wasn't involved in a single opening duel.
We saw him floating a lot between to mid and B as trying to overfill in this situation. And obviously, it was a lot of B out of PARIVISION. The question here is this enough of a first half? Oh, PARIVISION switch over. Wow, 2 very clean kills. Donk and Shiro already out. Top performers.
Heavy hitters for Spirit here on map 2.
Yeah, good earners, those guys.
Top dogs. Dead already. Nose pistol, full conversion for Spirit on the CT side. They finish with a streak of rounds as well. It was... Damn, Belchanok just winning another duel. Straight up.
Don't sleep on the baby squirrel. All right, last-ditch effort. It's going to be up through Donut into the A site. Will they even be able to safely plant?
Not with main control for Belchanok. You'd think no. You'd think. Ziello here to trade out, and... Oh, he's got him. Both to Ziello, as Belchanok the sole casualty of this pistol, but he got his impact in early.
Huh? Tanir? Heroic Tanir? Tanir right away on Spirit? Like, of all the roster moves, like, you could be on one side or the other, and we'll have to see what happens. I feel like Tanir, like, at least individually, that core just makes so much sense.
Yeah, it made so much sense.
Shiro, Donk,
but I mean,
Tanir.
You know, Zwei Namiga to Zwei Spirit.
Yeah.
Didn't work. This one made more sense on paper, and it...
But at least in that situation, Zwei goes full anchor rolls and every like
it was more awkward, right? This one's supposed to make more sense. But I don't know. This is the last 2 onboarding processes for Spirit that just actually haven't got what they wanted.
Yeah.
Just saying.
They need Hooksy.
Now pistols for Spirit. Nota gonna get glocked down as he tries to flee towards Donut. James here with the USB kill. Better be careful. SMG's gonna stop the B attack, but Donut into the bomb site with Donk on an M4. Have you made a grave error? Tanier comes off the plant, Glock in hand. Donk ready for the CT challenge.
Has to be an instant headshot, no head armor.
James kills Magix. Donk gets a dry duel versus one, and you don't want to overstep. You can see the timidness here in the PARIVISION retake attempt, and Tanier getting one with the Glock is huge. Donk could pull this off. He's got the best gun of the three. The utility in front of him, yeah, this should make it too hard. Should. Zwei tries to go for the off angle. 8. The Glock
That is
won't
such
do
a
it.
good diffuse position. He was up on the box. Donk was aimed at the perfect spot if he was on the ground.
Feels like Zwei's
very nice.
He's been messing with Donk in this match. He has been.
Yeah.
He's got a strong head-to-head against him, I think. I just remember those 2 back-to-back rounds over towards the B site in the first half. Now you're defusing bombs in front of him.
That was a great defuse.
Does this text not distract you every time you look at your radar? You see that on Donk's POV?
That's the best player.
I know, but
no.
Talk about making your life harder. All right, first gun round comes out. The lead is gone for Spirit. We're tied at 7 rounds apiece. And looking like more action on A in this half already than all of the first 12 rounds.
Feel like you're wearing like a power level reader or something.
Something like that.
Puts you in the immersive zone that you're like Super Saiyan. I don't know. Works for him.
I'm not about to question him. Find the gap inside of the defense. Free A site, prime for the taking. Not one player dead, and the bomb's down. So no hesitation for Spirit, but it looks like this retake's coming through. They're going to invest with the util. Still a flash for James to try to set it all up in the 5v5. But I mean, it's already bomb at the halfway point, so this is going to have to be quick. And a nice angle from Shiro as he gets himself a second. Long A control plus Donk up on green. Still, they're trying to press into this.
He's getting cleared, yeah.
SMG's going to drop him. Now you've just got to cover a diffuser, but nobody ever got on this bomb. Tanier's thinking somebody's in the defuse, but it's not the case. Tanier blown to smithereens, Spirit all dead, but they'll take that lead right back.
That was a great retake, but it was so fast that the bomb got planted that if there was a little bit more time, maybe you see that actually get stuck. Instead, it's still kind of a small win. They get 5 kills and save 2 players. So overall, quite good for PARIVISION.
Puts all of the money for Spirit back on the line in this one.
Yeah, man, look at these Galils.
And back to A they'll go. That's Belchanok to try to hold solo. But they pause.
Yeah.
And Belchanok walks into this?
They are...
That's crazy. He just missed the
he's
timing.
missed a weird timing.
Oh,
yeah.
Tanier's holding it. Belchanok still,
And he
great
gets the
reaction.
fall back.
Able to get around the corner. The chase is on. You know Donk's going to try to chase you down. The volley of util right behind him. Still, they pause in A main, though.
This was like sort of like a type of fake. Like they're throwing a first layer exact, waiting for some counter util. Didn't come. Flash is not good. Shot's not either.
2 op shots missed by James. Utility lands in front of them.
Spirit are totally out of utility. Bomb gets dropped.
Smoke. Spamming through it, and Shiro and Donk, 2 heavy hitters for Spirit in the second map. But it's an awkward one as they just emerge out through the E. Oh, hold on, Shiro! Double kills clean.
Wow.
He's getting flanked, but it's ultimately James who pushes past his teammates' corpses. 16 frags now to James as he's the top performer for PARIVISION, and the game tied this time at 8.
It's strange that they throw this first tier exact. I think they're looking for a molly to come out on A main, some kind of response. Belchanok has no plans for that. He just tries to call out what he thinks is nothing and ends up catching a kill. This Tanier is sort of sneaking into the wall, but they could have been holding to punish this push right away in case that was an option.
Also, great smoke spams. Great smoke
Yeah,
spam. Between
that
Sway
helps.
and James, right? Both of them going for what they could from the CT lane. It's not even damage from the rifle, but a straight-up frag aside the op. That's huge, and it sends Spirit into a rough spot. AK for Donk to be the hero here in round 17. He's got Kevlar with it. Him and Zontix with the armor. But all his teammates, it's pistols. I mean, and not just any pistols, Glocks barring Tanier. Smoke fades, rifle's been found out. Go ahead and smoke that again. Keep the monster under the bed for the time being. least that way you know where it is. But not hiding this presence in middle. James trying to dodge flashes. There's 3. Careful, AK's on the field, brother. USP leaves a little to be desired.
Grab, actually.
Donk is alive. Op's been grabbed. Zwei trying to lean back. Great cover from Ziello. And now it's rifles out middle, so Zontix collects one. 2 versus 2 made possible.
Yeah, we're talking about no utility. Okay, we've actually got a smoke here for Zwei for what it's worth. Yeah, he's going to catch this bomb totally, eh? Is Zontix going to...
Really?
Oh. Oh, it's so late in the round. They're shutting this down in such a massive way. I mean, he could have just got the kill for sure, but... And also, he's flanking this way as well. Might not be the optimal way to do this. Still works.
They find him. Belchanok wins the duel. Zontix strikes.
And here comes Zwei, but he's actually, he's taken so long to get here.
Zontix has found the plant with 2 seconds to spare. Zwei knife out fast on the flank. He's got to get the gun out. Zontix looking towards Donut instead. Doesn't believe that he'd be hot on his heels. And so great blindside by Zwei. Whether it was the best thing to do, who knows? But it worked. At the end of the day, it worked.
I mean, the one thing is for sure he didn't know that the flank was coming.
Yeah.
But it sort of feels like if you don't know, if you don't think someone's there, you throw the smoke and then you rotate fast around the other way. Or
Safe
something.
to say, in a round like that, there are no protocols. You have not practiced this situation. James losing the op in middle makes that one very sketchy. Once Zontix puts his hands on it, he gets...
For what it's worth, they have no idea where he's coming from.
2 additional op kills with that. And PARIVISION find the lead.
I mean, it's safe to say at this point, they're just a better team right now. Every half of the game so far. Just look more in control of the situation, better protocols, less mistakes, more depth, more team play.
And that's a lot of what the pregame conversation was about. You know, I remember, Dupree was kind of making this argument, like the individual level is there on Spirit, and Maui has to admit it, but it's all that connective tissue that makes PARIVISION the better team. Yeah. And it's been on full display now throughout 2026's season. This isn't like, you shouldn't be too surprised by this PARIVISION formula working because they've put it on display.
I mean, I don't know if it's the hardest carry because it's just like the group stage last map and it just happened, but Donk getting a 2 rating in a map they had 3 rounds. It's all impact. That is like the perfect example of you couldn't have an easier game to do the least and still win.
It's becoming a concerning situation for Spirit. And when you ask why, like for example, Polymarket having Team Spirit as the 2nd most likely team to win this event underneath Vitality, and the gap was massive. Vitality #1, Spirit 2nd, but we know the issues that Spirit are currently experiencing, and so if the reason behind, why you can believe them is just Donk, just goes to say how underrated maybe all the great things about a team like PARIVISION are. This is a team that's making grand finals now. This is a team that has lifted a trophy in 2026.
Yeah, hey, they lose a couple of online matches.
Yeah,
honestly.
But what they have in their winning formula deserves the credit that I think is still in some way going unnoticed.
Yeah, we're still in a moment where we're getting used to seeing them be the favorite in some situations where they're playing top teams. It takes some time where they consistently win, consistently make deep runs, where we'll finally get used to it and be like, okay, they're always going to win. But you never know when a team's going to pop up for 3 tournaments and actually,
again.
their form does disappear for a bit. Doesn't feel like it's going to happen because there's a lot of familiar faces that have had an interesting impact on this game for a long time. That's it. They know how to create structure and stability and create a gestalt and bring the most out of their individuals, not the other way around.
And oddly, the one thing that kind of dismantled the, Dostan and James' success with their system post-major win with Virtus.pro was like what felt like roster moves that were kind of imposed onto them, and slowly that eroded James' kind of control the situation. Where VP now?
I think we're in a point where, teams like Falcons and MOUZ and in Spirit right now, it's like, it becomes hard to be a fan of them, and people wonder why are they getting hate, or why do people doubt them? But it really does come down to, are you better as a team, or are you only good for your individuals. Like, that's essentially what is disappointing. Are you performing better than you should or worse than you should based on what we see for the quality of the team that you have? And at the moment, unfortunately, Spirit epitomize, you know, the opposite. Falcons do too, with buying players to cover up for tactical errors or lack of strategic depth or whatever, mental in games. It's the thing that's the least fun to cheer, to put a jersey on, sit down and cheer for when you think your team's going to lose for no other reason than they just couldn't activate what we know they can do.
No, I think we all celebrate potential, and then it's really hard to kind of stomach it when it can't be realized.
Yeah,
over and over.
And for a bit, fine, take some time. Yep. Obviously, game's hard. Like, so many teams are incredible right now, but
I think collectively that's one of the things that kind of slowly eroded public support for MOUZ.
Yeah,
you know, nobody wants to see you miss the opportunity that many times, and that's the story of 2025, let alone 2026.
And it's funny because, like, these teams like Spirit, Furia, MOUZ, they're pretty much only building rosters to be able to take out Vitality. They were already able to make grand finals.
Yeah.
But now they're going even farther in the other direction.
Sure.
And that's not something that was expected, which really gives a lot of runway for Vitality to do some incredible
Whatever
things
they want.
on another year.
Yep. Or at the very least in this first season, while we sit back and praise the newcomers and the new wave of challengers, the PARIVISIONs, the Foots, the Astralises.
The feet, actually. But,
oh, yes. So back to the action with Spirit on guns. A Team Spirit that have shown an affinity for the A site out of the gates of this T side.
Lucky 17 damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's your reward for a headshot. It shouldn't be, the sound should be, make that an update. That sound should not be as loud.
Smokes come down, blanketing the site. Smoke at the top of ramp, meant to deter Spirit from coming through. They'll remain confident. Burst their way through, find a clear site. Cave does belong to PARIVISION still. Oh, good cover by Ziello. Baited into trying to clear out that corner. Sway finds the spam through. That activates Ziello for another, and he drops the bomb. Big triple kill in a moment that it felt like PARIVISION were losing control. Zontix is clutch.
He doesn't have time. He has to go and get a plant down.
He's going to try to go for the rounded part of the site. 7 seconds, and he gets blindsided by Zway, who walks away with the smoke spam and the final kill.
And
that's double digits PARIVISION.
They try to chase down the cave frag, but you know, well, you can let him have cave.
I thought, is he showing barrel on purpose?
It could be, but either way, you know, that's not a free fight. I thought they had a read on the situation. This is just a good setup from PARIVISION. But no molly available maybe for cave, so they had to come and frag out. And when they ran into it, Zontix is flanking cave, so why aren't they coordinating that peak?
Tech9s to try to frazzle PARIVISION in the 19th round, but it's already a 5v4. In the opening moments of the mid-challenge, Donk is dead. You would go back to Anubis, there was nobody stepping up behind him. Shiro has been a constant force back in the first half of Ancient. And now as pistols get into cave, awkward one for Ziello. This time, no multi-kill found, just a Tech9 bullet upside the head. They'll take over cave control. They've already got Shiro up the ramp, but an easy lineup for Zway's got him up to 21 frags.
Oh, man.
And Nota's there to keep him alive so that his name is stamped all across this second map versus his ex-teammates.
It is great to see Zway playing so well, and he references himself as the noob when he came on to Spirit because he's getting ushered into Tier 1 and having to play all these top teams every single week on LAN, fans there, and so much more criticism since he didn't have the same kind of attention playing on Nemiga. And he has graduated nicely. Sometimes your mental could get crushed and you get sent out and never hear from you again. He got the, well, PARIVISION had the opportunity. They picked him up in place of AW, who I really liked. Sure. And I think that couldn't have been a super easy decision, honestly. He played smart CS. They made that run at Budapest with them, but that risk definitely has paid off.
A very clutch factor player as well for PARIVISION at the time. And in the way, he's shown us that same ability, hasn't he?
Yeah, and in the way of support, maybe they thought this is the Spirit primer for Zwei, that he's learned how to play some of the more lower down positions on a team, and now he can focus on his crosshair a little bit more. He can come join us.
It's a roster that wants experience. Ooh, so take all the effort the Spirit put into shaping up Zwei, capitalize on his availability.
So this is a free site, but it's retakeable, and you don't have the man advantage. Best thing that could happen right now, Spirit, just go ahead and get that bomb down quickly. Because they will be trying this retake.
And they're already gearing up for it. Even gonna pop open the smoke to try to catch you off guard with timing. Not the case so far. Gets a little more utility just because Spirit want to be guaranteed space to plant. Burning util before the bomb is planted bodes well for the retake chances. They have a single flash on Shiro, but they're opting not to put this bomb down just yet.
And they used all their utility.
Just enough of a looming threat there from PARIVISION to really get Spirit to burn through their resources. Now it's guns in hands. It's AKs across the board still for Spirit, but it's Belchanok to get this going as Shiro hits the ground. 5v3 looking comfortable. CT nades coming out as well. A missed chance to stop that CT swing. Lets Nota get his kill. Zontix having to go massive, gets swarmed, but still he fights until James says enough's enough. 12th round secured, PARIVISION.
They should have just got that bomb planted. Look at the time left on it. And what we saw is PARIVISION get into their favorite spots to go for the retake. We saw earlier on how far they were away from winning on A, and they lost narrowly to time, but still got every single kill. Their protocols on that retake were perfect. Drawing aggro, peeking with another player, putting so much pressure on the guys who are floating out in the open, and because Spirit took so long, they also used all of their utility. There was no way to block a choke point with a smoke or molly someone off.
Easy opening kill. Yet again, just throwing themselves down middle. They had the same frag in the same place last round. Nota's gonna give you no space to breathe. No chance to catch your breath. No opportunity to prove that in this head-to-head, you have what it takes. There's a strong head on the shoulders of PARIVISION, and it's named James. Great leadership and great individual ability across the board has been a driving force to the success of PARIVISION tonight. Last time these teams met, it needed all 3 maps. 3 kills away from securing playoffs and making fools of Team Spirit tonight. They try to slow this round down as we hit 50 seconds.
Patiently waiting for some kind of mistake. But it's not them in the power position.
Tanir given a duel. That's Zwei down at least. Soften up the numbers. Bomb still on the site. Yet to go for this plant. Shiro now hands busy. Nobody pounces immediately. Still, the CT's peak. James got his, and it falls on Shiro. A massive clutch needed now. 1v4, he'll catch the headshot, but he took damage. And with that damage, Spirit sent spiraling out of this game as PARIVISION will show us the promise they showed in Cluj. Back to playoffs after the hiccup at Pro League. This is the real deal that PARIVISION put on display tonight.
This team showed us everything that it takes to win an event again. The underdogs, for as long as we've known them, it's been a short time, but we know that their ceiling is so much higher than they've even shown so far. They don't want us to look at them as favorites, but eventually that's going to change no matter what.
If they keep having performances like this, showing up when people might not expect it, well, the expectations are going to change. And, you know, there's so much to be told here on what happened across both Anubis and Ancient, but we can start off with just how good PARIVISION looked right now, Maui.
They're just airtight. I mean, everything that they do is just off of each other. They're building plans that make a lot of sense, and they're finishing rounds out incredibly strongly. You don't see individuals step out of line, and you could see that really when it comes to just devising plans, mid-rounding, playing from 1 minute 55 on the clock till the bomb plant, PARIVISION's just the better team.
Simply no doubt. Like from the first round of this series, it was a clear picture that PARIVISION had. Like they were better individually, and they were way better as a team. And that's also why they come out 2-0 in this series.
Zoe, at this point, you're going to hate to see my face because we've been talking so much. But this time around, you're coming onto the desk. Another winner here for yourselves, a 2-0 against Spirit. I know you were confident before this series, but were you this confident?
Yes.
Just nice and simple. What do you think
Expected.
was... Expected? Oh, my goodness. What do you think was key, though, to just how good you guys played today?
Just great game plan. I mean, we added a lot of new things on Anubis and Ancient like a day ago. And Anubis we weren't playing since Krakow, so we have a lot of new things that Spirit were not ready for. And like I know in Spirit, when you can't really prepare good for a match, it's tough to play. And we just showed it that we have a great individual skills that can even we can kill Donk.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it felt like in that first map, you're like, he's the only person that's showing up, but even then, you could put him in his place.
I'm curious to hear about your thoughts on the play style that you guys have, but also the way that you work as a team, because I feel like watching this game today, on both T side and C side, you could really see that you had really good team play, you were playing off each other, and you made a lot of good decisions. Is this because of the system that James and Dastan is putting in, or is it just because all you guys seemingly is on the same page and you just connect so well as players? Can you share some information about that?
I mean, just everything. We just we are preparing so hard to this tournament, and we expected that we're gonna show maybe not our best here, but like the real good level of CS, and we proved it today, and I hope we're gonna do it against Vitality too.
We'll see. I'm already predicting who's actually going to make it through the other game, I guess.
You have no faith in MongolZ taking it against Vitality?
I don't really think so.
That's fine. That's fair. That's incredibly fair. I want to ask, actually, you know, you're obviously, you come in with a lot of insight of how Spirit play, and I feel like they've clearly been having problems this season. In your opinion, you know, put the analyst hat on for a second, what's going wrong in the Spirit camp?
When changes were made on Spirit, like at the start of the year, I was thinking about their new roster, and I expected them to be either top 1 or top 2 team, and or like they will get out of top 8. You know, that they will have a lot of troubles, and now it's closer to the second.
One or the other, no in between, you know. Sort of like that.
How does it feel beating your former team? You know, it's gotta be feeling good, isn't it? And this is the second time you've done it. So how does that one feel?
It's actually feeling so much better if you like. If the viewer watches the game like the way against Team Spirit, like he gonna be like he wants to win so much, but it's a lot harder feeling to win. Like I wanted the win, like. I didn't want the win in the grand final of Cluj against Vitality that much as I wanted now, and that's the reason, I guess.
I got one more about Dastan, because we've heard he's pretty hard on you guys. If people make mistakes in practice, he'll make sure to set you straight. What's it like working with a figure like that?
It's just his style. Like our players are used to it already, and he doesn't speak with me like he speaks with everyone others, like Notaxel and Belchuk.
Because you make less mistakes?
Maybe because of that, maybe because I'm a new player, I don't know. So it's just, maybe it just feels different from the other coaches, and maybe he's a bit more stressful when the mistakes is being made inside the game, and we just don't need to like focus on it. We just need to focus on our game, and Dastan will just call something, and we just need to do it well, and we're gonna win. We know it.
I have a final one to you, because do you feel like you are a better version of Sway playing in PARIVISION than you were in Spirit?
I guess we can't really think about it now. I guess one season at least should be ended to say it. But it feels like I'm getting more freedom on this side at least, and on this side also I have inside the game when I'm speaking more, I'm playing better, and in this team I have to speak more because my 3 teammates don't have experience at all, and I'm just calling like James and after me, you know, like how many words inside the team speak.
Gotcha.
And look, obviously you were explaining it's important to you, kind of wanted to feel that revenge, that success against Spirit, but this series also secured you guys going to Rotterdam. How excited are you for that? Getting to play in front of a crowd on a LAN.
It feels great. I would say that...
Apex is like, he's definitely storming the stage there.
I would say that I expected it because of our win rate on practice before, and I expected that we're gonna make it to playoffs, but maybe didn't expect that we're gonna win Spirit that easily. But it was like 60 on 40 match for me, like that we're gonna win 60%.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, you got to raise the belief in PARIVISION now. Sway, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. We appreciate it, taking time to get to talk to us. Here's Sway giving all the insight, really letting the emotion go on just how good it feels to beat his former team like that, now getting to look towards playing in front of a crowd. And, well, for Spirit, it's not necessarily out of the question for them. They could still make it to Rotterdam, but they've got a lot harder of a battle, especially when you reflect on this degree.
With what they've shown today, I'm not even sure they will make it. I mean, like, I feel like, you know, what they showed today just shows lack of I wouldn't say discipline, but like a lack of direction. It seems like there's like a lot of issues that they haven't really figured out yet, and they've talked about before, also coming to the event, that, you know, they've been working, they've been trying to figure out how they can actually get better as a unit, but it just doesn't really shine through you, because it looks like they lack confidence when they go for duels. It looks like they're lacking direction. They do have occasionally calls where it looks like they're in an advantage situation, but they manage to throw it away, and it's, in the end, it just seems like it's Donk that just shows up. And even today, Shiro let the team down in terms of what he brings to the table. And let's just be honest, the IGLing of Magic has just looked pretty horrendous this tournament. So I think that's where we put Spirit as of right now.
I feel like a lot of people that were Chopper naysayers are probably thinking we really did not know how good we had it. Yeah. Because Chopper is a significantly better caller than Magix. That's just safe to say at this point. Magix doesn't really seem to always come up with mid-round ideas. The way that they buy out in some of the rounds just feels like it's all aim, no brain. I don't like the way that they carry out so many of the rounds, and I wonder just how Holly even perceives it, because when he sees some of these rounds start, is he thinking that this is a plan that we've gone over, or is this just an on-the-fly call? And I think a lot of people, I'd even say including myself, have to eat some of their words on the Magix IGL swap, because I'd say that really the morale doesn't even look that much better than when Chopper was there, which I thought was going to be the one factor to help them over the edge. But the calling is just precipitously worse. I'd say it's like 70% worse than it was with Chopper.
Would you agree with what Sway was saying then? Yeah. That one's a bit of a mix up. Yeah. The way it was like when you looked at his roster, they were either going to be rivaling for one or they were going to be below top 8, like there is no in between, and you still don't see an in between for them?
It's a really strong take actually from Zwei, because either it's gonna click, Magix is gonna take to the role extremely well, or he's gonna flounder, which is gonna then hamstring all of the players and really cap their potential of output on the team, because that's now what we are seeing. We're seeing the potential for practically everybody. Donk still gets some numbers, but nobody else is playing up to the level that we expect of them, or that we even saw from them last season.
it's more like also for me the fashion that Donk, you know, usually would go out and you just open up the rounds and they have like a 3-5, they convert it by grouping up, then winning. Now it just seems like they even have troubles getting him into positions where he actually wins. He's more like a cleanup crew, and I feel like it also just proves once again that it is super hard to pick up the reins of a team, you know, becoming an in-game leader from, like, you know, coming in and having your leader squad. You might think from the outside, or if you've not been in that role, hey, that should be fairly easy with the players that I have around me, right? But as soon as you start losing confidence and you can't really find the solutions, that's where you really gotta figure it out. And that's just not where Spirit is right now. And also with the preparation that Sway talked about, if they can't hard prep for their opponent, they will just play worse. And I think that's also a sign of a team that is very dependent on, you know, the structure that Harley brings to the team and that they have things set in stone. But right now they just don't have things set in stone. Like, it just looks lackluster in so many departments.
And we're hoping that performance isn't the cap of their placement here at Blast Open. We would love to see it sort of manifest for them over the next few days. But for now, we're going to look at the bracket and see just exactly where they've fallen for themselves. Yes, we know it's into that lower bracket, but who exactly is it going to be up against? Well, we're not really sure. Well, we do know, sorry, 9Z is who they're going to be going up against. It's Liquid, who we don't know who they're going to be facing off against, because we do still have another upper bracket match. That's going to be MongolZ and Vitality, still a ways away. And Sway was saying that he believes that it's going to be a strong, no doubt about it, Vitality win. But if you were to predict, if you were to head on over to Polymarket, MOUZ, is that where you would also be putting it strongly?
Simply put, nobody is ever going to be the favorites against Vitality until proven otherwise. There's no matchup where you're suddenly saying, oh, stylistically they work well versus Vitality. So I agree with Zway. I feel like probably what happens on Polymarket will agree as well.
Yeah, that's what we gotta be. That's what we gotta be working with, right? You know, there's a lot of you know, good predictions you can throw in over at Polymarket, and you know, you can play around with things in there, seeing what you feel like is the right option for you. But yeah, Vitality is looking as you know, also the game coming up, a strong. Well, there's a reason why they're looking that they're that high on the ranking and also inside of Polymarket, right? But overall, I mean, like, we're still looking for that team to take them down. So maybe you can go and throw in some of that predictions to that team you think is gonna be.
Yeah, because we've been looking at, you know, who's going to be predicted to win the tournament, but there's so much more, right? We've got is there going to be a team that can topple Vitality? There's another one, will FaZe make a roster move? You can try and predict on that. Where would you guys sit for those ones? I think there's also one about if Fallen will retire before June, if there's going to be some map pool changes as well.
I mean, geez, I can't believe the one I'm sticking to right there is actually the Fallen retiring one. I actually feel like the way that Fury's been playing this season, I don't know if his heart's in it in the same way. So that's my take right now. I just watching them play, like they're not calling the same way that they were last season. So I mean, you know, maybe you could put your money where your mind is on that one.
If you gotta go with the FaZe one, just to have like another say in the things you brought up, Nat, I think there's probably a case that it's gonna happen. If it's gonna happen before the major, not certain. But at this point, you know, FaZe have they gotta make sure they make it to the major at first. So maybe we should make a Polymarket if FaZe makes it to the major or not.
Do you want to?
I'm sure there is one, actually.
No, I'm sure there is one.
I'm sure there is.
That's the one we should be.
I was gonna see if you would double down and name a player that could potentially go on FaZe, or that you would like to see go on FaZe. I'm putting you on the spot, Dupree. That's my job here.
Yeah, the thing is, like, first of all, you're gonna be like singling out who's gonna be replaced, and I think you should probably replace 2 players on FaZe. You gotta keep the core at least, right? So if I had to keep a core, I'd probably keep Kerrigan, I would keep Frozen, and I would also keep Twist, which then puts me in a position where I need to find an AWPer, and I probably also have to find someone instead of Jacob. For the AWPing department, everyone's talking like Dexter and everything, but let's just throw Dexter in the mix, see what he can bring to the table. He's hungry, I think.
It's not a bad pick. I mean, I feel like you could scrape through a lot of the barrel on this one. I don't even think Hulzerk is that bad of a pick. He's just more stable as a player. So there's a lot of options. I would put it like that.
Sorry, I got production talking in my ear because they're also trying to get in on the Polymarket predictions as well. No, I'm not even joking. I wish I was lying, but they're like, there's a potential that we're going to see maybe some lesser-known players make it into a Tier 1 team.
He's saying no cries in our ear right now.
I didn't want to say it out loud.
I will tell you.
We got a no cries fan inside the production, that's for sure.
Yeah. I will tell you, Boyer, some teams tried him out. Wasn't the same.
Or just
wasn't what the face of games looked like.
Yeah.
Look, word in about it, and also something way more enticing maybe is the fact that a Vitality and MongolZ series is soon to come your way. It's going to be happening just after this break.
I think that Vitality definitely are somewhere on the road, and we will see how the next couple tournaments go.
I mean, I definitely think that it's still Vitality's era. I mean, they just won 2 events in a row.
What they have shown in terms of like team play and individual like brilliance, you can say, is I think unmatched.
Not going to give them a chance to catch their breath. Great recovery for the second kill on ZywOo.
What often happens when a team is creating era or they're winning everything else, all the teams under are starting to invest heavily, looking at their qualities and what they have that their team don't have.
Some other top teams, including us, haven't had the best start of the year so far. If this keeps happening, then they have a really good chance of winning even more.
Last season was the peak, and I think it's pretty hard to replicate what they've done there.
You cannot be playing like this for a long time. Even if they play like a bit worse individually, they're still capable of winning tournaments.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath after the major for the transfer season if Vitality keeps on doing the same. If they win the major and they win the Grand Slam, nobody can sit back and say no chance. And if they don't believe in the lineup, they're going to change a lot.
They're going to go down in history as the best of all time with the Prime Astralis roster. And you could argue already if Vitality is the better team.
I played in Astralis era as well. They were great. They were not unbeatable, but they were very strong. They went to the right tournaments. They knew how to peak at the right time. They won 4 majors. But what Vitality is doing is winning a lot of trophies, going to every semi-final. They're saying yes to a lot of tournaments as well. Means they're constantly under pressure.
Obviously, Astralis won more majors in the past, but for me, it's not only the majors. Vitality won Cologne, they won Katowice and Krakow, so they won a lot of important tournaments, including Grand Slam.
When you look 2018, the game is so different. Was Astralis great? Yeah. They were ahead of the game. But isn't Vitality doing the same, just a different way?
They had a smaller break now, so I'm not sure what's it gonna do to their performance. After this season, you can have the big picture and understand even more, so I just think that the CS fans just need to wait and see what happens.
I think if Vitality drops off a little bit, then there would be probably few top teams that would win some tournaments here and there.
Falcons, Spirit, and Furia for sure.
I don't think there will be another team that will suddenly start winning all the tournaments because of all the good teams, a lot of good players, and the game changed a lot. I would say that they're the best CS team of all time.
They have one of the greatest role players in each role to understand what's more important, the team. That's why I think Vitality is going to be greater than Astralis.
We see MongolZ come out 2-0 MOUZ. What do you make of them as a team, and how do you prepare for them?
I mean, MongolZ are always a tough team to go up against. I mean, the preparation never really changed. I think, of course, they changed some things, but I think overall their fundamentals and the way they play CS is always pretty similar, and it's Yeah, we're always confident going up against them, but you never know. I think the individual level always shines through. I think that's why a lot of teams struggle against them. I think they have a high level like firepower in the team, so it can. On the day we need to, even though we can't really control it too much, we need to make sure we hit headshots as well. Play good CS as a team, and that's the main thing.
What can we expect against Vitality today?
I hope we can win. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, we've been playing MongolZ for many times over, this year. I don't actually know this year, but last year we played them many times, and I think we've been noticing they've been changing a little bit in their terms of the game style. I think for 2025 they mostly played relatively the same, whether it was the first game we played against each other or the last one. So all the games were quite similar. But now when we're reviewing the recent games and preparing for this game, I think we see that they've adapted a bit. There's some new things in their game, probably due to having a new player and all of that. So yeah, we'll definitely have to take care of that, and not much, yeah.
Now coming up against Vitality, does it feel like much of MongolZ playstyle will change going up against them?
Not really, just like trying to not choke, yeah. Okay.
A little bit of a laugh towards the end there, having some fun with it, but it feels like maybe information overload, so let's break it down a little bit more, Maui, piece by piece. Starting from the Vitality side.
I just got to acknowledge the Mouzinho interview a bit at the end, though.
Okay, from the let me start again. Let's break it down bit by bit. From the Mongol side, let's start at.
I mean, to be fair, you have to be in a winning position to choke.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's ever...
Wow.
So Mouzinho might be right. They might not choke because they never find themselves with a lead.
It's actually the point I wanted to be. If you weren't going to make that one, I was going to do it. So, but that is true. And going up, these guys have been playing against each other a lot. Like they know each other, right? It's a different lineup now that they don't have Senzu, CobraZero's coming, but we just always see that Vitality comes out on top, right? It's been a difficult matchup for the MongolZ for a long time. It's been a difficult matchup for everyone going up against Vitality lately, and that's. In one direction, it's like the individual. If it's the team play, it's the map pool, it's like everything. You can literally draw a big curve saying that Vitality is literally on top on every single department.
I mean, we're going to have a look at what they've matched up or how it's resulted when they've matched up this year, right? Because Rob said last year, heaps of times, numerous in fact. This year, we've got two instances, right, over at Cluj and just how it played up for them. The last one was a 3-mapper. Oh, sorry, the first one was a 3-mapper. That was all the way back in February. And you can see right there at the start, MongolZ getting the best of them.
Yeah, they actually were able to take a map off of them in that series there. But the second time, it did go the way of Vitality.
Is that the choke?
I don't know about that. I don't think that was a choke for them. It was a good series for them. I mean, at least a good map for them on Mirage. But that unfortunately kind of seems to be the win condition here for the MongolZ. So I'm sure in the veto we're going to be seeing a Mirage, but it's just that I think the MongolZ are still building out who they are as a team, losing their star player in Senzu, bringing in CobraZero, who, by the way, has shown a wealth of talent. Sure. CobraZero definitely looks like, once again, Mara struck gold. There's a diamond in the rough there, but he's still very rough around the edges, dare I say, when he plays against elite opposition. I mean, they try to use him more or less as the hard entry for their team on a lot of their plays, a lot of their map control, whereas Senzu, on the other hand, he got to kind of pick his own adventure on most rounds a little bit more.
Just no doubt that MongolZ, they need more time. And, it's also playing against Vitality will give them that, idea of what they need to be working on, because they're going to get punished about the mistakes they're going to be making, and that's going to be plenty of those. And there's no doubt that MongolZ is a great team, and they are still a team to be reckoned with. We even hear Messi saying it as well, like, they can be a team that can be hard to play against because they do have, at some point, a playstyle that requires you to be on your toes. But it shouldn't really be an issue in my books for Vitality because they simply just look to be so strong. But I mean, MongolZ still in the groove of trying to build something new, and I think this is a good challenge for them.
I do want to bring up a conversation point, right? Because I also asked it in the question that MongolZ come out, they get the 2-0 over MOUZ, right? That on paper alone, when you look at the MOUZ roster that hasn't changed, that had so much success in 2025, that feels like such a big success for them. But we saw MOUZ eliminated today. So now I wonder, does that 2-0 actually have as much weight as we would have given it 24 hours ago?
It's a good point, actually. Well, I wanted to just be happy for them, but now you're tearing them down.
I don't want to. I love that region, right?
By adding context, now I devalued the whole win versus.
My bad. I gotta take it back. I gotta take it back.
It's a shame. I don't know what to think anymore.
I think my take then is that, I think that MOUZ against MongolZ looked way better than MOUZ looked today. I actually think that the first loss that
and
MongolZ,
we're back. We're back, baby.
We're so back.
The first loss that MongolZ delivered to MOUZ, that shook MOUZ, and you can just see that something's off. So I think that for MongolZ at least, looking to taking down and starting all the tournament, beating MOUZ, a team that has had the history of making very deep runs, that is a good starting point for them. And now they've taken a step up the ladder to now go up against the best team in the world. So they're going to be having some confidence, but sure, it's a MOUZ that is looking like a little bit squeaky at this point.
I got an even better one to build it up, right? They were the team that broke MOUZ.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got to think about it, MOUZ only got 3 rounds
I've killed
in their
so many
second
teams in my career by doing this stuff.
That's true. 9Z might have just killed another team.
We had this, just to look at after, we had this saying that we sometimes kill people's career by, eliminating. Like, we made them get kicked by the team by beating the team. Oh my God, we were so...
Tabri's now reminiscing. Let's try and snap at it, right?
Now. They're doing it right now.
They definitely are. They definitely are. Right, but let's stay here and now, a little bit present on MongolZ. The fact that, we are talking about how good they're doing. They've spoken on it themselves that, sometimes performances are good, but ultimately they are still suffering a little bit by not having a coach here on site for them. That Mara not being present does still have its issues for them.
Pretty sure that the game that they played against MOUZ involved no timeouts. So that's obviously a bit concerning. I mean, sometimes when you're in the flow of a game and you're winning and everything's working, you don't want to slow yourself down with it. But I think we talked to Mouzinho after the fact on this stage, and he said that why would he give Cyclone another chance on the microphone when they don't actually even have that overseer who's going to chime in with something to try to bolster them. So if they actually run into some trouble here against Vitality, it's going to be tough, because even when they call that timeout to try to slow Vitality's momentum, now they let Xtaz on the mic.
I don't think it's a matter of if, it's like when it happens, because I think that's going to be the case. And it is going to be important, and it is important to take those timeouts. And sure, you don't have the coach Mara here leading and having like maybe the greater overview. That is also what the coach brings. Like, he actually has time to evaluate what's actually happening and what's going wrong, whereas the players are so focused on what's happening inside the server. So it is it is a disadvantage for MongolZ, that's for sure. But I mean, we also saw MongolZ that played, I wouldn't say more freely, but when you don't have a coach looking at you from there, I think you also can tend to be a little bit more freed up, and I don't think that's necessarily going to hurt them against Vitality.
Well, look, I pose these questions to you guys, but I do also get the chance to pose the exact same questions to the players before they sit down for their series. The other day, you said that Mara, your coach, even though he isn't here, was sending you video messages, really telling the team what to do. Did he send you any today?
Yeah, we talked in Discord about first rounds, we did. Yeah, he did.
Okay, and so you still feel like his help is there, even though he's not here on site?
Yeah, we talked about 1 hour and talking little details of the against Vitality. So yeah, he helped a lot, and our work is just do that. So yeah.
One of the key things as well, we talked about it a little bit off camera. Maybe I should be a bit better at my job there. But he said the pistol rounds are important. That was one of the things that Mara was really trying to highlight. How much that could impact MongolZ going up against Vitality. That is where it starts, makes or breaks, and try and keep strong on that one too.
That's true about every game.
I didn't say it was good, I'm just saying.
That hasn't changed from 1.6 till today. Pistol rounds are always valuable. Not going to glean a lot from that. I just feel like when it comes to the MongolZ and trying to defeat Vitality, I feel like the one aspect that does hurt them a lot is that the style that they used to play was so ping-pong, back and forth. One guy on the extremity would take a little peek, it would shift the defense over to one side, and then you'd get other MongolZ players, as the defense is scrambling, kind of make a new incision somewhere else on the map. I don't think that happens as much anymore when CobraZera's sort of in the middle of things. He's just a little slower to the trigger when Mouzinho's doing something on his side. So I just feel like the speed at which they react to what's happening on the map just got that 10%, 20% slower. And against a team like Vitality, they give you no quarter. If you aren't pouncing on every opportunity, they're going to shore up their defense
fantastically as they always do.
Yeah, certainly, there's still stuff that the Mongols need to work on. I do think that Corbusier, though, in their last game against MOUZ, had a little bit more of those, times where he would react fast or maybe be more determined or understanding the overview. But it's a whole nother caliber. And Vitality is as you mentioned, they don't give you any time to breathe. They will punish you for the smallest mistake. They will have Cywoo. They will have Cywoo have the Cywoo rounds, and that's why you need to make sure you don't crumble.
Well, look, they make it so far in tournaments all the time that we're at this point where how much more can we talk about Vitality? What more can we really bring or glean, as the word you used before, Maui, from them? It's such a good word there. But yeah, Vitality just on a whole nother level. What sort of caliber are people looking at, even though it's that groups? How much more do we expect for them to bring out?
I imagine that this game is going to be fairly convincing for the side of Vitality. Yes, the Mongols have taken a map off of them lately, but Vitality right now, I wouldn't even say that they're really just chasing greatness anymore. Now it's just kind of what everybody is taking their pick between them and Astralis for who's the greatest lineup of all time. And so they've already etched their names in stone. Apex has already put his face on the Mount Rushmore of in-game leaders. It's just, you're in a position now where you're just trying to further the lines. Like the stones are already drawn, so now you're just trying to, gild them with a little bit of gold on the side too? It's pretty hard to top anything you've already done, but they've yet to be toppled. And that's kind of the big aspect with this Vitality team, is who is going to be the team that finally knocks them off of their throne. Right now, there's only a handful of contestants, but a Mongols team that actually pushed them in the major grand finals at Austin to a third map, that seems like a contender. It's just that maybe this iteration of Mongols is still a step or two away from it.
I really feel like Vitality has the privilege now to also be in tournaments where they yesterday claimed themselves that we can, experiment a little bit with our map pool, like what we're going to be picking, what map pick are we actually going to be going for today, and we can also experiment with, seeing it a little bit as practice, because we're actually that good. They're already at a pace where they're probably going to be thinking to themselves, like, who is actually good enough to beat us? Like, right now, there is literally no one that's close to us. Right now, it's just like they're building and they're putting like blocks on top of each other, like themselves all the time, where it's like, hey, we just get another trophy, another trophy, another trophy. And, they've already set themselves up for greatness and potentially the greatest thing that we've ever seen. So as of right now, Vitality is living like a luxurious life of Counter-Strike where no one can touch them. They win pretty much every trophy. They can, take extended breaks, still come back, do really good at tournaments. It's like they're living life as of right now. And I think there's only like a handful of players ever managed to do that, and even looking at land streaks right now, they are sitting in a land streak now where they are getting so close of putting themselves on the map, like for a second time, creating that second win streak where they just seem unbeatable, which in itself is incredible.
Sorry, I'm trying to
This is from last year when they were winning all of the BO3s, BO5s in a row. This legacy, or this, I got ahead of myself there. It was legacy that stopped the series streak that they had, but it was, yeah, they're a ways away from NIP. I don't know if anybody's gonna touch that one.
Okay, I don't know if I'm the one that's obliged to say that doesn't count.
Okay,
I'm gonna get
they're legends, man. You won 5 majors.
Do you want people to say that about your streak at some point?
No.
Then what? Okay.
We'll get
back to that later.
I'm going to open my ears quickly, right? Because, I'd like to hear reasoning. Why doesn't it count?
Okay. I got ahead of myself. Okay, Maui got ahead of herself. Now I also did.
Okay, all right.
Right, okay. It does count.
With a grain of salt, you can say.
However, at that time, talking from experience, I know for a fact that NIP were allowed to play Global Offensive a lot before everyone else. They were part of the kind of development thing. So they got a little bit of a head start, like a little bit cheated start. I'd say that. No doubt they created history and they are also up there, but it was also a different time.
That's it.
That's what I'm going to be saying.
I do get that, right? You're not discrediting anything by any means, but when you look at it 60 compared to 30, and we still put Vitality so high up on this pedestal, talking about the greatness that they've been able to achieve, it could be broken today, right? Being pushed down to the lower bracket, the advantage of being an upper bracket is 2 teams from the upper bracket will make it to Rotterdam. They will make it to that land portion. So winning here secures it for them. If they go down, they have to fight amongst everyone else for 1 slot to Rotterdam.
I feel like the Mongols are
in an unenvious position where they might have actually been able to make it through to the playoffs had they been on the other side of the bracket. They just had to play against Vitality. So yeah, I mean, in a way, it's kind of it's not, I'm not going to say do or die, but it's one that still is about bringing in to just kind of proof of concept that on a handful of the rounds here or on your Mirage, you can say to yourself after it's finished that there were certain strats that worked out really well for us, and even our map pick worked out really well for us, because it's impossible for me to spin this to say, here's how MongolZ win the series, but they can win the first map.
And that's sometimes what you really need, set that momentum for yourself. But it's going to be hard to break it because whilst we talk about how good Vitality was in 2025, the fact it's continuing over, I actually heard from Rops of just what he thinks of their beginning for 2026. Rops, Vitality, 2025, great year, but it feels like 2026 is even better right now. What do you make of yourself and your teammates' individual performance so far this year?
I think we're just going as strong as usual from the last year. You know, definitely not going to say that 2026 is going to be as good as, and it isn't as good as yet as 2025, but you know, we're starting out strong. We're feeling confident, we're feeling good. I think you know, one thing that's definitely you can tell apart from last year is FlamZ has been playing really good so far in the beginning of this year, and I hope he keeps going. I think he's, you know, he's just amazing on his individual form right now, and you know, ZywOo, as usual, being the best player in the world. So I'm just happy to be in such a team where like, you know, things are quite easy sometimes when you have teammates like that.
Yeah, you mentioned FlamZ, right? I asked him when I spoke to him the other day what sort of changed, and he said it was mostly discipline, but do you see anything else outside of the server that's really changed for him?
Specifically, I think he's definitely working harder. You can see he's doing a lot more, like I guess, like individual work in terms of watching previous matches, watching things you can learn from other people's games, his own games, where he goes wrong, and then like he really tries to see those moments where he can improve. But also, I think, you know, is relatively young still, so I think right now he's growing into his prime and getting better as a player. And you know, he was already really talented in his first year here in CS, and now when he's getting into, you know, the prime years of his career, he's, you know, you can tell he's gonna be a hell of a player, and I'm really glad to be playing next to him.
It's crazy to think that Vitality have what they have, and yet Rob still talks about a teammate like there's so much more. That what we have right now and the way people talk about us is actually just what we expected. That's that lower end, and there is so much more. And we do have to give credit where credit is due. FlamZ has looked so good this year. He looked so great when they played 2 days ago too.
There's a real debate right now that FlamZ could be the second best player of the year. I feel like I still will keep Donk ahead of him, just very, very slightly. But I mean, he's a top 3 player for me for sure. I mean, he's been absolutely just destroying everybody on entries. Part of that is, of course, due to the fact that Vitality have such great setup in the rounds, but even left to his own devices, he's getting the second kill so frequently. I mean, on the entry routes, he's just taking space so rapidly, and he's playing also a game that is not just letting the utility do all of the talking. Like, he makes his own decisions too in those sort of forward space-taking positions, where I praise people, for example, like MongolZ, who have leveled up in terms of intelligence and decision-making in the mid-round. FlamZ has really got that in spades. Like, he's not just running into bad situations as frequently as some of the other entry fraggers. Dare I say, people like Exertion, who seems like they don't know when to stop. FlamZ, he knows he can hard cancel around if he needs to.
There's definitely 2 things I want to be saying about FlamZ and his place in Vitality. One thing is, like, from an ex-entry fragger to an now actual entry fragger, I believe that, you know, what he's doing also requires a ton of skill. It requires a lot of determination. It also requires you to, as you just mentioned, like, understanding when to take a step back and everything. And then the other thing is, like, also a guy that has myself played inside Vitality, working in the Apex system and how they play, how difficult it can be to actually also feel like you also, you know, succeed inside of those, you know, perimeter. But it's also like the space that he creates, not only for ZywOo, but also for Robs. You know, I've always had this saying that if FlamZ can play his best, he will create exactly enough space for ZywOo and Robs to, you know, excel and play their best. And that is what he's doing right now. You know, the numbers he's putting up right now as an entry fragger and a guy that's a space taker, that's incredible. And also with what he does on his own, you know, it's not only on the CT sides holding his own, but it's also when he goes on the T side. It's crazy.
Well, let's start taking our next steps towards our series here, because whilst I love talking about the players, I love talking about a map veto even more. see exactly if MongolZ want to go back to Mirage, something they found close success, if not success, on against Vitality already this year. And so our first map pick, let's see it.
Indeed.
You guessed it right, Mirage.
No surprise.
Indeed, yeah.
Oh, Maui guessed something right? I'm not surprised. Come
He's
on,
prediction
Dupree.
master after all, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Any good prediction anybody else makes is mine. Okay, that's just how it goes now. I need to get my percentages up, and we actually see a little bit of a shift in the veto here. We get Vitality going with Overpass. This is a map that they do punish pick teams against.
Sure.
It's, to me, I kind of thought there was a good chance they would go with Dust 2. So I'm a little surprised in the second phase veto they decide to ban that one, because they've been just so red hot on the map, and to let it down to Inferno, I think that in a weird way, this is almost the best veto the MongolZ could have gotten out of it. And it, to me, kind of weirdly feels like Vitality are probably trying to, you know, exert pressure with a punish pick, but also in the second phase, just say, we want to try things out a little bit too.
100%. Like, that's also why, you know, they usually go for like the Dust 2 pick, and it would have been a pick that would have made sense against the MongolZ. The fact that they go for Overpass also just tells into that MongolZ have played it once, and from me talking to the assistant coach, you know, they didn't look confident on that map, so it makes sense. So the MongolZ, they really got to bring Mirage into their own bag, otherwise it's going to be a fairly confident 2-0 for Vitality.
Well, MongolZ need their A game. Vitality feel like they're never really off their A game, and neither are our two casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Ooh, I have my moments, Nat. Sometimes I'm off my game. But thank you for your kind words, and thank you, gentlemen, for your expertise as we head into what has historically been a pretty lopsided head-to-head Mo. But the MongolZ have been looking better and better with this CobraZera edition. And with that, I have tonight high hopes. You know, Blitz, after he was victorious over MOUZ, had a little Instagram story saying he thinks he's going to slay some bees in their next match.
We said Blitz?
Yep.
Oh, that was it translated to?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone said that it just translated into gibberish.
Gibberish?
Because maybe they thought that it was not, they thought it was okay, that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
That he was actually...
He said we took care of some little mice, now I'm going to slay some bees.
Let's go. I like it. Yeah. Nobody beats the MongolZ 6 times in a row is what they said when they took down MOUZ.
Ooh, Rob's dead first. CobraZera comes through with the quick one on Mezzy as well. So we're going to have to see something spectacular from Mr. ZywOo over towards the B site, at least enough to deter the T's. They'll head back towards middle off Techno's contact. Apex wins this and then gets slain by his counterpart in Blitz. Ugh. Not the nicest one for
going
Flamesy,
forward.
but that makes up for it. Clean stuff as he jumps into the engagement on his terms. 2v3 left for Vitality.
2 decent players to come at this retake if they can pull it off.
Got Blitz over towards the Tetris. And then the other 2 deep inside of the CT spawn. No kit for play here. Incendiary and nobody's home behind the ticket booth. ZywOo's going to have to go for a far fight into CT spawn, trying to chase them down as they tap that bomb. Now, Blitz doesn't have vision on this.
Oh, interesting. He can't actually...
Bomb plant. He'll whittle Flamesy's health down as he just crosses back over. He's got vision if he changes position. It's all good. MongolZ have this figured out, and it comes by way of some quick first kills.
You think they're going to call a pause? They did in their last series. The desk was talking about it, but they actually did not call any tax at all.
No, I think you let the chips fall the way they fall. Take a swing at Vitality. I love that we've upgraded the mighty Mara.
Oh, that's awesome.
Who we know is not here at the events with the team, but does still have contact with them and is helping them in preparation, etc. from wherever he may be.
Does have a great smile.
And he saves it for the right moments, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not a cheap smile, Mara's. It's not a cheap buy-in here either for Vitality. We've got MP9s across the board and a first blood. Quick bounce back, though, coming out from the MongolZ. Careful now. Yeah, that's it. Techno catches the quick spray down onto Rops to really just alleviate the pressure. Mezzy will keep his tempo going as he walks forward through the flashbang. But versus 3, with rifles in hand, odds against Mezzy's clutch. He'll pop up, find the Palace player, whittled down to 20 health. Not ideal here for Mezzy, as the force buy from Vitality was positioned correctly. But it ultimately comes down to the MongolZ and Techno winning a bunch of key duels. Now, Techno was somebody who versus MOUZ thrashed them. And I'm very much hoping for the MongolZ sake that he can try to put up that kind of a level tonight versus Vitality as well.
Yeah, no, totally, because it was like 2 maps in a row, and it was like, yeah, Techno, let's go. That's really fun. So I'm looking forward to that, if possible as well. I'm also looking forward to the idea that, again, because of CobraZera, they take out MOUZ. And because CobraZera is a new player on the team, that's what makes it interesting. They break a streak because of their upgrade that you might have called a side grade or maybe even a downgrade. They prove with this this team they've actually maybe gotten better. Well, here's the next threat. Now, of all the teams that have tried to reassess their situation, change players, to build a team that can beat Vitality. That's
what everyone needs to do.
No one would have thought that actually the idea of removing Senzu for anybody was going to make MongolZ one of those contenders.
Well, sometimes you don't see greatness coming. Who would have thought? Whether it's reality or just Mohan's imagination, tonight will tell. But so far, so good. 2-0 kickoff for the MongolZ on their map pick. Pistols in hand for Vitality, barring Mezzi's saved MP9. And that MP9 tries to get frisky in the Palace, but Mzinho convinces him to fall back.
And also with a lot of losses comes a lot of knowledge. And that's becomes the toughest thing for Vitality to go up against every time. Opponents that know them so well.
There was questions around...
Even in that Austin final, MongolZ took a map.
This map, actually. This very same map. To hell with Mezzi's MP9. It's just a one and done from the only gun Vitality had to play with. USP for ZywOo as he tries to just test the bench. But he'll be stuffed by Mzinho, who doubles his kills this round. Puts MongolZ up to the 3-0 start.
I love how alive they look from the jump every game. Aim-wise, that's never, ever an issue. I think, you know, sometimes you'll have a 9-10, a couple op shots get missed, but he always goes for it. You're never going to pass a playstyle out of this team. I'm sure that makes them fun to go up against. Frustrating to lose against, probably, especially if you know what they're going to try to do.
Interesting change in the veto this time around as well, with Vitality opting to go on to overpass. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, first gun round out of Vitality, and Apex says, let's do Na'Vi, which means win a trophy as of late.
Another one. Eight plays coming in. No one on the side of Ticket. Doesn't necessarily matter. Looking for this timing of the ramp walkout. No one's here. FlamesZ starts to expand over towards triple. The attack will slowly take place. Upstairs volley misses.
FlamesZ goes for the wide swing off the Apex flash and finds one, but burnt out all the way down by Techno. Man advantage momentarily. MongolZ hit the pause button. Waiting for somebody to overstep, but it's Techno. He puts his head into Apex's crosshair. 7 health to try to make this happen. 9-10 plucks one off. Now we go back even. Health advantage here for Vitality, but the smokes are up and keeping them away from these duels for now. And a nice Ticket reposition here for Rox, picking up his captain's dead spot. And the spray doesn't quite finish off Blitz. ZywOo regains vision.
Oh, nice shot.
Blitz goes down and 9-10 to the clutch. Not with the trusty op, but an AK instead. And it's 2 alive for Vitality as their first gun round nets them their first round win.
ZywOo with a little peekaboo. Said, let me just check if there's anything going on. And Blitz was trying to slink away. A great flick from him. They put this one down. It was a combination of good grenades and missed ones here for the MongolZ. Those mollies were perfect. And yeah, moment like that, ZywOo pressured shot has to hit it and does. Loving the kinds of plays we've gotten out of ZywOo lately. Got to go back and watch that 9Z match.
Ooh. Makes sense for the pick then, here for MongolZ. Missed opportunity though for 910 to have found Flamesy dead to rights. Here comes the Mac 10 challenge with a back turn. Techno will pick up the Apex kill instead. So same point of contact, different direction. Positive outcome for the MongolZ regardless. Ooh, but as Flamesy backs up, it's right into Blitz.
Yeah, Flamesy's the one who gets nervous because he should have been able to see something already.
He feels it. Trying to fall back into connector. It'll come with a kill. Rops also catching Techno off guard. Man advantage slides back into Vitality's control. Mzinho wants contact. He'll find one, and that's not ideal. 910's op recovery underway. Doesn't even get a chance at firing off a second round. So what have you got for us, Cobra? Turns towards Ticket. Shaves Flamesy off the 1v3. And so 2 more to go. As 30 seconds on that clock. Chance into connector with the headshot.
Well, he can actually get away to beat if he wants to. ZywOo wants to chase this down. Now CobraZero realizes, well, it's confirmed he was trying to escape. It could be window covered. He runs back towards the A site. This is nice and swift. I like this. Plant can go down, but ZywOo's also trying to make a proactive move. Cobra's not seeing him, and suddenly they've switched positions.
Force triple plant. ZywOo's wide with the wall bang. That invites the peek, and Cobra 1 shot out. 4 health left. Stairs control for ZywOo. Where's he at? Asks Cobra. Trying to keep himself low. Here's the footsteps, the rumblings, and the incoming ZywOo, who knows at any moment you can send a couple bullets through. And that's kind of just taking the life out of the clutch.
It looked like the spamming portion of that clutch was done.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I know you haven't gone anywhere.
Just clicks in ZywOo's head like, wait.
The boxes always look very spammable.
Also, if you aren't peeking at all there for Cobra, odds are you're trying to dodge bullets.
He was right about to.
So
it was like what? It was like he was about to 3-2-1 then. Boom. All right.
Just such a lock on, too. Like, see ya. Good denial of the 1 versus 3 attempt.
Yeah.
That one had legs for CobraZero.
Great try at CobraZero for sure.
Who is now given the AK-47 this round. Blitz doesn't have a weapon. What's going on? There we go. Hero AK in round 6 as Vitality look for the early tie. Could have been. Should lose the duel to Apex.
Apex's rifling is looking sharp too.
Which is a welcome sign in this head-to-head, because we know Blitz can have impact in the firepower department.
Oddly enough, Apex is the one who he got the... Oh, all right.
Right there for the taking. Yes, sir, he's got it. All 5 for Dan Mattisclair. Boom.
Boom. So Apex to get that 1-on-3 versus 9Z right when we called them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, right when we called them out. And then it was actually Blitz, I think, in their last series, who wasn't really needed because CobraZero and Techno were doing so well. But for a while with the MongolZ, like, you know, before we were figuring out who the stars were and all that, Blitz was still the best player on the team early on. He was like IGL and best player, most experienced, most knowledgeable, and best aimer.
Ooh, I was going to keep the pressure on as they come back in with more rifles to play with. MongolZ already down by a body. Good return frag from CobraZero. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon in this game. Just keeps on racking up the impact. But bomb left by spawn, so the MongolZ going to play the field for the time being. This is a critical duel queued up. Yeah, Rob's good deep position on the ladder blindsides CobraZero, so that's a big threat taken down.
Because they had that early mid control, and from the beginning, didn't think anyone had snuck into ladder. Slight risk. Oh, Mzinho caught off.
Just so free at the moment, eh? Playing pretty fluid.
What an aware guy.
Taking duels as he chooses. Ooh.
Oh, that was crispy.
Delicious.
Nice one-tap Techno.
Anybody else got one of those to offer? That was the appetizer.
It becomes a trend.
Where's the main dish? Techno down to 11 health, but at least he's evened this situation to the 2v2. Jungle Peak comes out from ZywOo. Such a nuisance.
Yeah, the timings here, just to get him back. And 910's got to go for the triple plant.
Gonna try to smoke off his plant. He's worried about Palace. He's worried about everything, understandably. So we'll see if he gets some money for the team. Yes, sir. Flamesy lets him know what's going on. Whoa, now. Flamesy jumping the gun. 910 back into the smoke.
Unspotted. He's on the other side now. That's kind of a cool move. ZywOo, is he going to watch? Whoa, just a reaction. That's crazy. I mean, did he just see him and then turn? Because I think 910, the way he snuck out of that smoke, he was so sure he was going CT. That was quick.
That could low-key have been a nice shot. Waiting for it, I'm waiting for it. This was.
Yeah.
Good on the Mongols to get back into that 2v4. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, okay, I had a... Yeah.
Well, could we see him? Was he just like on ZywOo's face right there in the corner?
Yeah, to the left. Absolute edge of his screen.
Yeah, he just saw him and turned.
ZywOo well positioned this round, hits the leg shot on CobraZera.
The nade because he knows.
But it goes too far. Robs can't mow anybody down. ZywOo has to let them pass by him. Now Mezzi's under pressure, missing flashbangs. But ZywOo's just going to stay on the back end of the Mongols pack. CobraZera still comes through with a bit of one, but Techno finds himself 1v4 and Mezzi. You think you get Mezzi, but Vitality from top to bottom. Talent runs deep.
They just can keep up with anybody. I mean, they're in the lead. Individually and as a team. Of the little play from ZywOo. Wish that nade even got that kill. But him pushing out of ladder room also.
Let's go!
I love that we got a little piece from ZywOo on the desk, just talking a little bit more freely. It's great when you get a player on the desk, not just in an interview. Oh, wow. He's just delivering so many huge frags right now.
You know, the desk also got some insight from ZywOo that in the time off, he's finally had the chance to complete Baldur's Gate 3. I'm actually quite offended we don't know what kind of character he played, because I think that would have given us a lot, you know, we want more ZywOo insights, and it tells you a lot about a person.
Just like when Jason started playing a white control deck.
Yes.
In Magic.
Yeah, exactly.
We're like, who are you?
Some games really tell you a lot about the people that you think you know, and, you know.
I wish I played the game so I could contribute with like a guess, but I'm not sure. I'll get to it. It's homework.
Next interview, please. CobraZera's dead, and these pistols that Mongols had hoped to get going really don't find any space to work. So far, this is nothing but Vitality answering flawlessly to the 3-0 kickoff that the Mongols fought so hard to secure. 3 of these 6 round wins for Vitality. It's a defuse needed, but nothing but round win after round win since their first.
So who's going to dethrone them again? Is it going to happen this year?
I don't think it happens before Cologne.
Doesn't feel like that for sure. But even they, imagine how many events they could pick up before then.
Oh, that'll catch you off guard.
Great find.
Blitz comes running out through underpass. And before we talk about the Mongols like they're dead in the water, they've got a solid pinch going on in middle and smoke spams from the CT side. Signing up to awkward fights and yet still able to prevail with massive damage off of that grenade. A follow-up from ZywOo.
3 health for Blitz.
Who's lucky to have been able to walk away from that one. Bomb sits top middle. The only curious thing left is this position from MZinho.
It's crazy how well they sorted that out. Yes, MZinho, the problem is he's a Palace lurker. So if they're at all nervous about that in this situation, which they should be, he knows it's going to be hard for him to just get away with something. Like, he can at least escort them to come towards A, but he will have to take some kind of early fight to make this interesting. Plant's coming Palace, and actually there is no jungle player now to stop this, so walk out Plant.
See how cautious ZywOo is about this approach. Feels like he's, yeah, ready for it. What an animal, dude.
I know, dude. He's like, he's doing everything.
11-4 now. Flamesy's also contributing with his multi-kills. So a tough go of it for Blitz. He's got as much HP as opponents. And that flank's going to destroy him in a second. So there it goes. Another one to the way of Vitality. 7 rounds straight now. And that was after I felt like a bit of an awkward kind of mid-engagement. You know, Blitz catching your Apex position off guard, but still the other 2 mid players stick around for what felt like an awkward amount of time. They find the bomb. They drop it here. Like, this is an all-in decision from Rocks to commit in the mid-fight.
It's wild because, look at it. They have all the fallback grenades to keep punishing underpass. They had Flamesy and Connector to make it. They had, like, almost everybody here and so much utility. It just felt like incredible. Like, the amount of pressure they kept up while they were losing players in the process.
Yeah, Flamesy's numbers so far in 2026 just phenomenal.
Oh. Apex whispering about it. I think he saw something.
It's confirmed now.
It's a little weird there because Palace is smoked, so this is a lot of, you know, it's beneficial. You're sitting here on default. You have a great angle to work with the fighting Connector. So MongolZ were trying to be really sneaky. Someone we haven't had to hear from a lot is MeZ, and looks like he'll finally get some action.
He's been under threat like 1 round, maybe 2. Oh, man. Make your job easier, why don't you? 3 players at half health now for the Mongols. 50 seconds, Util confirms their approach. And you think you've avoided ZywOo, but in reality, he's ready for you. Nice smoke spam back from 9-10, but MeZ's here to show us that they just haven't given him chances to shine. He'll only find the one, though. Man advantage to Vitality still.
Cancel the plant. They're worried that they don't have everything totally secure yet.
That lets that catwalk player get all the closer.
They still haven't planted.
The moment. Bench is all they've got, and so Vitality won't waste any time. They reclaim that bomb site with ease, make it 8 rounds in a row.
ZywOo's everywhere. Like, everywhere that they're going, he's there. He's up here on B-apps when they're attacking 2 easy shots. They literally need a lucky smoke spam headshot to even stop him from getting another. Like, that's how you have to kill him. Exactly.
What I love about this Vitality is they haven't become complacent in their win at all. It feels like every round they still pop off for. They're playing to dominate nowadays. Oh. Apex, 1 and done. Robs, this time empty-handed. So we've got a man advantage for MongolZ as they try to finish this half off with at least a 4th round win. Just get 1 more taste of victory before you have to swap sides. Meanwhile, this time MeZ freed up to go on an expedition on his own. He'll take control of the apartments, but this spot from Blitz should catch him off. Ooh, what more do you want from this, Blitz? Just wants a much time to the east side. He doesn't take the kill.
He has the bomb, he can just go over to B.
Let's see if Techno shoots him. Yeah, of course.
But yeah, they can just join up now. They have kind of an A fake going on. I mean,
well, that's fun.
Just not get too dizzy with options, but they can just go ahead and plant. Blitz is staying at the bench because he doesn't have a teammate just yet, and this is...
Oh my god! Oh my god, it's back to the 2v2. The bomb plant's gonna go down. This round is no longer guaranteed. Blitz has 4 health. What's that shot? That's the kind of shot we replay before the halftime break, goddammit. ZywOo just so on top of it this half. And Blitz understandably trying to hide on low HP. Techno trying to lock it down. Him and Blitz, they're combined. ZywOo is dead, so at least the Mongols
cares? Play the shot.
ZywOo is an animal with a shot like this.
It's another JW
He's not
flick.
even on his screen.
Oh my god, he
is
didn't
this?
see anything. That's the JW cash flick. That's the simple flick into secret.
Well, catch your breath, everybody, because we'll see you after the break.
I don't even even think he saw him for a second there.
The monster is back.
Let's play a game.
There are some players that are just born differently.
Some try to intimidate you.
He doesn't try to. Everything he does is deliberate.
You never really feel outplayed. You just feel late.
There is no pattern.
And they can't find him. And he's been so slippery.
He doesn't move faster. He's moved first. He makes it look easy. And that's the scary part. He was made for this.
It's not about losing to him. It's about arriving at him.
I can't believe it. Oh, he stopped. Beautiful work there from ZywOo.
It is ridiculous.
ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot.
Right here, right now on Mirage.
Oh my God.
ZywOo knows he's gonna fight right here, right now.
The most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted ammo, no wasted movements.
Where there's a chance, there's ZywOo.
If you try to, I will catch you.
Bask in his glory, why don't you? ZywOo, one for the ages. We said 9 frames between him being on ZywOo's
Him
screen.
seeing him and hitting the shot, which is 9. I don't even know.
I don't know what that is. I don't know
what
how to quantify it.
I don't know what 9 frames translates to in reaction time. We're looking at 1 frame at a time.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 9. Wow.
That is so. Again, in history, you've got like the Cash JW flick off screen. You have Fallen's off screen flick. On Overpass, you have Simple Secret one. ZywOo has 2 of those already. He's got that one. He had the one on Overpass, jumping across long. He might even have 3. I mean, I heard Flamesy was talking about him, that when he sits beside him, he's like, first of all, ZywOo's the fastest player in his team, and he looks at him and he tries to understand exactly like how fast he is, but he's not sure. Like,
I mean, Yakindar in that content we just had said it really well, I think. It's not that ZywOo moves faster, it's that he moves first. You know, there's no hesitation with everything he does. He's playing the same game you are, and supposedly. But this pistol round, hold on, because MongolZ looking for a fight. First pistol netted them 3 rounds to the start of that half. Uh-oh, the recovery's underway. Apex and Mezzy, this would be the 2v4. Exactly what the MongolZ can't afford after a flat first half. Blitz down to 59 health.
They think they got him down to like 10 HP, so probably going to double swing in a second.
Fire at the feet of Apex. He still finds refuge behind the box. Ooh, Blitz with a chance, but only a chance, and Apex there to deny it.
That flick might have been the craziest of them all, man. That was so fast. I don't know if I've ever seen that wide and that quick.
Dude, we've had some, I mean, just throughout 2026 so far, Counter-Strike has given us some insane like moments. Like that flick is in its own little category. I think Serato yesterday, Krabeni op ace.
Nice ball.
MongolZ's clips, like, my God, we're only in March.
Yeah. Well, like Apex said, never stop trying. You never know when the drop-off happens.
That is true. And that drop-off comes for all of us. The odds continue to skew in Vitality's favor with this pistol secured. They've now won 9 of the last 10 rounds.
Like, even twice in this game, like that barely seeing when he was on stairs.
Oh,
barely seeing off the corner of the screen.
Yep.
Wasn't the flick, it was a reaction to what he saw, but obviously it looks so fast because he is so fast.
It's just also
like that he's showing off more because like
yeah,
what he
100%.
can do is that's what he can do.
What's crazy is seeing the nature of some of the kills we've already had this half, but it's also getting through an entire half of watching ZywOo, and not once did either of us have to say, ZywOo missed that shot.
No.
And that,
Not today.
And there's a lot of names that you occasionally have to put before that sentence. Some too often for most people's liking,
Like
but with
Hero
ZywOo,
or
you never
910
do
or
it.
something like that, yeah.
And it's that godly consistency that really makes him just a whole other beast. So as he trades out Cobra Zera, and then we talk about his rifling as well, right? His adaptability across the arsenal of guns in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, there's also
his
that
pistol moments.
question where, you know, there's players like MongolZ. If you took the op out of his hands, he'd still be like a top rifler for sure. Same thing with ZywOo. But we're kind of like spoiled with that. In history, a lot of times, oh wait, actually it's very winnable. 12 and 8 HP.
We'll put a
This
pin in it.
one could make a difference.
But Blitz is down to 10.
And he doesn't know where the last two are.
And it feels like Rops wins these every day of the week.
3-8K.
Get the gun, get out of here. You've pressed the bomb site for at least a reward, but that will still be Vitality's 10th round win.
ZywOo, MongolZ are two players we are fortunate enough to see play today. And we get to share a screen watching them at the top and everything. They're great hybrids, but that's not always been the case with the oppers, you know? Even Shiro puts up rifle clutches, even though he opts most of the time. But long are the days of the, you know, JDMs and stuff like that that were only good on that gun and then kind of suffered everywhere else, or you never even really talk about their rifling. But I don't think anyone would say that if ZywOo had to only use the rifle, that like his stats would suffer massively. It'd still be a top 5 player, 100%, and that's remarkable. You know, even simple. 2019, the last few months, tried to switch to rifle. Didn't work. But ZywOo's never done that, like gone permanently to it. So we don't get to see. We don't get to know for sure. But we've never seen him struggle in a round.
It's crazy, too, is thinking about, you know, one of the things with the new reload update is that the ops actually are very heavily affected. That's something else where now his strength in not missing is going to be all the more valuable. Burning out this setup. Zinho done for. There are a couple rifles out here on the field, and they haven't gotten that CT out.
Oh, he got knifed.
Flamesy with the knife.
Wow.
Oh,
it may be the most efficient weapon to use in that situation, actually, if you think about it.
Sold. Bad to worse for the Mongols. They didn't come into this one slow. They picked up that pistol. They converted. 3-0 start once upon a time for the Mongols on their map pick, but...
And in history, when the op is kind of like fallen out of meta a little bit, ZywOo just doesn't op much. And then he just went and rifled more. When Navera joined the team back in 2021, he switched off the op on Inferno right away. Just started playing without it. He's already referenced that like he only played... It's happened to Device. It's happened to him where he's just the best player on the team. So that ends up being the best player on an op, which ends up being the most valuable weapon. So you need to op. but he's already expressed that. You know, that's not how it started for him.
This is the kind of Vitality every single other player signed up for this event is watching this game right now going, oh, damn it. If you thought there was any hope of winning this event, this is not the kind of game that gives you more confidence. There's a world Vitality can't keep this up constantly, but between their first 2 games in MOUZ and now MongolZ, smashing as not even Techno's allowed to get through that smoke. 12-4. If Mara was here, he'd throw in the towel.
It's like that LeBron tweet when he turned 30, where you don't have to put up with this bullshit for much longer. And then, he's like 45 or whatever it is now.
Still out there doing his thing.
Yeah. That's what it could be with Vitality.
This is Vitality doing it with Dan already having the graze.
Nice!
Pumped up off every round.
Never call this era boring.
Vitality are here to send a message to the rest of the field and to the Counter-Strike world that if you thought an event off was going to cause some ring rust, if anything, it's had the polar opposite effect. Hungry to get back into the server, hungry to reclaim that trophy lift. You know, they bless us with giving an opportunity over to anybody else to shine. Na'Vi sees that opportunity, and now Vitality right back to the #1 spot. No questions, no hesitations, no stutter. They pause in this 5 versus 3 to really just bask in the glory that they've earned in demolishing the MongolZ on Mirage tonight.
Not missing a single bit of ammo.
9-10 will finish it off because ZywOo was so low, but this is going to be Vitality transitioning into the A commitment to try to finish this game nice and early. 17 rounds of play, potentially all Vitality need. 9-10's trying to be the savior, and his damage output's great. 47 health for Apex and FlameZ combined, but then you've got Mezzy, who's always ready to go for the close as needed, but he gets dropped, so FlameZ's there to do it. 17 rounds, all they need. They gave up the 3-0 start, and don't look in the rear view from that point forward. Vitality built different.
Well, we tried to give MongolZ as much credit as we possibly could on their map pick here for Mirage, but Vitality, I don't know. What can you really say at this point, Dupree? The expected result is achieved. They get that map win.
MongolZ really needed to get Mirage if they were going to have a chance in this best of 3. Now, the way they've lost doesn't really make the history better for them. I think Vitality just looked, once again, unstoppable in majority of the rounds. I think in the beginning there was like a slight chance where MongolZ could have actually built the momentum by winning the pistol round, but also converting that very close 1v1 that we did see 9-10 have against ZywOo. But he didn't manage to, and then they just ran off with it. And again, Vitality is showing that they have so many layers to their playbook, not only as the individuals' greatness that they have, but also when they have a team. They're just so good at scaling for each other, they're good at being there for each other, and they just read the game plan, and it just makes it so uncomfortable for MongolZ.
In the pre-game interview you had with Mazinho, I mean, he said that they needed to win the pistol. That was a focus of Mara's game plan here. Well, he did just that.
They did it!
But he needed to have some gun rounds too. Unfortunately,
he needed to follow that one up a bit more.
It's not just about the pistol, guys.
Instructions unclear. Pistol round 1, but still lost map.
What to do after? What's the step 2? No, I mean, this is just Vitality at the absolute peak of their powers. You see that practically everybody's able to step up in moments. FlameZ was just on a total tear, and every late round situation that Zai was in, he's just pulling off the unthinkable, really.
I think that the whole 9-frame kill that he gets on I believe, it Techno and CT, it's just like...
9 still feels too generous when we count it.
Can we just watch it?
I want to watch it
Can we just watch it?
Let's watch it.
I was in there and I actually told you guys, I want to see what 9 frames is and how he can actually manage to get that kill, because I was literally like, I was staying like this on the monitor trying to see, okay, I actually get like 2 frames where I see him, and you can see it right here, like, and even when it slows down, in full speed, you don't see the guy before he scopes. The thing is, if you slow it down frame by frame, he sees the guy that frame before the scope actually comes on his module.
I have one other thing to add to that clip, which is that ZywOo heard the guy CT. He could have pre-aimed better, but he aimed to flick. Like, he aimed badly, intentionally, to pull off a cool flick. He didn't used to do that. Okay?
Bro's aura farming. He's like, this
actually
match is too easy.
Yeah.
I need to start aura farming.
He's trying to clip farm, you know, like we're in a short form media age, and he's just trying to play into it now. It's crazy. He gets a little haircut, you know.
He's actually got Subway Surfers going on underneath his monitor while he's playing this game right now.
This dude is just, I mean, the game's been on easy mode for him for years now, so he's just got to find new ways to make it more difficult. Like, literally. He heard him running there, and he's pre-aiming badly. Like, ZywOo didn't used to do that. He used to just scope, casually hit shots, and it didn't always look the most impressive, but now he's like, let me just make the shot harder for myself.
It's just crazy that he keeps blowing our minds like with this kind of thing. And, you know, this is maybe a little bit of a standout one with what he's doing right here, but I mean, what he brings to the table for this team, you know, it's just outmatch it. You know, it's literally just like absolutely insane. And, you know, it's so cool to see that we can have players that can have so much impact on a team that ZywOo does for Vitality. Sure, the rest of the team, namely Flames as well, but ZywOo is just doing it time and time again. You always wonder, like, when is he going to be slowing down? When is he not going to get that MVP? And it just seems like he's unmatched in so many degrees.
Yeah, when they talk about practicing and things like that, they're actually all just trying to make frag movies for themselves. That's what they do in their practice time, doing shit like this.
Yeah, it's just absurd. I mean, he got this done with the op. I also love the way that Scrawny and Launders framed the way that he was moving around, and it's just, this is kind of hallmark ZywOo, where he's needed seconds, many seconds before he's even asked to be there. Like, why is he on B balcony? Like, he's on
clever.
He's just everywhere he needs to be. Like, the one time they did the full B send, he's on the balcony. It's like, MongolZ just couldn't avoid this guy.
No, but that's the issue, right? When you go up against him, then you have a hard time avoiding. Even if you want to avoid him, he's still there. Get out of there.
Look, I'll take it, maybe make it a bit more of a serious conversation where it's, yeah, MongolZ don't have their coach, so is it a bit more telegraphed where things are running a bit more stagnant? I'm not taking away any credit from how big brain ZywOo really is, right? He's clearly doing something no one else is doing, but you do have to have that little bit, are they stagnant? Is it just this thing that's a repetitive motion for MongolZ?
Okay, to put this in a more actual tactical and analytical terms.
I mean, if you can, it's hard when a map ends the way it does like that.
Vitality just did a really great job of poking and prodding into middle so that they knew what was coming next from the MongolZ. They knew when it was going to be a full site hit. They saw them. I mean, they were breaking the smokes regularly, so MongolZ couldn't take that shorter con space easily. I mean, that's why they're so praiseworthy, because they have all the reactions in order to make sure that anything you're trying to construct on the T side, we are well aware of what you're doing.
And also, just we would love to be like inside the camp whenever they prepare, right? Because, you know, preparation is also what sets them up for these kind of things. And it's also maybe just a fact of MongolZ maybe hitting the A bombs regularly, and then they thought, okay, now they probably want to switch into B. Maybe they wanted to start with another opening, and then it just, you know, magically turned out to be the site that ZywOo is on, right? But, you know, preparation is also very important for even a team like Vitality, you know, and they do their prep regardless of who they're facing. Sure, it's a MongolZ that has looked better before, but whether this is the MongolZ or it's Falcons, or it could be like a tier 3 team, they would, you know, prepare regardless.
That is the thing. Sometimes we talk about you prepare for the opponent, and sometimes the preparation is just what you guys need to do. Vitality's at that point, right? They get to prepare by just looking at their team, or what are we going to do? And they've coined it multiple times that it makes it so much easier when at any moment anyone could really step up for themselves. But Maui, you had the hard, impossible job of pointing out who let the team of Vitality down in this Mirage map. There literally isn't anyone, but I'm forcing you to do the dumbest shit right now.
Wow, you're being thrown.
I feel like okay, this game could have been a lot closer if the opening pistol went the way of Vitality. They could have been looking more at a 13-1 scoreline here.
And who let them down the pistol round?
On the pistol round, if I think all the way back.
They went mid, right? There was the cat player who died first. Who's cat player? It could have.
Sometimes it's props.
Could also be Messi, maybe.
Messi towards B.
Not good enough.
I actually was maybe ready to say Messi Just like, I was ready to say that, so that's kind of where my mind was going also, but I'm
we
not...
did it dirty for no
we're
specific reason.
The
that's
level of
literally
nitpicking
not.
here is crazy. Like, this is just an absurd amount of nitpicking, so I'm gonna leave that one right there.
That's totally fair.
Let
You know-
Mezzi have it, you know, they won really cleanly.
It's a new disc. I've got to see how far I can really push the boundaries
Yeah,
with you
sure.
guys. I feel like I found a little bit more, but we can be more serious and talk about MongolZ. It's a tough one for them. What is going to look like something good in terms of a map number 2?
5 rounds?
Yeah. The thing is, only playing Overpass once and now going up against Vitality on Overpass, which looked very strong, it doesn't really cut the case that it's going to be looking better for MongolZ. If they would have had like many reps, or they would have played it, you know, against high-tier opponents, then, you know, they will probably have a better chance. But right now, you know, it's just a big question mark for us, you know, and for the side of Vitality, they're just going to keep steamrolling. And if MongolZ couldn't find, like, you know, some kind of way of breaking Vitality and Mirage, I don't see them doing it on Overpass either. You know, that's a map that requires even more tactics. It requires you to have a lot more answers to what they just went up against in the likes of Mirage. So I don't see a world where it's going to get any brighter for MongolZ. It's just going to be worse. So even 5 rounds in my book is going to be a hot done.
Well, we call it the Miracle 6. Maybe we could aim for that one a little bit more than Maui. But I won't put you guys on the spot anymore. I won't make you do all the hard decisions about what could potentially happen between Vitality and MongolZ. Instead, I'm just going to let time tell for itself, because just on the other side of this break, we do have Overpass. Mara, thank you so much for quickly joining me in between maps. Obviously didn't go the way you guys wanted it to, but they won pistols, and I just want to know, how proud are you of the boys for winning that pistol round? No, that's right. I mean, practically no one does that against Vitality. Ultimately, though, it felt that the T side was still pretty weak for you. So what were some choice words for the boys to bring them up and ready into Overpass? All right, well, hopefully we get to see that one come out. I mean, Mara, always full of wise words. I know that's why the Mongols have been having such a good run so far at Blast Open. Let's see if it continues.
That was good.
I don't know where Mara comes up with half the shit he says. I'm telling you, guy's a genius.
I mean, that interview alone has him rising in my Coach of the Year vote. That was incredibly sage, bestowing wisdom upon all of us, really.
If I were in the shoes of Mara, that's also how I would be approaching my prep talk to the guys coming into Overpass. You know, going up against Vitality, that is tough, and you know, I would also be left a little bit speechless.
Speechless. Hopefully, though, it is going to be a bit more fighting words from MongolZ in Overpass. We felt like Mirage let us down a little bit more. That was their map choice. Now you come into Vitality's map choice, and it feels like odds stacked against you, Maui.
Without a doubt. I mean, I think the numbers speak for themselves. The one game played for the Mongols on this one, the fact that Vitality just damn near flawless on it. The only interesting aspect, I would say, just kind of as this one builds up, I think that it's pretty clear-cut who's the favorite, but it is interesting to see this year that Vitality has more or less made Overpass a punish pick. They've leaned into it a little bit harder, even though Dust 2 is their favorite map. This is kind of the light development to just keep them on top. The fact that they want to exert even greater dominance against the scene, because instead of just playing only into their own strengths, now they're even targeting opponents even harder than they did last season. So you're up against a wall here, the Mongols.
Oh yeah, and it just builds even more upon the strength. Not only like map pool, but also mental strength when they go up against opponents in vetoes. They know they can pull this one off. It's you know, it's like Vitality flexing a little bit, and you know, I kind of like it.
Okay, normally we ask about the underdogs, what needs to go right for you to feel a little bit confident in them, even if it isn't a map win. I'm gonna ask the opposite. How cleanly do Vitality have to win for you to have no doubts, not that there ever were any?
I need a 2.0 KD from Zywoo. Okay. 2.0 KD minimum.
The worst is he's easily gonna do that.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
2.0? Okay, raise the benchmark then, Maui.
Can Apex be just